Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Snap comes in. Sam Williams coming. Parsons is coming. He's running away. To his right, throws on the run, intercepted. Deshaun Wright on the right sideline at the 40-yard line.
And that is the point in which I said, okay, everyone can get ready for bed. Good morning, Metroplex. It is a football Friday. Cowboys beat the Titans in Tennessee 27-13. And people are fired up, including our post-game show. Sean Sharif, Bobby Belt, we got Peyton and Ryan in the back. Glad you are joining us to get ready for another holiday weekend. Hopefully, you have Monday off. What?
Sorry, I mean, it's 5:30 in the morning, and like my phone will not stop blowing up from my appearance on the Amazon Prime pregame show last night. It's a little overwhelming. You should be glad you don't have to deal with it.
Yeah. We'll get to that a little bit later on. I got to find a different company to deliver my packages. Promise. I don't think anyone has matched. No one has matched the Amazon business model, so no one can come close. So that's going to be very difficult, but I'm on the search. I'm available. My business is available to go ahead and get packages shipped to my house after the disrespect last night. But this wasn't the easiest game. A little bit uncomfortable. Cowboy fans freaking out. I had to open up the bottle of tequila that Sandler gave me for my birthday. I was not anticipating that. Not the final score, not indicative, I don't think, of the way the game went. I was never worried about the Cowboys losing. I was like, there's no way. I know some Tolo said, oh, Josh Dobbs out playing Dak Prescott. At no point did I think the Titans were going to win this game. It was just a little bit too close for comfort, at points and times.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it. There was never a moment where it was in doubt. Like it was in doubt at times against the Texans. And it was in doubt at times against Indianapolis. Like those were games.
In doubt the entire game against Houston.
Yeah, honestly. Yeah, honestly. And so there was never a moment like that. Like they could have. I felt like Tennessee could have gone up by 10 at some point, and I probably would have been like, okay, all right, well, they're going to come back and beat them because they don't have anybody playing out there today. But that is the odd thing. It's funny you say it's not as the final score isn't indicative of how the game went. Even when you look at the final score, 27-13, you beat their JV squad by 2 touchdowns after, like Babe Loffenberg told us yesterday. I'll be surprised if they don't score 50.
Yeah, I thought they would easily cover the spread, so I end up being correct for like the 7th week in a row with my red hot football takes, but it wasn't as easy as I thought it was going to be. And look, the Cowboys shot themselves in the foot. These were self-inflicted wounds. You had Hendershot. You had the fumble with Baez. You had
R.I.P.
the interception that was Dak's fault intended for Dalton Schultz. You had some defensive issues. Nashawn Wright may have been the perfect microcosm for this game. Sloppy, beaten at times throughout, making you feel uncomfortable. And then he gets his interception at the very end to say, oh, Nashawn Wright, put him in the turnover category. That's how the Cowboys kind of played in this game. They got a 14-point win, but people were not celebrating on social media throughout this one.
No, and I get why. It was more of a struggle than it should be. And look, Steven comes on here and says it. Mike McCarthy comes on here and says it. Dak says it.
Zach and Broadus.
They all say I don't know if Zach and Broadus use this exact line, but the line that they love using, Steven and all them, is they pay their guys too. They're good football players on that side too. And it's like, yeah, and the guys they paid are sitting out. You should have absolutely beaten this team down. And Mike McCarthy was not wanting to address any style point questions last night. He's like, a win's a win. Like I'm gonna take a win. And there's a part of me that feels that way too, that just get a victory. This late in the season, just get a victory. It's just a little, as I told you guys yesterday.
Well, let me interrupt you for a second. So what is the difference in applying that to the Minnesota Vikings when we call them frauds?
I think the difference is that
why here do we accept the team telling us win's a win, hard, doesn't matter if it's 1 or by 50. But when the Vikings do it by 1 every single week for an NFL record 11 times, we justifiably point them out as frauds. Same thing with the New York Giants earlier in the year. Why the double standard?
Probably because the Dallas argument would be that you're not going to complain about going in on a short week on the road late in the season and snatching a victory you shouldn't have. The issue, I think, for a team like Minnesota is more that it's every week with them.
Yeah.
And it feels unsustainable. And every week, it's not just every week with them, it's every week where it's like 1 possession and games where they had no business coming back. Now, Dallas, they've played a couple close games in a row here, but Dallas is also, I believe, 2nd right now in the NFL in point differential. So they are beating teams by wide margins when they win games. And so I think that's why it's different. Dallas's point differential is 145. Minnesota's is 5.
Dak with 282, 2 touchdowns. The QBR, God, I can't wait to get into this QB discussion. I can't wait. It was a 78.5.
Which is great.
Fantastic. Josh Dobbs had a 32.5. For all you Cooper Rush fans should buy Josh Dobbs jerseys today, because you're the fan and you're the viewer of the same level type of quarterback. People were screaming for Cooper Rush or for Dak to be benched. The emotional roller coaster week to week from some of the fans that watch this team, it's so extreme that Antonio Brown would tell you to settle down. Like, smoke a cigarette or breathe. Don't have a drink, because that just makes it even worse. I think sometimes we need a reset on some Cowboy fans have such a ridiculously stupid standard. I think a lot of people go, oh, you're in Texas, you know, what's the football fan like? And this is probably going to get me in trouble, but I'm just, it's so irritating. I had to start drinking last night, as I said. Sometimes I think that people who grow up here and are around the mecca of football, I think that gives them this heightened sense of football education and arrogance. Because the people that I interact with on Twitter, 60% of them expect 40-0, not 40-14, 40-0 every week against bad teams. And Dak Prescott is not allowed to have a turnover. The football team is not allowed to have a turnover. So it's got to be 0 in the turnover department, 0 on the scoreboard. Otherwise, this team needs Jimmy Johnson to come in, and they're just not ready for a 27th straight year. The standard is so, it's embarrassing what your standard is for many people that I'm sitting there tweeting with. It's crazy. I think that was part of Broadus and Zach's frustration last night in the post-game show. I'm not with them of, it's just a win is a win. A win is a win. We are using these games in the regular season to determine right now that they're probably not one of the 2 best teams in the NFC. And that means you're going to come up short in the playoffs. Hopefully it's not in the first round against a team in which you struggle against. But that's where fans are kind of forecasting, saying, we know we're not better than Philly. We're probably going to get beat up against San Francisco. So this is why you get a lot of bitching and complaining.
Yeah, and I get the concern, because last year you heard the same thing, right? Like, you went into Washington and you really struggled and Dak didn't play well, and you won by 7 and it was ugly, but a win's a win. You're not going to apologize for a road playoff, a road victory within the division. I mean, you're not going to do that. Next week, same thing against the Giants. Yeah, you only won 21-6, but you're going to take that every day of the week. And then you roll into San Francisco and you get punched in the mouth and you fall apart. And I get why that's concerning, is because fans view it as, look, you're going to put up these types of performances and it's so close to the playoffs. I'd prefer to see a team that's peaking. Like when Choppy comes in here and talks about, it doesn't matter necessarily, early season losses don't matter. What I want the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who win their final 6 or whatever into the playoffs and then go on to the Super Bowl and win.
What Andrew Whitworth said yesterday.
These teams
Giants.
Teams who are playing their best ball at the right time. And I think that's the frustrating thing, is that for a lot of fans, they feel like Dallas is not playing their best ball right now. They were playing better football earlier. And that's the concerning aspect of it. So I do get it, is because you're like, well, can we please get back to the standard?
The defense is better earlier. I'm totally fine with the offense. Totally fine.
I'm fine with the offense, other than just the insane early down running that they continue to insist on. It's very Jason Garrett-like.
We'll get to that star up, star down at 6 o'clock. Let's go inside the locker room. Mike McCarthy and the team's reaction. Did they treat this like a lost win or just a win, as we still stay alive for the NFC East title, putting a little bit more pressure on Filthy on Sunday? It's a Cowboys Friday with Sean, Bobby, and you right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
throwing it in the back of the end zone for Schultz. What a grab! Did he get it? Touchdown, Dalton Schultz! Oh, what a grab by Dalton Schultz, his second touchdown of the night.
That was beautiful. That was probably the best play of the entire night. Dak with a dime on the sidelines. They were doing what the kids do. You mossed him. You went up over the top. That was Dalton Schultz, and that was able to give the Cowboys the 24-13 lead. It's a Cowboys Friday here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Shreve, Bobby Belt with you. TruckWreck.com text line is going to be active after the first segment and throughout the day at 877-881-1053. What are they saying on Twitch or YouTube or the fan text?
On the fan text, we've got let me find here because there's a bunch of stuff about Dak. 469, I was scared Dak was hurt before the half. 704, thank you, Sean, for making sense. NC Tolo. Let's see here. 469, you can't determine that in terms of how well they're playing heading into the playoffs. 469, all the teams but one lose eventually. 469 last night, D cleaned up, but offense has been putting points up. And let's see here, 951, so who's to blame for the turnovers this week? Just a bunch of basically instant reaction to sort of, it honestly looks like sort of a carryover from the postgame show. That people are still wanting to get that stuff off their chest.
Okay, we're going to get into the turnovers because to me, two of the turnovers, there's no debate who they're on. The one that to me is tricky is the fumble with Biotish. The Dak Biotish exchange. How do you break that down? Whose fault was that? Because the first one is on Hendershot. The Dak interception to Schultz is on Prescott.
Yep.
What about the fumble?
Good question. That's something where I think we'd have to, you know who I'll text about this. I'm going to text.
LP Ladisor?
No, I'm going to text Duke Manyweather later this morning once I know he's up.
Okay.
And just ask him for when he sees that center exchange, who would he say that's on?
Because it looked like Biotish hit himself in the butt first.
Yes.
Right? So it looked like the snap didn't go far enough back, but Broadus, who has some offensive line experience of his own from his LSU days.
Yep.
What was he saying?
He was saying that during the halftime show, he was saying that generally if you see a snap fall straight to the ground, that usually means that it's on the quarterback because it means that the center got the ball up and then it hit a hand or something and it just fell straight to the ground. So he said if you see something a little more wonky than that, then it's up for debate as to what happened. But he said if you see the snap and then it immediately just falls to the ground, that usually means that it was on the quarterback.
Here's Dak Prescott after the game being asked again about the turnovers.
I mean, yeah, it's frustrating, but there's nothing I can do about it in the same sense. So, I mean, yeah, it might be frustrating, but by the time that I'd say a minute after I've sat down on the sideline, I've got it out of my head. I've said my words I needed to say to myself and just moved on at that point. So, yeah, it is frustrating, as I said. Whether it's off your guy's hands or whether I throw it behind the receiver and he makes the play and the cornerback makes the play, they're all frustrating, and somehow or another they've got to stop.
So, same thing we hear every single week, and some Cowboy fans are just tired of it. Three turnovers as they were up 10-6 at halftime. And that is really when things started boiling with the fan base. I was boiling too. I hope Mike McCarthy goes in here and gives it to these fools. No, just pat on the back. You're the best. You're the greatest. I hope he goes in there and lights them up. This was McCarthy talking about some of the issues, giving the ball to the Titans after the game.
Don't like them. I mean, it's a key. I mean, you look at my coaching history. You look at, giveaways and takeaways. Those numbers speak for themselves. So I can promise you, we're coaching it. We're emphasizing it. He's wired the right way. Our players are wired the right way. So, unfortunately, you go through ups and downs in this league. That's the beauty of how competitive this league is. So. Hey, this was a game we needed to get, and we got it done. So whether we don't get any style points, that's okay. But we're still at 12 wins.
So 12-4, back-to-back 12-win seasons for the first time since 1994 and 1995. The NFC East is still up for grabs, even though Jalen Hurts with that freaking raccoon, Coach Cringe in the background yelling, "Told you so, media. Told you so," as Nick Sirianni at Eagles practice was chanting that, according to Howard Eskin, our Burger King troll on the grounds in Philly, when Jalen Hurts was throwing the football around, as he was listed as limited in practice. It'll be the Eagles against the Saints. Do you think Jalen Hurts is going to play? He looked totally at ease and comfortable throwing things around in practice, but he was still listed as doubtful.
Man, so everything we know about Sirianni at this point makes me feel like this is clearly like this would just be a show to like make people like just doing a big song and dance. I feel like that is. So the fact that he's out there so publicly and he's doing "told you so" and his body heals faster than yours, like he's doing that whole bit, makes me feel like this has got to be just gamesmanship. That's my instinct.
Let's go to our gambling expert, Peyton Russell. Peyton, what would the spread have to be for Eagles Saints for you to believe that Jalen Hurts was going to play? Did we say it was 5 yesterday?
I think it's up to 6.5, which when we get to the degenerate, I believe at 9 o'clock, that might be on the list.
Oh, he gave me the time too.
Ooh, look at that. He's just directing segments now as talent.
It would have to be 10.5. If it gets over 10, then I would think.
You think that if it's at 10, that means Hurts is playing. If it's under 7, you think it's still Minshew?
Right, yeah.
All right,
because I think Vegas knows that the offense can still roll, with Minshew at quarterback like they did against the Cowboys and stuff. And they're in Philly. Completely different atmosphere.
It is up to 6.5. Good job there. 10 seems a little high. What?
He has a gambling problem is what I'm coming away with this from. Like he's way too up to date. Like
Very
you
proud.
went to sleep at 1 a.m. How do you have time to check these spreads, Peyton? Jeez.
Does 6.5 tell you Minshew is going to play over Hurts?
I think so. Yeah, I would think that'd be a bigger spread if it was, if Vegas got the feeling that it was going to be Jalen Hurts. Or it may just be, honestly, they may think Jalen Hurts is going to play, and that may be a spread adjustment based off of we don't know how good he's going to be. Like, we don't know how healthy he is.
I had a couple of Tolos be like, why are the guys in the game? Pull them out. They're dropping like flies. I said, no. The purpose of putting them out there was to keep the opportunity open for the NFC East, to put some pressure on the Eagles. Biotish got hurt. Okay, we'll update that a little bit later on. Any other injuries that I'm missing? I guess I didn't notice dropping like flies.
Well, so you had Nashawn Wright and Jaron Kearse both left the field at different points. Nashawn Wright got hurt and was playing through that, and like you could see him kind of wincing through some pain, and he eventually came off for a little bit, came back on. And then, of course, the Dak knee, which was terrifying when it happened, because whenever you see Dak's tough, and like, when he goes down and immediately grabs his knee.
Yeah.
And then I was like, oh gosh, this isn't good. And then you see him get up and he's limping, and he's you watch him like kind of locking the knee out as he's walking the next few plays.
Where's the soundbite on here? Where's the clip, the audio of Dak's knee update? Where's the Dak injury update? Is he good to go? I'm not seeing this.
As I listened through the entire McCarthy and Dak press conferences, neither one of them were asked about it, I don't believe.
Oh.
And I thought it was interesting that coming out of halftime, McCarthy wasn't asked about it by Amazon. Because there were like 3 questions, and that had just happened at the end of the half. I was surprised they didn't go, Dak Prescott, how's the knee feeling? And so I guess everybody moved on from it, but I just think back to, I'm a little concerned about that. I believe KNC still has Jerry today, right? The day after a game?
10:30.
10:30 today. That would be what I would, I'd like Corey and Kevin to ask him about that. It's just like, hey, how's that knee feeling after coming off the flight and everything? Do we look good?
But the instant reaction is going to be, Bobby, we saw him come back and play.
We saw Jalen Hurts finish the game against the Bears. We saw Dak finish the game against the Rams in 2019 and then not be able to throw the entire next week because he had a shoulder injury and honestly shouldn't have played against Philadelphia. People will tell you there with the Cowboys, not at the time they wouldn't, but now in retrospect they'll tell you, yeah, honestly, that was a game that internally we all felt like Dak probably shouldn't be playing this game. He's not healthy.
Let's get our medical correspondent, Mike Bassick, on it. Mike Baskey. So the Cowboys stay alive, and last night the DFW trifecta was pulled off. 5 in a row for the Mavericks as they beat the Armpit at the AAC 129-114. Freaking Luka. This lackadaisical effort. really slacking off with 35, 13, and 12. A 35-point triple-double for Doncic against the Rockets, and the Stars beating the hell out of the Wild 4-1. Wyatt Johnston had the go-ahead goal early in the third. Sagan scored twice as the Stars continued to roll. So a near-perfect night. You may say it was a perfect night in the Metroplex for your DFW teams. All right, let's go star up, star down. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Nashawn Wright, CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott, Kelvin Joseph, offensive line, running game, the defense. Where are you with your star up, star down report card for the Cowboys win in Tennessee? Next.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And the snap back, they stunt, they blitz. Prescott comes up out of it, throws underneath to the 30. Hilton with a stiff arm runs for a first down and still going down the right sideline to the 50.
So that play didn't end up in the end zone. I think a lot of people are going to forget about it. That, to me, was one of the biggest plays of the entire night as the Cowboys go into Tennessee and get the victory. A little tougher than we were thinking it was going to be. A little bit uncomfortable throughout. You may hear today being treated as a loss by some hosts and some Tolos on a Cowboys Friday, as we are live and local, unlike some other stations who have been taken off for half a month. Jerry Jones live at 10:30, but they're not a sports station anyway, so it doesn't matter. 27-13 Cowboys. So T.Y. Hilton is doing exactly what Jerry Jones, he has filled the Odell Beckham idea, the role of what Jerry Jones was thinking about for Odell. If Odell Beckham came in and was doing this, it would be magnified times 20 on all the first fake shows. But let's actually break it down and say that it is just as good as Odell could do, if not better. T.Y. Hilton is coming up huge. And that play right there was 3rd and 10, Bobby. The momentum had shifted. The Titans had made it 17-13 after the Robert Woods touchdown. 3rd and 10. You're in trouble. Dak escapes, uses some mobility, and gets it to T.Y. Hilton, and he picks up all that yardage in order to convert. And David Hellman had sent out a big play T.Y. stat before the game. I tried to adjust it, but I kind of lost track because he was just continuing to make plays on 3rd down. But the stat was something like Hilton has been targeted 4 times as a Cowboy. 3 3rd down conversions and a 4th down conversion. 3 catches and a defensive holding flag that he has drawn leading into this game. And I think I included the first half of this game. But that play right there was huge because the Cowboys, they stemmed off the tide a little bit. Tennessee had gotten momentum, and I believe they capitalized on that drive as well and ended up scoring. They ended up scoring. I think that was the Dalton Schultz touchdown.
Yes, that was that one. And you know what's speaking of Dalton Schultz, here's an interesting stat for you, Sean. On the season, Dalton Schultz has 4 first down conversions on 3rd down, which is as many as T.Y. Hilton has.
Wow.
T.Y. Hilton has picked up 4 first, and that's just on the receptions. That does not include the illegal contact, which was not a 3rd. That was a 4th down, but he has been...
He had a 3rd and 5 diving conversion, like towards the sideline. That eventually led to the Zeke touchdown, 9th straight game with a Zeke touchdown. He had another 3rd down catch, and then the 27 yards on 3rd and 10 that helped keep the drive alive to put the Cowboys up 24-13 and give them that breathing room.
Yeah, and on 3 of his 4 3rd down catches this year, they've then scored touchdowns on those drives. The only one that they didn't was yesterday. He had the 3rd and 3 conversion, and then 2 plays later was the snap issue between Biotish and Dag, where the ball got turned over. But you're talking about, when we talked about the type of impact that Odell Beckham could potentially have, like, did we, like even in our wildest dreams when we thought about Odell Beckham stepping on the field, weren't we talking about, like, if he can give you 1 play here and 1 play there? Like, I don't think we thought even that Odell Beckham could come in here and be like a big 3rd down conversion guy, which T.Y. Hilton last night on Twitter referring to himself as Mr. 3rd down.
Oh, I thought T.Y. was like this quiet Indianapolis humble dude.
He is, but he posted a picture of him holding up the ball and he said, "Great team win, keep getting better, hashtag Mr. 3rd down."
Here's Dak Prescott. Why do you and T.Y. Hilton have such good chemistry already?
I mean, that's credit to T.Y., to be honest. He's a quarterback-friendly receiver. He's played a lot of football. He's a veteran. His body language speaks for itself. You know where he's going. And yeah, I mean, that's all credit to him. Just being able to come in a couple of weeks ago and just make the impact that he's made, make big time catches, show up on third down, just time and time again when his number called, make those plays. But if you go back and you look at this guy's resume and history in his career, there's no surprise in what he's doing.
All right, so there's Dak talking about T.Y. and his impact. It is Odell-esque and probably even better.
Yeah, I think this is better, like we just said, than you could have even expected for Odell. Because for Odell, I think people were talking about him just being essentially a spot player. Like, this is something where, in fact, I'm interested to look right now. Let's see how many snaps T.Y. Hilton played yesterday. Because he played 12 in the first game, and it felt like he was out there more last night. He played 22 snaps. And so I think that, you weren't thinking of Odell Beckham Jr. as a guy who was going to come in here and play 22 snaps. And T.Y. Hilton has said, my legs are fresh. I'm ready, and I can run all day. So don't worry about giving me the rest. So I think that's good to see that you're going to take advantage of those healthy, fresh legs.
Let's talk about the big change that happened in this game after our show ended. As the Titans and Mike Vrabel with a little sneaky change, Joshua Dobbs from RJ Choppy's Tennessee Volunteers.
Rocky Top.
Making the start. So this is essentially a tune-up. They have sold on Malik Willis this year. He's done. They're like, you're so terrible. You're so bad. Babe Laufenberg came on and read the scouting report that he did on Malik coming out of the draft. And I was like, this is cake. This is over. The Titans don't have a chance. Oh, little surprise wrench in Joshua Dobbs being thrown into this game. And this was his preseason game, as he is now going to be the starter against Jacksonville to determine their playoff fate.
Yeah, I mean, I know, like we referenced a little bit earlier, that his QBR wasn't as good as Dak's, obviously, and he had the interception and had some issues. But I thought, like, given the context of the dude entered the building 11 days ago, and
someone said the Cowboys were almost in town as long as Josh Dobbs.
Honestly, like I mean, we're talking about back 11 days. What was that? So we're talking about when they played Jacksonville, Josh Dobbs wasn't in the building with Tennessee. And so this is very fresh. It's like when Baker Mayfield walked into the Rams.
Yes.
Only it's more different because Baker Mayfield has played recently. Josh Dobbs hasn't started a game since 2017, and that was college. And so I was really impressed with him, actually. I know you look at that and go, he was 20 of 39. That's not great. But he made some really good throws last night, and he evaded pressure pretty well. I thought he was really good. If I'm a Titans fan, if I'm doing Nashville radio this morning, they're doing, Oh,
you mean you're bragging about being on Amazon Prime?
Yeah, I mean, me and Nashville radio, whatever they do, what would the Titan thing be? They wouldn't do star up, star down, tee up, tee down. I don't know, whatever the hell
they
it
say
would be.
tighten up. Hashtag tighten up.
Tighten up, tighten down, whatever. Then I would be talking about Josh Dobbs in the positive this morning.
He settled
Titans
in.
fan.
I thought early on he was completely overwhelmed. I thought he was going to get killed. I'm like, he's not trying to get rid of the football. He's not running out of bounds. Like, he's trying to keep plays alive. This poor guy's going to get murdered. His own mother won't even smile when he throws a touchdown. as the dad was like, yo, that's us. Like, hey, react. Like, go ahead and smile. And she couldn't even go ahead and show her son that love on TV, but he settled in. He did settle in.
Absolutely.
And that's Mike Vrabel saying, like, we're done. Like, Malik Willis looks like a total complete waste as a third-round pick. That's done and over with. They can reassess in the offseason, but it will be Joshua Dobbs against Jacksonville coming up this weekend. And with that being said, the Cowboys defense overall, was there a little disappointment in there? Was there some uneasiness? Even though they ended up only surrendering 13 points, we were waiting for some pass rush. We were saying Micah Parsons didn't need to play in this game. There was another guy up front that finally broke the streak.
Now Dobbs, third and long, pressured, and you're in trouble, young man. Fumbled again at the 30-yard line. Who's got this? Cowboys are certain they've got this fumble. Fowler appeared to get the sack strip. And we await word formally on who owns the ball. Well, I mean, the league owns the ball, but it's Dallas.
All right, so Dante Fowler with the forced fumble. That ended up being the recovery. Micah with the club recovery, the one-handed club recovery on the Titans' 24-yard line. Cowboys came in with one sack in their last 3 games. They got 2 quick ones last night. Dante Fowler finally showing back up.
Yeah.
And we did need Micah to play. Like, this was not a game in which it was, and I agree with you beforehand. Rest Pollard, rest Micah. We actually needed Micah Parsons as he was a pass rushing force last night with a couple of pressures.
Yeah, I look at this as, it's
a tackle and 2 QB hits, to be exact.
We talked about how there were 0 QB hits against Philadelphia, and you had 1 sack against Jacksonville, and you had none against Houston, and it had been pretty frustrating last night, and I get it. Their Tennessee's offensive line is not great to begin with. They were running with some second-team guys for the most part. Josh Dobbs is going to take some time to get used to his pocket presence, but still, it's a little comforting to see, okay, you go out there last night, you get 10 quarterback hits. That's a little bit more comforting, and you'll take that confidence builder.
You were right about their tackle, and Laufenberg was talking about their total inexperience. Their right tackle was getting smoked, just a little bit more than our left tackle was getting smoked.
You want to talk about star up, like DeMarcus Lawrence looked like a Hall of Famer for that entire first half, essentially. And I mean, he was making big plays in the run game,
running down people,
rushing the passer, showing the motor running hot. 5 tackles, 2 pass breakups, a forced fumble. I know we had over on the YouTube, Taylor McCain had said DeMarcus Lawrence was one of his star ups, and so
YouTube is lit this morning.
Oh my gosh, it is. They're blowing up over there. They got a couple over there too. They've got Jack Renner says star up CD, star down Noah. Chris Taylor, star up T.Y. Hilton. Over on Twitch, DePope88 says star up Brett Maher.
Yes.
And his record-breaking points for the Cowboys and star down on the defense. But, yeah, we got a lot of people chiming in.
With the Maher field goal, the 45-yarder, leads the NFL and a franchise record for most points in a season. And the only reason he's not a Pro Bowler, would y'all say the Seattle kicker? It was hard to argue against him.
Yeah, that guy has been like 7 of 7 from 50 and has missed 1 field goal. So it's just that guy's been a little bit better.
Star up to CeeDee Lamb, the number 1 receiver for the Dallas Cowboys. 3rd straight game that Lamb surpassed 100 yards receiving. Also secured his 100th catch of the season. The first receiver to do so here since Michael Irvin in 1995. CeeDee Lamb is unstoppable. 11 for 100. He was targeted 14 times, and the average per catch was 9.1. He had a long of 34. This guy has hit the next level.
I was sitting there. He had 89 receiving yards, I think, or 87 or something like that late. I was like, are they going to throw it enough to get him up to 100 yards? And then I thought he got it, and it was 99, and it's getting down to the last drive. And I'm like, come on, let him get his 100 yards. Let's get and then he picked up 1 yard to get to the 100. So that's nice to see. But he's been great. And you mentioned that 3 straight games of 100 yards. First time a Cowboys receiver's done that in 3 straight games since Terrell Owens, maybe future Cowboys receiver. Last time this happened was Terrell Owens did it in 2007.
That Dove Kleiman reporter who you love so much said, T.O. was asking for too much money, so it fell apart. So T.O., you're telling me at the age of 49 is desperate to get back into the league and then is unreasonable about his salary demand? Like, he wasn't just like, give me the minimum and let me get on a field. Like, the value of just getting on a field at the age of 49 would have made up for whatever he didn't get in a salary. But according to this guy, talks fell apart because he was asking for too much.
I'm going to screenshot Terrell Owens' comments on Instagram tomorrow or yesterday, and I'm going to use that as a meme reply now. From now on, whenever anybody shares a Dove Kleiman thing, I'm going to share the screenshot of T.O. saying Dove Kleiman needs to be fired.
See, here's CD talking about not being the biggest guy, but he can still be physical.
Man, I'm doing whatever to get positive yards, never want to really go back and just understand that. That's kind of how I play this game, always going in, understanding that I'm not your biggest receiver, but I can for sure, pack a punch.
So CeeDee Lamb continues to be the man. I'm getting a little worried. What happens when a team just decides your other's got to beat us? It's going to have to be Gallup. It's going to have to be T.Y. It's going to have to be Schultz. We're doubling 88. And he's not getting all these targets and all this production. I'm a little bit worried about that.
I think they're trying to do some of that right now. And he's still stepping up and he's making big plays. And look, Justin Jefferson gets doubled and it doesn't matter. Jamar Chase gets doubled and it doesn't matter. And that's one of the things that you've wanted to see from CD to elevate his game. Because, I've mentioned this before. Last year in Kansas City, when they found out Amari Cooper was sitting out, they were thrilled. Because I know just from talking to people over there, they looked at it as great. We know we can take CeeDee Lamb out of the game with safety help over the top, and we know that we can single up Michael Gallup and take him out of the game, and we'll be fine. And so now I think that's different. I don't think people feel like you can just take CeeDee Lamb out of the game by putting help over the top. And he and Dak, their chemistry is so strong.
Yes.
And, I said this, I emailed this to you last night when we were just kind of sharing thoughts about the game. And I've said this a little bit recently, that this team, if you want to win a Super Bowl here in Dallas, this team this year will go as far as that connection will take them. Dak to CD is the key for them to win a Super Bowl this year. That's where they can be elite, and that's where they can make things really difficult on opposing teams.
Also, star up to the Titans drops. They did not do Dobbs any favor. Robert Woods dropped a big third down early on, and Burks had one as well against Diggs. As Diggs had gotten left and Burks had a drop, Woods had a big drop on third down that killed off their drives. All right, let's get to some of our star downs. What's up with the offensive line now? How long is Badez out?
Badez.
And why I had to break out the tequila because of Dak Prescott last night. It's a Cowboys Friday with Sean and Bobby. Glad you're with us as we lead you into the weekend right here on The Fan. But first...
Segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
1st and 10, Dallas at the 48. Prescott back going to throw again. Whips it down. Oh, bobbled and intercepted on the drop deflection at the 35-yard line. That one's all on Peyton Hendershot. Put it right in his hands at the 35. Hendershot juggled the ball, and it came down to Byard.
Thank you, Brad Sham. Al Michaels, Kirk Herbstreit, y'all could do the same thing, maybe. The NFL, RJ's right. They have to change these interception stats. They have to, because apparently some football fans are too simple-minded to actually break down what happened. We got box score readers. It's driving me insane. I thought in the state of Texas, we wouldn't have to, educate to this degree. That, people hear new football, so it wasn't just 3 more Dak turnovers first half, add it to the season total. He's got the most in the league despite missing 5 games. He's a turnover machine, instead of being what actually happened? When you're, again, I say the Texas parents have to be the best parents ever, because the blind loyalty. When your kid comes home and is like, I got in trouble, do you ask as a follow-up, what happened? What did you do? Paint me the picture. Tell me what the scenario was. Or do you immediately call the principal or the other parent involved and be like, you screwed little Johnny. I'm gonna come for you. Give me your address. I'm coming to your house. Because that's how people react to these games. 3 turnovers. We don't sit there, take a breath, and say, okay, it should be 2 turnovers because that was on Hendershot. The fumble exchange, was that on Biotish or Dak? The Dak Schultz interception was clearly on Prescott.
Yep.
So that was Dak's big mistake of the night. But up until that point, I was like, Dak is playing really, really well. Dak was heating up. And by the way, star up for Dak Prescott. An undisputed, non-debatable, in my opinion, star up for Dak. His QBR was outstanding with a 78.5. He wasn't being outplayed by Josh Dobbs, despite some of the Dak haters tweeting me. He was 29 of 41 for 282, 2 touchdowns, should be 1 interception, and he was sacked 1 time. And I just don't understand. That's why I broke out the liquor. My wife was like, it's really late. Why are you stressed? The Cowboys are winning. And I'm like, Twitter. I'm going to have to get rid of my own Twitter account. Maybe RJ's right, staying away from this thing. Because Dak Prescott starts 10 of 11, was clearly in a rhythm on that drive before Hendershot screwed things up. They were on the Titans' 35-yard line. They're getting ready to go in for more points, and then Hendershot bobbles that. Bam, Titans ball. But yet people, now some of the tweets have been deleted. Some of the accounts have gotten rid of what they said. The Titans' third-string quarterback is playing better than Dak. That's from James Peterson. You sound ridiculous. Let's see. This is from ZJ, the dummy of the night. By far, the dummy egghead of the night. It's not even close. Saying, oh, you defend Dak no matter. I thought I was the Dak hater. Make up your mind. You know what that means? Balance. Fair as F. Where's my t-shirt? Oh, Bobby Belt is influencing you now. The Dak lover is right on the show. Keep defending Dak. He pays your bills. I thought I was the Dak Prescott hater. TDK. I'd bench Dak just for the second half to change his psyche. Laughable. I just responded with a bunch of comedy emojis. If you can't see that the guy's playing well, if you attribute 3 turnovers to him, watch hockey. Tune into the Stars. They're a great story. You're embarrassing yourself. You are embarrassing yourself. I said the same thing 2 weeks ago after his game against Jacksonville. Against Philadelphia, some of you didn't want to let go of the pick 6 on the 3rd play of the game. Can't make one mistake. Forget about winning the game. Basically by himself afterwards. And I was drinking tequila. Thank you, Jared Sandler, for my birthday gift.
Tequila makes her clothes fall off.
Good
according
God.
to Joe Nichols. You know what's a fun stat here, Sean? Raw QBR leaders for the season now. Dak Prescott is 5th in the NFL. That shows the way he's been playing, regardless of the interceptions, which, by the way, if you want to just, obviously, if he completes that pass, the drive goes on, the stat line changes significantly. But let's just say
Which pass?
The one to Peyton Hendershot. Let's say you just count that one as a catch right where it was, and that's the only thing we change about his stat line. Then his stat line last night is 30 for 41, 297 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick. You take that. Like, you'd absolutely take that.
He can't throw a pick in a game. He can't have a turnover in a game, according to some. It's got to be 40-0. The Cowboys don't have any turnovers from the Al Bundys out here with this crazy, ridiculous standard. Did the Cowboys have a comfortable win? Did they make it more difficult? Was I impressed by the Cowboys? No to all those things. It was not impressive. But Dak Prescott was playing well, and Dak Prescott played fantastic, especially in the second half. So he starts off 10 of 11, and then in the second half, 12 of 16 for 137 and 2 touchdowns with a rating of 140 in the second half.
Woo!
Good Lord.
It's good. It's very, now again, some people, there'll never be people happy. Like, I'm sure people hear that number because you're supposed to do that against Tennessee with all their backups in there. Last night I was curious. I was like, I'm sure the majority, 95% of people, 99% of people are going to say Hendershot's got to catch that. But I was curious. I immediately searched Twitter. I was like, let me find the people blaming Dak. So here were some of the takeaways. Our weekly Dak interception. This guy is ass. Nice to see, this is an Eagles fan, but still, nice to see Dak wanted to go Superman against the Eagles and then back to Essie this week. Dak is a liability. Come on, Dak, what's your problem? Dak is trash. You can't change my mind. Dak stinks up prime time. So this is...
it's like a car driving into your house and you're mad at your kids or your wife for being in the living room. That's how y'all sound. That's how those tweets sound, not y'all listening.
Yeah, that's 1% of maybe 1%. Like
it's probably...
I had to dig
15% just overall, like that I was dealing with last night. Can't say an East Texas opinion. Sharif is drinking the Bobby Belt Kool-Aid. Look, Dak Prescott is playing really, really well right now. The problem with Dak Prescott, you can't count on it week to week. He could have a stinker. It could come at the wrong moment. You don't know when it's going to come. When he's in rhythm and in a zone, the Cowboys can be carried to the NFC title game or the Super Bowl. I don't know if they can win it against the AFC. The question for them is going to be Dak's level of consistency at a great high level. Is he capable of it? Yes. Do we know we're going to get it? No. That is Dak Prescott's issue, but he's been fantastic, at least in the last 3 weeks. You gotta be, this is politics. I said it's politics, and it's why I hate politics. You gotta be willing to be like, yeah, your side is right. I was wrong for this game. He is playing well. You can go back to where you're dug in on, but being like, hey, he is playing well. That was on Hendershot versus you having to win and being married to your narrative because you lose your football card. You should lose it. So that's Dak last night, but it was driving me insane. Joshua Dobbs is outplaying him. Admit it. What? What are you talking about?
How many of those did you get?
I got like 2 or 3.
So
2 or 3. Josh Dobbs is clearly outplaying Dak. And it's all on my Twitter. It's all on there. So insanity. It really is.
It is. But I mean, this is the way it's gonna likely be for Dak for the rest of his career. And I cannot tell you, Sean, every time something happens,
and probably any quarterback here. Romo had. I mean, he was a freaking lightning rod too.
Yeah, Romo didn't really get acceptance, I don't feel like, universally until 2014, probably. And then there was all the hand wringing when he would go out in 2015 because it's like, oh my god. And then like at that point, the fan base had kind of come around on him. But I mean, you look at the way Dak has played and some of these interceptions that are absolute, like there's no other way to call them other than fluky.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know he's had his fair share that are on him, but man, it's every single time something bad happens. So he makes a bad throw, he throws an interception, whatever. Some of the interceptions that aren't even his fault. Every time, Sean, somebody in my Twitter mentions is saying 40 million. If
you cannot subtract the Noah Brown interception and yesterday's Hendershot play from his interception total, from his turnover total. If you cannot and you refuse to do that, I don't want to hear from you. I don't want to hear anything you have to say about the sport. You're not qualified to even talk about it. If you cannot, at least subtract those two. And PFF would say you need to subtract 7 of his interceptions from the total of 14. Like, I'm just telling you, when your parents say something, I'm like, Dad, I know you're joking with me. Don't repeat that to your patients. Don't say that in the office ever. Don't ever say that. I'm doing you that favor. If you were on my timeline last night, don't repeat that in public. Don't say that to anyone at the New Year's party, because they're gonna look at you as if you're chugging absinthe. They're gonna look at you like you're asking them for a random midnight kiss, like Peyton Russell is gonna try to do over the weekend. I'm just doing you a favor. All right, star up, star down for the rest. 877-881-1053. I have Tyler Smith with a star down. Nashawn Wright was bad. I don't care that he got the interception. He is a liability, and he is a problem. And Kelvin Joseph still can't get off the bench. Oh, unless it's for special teams, where he commits a penalty. Poor.
Had 2 penalties on special teams. That now gives him a league-leading 6 special teams penalties this year. 6 penalties on special teams.
What is the record for special teams penalties?
I don't know. I'm going to have to... Now you're going to make me go deep dive and figure it out. But 6 special teams penalties this year, and it's gotten to a point with Kelvin Joseph where...
Man, he got destroyed. That's the one thing that unified everyone late last night.
Unite the cleanse.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here. People are done.
It's getting to a point where he serves no purpose on this roster at all. Like, if you're not even going to contribute on special teams, which if that's all you're doing, if that's all that you're doing as a second-round pick, that's concerning to begin with. But that one's as I said last night, that one is so frustrating because it was so easily avoidable. Like, they knew all the risks with him, like outside of just his play. They knew all the risks with him off the field, the risks of him in the locker room, his football character. They were well aware of all that, and they just said, we can fix him. We can fix him. And they haven't been able to. And that's the frustrating aspect about that one is it feels like you could have avoided that one. But
what's up with Tyler? He whiffed on a couple. He was the offensive lineman that ended up getting Dak hit with that scary right leg issue.
He had those couple snaps that were bad. I didn't get a great chance. And obviously after Biotish went out, everybody kind of slid down the line a little bit. McGovern went to center. Tyler Smith went to guard. Jason Peters came in at left tackle. I'm going to have to go back and watch. I don't think he was as bad as he like his moments that stand out are. But he's a guy that has played really well lately, and Broadus was praising him at halftime for saving the touchdown on the Byard interception, the one that was thrown to Schultz. Broadus is like, if Tyler Smith doesn't hustle and get that, like, Byard may score.
How bad is the Biotish injury?
So that's interesting. It looked really bad. He was in a boot. He had his, it was a boot. They're talking about sprained ankle is what it sounds like the report is. But Dak seemed to say in his press conference last night, when stopped himself and said, basically almost made it sound like, he sounded a little more optimistic than I think y'all think. So I'm not going to talk about it then. And so it sounded like they feel like they may have dodged a bullet. He may be out for a few weeks if it's a sprained ankle, but it sounds like it may not be a season-ending thing.
All right, it's a Cowboys Friday. Hit us up, 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line here on your home of America's team. What did y'all think of the uniforms last night? You got the Arctic Cowboy uniforms. We have some announcer screw-ups from the game and how Bobby and I got canceled by Amazon Prime. Cowboys Friday continues next.
Coming up in the next... game for Dallas. They need to win out if they want a chance to win the division.
Hey!
Famous, baby.
Man.
Great analysis.
If you blinked, you missed
awesome.
it. Thanks. They spoon-fed it to me.
My wife does not care that I'm on the morning show in the 5th largest market in the country on the home of the Dallas Cowboys. She does not care that we interview Mike McCarthy every Friday. She does not care when Stephen A. Smith talks about us every single week. But she was so excited, I don't know why, to get us on Amazon Prime last night as NFL Films came in here earlier in the week as they sent the message to Tim Collins, Assistant Program Director. Tim, still waiting for you to text me back from last night. Same thing, Spittle. Appreciate it, guys. They're like, hey, we need to come in and film. We're getting this. You're a producer. You're a big-time TV producer. We're going to B-roll all this crap. How do you explain it?
Yeah, so it's generally for features. So they basically wanted, it's a feature they do called Prime Stories where they want a local flavor. So like they want from both sides, basically going to the radio station like, hey, let's get some quick clips that we can include so it looks like, hey, this is some of the hot discussion going around the town leading up to this game.
Yeah.
And so like they come in here.
I thought we did them such a professional courtesy. They could have sat in here for 3 hours filming us, waiting to record what they needed us to give them for sound bites. Well, they're sitting in here during Brad Sham, and they're here about 45 minutes. Finally, in a commercial break, I said to the producer, I said, do y'all need us to say something in particular? And they're like, yes. Can you talk about Micah? Can you talk about Derrick Henry? Hey, can you talk about the Titans? Hey, can you talk about playoff chances? And I'm like, you want us to do this in a commercial break? So we rip off, I thought, like professional broadcasters, 5 or 6 takes of 10 seconds, 15 seconds, and we basically gave them the rest of the morning off. They're like, that's everything we needed. We're out of here. So they were in here for 40 minutes, and because of us taking one of our commercial breaks and giving them what they needed content-wise, I thought we were good to go. I thought we were golden.
Yeah, now, we talked about it on the air yesterday morning. I was concerned. They did have us talk about Derrick Henry a lot. And that alone made me go, that might not, because they had us talk about Derrick Henry. Not only talk about Derrick Henry, but then it was like, all right, now talk about Micah Parsons, but like the challenge of stopping Derrick Henry. Micah is stopping Derrick Henry, and now talk about how the Cowboys' run game has to match Derrick Henry. Okay, and so like everything was framed with Derrick Henry in mind, and so I was saying yesterday, I was like, "Are you sure we're not gonna get cut? Like, I feel like we might get cut." But they wanted all this stuff like, "All right, act like it's a Monday right after the game, so come in and like act like, hey, Cowboys beat the Eagles," and it's like, okay, knock that out, and it's like you didn't want to use that either.
We knocked it all out, and this is we got.
Big road game for Dallas. They need to win out if they want a chance to win the division.
Look at me.
And you're right, Bobby. I mean, they do.
I'm a star.
And they put the Nashville radio host on. So, Amanda, we're sitting there. Ollie is in love with Bebe Finn. Bebe Finn? I think that's the cartoon. In love. I'm like, I'm sorry. I got to switch over. Dad's about to be a TV star. And she's like switching it over. She's like, I don't care if he cries. Put it on. She's texting her family to go ahead. And Bobby's like, are you watching? And I was like, I don't care. And then
you cared.
I cared after my wife was like getting out her cell phone. I said, don't worry, babe. Someone will record it and send it. We don't have to monitor the whole thing because she gets out the camera. She's standing in front of the TV.
Oh, man.
From like 6 to 6:20. I'm like, they're not going to do it here. And then I switched back to Bebe Finn, and then I'm like, it's over, guys. We're on the text chain. Peyton is laughing at us because we actually put jeans on for this photo shoot. Best hood. I'll never forgive Amazon Prime for making me wear jeans in here, as I've stopped doing that for 2 years.
And the Tolo sweatshirt.
You
were representing. You did everything you were supposed to.
Try to represent the brand. Try to represent the brand.
I unsubscribed. You know, I can't do that anymore.
Yeah, you unsubscribed from Amazon? Yeah. So then I'm sitting there in the kitchen and we're all trying to get dinner ready. And at like 7:01, the Amazon Prime intro. And I see the Nashville radio host. I see his face and I go, there it is! There it is! It's coming! Get ready! And she sprints and grabs the cell phone and runs to the living room.
You texted me, it's happening,
It's
guys.
happening! It's happening right now! Here it is! Here's our moment! She's holding up the phone. This poor girl is holding up the phone. The father-in-law is like going to be so proud of me because I can't do anything around the house like a real man. I can't fix the lights. I can't get the garbage disposal at the sink. But his son-in-law is a radio and TV star. And that.
Big road game for Dallas. They need to win out if they want a chance to win the division.
Look, they knew what they wanted their ratings lead in to be. They wanted Bobby Belts.
And she looks at me.
Not my face, though.
With her jaw on the ground. And I just put my head down in shame. Put my head down in absolute shame. Screw you, NFL Films. Screw you, Amazon Prime. You're on the Jim Nantz list.
Oh, man.
You're not allowed on this show again. Do not come in here and film. I don't care what you promise us. Take it to KNC can benefit again from me burning bridges. I don't care if Tim Collins gets upset. He won't text me that he's upset like last night. No one texted me back. So y'all can take it to the other shows. Stay out of here. Only NBC5 is allowed from now on.
Yeah, it was the funny thing again too is like not only was it such a short clip, but it's like you guys like they have to pay that film crew. Those film crew are usually paid day rates. So like Films and like Amazon probably paid like $1,000 day rate for them to not use the footage. They
do you
just
think
use,
do you think any of it was because of the way that maybe you were dressed, that they didn't? You had a PGA Tour hat on.
I had a collar on. I had a collar shirt. They can do that in post.
But
they
your
can clean it
collared
up.
shirts are what was the logo on there? It wasn't like a
was it the draft show one?
No.
Okay.
It was the.
He wore the draft show one for our photo shoot.
No, there was a cowboy star on it.
There's a cowboy star.
Yeah.
Okay.
So and I mean it was a pretty neutral polo, but
because that Nashville guy did look way more cleaned up. He looked very presentable. No doubt about it.
I mean, look, I think it's if you're gonna use 4 seconds of it, like I honestly don't mind that I was anticipating they were gonna cut it, but I just think it's funny that it's like, why'd you pay a film crew to like then just use the audio? Like you could have just easily done like what Fox or CBS does for their pregames, where they like reach out to Tim and they're like, hey, can we just grab some cuts from your pregame show or whatever? Like that's what they do. I thought this tweet was really interesting. Somebody tweeted this last night. Screw you, Prime Video NFL Films with looks like 17 exclamation points. Don't bring your punk asses back to our studio.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh, was that you?
And then the diehard Tolos.
I thought it said Shan Sherry.
God, Tolo D. I had another Tolo. He's like, I'm making my beer run scheduled around this. I'm here for you guys. I'm here for the support. And just
let
shame.
them down.
I feel total complete shame.
Man,
That's it.
and as 469 says, it shows you guys have radio faces. We're face for radio.
Yeah.
Amazon got in here and went, oh, Tennessee's prettier than y'all.
That's true.
We're not going to do this.
There it is. Our moment in the sun last night.
Big road game for Dallas. They need to win out if they want a chance to win the division.
Huge road game.
I didn't
road game
even.
for
I was telling
Tennessee.
Peyton, I didn't even know for the first 2 seconds it was my voice. Because it does like it's
the music.
It's not from it's not from the mic. It's a boom mic, so it just sounds kind of different. Peyton said he's like, oh no, I knew instantly.
I had 4 people text me. They're like, I've been watching this whole hour pregame just for that moment.
Crushing. So crushing.
Star down to Amazon Prime.
Was your wife?
Star down.
Was star down? Was your wife excited?
Yeah, she was excited. She wanted to see it. She was standing in there, and then she was like giving the kids a shower, and so she was like running back and forth. And then she,
Why do we get so excited about Amazon Prime when ESPN puts us up every day? Because Stephen A. Smith.
Because they interact with Amazon Prime all day while they like order things and stuff like that, and so it's like, oh, I know this outlet.
Yeah.
Like she didn't think it was cool. Like the second week leading into the Bengals game, Fox used some cut from us talking.
Yeah.
And like she was just like, oh, that's cool.
McAfee uses video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're like,
So
kind of over it, but Amazon Prime.
Doesn't NFL Films run Hard Knocks too?
I believe so.
Maybe it's you then, because remember they gave Choppy the love on Hard Knocks, and then they give me the love.
So you're saying they're racist?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
They're against brown people.
They are.
I should have changed my last name. Maybe when they heard you
Johnson.
pronounce me as Sehan, they thought that I was going to be having a turban on.
They're like, wasn't that the guy that shot Bobby Kennedy?
So-
No, they're. He said Sirhan. No, it was funny. The
Twitter files.
No, like it could be
Seihan Sheriff.
Maybe,
yeah, let's throw him on the home of America's team.
Maybe I should have pronounced your name as Sean instead of Sean.
Shannon, RJ, and Sean.
What do we think of the uniforms? The Arctic.
Oh, beautiful.
They were awesome.
They were so
Arctic
beautiful.
Cowboy uniform.
And here's the thing that I am really, really upset about is that the NFL won't let I think they've lightened up on letting players use the dark visors, but CeeDee Lamb in warmups wearing the like amber like mirrored visor with that uniform, I was like, this CeeDee scoring 12 touchdowns tonight.
Yeah,
just based off of like Tennessee's just gonna let him walk into the end zone looking like that, and then he came back out and the visor was off, and I was like, ah, crap. The NFL still's got their
those visors are sick.
I know. Why not let them wear them? They're a great aesthetic. Zeke gets to wear the black one, like you wear that. You can't. I think you've got to have some sort of like doctor's note essentially though to be able to wear the visors. Like you can wear the clear ones if you want, but the dark ones, I think you have to have some sort of note from a doctor that says, hey, he needs it for whatever issue with his eyes. And so I think that's why Zeke can wear the black one. But yeah, they don't let you wear like the amber ones, which look great. Like I mean, how many times college football would you remember like at Miami how clean that look would look with like Willis McGahee and those
and thank goodness we could watch on Fox 4 for that rewind feature.
I don't know what y'all are talking about. I can rewind Amazon.
You didn't tell me anything yesterday. 24 hours ago we had this discussion. You didn't say, what are you talking about? You agree with me that you were limited.
Because I've opened it. Like I've opened it and I've watched it. I've never felt a need to rewind the games that aren't the Cowboys. So when I'm watching, I'm just watching. But yesterday, when I was watching the Cowboys and I was like, man, I wish I could rewind it. I was like, oh, I can. And I could rewind it and pause it and jump back and forth.
Didn't we have this discussion? Am I crazy?
You did. That's not what I'm saying.
Nothing about it.
I know, because I'm saying I haven't needed to all year, because when I'm watching other games, I don't need that feature. Yesterday, when I like watching it, needed to use it for Dallas, I was like, oh, I can do this.
Are you sure you weren't on Fox 4?
I'm positive, because I started on Fox 4 and I had to jump to Prime because Fox 4 was about 20 seconds behind the Prime feed.
Oh.
And so like
have you been able to rewind on Prime? Have you tried?
Well, I have Apple TV, so like I just like click the remote and then I can drag backwards.
Oh, sorry.
But yes, I can rewind on it. So I think you can.
Okay, I've tried.
What do you put Prime on? Is it like, do you have a smart TV or do you have like a Roku or what? How do you?
It's a smart TV.
That's what I'm using. I'm using a smart TV and it lets me rewind it.
877-881-1053 as the Metroplex pulled off the trifecta. Luka balling again. Stars are dominant. We have an all-time great passing. The legend, the icon of his sport. Other NFL games this weekend. Who's winning the college football playoff? We got to get to those picks. And, of course, back to a Cowboys Friday with Sean and Bobby right here on The Fan. But
Leave It On with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First down. It's a play fake. A boot to the left. Wide open. Dalton Schultz on the left side walks into the end zone. Touchdown, Cowboys. And a tremendous windmill spike for Dalton Schultz.
Brad Sham with the call right here on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Cowboys Friday with Sean Sharif and Bobby Belt. This thing felt like it was going to be a blowout early on. I think the final score was a little bit misleading. Cowboys controlled the game. I never thought the Titans were going to win, but the middle felt sloppy and a little bit uneasy. The Cowboys turned it over 3 times, but the Titans sit. 9 starters. 9 Titans were out, including Derrick Henry. Little surprise quarterback move with Joshua Dobbs taking over for Malik Willis, but they're just too awful in terms of pass defense. You were right, Bobby. Excellent against the run. They shut down the Cowboys' run, but man, their secondary play. Thank you for tackling Michael Gallup. That bear hug was huge, and that set up that Dalton Schultz touchdown that you just heard right here on the Fan. That made it 17-6. Did T.Y. draw another penalty? I was trying to, or was it the Gallup one?
No, Gallup drew one.
That was 51 yards.
That was huge. Noah Brown drew a couple. Noah Brown also had some problems with drops last night. There were, I think, 2, maybe 3 passes that he dropped. But yeah, Dalton Schultz, you mentioned there, like that throw and that catch, like just a great job. Strong hands from Schultz to reach over the top. Great ball placement from Dak. We've talked a lot about the CD Lamb connection improving.
That wasn't the Schultz touchdown, I believe.
Which one?
The one that you're talking about, the great play. I think that made it 24-13.
Schultz caught both the touchdown passes.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Schultz first one versus the second one.
Yeah, the second one is the one that he snatched away. I wasn't referring to the sham clip. I was just saying in general, talking about the performance he had.
Okay.
And it's one of those that we've talked about how CD has improved with Dak's return. Like Dalton Schultz, the difference between when Dak has been in there versus Cooper Rush, it's unreal. You look at the games he played with Cooper Rush, he had 2 catches for 18 yards in the time that Cooper Rush was in there. Since Dak came back over this 10-game period, Dalton Schultz has 44 catches, 464 yards, 5 touchdowns. That's more in line with what we saw last year and why he had earned himself a payday. But Dalton Schultz has been incredibly big for them, especially in the red zone since, Dak got back. 5 touchdowns in the red zone since Dak returned to the lineup.
Dak threw. Really good game for him. Star up, 282 yards and 2 touchdowns. Mike McCarthy talking about his quarterback after.
I thought he played well. I thought he managed, a couple of situations that, the long down and distances and so forth. His approach, demeanor is always very, very similar, which is a real strong suit of his, and I think he definitely exhibited that again tonight.
How about Dak's quote after? Style points and all that, that's for y'all who think games are won on paper. Woo! Shots fired from Dak Prescott. Look, with the 3 turnovers, again, it drives me crazy when media and fans, especially media, who I expect a little bit more of, you're being paid to talk about it, just look at the box score and say, 3 more turnovers. There you go. Dak Prescott, turnover machine, turnover problem. Let's break them down. The first pick was on Hendershot. That's not Dak's fault. The pick before halftime was on Dak Prescott. He was behind Schultz. Mm-hmm. The one in question to me is the Biotish fumble. And let me say this. Even if that was Dak's fault, I don't care about that as a long-term problem. That's fluky. This isn't Daniel Jones with a fumbling problem. If it was, I'd rather have that than Dak making a bad or dumb decision where I was questioning his reading of a defense or him panicking or the internal clock in his mind. That's probably not going to happen again the rest of the season. That was fluky, and I don't know whether it was on Dak or it was on Biotish. So when we see 3 turnovers, I only count the one that he was trying to throw to Schultz. That's all I count.
Yeah, which is, as Mike McCarthy described
That's one too many, Sharif.
Yeah, you can't
It's like championship football.
Can't have any.
I simulated this in Madden yesterday morning, and I threw 5 touchdowns and no picks.
Mike McCarthy described it after the game. He said one was a ball that should have been caught, and he said the other was a minus decision. And I think that's exactly bad decision. It's Dak trying to do too much. Probably trying to, make a play before half, try and pick up some momentum, and in the process, turn the momentum around a little bit. But that also was in general, something that probably shouldn't have even been in a position to make happen, because they got put behind the sticks with those couple of sacks, and the pressure on Dak earlier in that drive. And if they don't get set back like that, I don't think Dak is pressing like that at the end of the half.
Other takeaways that you had. I want to do Cowboy calls today at 7:20. I want to change it up.
Ooh, y'all wake up.
More time. 7:20 for the Cowboy calls this morning here on The Fan.
Like some of my other big takeaways from this one, like in the positive, would be CeeDee Lamb has just become a complete stud and is a genuine, true top tier. We had said before the season, he's a number one. He is a number one, but when there were these arguments about he's a top 10 receiver, and it was like, nah, he's more like 12 to 15. You're seeing what top 10 looks like now. You're seeing what top 6 or so looks like now.
Who's playing better than him off the top of your head right now in the league? Tyreek, Justin Jefferson.
Might be about it.
I mean, is that it?
Recently, that might be about it. In fact, I'll look it up right now. I'll figure out who's got the most receiving yards over the last several weeks.
He has been unstoppable. He's been fantastic. T.Y. Hilton was huge. Forget Odell Beckham. This is exactly what we were dreaming Odell could do. This is it right here. T.Y. Hilton with these plays. On third downs, he's coming up huge. Absolutely humongous. He had a 3rd and 5 diving conversion that kept the drive alive for Zeke's touchdown. He had another 3rd down catch, and then the undercover play of the game to me was 3rd and 10. Titans are getting the momentum. It's a 4-point game. It's 17-13 after the Robert Woods TD. Dak scrambles, gets out of it on the move, 27 yards to T.Y. Hilton. Huge play after huge play. Props to him. So Schultz, Gallup with the penalty drawn, CD and T.Y. stars up.
Yeah, I think all those are stars up. DeMarcus Lawrence, you've got to throw a star up to. One guy we haven't talked about this morning, and I need to watch the tape on it to verify, but a first glance on TV, looked like Damone Clark played a lot better yesterday than he has in recent weeks. He had a couple different plays where he flashed, where his instincts were right. And so if he's reading and reacting better, that's going to be a big boost to them, because that's been the biggest slowing point for Clark since he came back in the lineup. He's athletically there. He can do those things. He's just trying to find his footing as a rookie who's been away from the game for a while, getting back to that point where he can read and react correctly.
DFW is owning the sports headlines again this morning. Cowboys won. And number 2, they're still interested nationally in Luka's follow-up.
It's Dinwiddie into Luka. Yeah, baby! The crowd wanted to see some Luka magic tonight that they didn't see on Tuesday, and they just got some.
I love Derek Harper. I'm done. I'm finished. Luka fires it up from half court as the Mavs beat the Rockets 129-114. 5th win in a row. Luka only had 35, 12, and 13.
Oh, boring. I wonder what Skip will say about this today. Listen to this.
Skip Bayless will say if Zion did that, Zion is the new GOAT. This is probably a 6 out of 10 performance from that idiot, poisonous rat. That's what he is.
Who would you rather spend a day with, Skip Bayless or NFL Films?
NFL
All
films.
3 of them?
NFL films.
Here's an interesting stat line from last night too. 21 points, 5 of 8 from 3, 6 rebounds, 4 blocks. That is Christian Wood's stat line.
Oh, give that to me again.
21 points, 6 rebounds, 5 of 8 from 3, 4 blocks, and I didn't even tell you the best part. I was in 21 minutes.
21 minutes?
21
he
minutes.
Started,
he put up 21,
right?
and he played 21. Now, he got into foul trouble. He had 5 fouls last night. But 21 points, 4 blocks, 6 boards in 21 minutes.
And the trifecta was completed as the Dallas Stars beat up the Wild 4-1. Tyler Seguin scored twice as Dallas put it on Minnesota. They continue to have an incredible season, a fantastic season. Jamie Benn also scored. Wyatt Johnson scored the go-ahead goal early in the third. So they're the Stars. Ran their record to 6-1-1 over their last 8, maintaining their 5-point lead in the Central Division. Turn off your mic as we talk about the passing of Pele yesterday. Everyone kind of a reminder, hey, Messi, GOAT. Let's not forget this guy as the absolute legend passed away at the... You don't have to get this serious with the music turned down, Peyton. I understand what you were doing. I just don't want Bobby to talk during a soccer discussion.
I was going to be respectful for what it's worth.
Okay, go ahead.
I was going to be respectful. Like, I know that's one of those things that as little as somebody like myself, who obviously pays attention to soccer and anything else, that was a name that I was completely familiar with all the way back to like my first consciousness of sports, like being 5 years old. And so his impact is obviously huge.
The only person to win. Look at what the World Cup has done. Now look, Messi was still the most popular athlete on Instagram, the GOAT, Ronaldo. But like, that World Cup was like his Elway Super Bowl moment. That World Cup. Pele's the only one to win 3. 3! Are you kidding me? Beautiful game is associated to him. And I was watching just a bunch of documentaries on him yesterday. So after he retired, I think he was running into some financial concerns. It was like a MLS type attempt to do a startup league in New York, and they had signed all these old legends, and one of his proudest moments was putting 70,000 people in New York at the Meadowlands. I think it was the Meadowlands Stadium at the time, as they carried him off as he was always putting on a show. And then there was this Twitter video that has like 25 million views saying Pele did it first, and it's showing all these sick soccer moves from today's stars, and it's got him actually doing it in black and white from way back in the day. So the legend passing away at the age of 82 with 3 World Cup trophies. All right, college football playoff. Woo! How excited are you for this tomorrow?
I'm excited because I really think, I really do think like Tennessee, or not Tennessee, I really do think TCU's got a shot. And look,
you were right. You ended up being right about Georgia last year.
I was. Thank you for remembering. But you know,
one of two. You got the first one against me wrong, but you got the one that counts right.
Yes, exactly. No, but TCU, like, I think there's a little bit of an underestimation. I think of TCU still, even after everything they've done. I think there's a lot of recency bias in terms of people saw the Ohio State game. I think that's so fresh in people's minds about Michigan that I think they're being given a little bit more credence in what they can do passing the ball to keep up with TCU than what is actually probably realistic. It's like Mike Golick Jr. told us yesterday, like, I need to see it again. Like, that's the question facing Michigan is, can they do it again? And look,
which underdog do you think has a better shot between Ohio State or the Horned Frogs?
That is a great question. Probably TCU. But I mean, Ohio State, when they're playing their game, they are the most dangerous matchup for Georgia. And so that would be the most interesting. I think ultimately this is all a race for second place, what everybody's doing anyway. I think Georgia's going to win it again. They're the only great team this year.
Michigan is a 7.5-point favorite. Georgia is a 6.5-point favorite. So tomorrow, Fort Worth in the spotlight starting at 3 p.m. and then at 7 o'clock, Ohio State against Georgia. The college football semifinals will have official picks later on in the show. Peyton Russell going to try to keep RJ Choppy unemployed with his version of The Degenerate. Headlines on a Football Friday. Let's change things up. What the heck? Y'all been sticking with us. You've been sitting there waiting to lash out over this game since last night. It's a Friday. We're heading into the new year. Let's change things up. 877-881-1053 right now. 877-881-1053 for your Cowboy calls, your star up, star down, wherever you want to take it after the Cowboys get to 12-4 and keep the NFC East Championship still alive. Your call's next.
big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Straight I formation, second and goal. Handoff, Elliott, burrowing, pushing, line of scrimmage, goal line, touchdown, Elliott.
And that was one of two highlights in the run game, a 1-yard touchdown. And I gave Malik Davis a star up, by the way. A lot of my buddies outside of the state were dog cussing me because they said, is Pollard going to play? Can you tell me? Ask your insiders. Pollard going to play for my fantasy football championship? And I was like, no, he's probably not going to play. Well, then they followed up mad at me that I didn't tell them about Malik Davis. I'm like, I'm not your damn assistant GM. You know, I'm not Will McClay over here. Make your own decisions. But man, Malik Davis showed some burst. One of the runs yesterday was shot out of a cannon on a run. He had an 18-yard catch on that same drive. He had a big catch in the fourth quarter, 3rd and 2. So star up, in my opinion, for Malik Davis, even though the Cowboys' run game was shut down. Malik almost averaged 4 yards a carry. Zeke, 19 for 37, 1.9. They averaged 2.7 per carry as a team, which I know you're not happy about. We'll get to that next hour. But yeah,
Malik, I considered having him as a star up, and maybe I should have. But the only reason why I didn't is because he did break that 123-yard run, but outside of that, it was 9 carries for 16 yards. It just wasn't incredibly efficient. But you're right, he did make some big plays in the passing game, not just as a pass catcher, but in pass protection. He did a good job picking up some blitzes from what I saw. And that's one of the reasons why they really liked him coming out. Like, they were on top of him for a while. Brian and I have talked about this a lot recently in regards to Malik Davis, is that I had told Brian a couple weeks before, hey, what do you know about Malik Davis? He's like, nothing. He was the backup at Florida. It's like, all right, well, we got to start studying him because they like him over there. And it's because he's just, while he's not elite at any one thing, he's solid around all around solid football player. There's no real weakness in his game.
All right, I want to hear from the Tolos. Change things up on this Football Friday heading into the new year. Thank y'all for sticking with us, turning it on, leaving it on with Sean and Bobby. 877-881-1053. And another thank you for next week for you listening. Adam Sandler tickets. Wish I knew we had those before I went and bought them for the wife's Christmas gift.
Oh, no.
Not bitter at all. Omar, my middle name, in Plano. Omar, start us off here on The Fan.
What's up, Sean? I just had some beef nahari with naan for breakfast.
Had some what?
But, you know what beef nahari is, right?
Nahari, yes. I love nahari. Fantastic.
Yeah.
And look, and I would go home. So this is like a long, kind of a version of Indian chicken noodle soup, except so much better. But my wife, if I went home at 10 a.m., I eat lunch at 10:30. And it took her a few years to be like, oh, you're hungry because you woke up at 4 a.m., so you eat lunch at 10:30. So I'm proud of you for eating nahari this early.
Appreciate it. I was going to say was basically for me, I'm just numb to every win. I don't know why. I just when I look at the win, I'm like, all right, whatever, keep going. But from the observations I've made is that I believe this team can go to Arizona, but it's only if the defense is able to keep up what they were doing, and we, on offense, we control the pace through the run game. If I believe, still, I know, Dak may have had some success through cover 2, this and whatnot, I still believe that if we leave the ball in Dak's hands, I don't think that. I think we're gonna end up sitting home. We're gonna end up getting sent home early.
So what has he done in the last 3 weeks to make you feel that way? The Jacksonville, the Philadelphia epic performance, and then last night's game. What don't you like specifically?
I feel like him turning the ball over at times. There's been against in the playoffs, him doing those things in the playoffs that's going to bite you a whole different way.
Okay.
He makes having those fluky plays, I feel like will bite you a whole different way.
Thank you, brother. Send me the nahari recipe or the place in which you got it. Fantastic. So, in my opinion, this whole formula that they preach to us and wanted to follow of run first and let's win like San Francisco, that's gone. That's over and done with because of this defense. But whether you like it or not, you're going to have to ride Dak Prescott's right arm because of what this defense is going to give up and allow. Number 2 corner is not getting fixed. I don't care that Nashawn Wright got a pick. He's not good. Kelvin Joseph is a total complete bum that the entire city wants off the team. Diggs ain't playing that great to me. I saw a couple plays yesterday where he was far off in coverage. I don't know what's going on with the Donovan Wilson communication. There was 2 plays yesterday I was wondering about. Did you have an answer for that or a breakdown? The touchdown, and then I can't remember the other play where it looked like they were confused.
Yeah, there was the one where Josh Dobbs hit the big 30-yard pass down the seam.
Yeah.
Where it looked like there was some confusion there. Not exactly straight. Now coverage has not always been Donovan Wilson's strong suit, but they do. The safeties usually communicate pretty well. So whenever there's a confusion or a mix-up, I'm hesitant to wonder if there was a safety miscommunication or if it was on somebody else. But hopefully, I don't know what the media schedule looks like for today. But whenever we get Dan Quinn next, hopefully that's something we can ask him about.
But look, you have much bigger concerns on defense than offense, y'all. Just get that in your head. And I don't think it's getting turned around. Michael Irvin was on Wednesday, and he's like, I'm freaking worried. Number 2 corner is a tremendous problem. Pass rush is still an issue. Crucial moments in games, will they be able to stop the run? Man, Tank Lawrence was outrunning some of the linebackers last night trying to get guys going downfield. I mean, you had me focusing on these linebackers now, and I'm out for blood.
Yeah, it's been Anthony Barr's just not. You would talk about star down. We haven't even mentioned Anthony Barr. Anthony Barr's just got a weekly spot in star down. He can't cover. He's a little bit better in the run support, but even still, there are times where he gets blocked up and things like that. What's interesting is you mentioning that the defense being a bigger problem. I was just curious what it was. I had to go look just now. The last 4 weeks, Dallas is giving up a 52.6% conversion rate on third down.
Wow.
Against teams like Houston and Tennessee.
52%.
Yep.
They are going to lead the league in turnovers again. 30-second takeaway after Nashawn Wright got that interception in the 4th.
Yeah, and that's look, that is something that's sometimes difficult to project from year to year as the turnover aspect, especially when you consider they are number 1 in fumble recoveries. 17 of those 32 turnovers are fumble recoveries, and those are just lucky, luck of the bounce, basically.
BA in Dallas, you're up next with Sean and Bobby. BA, go ahead, bro.
Yo, good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
What's up?
Good. Man, look, a lot of these fans have to realize we have a ton of injuries. We're still winning. Yes, the defense isn't doing it as good as they used to. But look, we're winning games, man. It is a long season. We have to praise them for what they're doing, and that is winning games. Let's get to the playoffs and see how it shakes out, and we'll go from there.
Walchuk said this last night in the Post, and I do think sometimes, and I'm guilty of it in life and in judging the teams. I told you after the Tampa game they were going to be 12-4. You would never have believed it. You would never have bought it at all. 12-4. That's a dream season. That's crazy. Now, I do agree in having a higher standard. The frustration now is knowing deep down you're probably the 3rd best team in the NFC. You're behind Philly and San Francisco, who, quote unquote, doesn't have a quarterback. And I'm not taking, I always ask myself, what am I taking from this performance? What am I taking from this game? I'm not taking anything from this game whatsoever. Good or bad. I'm not leaving with any hot take or stronger opinion. I had the Cowboys sitting 3 in the NFC, and the best thing that has happened in the past 3 weeks, I know that Dak can take apart the Phillies secondary if he's on. That's the most important thing to me. Dak can shred the Eagles secondary if it comes to that. Otherwise, Houston, Indianapolis, this game, I'm not taking anything major from it. I haven't changed my stance on what they are and what they can be.
And look, we talk about how they, you said you wouldn't believe me if I would have told you they were 12-4 after the Tampa Bay game. If you look at the fact that they lost a game to Green Bay and Jacksonville,
and by the way, nobody would have had that. No. We all said season's over.
Yeah, absolutely. Nobody, you look at the fact that they've lost to Green Bay and Jacksonville in the last couple months. Those are 2 overtime road losses that you led by 2 touchdowns in.
Yep.
if you win those games, if those games were finished, we're talking about Dallas being on a 10-game winning streak right now.
Yep. Michael in Dallas. Mike, you are live on the Diamond Factory Hotline on a Cowboys Friday.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning, fellas.
What's up?
Morning.
Quick. I know you want me to do this pretty quick. It's gonna give me just a little bit. I got a couple of things. One, the defense. Without Leighton Vander Esch, I don't see him. It's like he was a general. He was putting them in the right places. That's where most of the sacks were coming from, being in the right places, working your tail off and stuff like that. I don't see that general on the defense anymore. As much as we bag on him and stuff like that, it seemed to me like he was the one putting them in the right places. That's what the middle linebacker is supposed to do, set the defense up, be defensive line, get to where they're supposed to, where they see the empty holes. And the other thing, I think that T.Y. just solidified him being the number 3 receiver and Brown going back to doing what Brown does, blocking and every now and then. I just want to get y'all's comments on that. Fellas, I appreciate it. Y'all have a good one.
Thanks, Mike. You too. Happy New Year.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. I think that you talk about fresh legs. You talk about being clearly a guy that Dak already trusts. Like for Dak to take,
this has been a home run already.
Yeah, absolutely. For Dak to target him, I believe it's 5 times now on 3rd and 4th down over the course of 2 games, and on all 5, I believe you've picked it up. 1 a penalty, 4 others are conversions. There's clearly a lot of trust in him, and that's what you miss a lot of times in having a savvy veteran and a guy who can run for days and a guy who is fresh. He's got fresh legs. He didn't play. This is why some veterans pick their spots and say, I'm going to sit out training camp. I'm going to sit out several weeks. I don't want to go through that whole, beat up process. I want to be fresh.
Dak, how in the heck have you established such quick chemistry with your new veteran receiver?
That's credit to T.Y., to be honest. He's a quarterback-friendly receiver. He's played a lot of football. He's a veteran. His body language speaks for itself. You know where he's going. That's all credit to him. Just being able to come in a couple of weeks ago and just make the impact that he's made, make big-time catches, show up on 3rd down, and just time and time again when his number's called, make those plays. But if you go back and you look at this guy's resume and history in his career, there's no surprise in what he's doing.
Neil in San Antonio. Neil, you're live on 105 through the Fan. Go ahead, boss.
Hey, good morning, fellas, and Happy New Year's to you. The first thing first, man, for the caller that called in and said that he had concerns with Dak in the playoffs because there are fluky things that happened. Out of 4 playoff appearances, you can only attribute 1 game where I felt that Dak did not give the team a chance to win, and that was against San Fran. The other 3 playoff games, Dak played well. Dak played out of his mind, especially that first one against Green Bay. Second thing is, things I'm concerned with is, 1, defense ability to get off on 3rd down, and then also the secondary. The defensive coordinator, he has to do a better job of scheming this team to be able to get off the field on 3rd down. I'm going to feel a lot better when Hankins get back because I have more confidence in stopping and run games against teams that can run the ball. But as far as offense, the offense is humming. And last night, I had no expectations because if we would have beat them 50-0, there would have been nothing to take away from that game. If we won the way we won last night, then, of course, the media pundits is going to have a ball with it. Cowboy fans, enjoy your 12-4 when things look lost in the beginning. And when the playoffs start, hey, it's going to roll where it's going to roll. Have a good one, fellas.
Thank you, Neil. Good call. Did they blitz more yesterday? Donovan Wilson ended up with a sack, and I thought DeRon Bland was in the backfield. We were talking about this D-line not getting any pressure as of late, and maybe Dan Quinn, you asked Laufenberg, is he going to have to bring some more heat from the other levels? Did that happen last night?
It felt like it. We don't have those numbers for this morning yet.
Well, get them.
Well, they've got to post them, Sean. But other than it definitely felt like. Now, it didn't feel like a bunch of blitzing from the linebackers or anything. Felt like he was setting some corner blitzes. Like DeRon Bland had 2 quarterback hits. I think we saw Nashawn Wright rush a couple times. I know we saw Donovan Wilson blitz. So it looked like they were using the secondary to blitz a little bit more.
Nashawn Wright should have given up a first down to Robert Woods. That was a drop. Something named Racy McMath had a 39-yard catch on him. Burks got him on the... Nashawn was just on the ground, like desperately scrambling to try to stop Burks on the sideline before the half. Woods had a 3rd and 6 catch on him in the 3rd. That's why he's not been on the field. He's only on the field because of the injuries and because Kelvin Joseph is horrific. 877-881-1053. Hit us up here for Cowboy Calls on a Cowboys Friday. Brian in Dallas. Brian, you're next up.
Good morning, fellas. I got just a couple quick things. I will agree with you, Sean. I think Dak's fumbles and everything like that, his interceptions, that only the first one, that one wasn't on him. The second one, I think that was on him.
Yep.
And then, of course,
Who'd you think the fumble was on? And I want to know from all the Tolos, who was the fumble on in your mind with Biotish and Dak? I'd like to know that, because that one I truly don't know any answer to it. What do you think, Brian?
Yeah, I think that one's kind of difficult. It looked almost just kind of like a botched receive. I can't really tell. I mean,
yeah,
it could have been bad snap, bad hold, whatever. I can't. It was too hard to tell. But the other thing, I'm gonna take the spot of RJ Choppy. You beat him by 14 points. That's exactly what Vegas was saying you were going to do.
Yep.
So I think we need to stop complaining about this being a bad win or whatever. You did exactly what you're expected to do, and you also, like, the over under too. It was 40. The total was 41. What else do you want from this team? I guess I don't understand what other people are so upset about. Hey, you guys have a great day.
Back at you, and Happy New Year. Choppy is driving around listening right now, and RJ would say, guys, I don't style point road wins, and you won by 14. What else do you want? I'm sorry. And Chop, you can maybe call in if you want to make sure Peyton doesn't steal your future degenerate segment, as RJ was doing BetQL work last night. And Peyton is just... He's sitting back there in the bushes waiting to take some of that BetQL money. But RJ would say, you won by 14. Dak was really good. Stop. That's what Choppy would be saying after a road win like that. Cesar in Dallas. C, you are live on Sean and Bobby. Go ahead.
What's going on, my boy Sean? My star up is that defensive line. After a couple of rough weeks, we haven't got pressure on the quarterback. We were able to do that last night. Star up, CeeDee Lamb and T.Y. Hilton. I would say star up Dak Prescott, the way he's been playing this past couple of weeks. But, I heard you say earlier you're worried about, us in the playoffs, just being the number 3 seed, well, possibly, the number 5 seed, and having to face, with the defense we have. But why are you so worried? We already beat Minnesota. You saw what we did against Philly. What's your biggest threat in the NFC?
Well, it's the standard. Look, Dak Prescott against the Eagles, despite all the Dak asses, that was like a 9.5 out of 10 performance. Like, that was, I even said, I took a little bit of heat. The Cowboys got a little lucky in that game. The Cowboys against the Giants on Thanksgiving, converting 3rd and longs is not a consistent recipe for success. I like that he can do it, but if you tell me that those scenarios are going to happen in a postseason game, I'm going to tell you the Cowboys lose. Just law of averages. So I don't want, and the Cowboys don't want, to ask Dak to play at a 9 out of 10 scale in order for them to win. That's why Kellen keeps ramming his head against the wall with the early down runs. That's why they don't want Dak to throw it as many times as he did last night, 41 times. So yes, just because you're capable of something, right? It's like when you have car trouble. You know your car, like right now, I'm iffy on my transmission, all right? Like when I shift it and drive, I got a little hesitation. I'm like, this thing's probably going to go. I'm probably going to get home, but I don't want to rely on this for the next 2 or 3 months. Like, I need to go ahead and get it fixed. I need to get it straightened out. And I don't want to have to rely on Dak doing this to the level he did against the Eagles, because you're probably going to lose. And this defense is going to force him to have to throw it like that and score like that, because this defense is a problem, a championship-level problem, if you want to go that far, which we all do. Justin in Fort Worth. By the time we got Fort Worth representing right here this morning. Justin, you're live on the Fan.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Thank you for having me on. Just a couple of, first off, I'm a ride or die Cowboy fan, so definitely I'm excited and happy we're 12-4. We have secured a playoff spot, so for sure that's great. Concerns I have, Kellen Moore play calling. I think there's been, I go back to the Jacksonville game, 3rd and 10. You have a chance for them to take a timeout. You throw a long deep pass down to Brown, and it's incomplete. That I go back to play calling. I feel like there's moments where the defense comes up with the pick, they come with the turnover, and the offense comes right back and either does a 3-and-out or they do a turnover. So I feel that we're not necessarily playing complementary football. I am concerned about the offensive line. I'm not sure how severe the injury is for Biotis, but if you're talking about now Tyler Smith was struggling at moving into the guard position, you're talking about Peters. Is he durable at the left tackle? So there's a concern there. And then the defense, once a player goes down during the game, a corner has a bad injury, they take them out. It seems like the defense was just scrambling. They didn't know what position they were in. There was a lot of miscommunication. So how do you fix that when the playoffs come around? Because injuries happen all the time. But definitely excited for this opportunity to go into the playoffs. Thanks for having me on, fellas.
Thanks, Jay. Happy New Year. So I did want to touch on one thing I had in my star down. It's a very small thing. I feel like Mike Bassick, because small things can burn you in big moments. And I think I did the math right on this yesterday. So Nashawn Wright gets the pick. Mm-hmm. You're up 14. That's when I was like, game over, because the Cowboys are going to burn some clock. Their next drive, they only took 51 seconds off the clock. I believe I did the math right on it. So they ran it, which you have to do to start the clock. Then they threw a deep bomb, which I think Justin was alluding to on second down. They threw a deep bomb, and then they had another incomplete. And I'm like, are you all freaking stupid? Are you serious? Against a better team, 5 minutes left, right? We all thought game over after the Nashawn Wright pick, I think. I was like, Josh Dobbs, he's not good enough to beat you. But against a good team with 5 minutes left, there's a window open. You take 51 seconds off the clock on a drive in which you have to chew up some of the time. I had a game mismanagement problem with that. Do you know what I'm referring to?
I do. My only thought is they weren't running the ball effectively. So what you were going to do is you were going to be 3-and-out anyway. So I do get the idea of like, let's trust the passing game to pick up a first down and then
not
run the ball
bomb.
again on first down.
I had a problem with the second down bomb.
That's fine. That's if you have an issue with that, I don't blame you.
And they did make, I think, a correction in terms of like we need the Jacksonville ending. I think is when we got mad they didn't run it. Yesterday, in a clock-killing situation, they just threw that quick screen to CD on the right side. Like, Dak put a lot of heat on it, and it was a pass, but it was an easy pass, kept clock running. I wish they would have done that versus a deep bomb down the right sideline that's going to stop the clock twice in your 3 downs. 50 seconds gone. I mean, I'm just saying, keep an eye out for stuff like that moving forward with game management.
Yeah, and I get that. Like, I mean, but ultimately, you sacrifice about a minute. You lost it. You didn't get about a minute's worth of clock time that you would have been hoping for. And I do get the idea of like feeling like you're not going to be able to, if you want another set of downs, you're not going to be able to get it on the ground tonight. So feeling like you need to, probably not a great decision to throw it deep down the sideline to Lamb. And then Noah Brown, tried to throw it to Noah Brown, covered pretty tightly, wasn't able to be caught. I would have preferred maybe a play action boot there, toss something to Schultz in the flat. That's probably more the route you want to go. But I don't just in a vacuum hate the idea of passing there.
I like Dak's movement and sense in the pocket in terms of using his legs now. Like, I feel a little bit more comfortable that he's more comfortable with it. That's just a total, feel opinion. But I like the way he's moving around and using his legs. Drew in Cedar Hill, you're next up on a Cowboys Friday. Go ahead, Drew.
Oh, hey, thanks for having me, guys. You're doing an adequate job, even Bobby.
Gracias.
Hey, I just got one real quick comment. I could do about 100, but who's the leading scorer in the NFL right now?
The leading scorer in terms of for a player?
For points, yeah.
Yeah, it's Brett Maher.
Yep, start up to Brett Maher. That's pretty much what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
I like it.
He deserves a ton of credit, and he's brought a ton of stability to a position that has been incredibly unstable.
After he hit the field goal in the second quarter from 36, that made it 12 straight field goals and 29 of 32 for the season. At that point, 90%, including 9 of 11 from 50 or longer, with one make from 60. And that note courtesy of Michael Gelkin. Rick in Burleson. Rick, you're next up on the home of the Cowboys. Go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year.
I appreciate it.
Great.
So I hate Vegas for one reason, because they set expectations, and the expectations are never met with this team for whatever reason. it seems like whenever we're heavily favored, we don't ever achieve that.
Well, they did it. They did achieve it last night. I mean, if you're a 13-point favorite in the National Football League and you cover that, that's a hell of a cover.
It's a hell of a cover, but the expectations were it was going to be a blowout. Everybody said it's going to be a blowout, and it's in the National Football League. Blowouts just very seldom will ever happen, and they don't play up to how they played against the Vikings. I mean, the Viking game was just a one of a kind. I think that's what really set the expectations, and I think they really what this game told me last night is we're going to have to sign Pollard next year. And they just are not the same team without him in the lineup.
Thank you for the call, Rick. This city, I swear to God, has a Madden mentality. It's not a video game, y'all. They did not play well last night, in my opinion. But this is a weekly thing with the fan base that you have to win by. Are you not paying attention to the parity in the league? Like, the reason you love the National Football League so much is because anything can happen any given week. The games are as close as ever. The scoring is as low as ever. That's what they love, because it creates all types of playoff implications, scenarios, and craziness. And this expectation of these 17 or 20-point wins, you're being really unreasonable. You're sounding delusional. It's bordering on delusion. It really is. You're not playing a video game. Like, just stop. This ain't high school. It's not.
I do get it, though. Like that was a team that you were clearly so much better than. And they did have their mistakes on defense. They had their mistakes on offense. So there are certain things there that I think you can look at and go, they clearly underperformed. They didn't perform up to their level. And so that just gives you some uneasiness about, are you going into these playoffs a little sleepy?
Yeah.
And so I understand
the Cowboys
concern.
usually, and I feel this way about them now, they always lack the little things, the little small details, stupid penalties, discipline, game management, the little things. It never feels like they get a grade of B or higher. But you know how we felt like Turpin screwed you in the Texans game against me in our bet? I feel even stronger about the Hendershot play yesterday. I think this was on the way to being a blowout before Hendershot screwed that up.
That's not a bad thought.
It's not a bad thought. It's a great thought because I said it.
Yeah, I know. That's exactly it. No, but it is one of those things that when you see it is that they could have, if they score on that drive, which they looked like they were about to, then
they were on their 35.
Then that could be, it was 10-3 at that point or 10-0? I think it was 10. Let's see. When did they score their field goal? Their first one. It was 10-0 at that point. So you're talking about being
13-0 or 17-0.
Yeah, 13 or 17-0.
And to me, it was going to be lights out. But, focus. Little small things, right? Leon in Dallas. Leon, you're live on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. First of all, I called early in the year, and I told you I was predicting a 12-4 season. And I mean, a 12-win season, and you guys called me a homer. I was one of them crazy homers who always predicts a great season. I tell you what, it's wonderful to be a homer because when it happens, it feels so satisfying. Again, the only problem I see with the Cowboys right now is Kellen Moore, again, like the last caller said. On that one game specifically, you got to understand that when this game is on the line, and it's third down, and you have the potential to run this ball and keep the clock moving, which would have forced their last time out. Had you forced their last time out, they wouldn't have had that last time out to beat you with. That's what you got to be thinking. Offense is great, but you got to play offensively, defensively at times as well. You got to know when it's time to pull timeouts. And that's what scares me, because the losses that we lost was against coaches who knew how to clock manage, and that's where we're losing the ball games, with our clock management. So if we do anything, Kellen has to go. And one more thing, Zeke has to go. Trade Zeke, because now that number 34 and Pollard, they can carry the load. Put Zeke and Tyron in a package with the linebacker Vandy, and all three of them will get you a first-round draft pick.
Leon, before you go, since you are Nostradamus around here at 12-4.
Yes, sir.
How is the season going to end?
The season is going to end with the Cowboys winning the NFC Championship by a field goal and going to the Super Bowl. Now, whether we win this one or not, I'm not quite feeling. I'm not sure. Okay. I have to see the offensive coach do his part.
But we're going to the bowl. We're going to the bowl.
We're going to the bowl. I said it.
All right. Leon in Dallas, save it, and you will get the VIP status on the phone lines if it comes to fruition. All right, finish this off in Fort Worth, Mike. Mike, you get the last word for now here on Sean and Bobby.
Hey, boys, thanks for letting me on. I just want to go call real quick and say, diehard Cowboy fan, but we are so very much, what have you done for me lately with the team? I mean, if I had $1 every time somebody said, bench Dak and put in Cooper Rush, through the year. But I'm curious on your guys' thoughts. With everything considered, what would you think the boys have to do in order to make the season a success outside of winning a Super Bowl?
Well, you have to win in the first round. How satisfied will people be with a second-round playoff exit?
Man, that's...
And yes, he said bench. I got scared.
Yeah, you were panicking.
Get ready to hit the dump button.
No, man, I think you have to. I think the standard from here on out has to be like, until they make another NFC Championship game, like that has to be the standard. Like every year, like nobody cares about winning 12 or 13 games and then getting to the same exact point that you've always.
So you're saying Mike McCarthy should be gone if they don't make the NFC title game?
No, I'm saying that in general, I think it's an overall disappointment if you don't get there. If you're one and done, and depending on how you're one and done, that's a different conversation. But I think that, in terms of what is an actual success short of a Super Bowl, get to an NFC title. That would be a success.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text sign to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. We got canceled last night by Dion and Dale freaking Hansen. Next on The Fan.
500,000 downloads. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Prescott under center. This time he's going to bring a wide receiver in motion. The ball's out on the snap. And I think the Titans have got this one back. Just a dropped snap. How about that? And at midfield, the Cowboys have turned it back over.
It's not fist pump time, but yeah, you can fist pump. It's
they won, man.
Friday.
Won by 14, baby.
8 o'clock. It's Sean and Bobby. Happy New Year to everyone. You want to know why you need to listen to Brian Broaddus on the G-Bag Nation and whatever your podcast is called.
Love of the Star.
Love of the Star.
Jerk.
He just called me with a 3-minute explanation on that center exchange, and it was like poetry. I won't be able to get the butt cheeks of Tyler Biadasz out of my mind throughout the entire weekend after Broaddus was talking about pulling left and responsibility and if the ball goes down, whose fault it is. I mean, he just gave me a freaking education in the commercial break, calling on his way to study film on that play. That was my biggest question mark of the entire game because people want to attribute that turnover to Dak. That's not a Daniel. Dak had one turnover last night. I don't even care if the fumble was his fault. In terms of blame, worry, concern, Dak Prescott had one turnover. So for all these shows, and I think one of our Tolos said Ryan Clark is actually trying to add some context to the turnovers. I know David Hellman will do it on FS1 today. All these other minions will just go ahead and say 3 more turnovers like Al Michaels and Herb Street did last night. I'm like, correct it. Say it's really 1 interception. That's it. But no, it's the sexier storyline to say 3. He had 1 turnover last night, even if the fumble was his fault, but brought us with a tremendous breakdown. And did you check in with anyone?
I have. Let me see something. Let me see if I've got it yet.
You trying to get permission to disclose?
Yeah. I just want to check. We'll circle back.
And the reason I keep saying 1, even if it was Dak, and by the way, as Broaddus also pointed out, there's a reason these coaches keep talking about the foreign territory of going under center with all these guys in shotgun, because just something like that, the Josh Allen snap at the end of the Vikings game on their own goal line, it's like a lost art of going ahead and taking that snap under center. But Broaddus was kind of explaining both sides of it. It was just a tremendous technical breakdown. But I don't even care. It's fluky. It was absolutely fluky. The Schultz pick was on Dak. The Hendershot play was on him. So there you go. All right, 877-881-1053. I find it interesting that Broaddus is up driving to study film, and I texted Walchuk at 6 a.m., and I got no response. I wanted to get Zach on to talk about the fireworks in the postgame show, but no response from Willie Bully.
He must have had a late night, hitting the town.
You think he went out afterwards?
Yeah, I think he went out. He was, using that new soda body to pick up some ladies, probably. And so, yeah, no,
in Arlington, what bar? Well, no, he would have been here.
He's younger though, so he's gonna stay up a little later than Brian would. Brian probably went home, went straight to bed. Who knows? Walchuk may have
But still, when did the postgame end?
1 a.m.
Yeah, 1.
1 a.m. brought us probably 6 hours sleep, and he's driving to go study tape right now. All right, so we got embarrassed. NFL Films and Amazon Prime came in to film us earlier in the week to get footage to use in their intro or some of their TV packages. We were left hanging out to dry, except for one audio clip where they didn't even show Bobby Belt's face.
Big road game for Dallas. They need to win out if they want a chance to win the division.
Big road game for Dallas. Big road. They showed the Nashville guy. They showed his face, and I was like, here it is. Here comes our moment. But no, it did not happen. And instead, we may have gotten bumped for Deion Sanders as they're unveiling a new Prime program on Amazon.
Yeah, the Coach Prime docuseries.
Yeah. But the other thing I didn't understand is when you were texting, because I said, all right, they're not going to, I'm out after 20 minutes. And I went back and was chilling with Little Man, put his cartoons on. And then you're texting me saying, what's this Hanson thing? And I was like, they bumped us for like Hanson, the band, the Bop. Umbop
That's Hanson with an O, though. I said Hanson with an E. That's how you should have known that I wasn't talking about Umbop.
And instead, Bobby Belt showed me one of the dumbest, and I like this guy, unlike a lot of other people in town, unlike Bobby and Gavin Dawson.
Mm-hmm.
They aired some profile piece on Dale Hansen for 3 minutes on Amazon Prime,
and it was really weird. It was like this playful feature of like, what's Dale been doing since he retired? And it's, oh, Dale's so frustrated about his Cowboys and their bad luck. And
not only did it not make sense from like a focus standpoint, like the rest of the country, I guess maybe some Ellen viewers know who Dale Hansen is. Dale's been retired now for what feels like, 2 years, definitely over a year.
That.
So like nobody is going to know. Now he's a local legend and I love Dale as a guest. I love BSing with Dale. I would love to sit down and take Mickey's spot at those dinners where the red wine never ends. Never ends. So I find Dale tremendously entertaining. I get that he pisses off a lot of people. He gets all political, all liberal. But airing a feature on him for the entire country is stupid. That makes no sense. And then what they did in the piece with his toaster oven and all that stuff was doubly dumb. So screw you, Amazon, and screw you, NFL Films, for screwing us.
Yeah, it was like this. It was like this magical toaster that he gets up and uses every morning, and then the toaster could change. Like Dez caught it, and they spiked the ball with 1 second left against San Francisco. But and it's like this toaster that Dale's carried with him since he was a baby, and they show a picture of like fake baby Dale holding a toaster, and like Dale doesn't even speak in the whole thing.
Yeah,
the narrator does the whole thing, and then whenever Dale is supposed to speak, it's the narrator going, and Dale said, "What is the Cowboys doing?" And like Dale would mouth it, and it was
weird.
It was like 3 minutes long. It was weird.
I'm joking about that. I'm having fun with the Amazon Prime stuff. I'm not being bitter towards the Dale piece. That was really, really weird.
It was just objectively weird, and I'm not used to seeing Dale Hansen on my screen without being morally lectured and seeing his little
here we go.
Cursive signature at the bottom.
Mike Leslie's going to come for you out of Dale's guest house. He's going to come for you.
Yeah,
he's going to put on his sweater vest and he's going to come. He's going to come for you.
I'm going to get. He'll probably come for me in a sports segment lecture. God knows, the sports segment only gets 2 minutes. We should probably make 90 seconds of it lecturing the viewer.
You didn't grow up on Dale? You didn't grow up loving Dale?
No. I grew up NBC5.
No, you didn't.
I 100% did.
Just because they're our TV partner, you don't have to lie.
I will tell you right now, because clearly not Googling. Scott Murray, John Radigan, Brian Jensen, Newey Scruggs. I absolutely watched NBC5.
Woo! Newey was the radio idol.
Yeah, Newey, I listened to, I'd always kind of wanted to do radio because of my dad, but Newey is what made me want to do sports talk radio, listening to his show when I was younger.
All right, what else can we pick apart from last night's broadcast? You want Al Michaels outing? This was 24 hours ago, so we may as well do this with Al, and then...
That is so incredibly stupid on so many levels.
And then... the referee thing that took place last night.
Yeah. Well, and first off, what's your general opinion of the Prime broadcast? Like the job that they do, and do you like it?
I am bored by Kirk Herbstreit. I think Kirk, and I love Herbstreit and Fowler in college.
Kirk doesn't seem comfortable.
I think Kirk is he's afraid to be opinionated. That's why I like Aikman, whether right or wrong. Troy's not scared. Romo wants to compliment everyone. Aikman will go the hardest of all the major announcers. And Herbstreit, it's just too generic for me. I think the presentation is fantastic. It's outstanding. It's the old NBA. I don't want to get too broadcast nerdy, but it's Fred Gaudelli who did Football Night in America.
Wow.
Football Night in America. He's Al's right-hand man. So the presentation, good. I wrote down in the pregame and commentary that Tony Gonzalez is a big believer in a deep Cowboys run. Richard Sherman is not. He's they're just full of disappointment, and they got to show me before I change my mind. So Gonzalez in, Richard Sherman out, And then Richard Sherman even made a Derek Carr comparison at halftime where he's like, oh, Dak is turning it over to this degree. That just got Derek Carr benched, and let that just float and hang out there.
He knows better. Sherman should know better.
Should know better what?
Like what those turnovers are. Like we're sitting here talking about, like he should have a better understanding. Like he does know better.
And then someone tweeted me and said, is there anything worse than Richard Sherman rambling for 5? I actually like that Sherman ain't scared. He's bold. So I like Richard Sherman giving commentary. And I said the only thing scarier is him knocking on your door.
Sean.
The only thing scarier is if Richard Sherman's on that DFW security. That's terrifying.
Sean Grief.
Back to you.
Good grief.
Sean.
No, there is a little bit of playing the heel for Sherman with the Cowboys, it feels like, which is interesting because Dan Quinn's his guy.
He's a human heel.
Yeah, Dan Quinn's his guy. And he likes Trayvon Diggs. But
like Richard Sherman's breakdown of Kyle Shanahan, that's like football.
It's so good.
That's like football cocaine. That's football crack. But his breakdown, he didn't do it on Amazon.
Though. No. But he is so great. But overall, just kind of whatever on the presentation. But last night, we obviously talked to Andrew Whitworth yesterday, who I do think is a great part of that pregame show, along with Ryan Fitzpatrick. But they were talking about the move that Tyron Smith has made to right tackle and how difficult that is. Something that we discussed with Andrew Whitworth. And I think Al Michaels accidentally shared Andrew Whitworth's business in the portion of that discussion.
I was talking to Andrew Whitworth, part of our crew last night, who's been a great left tackle, retired. Of course, there are teams that are calling Andrew right now, the Bengals, probably. And we were talking about, he said, if I could play left tackle, I would sort of think about it. Really? But he said that, and I don't want to put him on the spot here, but he said, right tackle, I couldn't do it. I couldn't move to right tackle.
I think Herbie knew he was oversharing. That's it. Really, he said that. Come on, Al. Because I was sitting at that dinner too, and I'm letting you know this is oversharing.
Yeah, he definitely spilled too much.
Yeah, we're saying teams are calling him right now. The Bengals probably. The probably added to that was a little questionable, but in general, you saw how much he kind of slowly danced around. Obviously, the Rams would have to let me go first before they could even talk to me.
Yeah.
And Al Michaels just he told me teams are calling him left and right, and he would absolutely return if not for that.
Because of Florio, Whitworth didn't want to get anyone in trouble for tampering, so he's been dancing lightly, and Al's like, smash all the
Here
eggs.
I come. Yeah,
he
was like the Kool-Aid man, just bursting through the door. Here it is. But the other interesting part there was, after the roughing the passer call on Tennessee that helped pick up a first down for the Cowboys.
Which, by the way, I agreed. I hated this ref last night, too. I wanted to punch this guy in the face, Terry McCauley.
Rules analyst?
Yeah, he had all the rules going against the Cowboys. I can't remember the long pass plays. He locked up his right arm, and I was like, maybe at the very, very end. I thought it was good coverage. Micah did a tremendous job burying Josh Dobbs, but not driving him into the ground, which would have been a penalty. And then when the Titans did that to Dak, that was a penalty.
It was, and Kirk Herbstreit was trying to explain it as best he could.
I think all three were refereed perfectly.
Terry McCauley is supposed to talk maybe a minute total in each game, and it was his shining moment, and he wasn't quite ready when Kirk Herbstreit went to him.
Meanwhile, that's Monty Rice with roughing the passer here.
When you finish these sacks, this is what they look for. Terry coaches is up on this. It's not that, it's how he drives him into the ground that they're trying to take away. Right, Terry?
Absolutely, Kirk.
Absolutely, Kirk.
What was he? Was he eating?
And that's it. Absolutely, Kirk. And then Herbstreit said, I think this is the first time we put you on in 2 weeks, so maybe he wasn't ready.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, he had weighed in earlier in the game, though, and he, was clearly trying to get him ready by going, this is what Terry coaches us on all the time. He explains and goes, right, Terry? Then a 3-second layout, and then absolutely, Kirk. What was he doing? Was he doing Mike Pereira, the whole little blowing kisses off screen?
I cannot believe that we got bumped for Dale Hansen's toaster. I can't get that out of my mind. I cannot believe it. I can't believe it. Dion, I get. Dale? A has-been that the country doesn't know for his toaster?
The brave little toaster oven, Dale Hansen.
All for the 4 seconds. That's it. That's all we got last night for our big TV debut.
Big road game for Dallas. They need to win out if they want a chance to win the division.
Texas Tech denies what Lane Kiffin was saying. Apparently, Cliff Kingsbury was denied of J.J. Watt's retirement, and finally someone stands up for Russell Wilson, plus the passing of the all-time legend Pele. That's all coming up. Then back to the boys. 8 o'clock hour. Sean and Bobby continuing on The Fan.
There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
It's Dinwiddie into Luka. Yeah, baby! The crowd wanted to see some Luka magic tonight that they didn't see on Tuesday, and they just got some.
Bally with the call. Hit a triple-double in 3 quarters. 35, 12, and 13. As the Mavs won their 5th in a row, they beat the armpit, and Luka Doncic is still at the top of the national sports headlines, and they're going to keep doing it until he cools off just a little bit. Sean Shreve, Bobby Belt with you on a Cowboys Friday. The DFW trifecta took place. Cowboys win, Mavs win, and the Stars dominate Minnesota. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. DFW Sports Station. Texas Tech with a strong rebuttal to Lane Kiffin's accusation that one of the Red Raiders spit on one of his players and also used a racial slur. Texas Tech responded, Dimitri Moore, and said, "This is really unfortunate. My last college game, that basically they're accusing me of this. It's false. It's not the case." And then my boy, Tolo, Joey McGuire, said, "We're disappointed that an opposing head coach decided to insinuate serious allegations that are false and irresponsible. I've had discussions with Dimitri. He disputed the 2 claims that were brought forth against him." So that's Lane Kiffin. A little controversy versus my Red Raiders in a loss.
Yeah, I understand. Like, my issue is, like, Lane Kiffin throws that out there. They're like, well, what did he say? He's like, well, I'm not going to expect. I didn't hear it. And
got to bring a stronger receipt than that.
And I don't know for sure which one it was. Or it's like, okay, all right. Well, then, like, I mean, if you're going to throw that around, like, you need to come prepared with it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You need to be like Spencer Dinwiddie in the post-game press conference being like, he called me a BAMF and he did this. And so if you're going to throw that out there, you got to be direct with it. Or, you know, like, I mean, how when Myles Garrett.
He even said it's not even about the racial slur. He goes, there was a slur involved. That's not the point of what we're talking about. It's about the spitting part.
That's that. Okay, so you don't think the racial slur is a problem? That seems odd.
It does seem very odd.
But this is Lane.
Usually that wins out over the spitting.
This is Lane Kiffin, though, right? Like, this is what he does. He stirs things up. And look, if it happened, it happened, and that's awful, and people need to be held to account. But you can't just throw it out there and then go, well, I don't even know what exactly it was. And honestly, that's not even the point of it. Okay, if that's not the point of it, why did you say it then?
Right.
And are you now downplaying what was said? Like if there was a slur that was used, are you saying, like, that's not even a big deal, all right? Like, he spit on somebody. It's like, okay, well, which one is it? Why are you bringing it up then if it's not relevant to the context of what happened at all?
We're going to pick the college football national championship with the help of Peyton Russell taking over the Degenerate at 9 o'clock this morning. Jalen Hurts listed as limited at Eagles practice.
Mr. Limited.
Coach Jaundice was apparently chanting, I told you to the media. This guy's a frat boy. And I was in a fraternity. This guy's a frat boy going around, according to Howard Eskin, chanting, I told you. Well, according to Peyton, Vegas still thinks that Minshew is going to play against the Saints. The Cowboys keeping the NFC East alive by winning last night. The Eagles have to win 1 game in their next 2 in order to lock this up. So Dak was asked, you going to be a big-time Saints fan on Sunday?
Being from Louisiana, for sure. I think that's easy to root for the Saints. Yeah, but as I've said over and over, we can't necessarily control that. I can't go throw passes for the Saints and, you know what I mean, and help them out. So at this point, it'd be huge. Obviously, it'd be huge having a chance at a higher seed than the 5th seed. But we've just got to continue to stay where our feet are, worry about getting healthy right now in these next couple of days, rejuvenating, getting fresh, finishing off the season the right way with Washington and the momentum that we need to carry us into this postseason.
Eagles are favored by 6.5. Raheem Mostert did not do his football team and organization any favors yesterday. Miami Dolphins players are asked about the Tua injury. and let's make sure we correct this, his third concussion of the season, not his second. The first one was a concussion against Buffalo. The Buffalo, the frightening one against Cincinnati where his hand was curled up, and then what happened the other day that the Dolphins didn't even know about. Listen to what Raheem Mostert said, though, the running back. I was shocked. I totally didn't realize that Tua went through that. But it also kind of made sense towards the end of the game. I was asking myself in the huddle, like, what are we doing? What's going on? Not specifically him, but the whole aura of the offense in the huddle. That's just how ball goes, you would think. But then to come to find out he did have a concussion, that kind of sucks. So Raheem Mostert suggesting that things were a little disoriented in the Dolphins huddle. So that doesn't make Miami look too good.
What is their problem? Like, how are they not able to run any of this stuff? Mike McDaniel said, we didn't realize he had a concussion until we were watching tape on Monday, and we're like, there are some inconsistencies here. And I don't know what that means because I don't think he expanded on it. Does that mean his play? Like, wow, you're playing so poorly, you must have been concussed.
Well, I was trying to... Yesterday I was listening to Michael Lombardi's podcast, and he's like, it's possible and easy to miss some concussions within a game. And I was like, I can see that.
Sure.
Right? Like, unless you are woozy, unless your eyes, whatever concussion signs, unless that's there, then how much can we blame the Dolphins a ton?
Because as soon as you saw his head slam to the ground, given his history and all the scrutiny that's been on the Dolphins, shouldn't somebody have gone, hey, come here, let me check you real quick?
Yeah.
Regardless of how you're acting.
Yep.
And so, I don't know. They've fumbled this so many times that people were fired over the last one. It's like, okay, well, were they the problem then? Like what's the issue here? I mean, it's just it's stunning that. What was the quote the other day that when McDaniel was asked about when Tua might be available, and he said like the doctors just want like Tua worrying about getting through the day.
Get through the day.
It's like, holy cow!
That was a
what are you like?
Scary quote.
What are y'all doing there in Miami?
Right.
My word. And so the whole Tua thing's been terrifying. I know there's been different perspectives. Michael Irvin's had a different perspective than Aaron Rodgers, and everybody's got their own take on it, and I understand that. And I know that, the way concussions are treated is wildly different, obviously, from the time Michael played to the time that Aaron plays. But it's just, this one has been the most scrutinized, and it's wild that they've allowed this to burn them 3 times now.
Bobby's issue with Kellen Moore coming up in 10 minutes, 8:40 here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry Jeudy, finally someone spoke up for Russ. Finally. Jerry Jeudy, Broncos receiver, after Shannon Sharp said that Russ has his own office and his own parking spot and that players are not happy about it on the Broncos. Jeudy, I ain't going to keep looking at these false statements about my boy Russ, man. As a teammate who sees the elite work ethic this man has is incomparable. He's got an office because he's committed his life to this game. I never had a teammate who motivated me more than Russ. So that's Jerry Jeudy taking up for Mr. Unlimited.
Yeah, shots fired at Tua. Gosh, like he didn't motivate you like Russell Wilson. Jeez. Look, and it's nice somebody finally did, but like it took this much. Like doesn't it feel a little bit like all right, guys, come on, knock it off. He's weaker than you. Why are you picking on? Like it feels a little more like that rather than like, hey, don't pick on him. But it took a lot. Do you think anybody had to tell Jerry Jeudy? Or do you think anybody had to say like, hey, somebody, or do you think he just did it on his own?
I think he did it on his own.
It's just
guessing.
It's a little odd. Like this is everything about we hear about.
Someone tweeted me and said Judy's trying to get paid. I don't know how that would factor in, but
I don't think it does.
How about J.J. Watt? Like another Kingsbury breadcrumb that you've been laying out.
Yeah, and so I mean, we've talked about this on the air recently that the chatter out of Arizona has been pretty consistently that Cliff is not always Cliff hasn't totally been ready to be the overseer of an entire NFL team, like be that CEO type. I know we always joke around about when somebody's not a coordinator, like, well, what is it that they really do? But like, there's a lot of game management stuff, personality management, practice week stuff that absolutely matters. They're still very busy for the most part. But when J.J. Watt had announced his retirement the other day, on Instagram, I think it was, where he first made the announcement. Pro Football Talk had this the other day. The Cardinals found out that J.J. Watt was retiring at exactly the same time the rest of us did. Coach Cliff Kingsbury told reporters on Wednesday that the team, quote, had no idea Watt would be announcing his retirement when he did it. Watt's been there for 2 years now. Like, he's a captain. And, like, you know, the joke always at Texas Tech was like Bassick used to make the joke. Like, Kingsbury doesn't even know any of the players on defense.
Yeah.
Like, he couldn't tell you who they are or anything about them.
If I'm Cliff, this is just me personally, I'm feeling a little offended, and I'd be a little bit worried. You know, it'd be like Troy. You know, before Troy left the show, he like sat me and RJ down, told us. You know, he wasn't just like, hey, I got a special announcement live on air, 100,000 watts, I'm leaving. You know, Troy actually is someone who left this building telling the truth about his change in profession. He gave it to us straight up that he wasn't going to be in radio. He actually told us the truth along with the audience. And that's what this would be like. If J.J. Watt sat there and didn't tell me, didn't give me a heads up at all.
He is, it's very, because again, he's a captain. Like, he's supposed to be like one of the leaders. And I'm not saying like this is a damning thing towards J.J. Watt. More than anything, it may just be an indictment on how the locker room views Cliff.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's like, okay, well, who else would you tell besides Cliff? Would you tell the GM? Oh, the GM is on leave right now because of all the issues that have gone on there. So Arizona's just been a toxic mess this year. That's why I won't kill Kyler Murray as much as some other people are lately. It's just because it's like, it's such a mess over there. I want to see what he can do when it gets cleaned up.
And then Pele. I mean, soccer fans text me. I'm asking, Pele or Messi? Because before Messi, it was always, it's Pele, right? Like, I'm trying to think if there's one person whose name was as synonymous or more synonymous with their sport. Obviously, you say MJ.
Yep.
Michael Jordan, Tiger, and Pele. Like, is that the Mount Rushmore of owning your sport? Or would you throw out other basketball names like, you know, Wilt or Kareem or Russell? Like, golf, it's just Tiger. You can go Jack.
MJ.
But soccer, it like, before Messi, it's Pele.
Yeah.
That's it, right?
No, I mean,
boxing,
like
Ali.
Babe Ruth, I mean, for the longest time in baseball.
Yeah, Babe Ruth is a good one.
You know who I think was on the road to being that guy, obviously before he got hurt, was like just Griffey. Like, Griffey in the 90s was making baseball like super cool for everybody, and he wears the backwards hat. And so Griffey was on that trajectory before he got hurt and his career got derailed. But
the flash of this guy, he was like Magic Johnson on the soccer field.
MJ, Tiger, Gretzky, like those are the names you're kicking around.
Yeah, I think it could be Gretzky, Tiger, Pele. I'm trying to talk myself into saying Pele, more ownership, Serena, than even MJ. We could throw out other names. Like, Michael's the greatest athlete of all time.
Michael Phelps.
The swimming is
a sport.
Pete Weber.
Who do you think you are? I
Jeff
am.
Gordon,
Jeanette
NASCAR.
Lee. Man, KNC had her on. I can't get that 30 for 30 off of my screen. It's on every day, every hour.
Which one?
The 30 for 30, the pool shark. I think it's Jeanette Lee, and they had her on a short time ago. Jerry will join KMC at 10:30 this morning to talk about the win in Tennessee. Bobby is still not happy with Kellen Moore. He explains why next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we are...
Goes it deep out to the left. It is picked off at the 30-yard line by Byard. Down the right sideline he comes.
All right, Bobby, your one problem with the Dallas Cowboys offense continued to be an issue last night. It's a Cowboys Friday. Sean Sharif and Bobby Belt, they win in Tennessee 27-13, but you were still frustrated.
Yeah, look, we talked about this a couple different times this week, that in heading into this game, the last 2 weeks, nobody had run the ball more on first down than the Cowboys, and yet they were one of the more inefficient teams in the NFL at it on those first down runs. They were bottom third of the league in terms of yards per carry on first down runs the last 2 weeks, so they haven't been doing it particularly well, and yet they continue to hammer it over and over and over again. And last night was another example of them doing just that. They ran the ball, it was 19 times on first down last night, Sean.
Wow.
They picked up 33 yards rushing on those 19 carries.
That's gross.
And it's incredibly frustrating because it's like, what are you doing exactly here? What is the end game? Are you trying to put your offense in third and long situations and just then say, okay, go bail us out, Dak? Because
maybe they're trying to, right? Beginning of the year, the formula was, let's protect the defense. They're an all-time great possible special elite unit, which was, I said, overblown at the time. They did nothing special. Sometimes they did get to the quarterback when they were on. But let's protect this defense who isn't playing well right now. And they wanted to run the football, and maybe they don't want Dak turning it over as much.
Okay, if you don't want Dak turning it over as much, though, do you want to put him in third and long situations for him to potentially cause problems? So this has been a frustrating thing. We talked about in the Philly game, the 3 longest pass plays that the Cowboys had, the 52-yarder to T.Y. Hilton, the 36 and 26 to CeeDee Lamb, those all came on 3rd and 7 or longer. And so they were in these bad positions where Dak is having to bail them out of it. And so I've been wondering about this, and we talked, how much did we talk yesterday about the one thing you can't do against Tennessee is run the ball? Period. They're not going to let you do it. They're one of the best run defenses in the NFL at this, so it's a little bit puzzling. We all thought, I think, that they'd come in there and try and throw the ball around a little bit, but Kirk Herbstreit was talking in the middle of...
And they did throw it 41 times.
They did, and partly because they ended up having to. But Kirk Herbstreit was talking in the middle of the first quarter, I think on the first scoring drive they went on, and was discussing the Cowboys' philosophy.
Dallas, their identity is their run game. As much as Dak and CeeDee Lamb and these receivers get the attention, Kellen Moore telling us this week that, hey, listen, we know that they're good against the run. But we gotta hang with it. We gotta find ways to be able to run the football with Zeke tonight and eventually maybe Malik Davis, because it sets up our play action game and where we can attack over the middle of this defense where they're really vulnerable.
What? To all of that? What? So they acknowledge that it's really difficult to run on Tennessee. And Kellen Moore tells Kirk Herbstreit, yeah, this is probably going to be really tough, but we got to stick with it. Got to just keep doing it. Got to keep banging your head against a wall, which is exactly the Jason Garrett line. Jason Garrett said that, I believe, I can't remember which game that was earlier this year. I think it was the Philly game, leading into that game where Jason Garrett had said on the pregame show, look, you're not going to have a lot of success running the ball, but you got to keep doing it.
Right.
Why? Well, because, it sets up the play action game. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Data has been shown over and over again. You can look these up. Football Outsiders, filling in for RJ Choppy admirably there. Football Outsiders, Bill Barnwell will write about that. Ben Baldwin, The Ringer. You can Google around and find these articles. This one's just from the Weekly Spiral from earlier last year. And it says, play action effectiveness isn't reliant on whether a team is good at running the ball or even if a team runs the ball at all. A limiting belief from coaches is that they have to establish the run to be able to have effective play action. Data does not support that. For years, play action success rate has been uncorrelated to rush attempts and rushing success rate. Running play action has shown to be just as effective when you run the ball 30% of the time as it is when you run it 50% of the time. What's more, it doesn't matter if you're breaking off big chunks on those runs either. That's true in season-long data sets and within individual games as well. So whether it's a small sample size or a large sample size, whether you're running it 100 times or one time, whether you're picking up 5 yards of carry or 1 yard of carry, play action is stable. It does what it does. And so for a team that has been so committed and a regime that has been so committed to like, hey, we're really leaning into the analytics now and we're doing, this and that. It's an incredibly outdated perspective to say we have to run the ball ineffectively in order to effectively run play action. BS.
So why do you think they're doing it?
I think it's just I think they believe it. I don't think they're lying. I think they believe that. And I think they're just, more going, well, I understand the tone of the game. It goes deeper than numbers. I think it's that sort of mindset there. It's essentially caveman football, which is, something that Mike McCarthy said he wasn't doing anymore. Something that Kellen Moore in interviews before said he likes analytics and he wants to do things a certain way. Well, that's very 1993 football there for you. And then on the back end of that quote, that's the most ridiculous part of that quote that I heard, was saying attack the center of this defense, which is very vulnerable. So you're recognizing a vulnerability on this team, and you don't think you can take advantage of vulnerability until you waste time spinning your wheels against their biggest strength. What is that philosophy? What is like I have no idea what they think they're accomplishing doing that. Since Dak, or for the entire season, Dallas leads the NFL in rushing attempts on first down by a pretty sizable margin. They rank 25th in yards per carry on first down.
Wow.
So
It's
they are
been proven it's not working.
They are in the bottom quartile of the bottom quartile, to paraphrase Jim Irsay's awful quote, of rushing efficiency, and yet they are at the very top in terms of how frequently they do it. And since Dak came back into the lineup in week 7, the Cowboys are, what is this right here? They have run 52 times. They've had to throw the ball on 3rd and 7 or greater. When you look at other teams on this list, other teams that are near the top of the NFL in terms of offense, Buffalo, Kansas City, Philadelphia, those are the other teams right around Dallas in the offense. Kansas City has the 2nd fewest passing attempts on 3rd and 7 plus in that time. Philly has the 3rd fewest. Buffalo is in the top 10. These teams don't put their quarterback in a position where they have to throw the ball on 3rd and 7. Dallas, on the other hand, especially in the last month, has consistently committed to, let's do it. Let's put you in 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9. And Dak, I think, has...
That Giants game, that's what I remember most, recent memory, him bailing them out with these throws. Your throw above expectation is a good and a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like,
yeah.
It's a good thing that you're able to do it. It shows, like, fantastic ability. But... Man, when I hear you have a tremendously high throws above expectation, I'm thinking you're being put where you're making difficult throws.
Yeah, you're putting yourself in, you're putting your quarterback in some tough positions.
Do you think it's more coming from Kellen or McCarthy? Because I think Mike's old school.
I think Mike's old school too, but I think Kellen is orchestrating the offense, and I think Kellen's doing what he's doing. And I mean,
and then yesterday Dak starts off right. It's different if your quarterback's not playing well. It's why I was fighting with everyone at halftime, all the Dak asses, the haters. And I'm like, Dak's playing well, guys. What are you watching? He started off 9 of 10 for 65 yards. After 3 quarters, they ran it 25 for 74.
With a 30-yard run in there or whatever it was, 25-yard run, whatever Malik did.
With Malik at 23, right? Malik had a 23-yard run. 3 yards a carry. Like, it's the old Jason Garrett definition of insanity. And they finished the game with a horrific 2.7 average. And that's with Malik at 23, ripping one off for that yardage amount. It's just weird. It's like, it's clear. Their secondary sucks. They commit crazy penalties. Throw it up to Gallup. Get it to T.Y. on 3rd. Let CD dominate. Stop bashing your head against the wall, but it's the way they're doing it.
And that's the maddening thing about this is that it's not that they don't understand it. It's not that they see it differently and think, well, no, we're doing this effectively, whatever. In that quote, he checks all the boxes. He understands it perfectly. This is going to be really difficult for us to run on first down. It's going to be incredibly inefficient. We're going to do it anyway, over and over again. Even though we recognize they are completely vulnerable to play action and throwing the ball deep down the center. The one thing you can say maybe they don't have an understanding of, or that the quote doesn't confirm if they have an understanding of, is this belief that you have to run the ball to set up play action. There's no evidence of that, because
got to establish physicality.
You know what would happen?
Hat on a hat.
If you're not running the football well, it doesn't matter. There's still rules within Dan Quinn's defense and every other defense in the NFL that says you can't just assume that's not going to be handed off. Like you have certain keys, you have certain responsibilities. So if you were going to sell the play action, somebody on that defense is going to have to keep an eye on it, regardless of if you're doing it well or not.
Who else is on your star up, star down? I'm trying to think of like the top 3 black sheep in town on this team. I think Kelvin is 1, Kellen is 2, and who would you say 3? Would you say was Dak 3?
Probably. Even though
who else could be 3? Is it turning into Noah Brown? I hope not. Is it Nashawn Wright? Has he played enough to become that?
I mean, any of the corners who have been in that rotation, Kelvin Joseph, Anthony Brown.
Would have been Anthony
Nashawn
Brown if he
Wright.
didn't get hurt.
Yeah. Leighton Vander Esch was kicked pretty severely until he got hurt, and I think people see, oh, he's good.
Who else is on your star up, star down list? And let's see if Peyton tries to keep RJ jobless and unemployed. Let's pick the national championship semifinals and your Cowboys star up, star down before Nick Eatman tells us how serious the Biotish injury is. And should we be asking about Dak's knee as well? Final hour, Friday edition, after this. But first...
Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Here comes 2nd down, 7. Prescott back, looking left. Throwing it in the back of the end zone for Schultz. What a grab! Did he get it? Touchdown, Dalton Schultz! Oh, what a grab by Dalton Schultz, his 2nd touchdown of the night.
Prettiest play of the night. Dime throw from Dak, as the young kids do. What is this called, Peyton? Moss? Is that the moss?
Yep.
Dalton Schultz mossing the defender, going up top, and that gave the Cowboys some breathing room, 24-13, before they wrap up the win in Tennessee. Look, it wasn't the most comforting win. They did not play great. It was uneasy in the middle of this thing. I never thought the Titans were going to win. I expected the Cowboys to blow them out by much more, especially when I saw the way Josh Dobbs looked early on in this game. But the Cowboys let the Titans hang around. Hendershot with the screw up. That's going to get blamed on Dak by some impossible people. Dak with the bad interception. He was behind Dalton Schultz on the throw. And then still don't know who to blame on the fumble. I still don't know who to blame on the fumble exchange. We'll ask Nick Eatman what they were saying about it as he's back from Tennessee at 9:20 this morning. But Tennessee sitting 9 starters. They just don't have enough talent, and the Cowboys were able to go ahead and close this out and cover the spread, as we told you they would.
Do you think anybody was nervous watching Dak throw the ball, like any bettors when they were up 14? Like, please just run out the clock. What are you doing? Like people who had Dallas covering the spread?
I don't know.
Because
I don't know how to answer. I can't predict Dak reaction anymore.
That's what I mean. Like bettors. Do you think bettors please don't throw a pick six here? Like there's just been too much fear here.
Like that drive when they were up 14, only took 50 seconds off the clock. They ran it once and then went deep and then had another incomplete. That was like, backdoor cover time. Something is going to happen. But look, star up for Dak Prescott. I'm just going to race through my star up, star downs. Star up to Dak. Contrary to what people are saying, and the QBR proves it in the end. He had a 78.5 QBR. That's fantastic. Joshua Dobbs did not outplay. You Cooper Rush fans probably are getting Josh Dobbs jerseys this morning, as Josh Dobbs didn't play better than Dak. Dobbs' QBR was a 32.5. A 32.5. For reference, we all agree he was outstanding against Philadelphia. That Dak QBR was right, we all do acknowledge that, right? The pick six. He can't throw any interceptions. That was a great defensive play, and Dak was low on the throw. 86.5 for the Philly game, and last night was 78.5. That's damn good. Star up to CD freaking Lamb. He's here.
He is.
He's here.
He's the man.
No more wavering back and forth. He's a number one receiver.
Yeah, he has, since Dak returned to the lineup, I know we were referencing this earlier, trying to figure out what it is. He's 69 receptions, 898 yards.
Oh, you didn't pause after 69 and chuckle?
Because I said it myself. I can't say it myself and then say, thank you, Peyton. I was waiting for Peyton to do it. 69 receptions, 898 yards, and 6 touchdowns. And so the receptions places him second in the NFL during that time behind Justin Jefferson. The yards places him third in the NFL behind Justin Jefferson and Tyreek Hill. And then the receiving touchdowns is the third most in the NFL during that time. Technically puts him tied for 6th because there's a couple guys that are tied with 8 and 7. But overall, I mean, he's putting up top 3 numbers since Dak returned.
Dak Prescott on 88 as of late.
Yeah, I mean, you just said he's a star. He really is. He's a star, and he's shown signs of that since his first year. And honestly, his rookie, I was hurt as well. I got hurt, after 5 games for the rest of the year, and then having last year to build and to grow with him, and then boom, I get hurt these 5 games earlier in this year. And so I think you're just seeing the connection, the trust. And I think you saw it earlier in the year in some interceptions of my trust in him and just us trying to get on the same page. And as we've been able to do that, you're going to see these 10 catches, 100-yard games, being double teamed. He's getting held. And just tell him, hey, when you're that guy, you've got to fight through that. Go get and ones and just continue to play, stay in it, get an assist when you know you're getting double teamed. And he's a special player, and he's going to be a special player for a long time.
Star up T.Y. Hilton. He is doing everything we dreamed Odell Beckham would do if he joined this team. Everything. And probably more. Third down catches, big time plays, The 3rd and 10 where he picked up 27 yards is one of my top 2 undercover plays of the entire game. That was huge. Tennessee was coming back. It was 17-13. Twitter was going crazy. I'm breaking out the tequila. Oh my God, they're going to screw this up. They're proving they're not a contender. They're allergic to success. It's embarrassing. And T.Y. Hilton with the big conversion that continued a scoring drive. And then the other one was Michael Gallup's penalty he drew. This was third quarter, 3rd down, and the Titans hugged Michael Gallup and led to a 51-yard penalty. 51 yards. Schultz scores a touchdown on that drive to make it 17-6.
Yeah, there were a lot of big penalties on Tennessee in this game. They picked up 10 penalties for 124 yards. This is the same Sean Hockley crew that called all those pass interference calls that Derek Carr was throwing up on him last Thanksgiving. So looked like they understood that, and Dak just said, let's throw it down there on a couple of these. Let's see if we can draw a penalty. And
they were clear penalties, though.
Honestly, the one where Gallup was interfered with, that 50-yarder, he wouldn't have caught the ball if he wasn't interfered with. Like you ended out interfering with him for essentially nothing. They would have stopped him there. But corner gets turned around, isn't sure what to do, has to kind of hug a little bit. But Noah Brown drew a few. The big one to Gallup. In general, I thought Gallup wasn't great. I'll have to go back and
yeah, I'm just giving a start to Gallup for the play.
Yeah, for the play. In general, I'm just saying, though, I don't think he was great. And Noah Brown drew a couple pass interferences, but I think he also struggled. He had a couple drops in this game.
Gallup was missing. I don't think he had a catch in the first half. Totally missing.
I think you're receiving the nucleus of the passing game moving forward needs to be CeeDee Lamb, Dalton Schultz, T.Y. Hilton. And then whatever you want to mix in there with Tony Pollard when he's back. That's your passing game right there.
Star up to Tank Lawrence and Micah Parsons. Turns out they needed Micah yesterday because besides Dante Fowler and that forced fumble, I think they put up nice numbers in terms of QB hits. But Micah was a force. A tackle, 2 QB hits, had the one-handed club recovery that Fowler forced. So I gave Micah a star up. They did need him. And then Brett Maher deserves his props. Star downs, Tyler Smith, run game, Nashawn Wright. Diggs dropped that pick 6. That could have been huge. He never drops those.
No.
He dropped that pick 6 right before the half. The Titans were able to get a field goal. So it would have been 17-0. Instead, it was 10-3.
Yeah, that's a huge swing there. Not only 10-3, but then it starts the whole domino of events that then lead to it being 10-6 at one point, and it should have been put away honestly on that drive where the throw was. Which, by the way, are you a little surprised that we've just universally said that wasn't on Dak, the interception to Peyton Hendershot? You a little surprised the Dak asses haven't tried to say little behind him. He was a little behind Hendershot. He kind of had to turn back. If that ball hits him in stride, there's no problem. I'm a little surprised we haven't gotten that line.
No, but my lack of surprise is outweighed by my anger with people saying more Dak turnovers. Just adding it to his total. That's what's driving me crazy today. But we'll get back to it with Nick Eatman in 10 minutes. RJ Choppy will be back next week. But Peyton Russell's been showing a little something. He's all over these point spreads. He's all over these games. So we are going to turn over the weekend football gambling degenerate to pay in for RJ.
Well, I've never done this before, but when I do, I choose the favorites.
Wait a second. What was that, Rodney Dangerfield?
Yeah, say I get no respect in that voice.
I get no respect.
All right,
oh my
College
gosh.
or pro?
Let's go college.
First off, though, I will say after this segment, RJ Choppy will be swimming with the fishies.
I think I'm just getting the sense he wrote something out for this. I like it.
He's prepared.
All right.
You say college? I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Poor Peyton has been yawning. I don't know how many times he's yawned during this show, and I'm not going to blame him because he was working up here till 1 a.m. So you need to go home and sleep before your big New Year's kiss.
Ooh, that's coming tomorrow. Okay, so with RJ out, I had to put the Tennessee-Clemson game in, which is tonight, the Orange Bowl. Ugly spread, -6, Clemson. I don't like it, so I'm going to go with the over-under. It's a high over-under for this one because it's a game where it's like it's two teams that really, they're bummed they didn't make the playoffs. So I don't think there's going to be much scoring. The over-under, 63.5. I'm going under.
Under.
This one. Ugly game tonight in Miami.
Ugly game. Yeah, Clemson's played some ugly games.
Under 63.5 with that Vols offense. Now, obviously, no Hendon Hooker, but the no Hendon Hooker didn't seem to be enough for you to want to take the 6-point spread.
Nope.
Okay.
You heard what he said?
Yeah. I did.
You'll
Respect
watch
the
game
Godfather.
tonight. Yeah, exactly.
Kiss the finger.
The ring.
The ring.
finger.
Sorry.
Oh,
So let's go to tomorrow's
Gross.
playoff game. The Fiesta Bowl. We start there. TCU, Michigan. TCU, they've been dogs all season long. No one's believed in them. They're going to be doubted once again tomorrow. I have TCU plus 7.5. They're going to keep it close.
Let's go.
Watch out.
Covering.
Sonny Dykes.
Covering. Sonny Dykes, did you see him take a shot at the SEC yesterday?
Yeah.
He was like talking about the end of season schedule. Like, oh, sorry.
We don't play the Citadel.
We don't play Austin P. We had Texas, and then people are like, yeah, but they were playing someone in week 2, and you were playing scrub. So I like that. Feisty Sonny Dykes, Tolo, friend of the show, taking a shot at the big boys.
That line on TCU's moved, too, because I think the very first line on it was like 9.5.
Yeah, it was. It's dropped.
And so it's dropped.
So next one, we'll go to the Peach Bowl. Georgia, minus 6.5 over the Ohio State. I don't think this one's going to be much. I mean, Georgia has proven they're the best team in the country, by far the best team in the country all season long.
Wow.
I have Georgia winning by 2 touchdowns.
No one has No one has given Ohio State a serious chance. It's been on this show. Mike Golick Jr. yesterday, and now you guys not giving Ohio State a real chance.
I mean, if
people were saying this was an unlucky draw for Georgia, that you would want to get TCU versus a mega powerhouse every single year.
Yeah, this is the worst matchup for them for sure because of the unknown. Like Ohio State, if they're clicking, that's the team with the most firepower, the most talent that could cause problems. The issue is, I mean, it's hard to get that Michigan game out of your head, like the way Ohio State looked, and so that's one of the big factors, I think, for a lot of people with this. But look, if they're playing, this is a game to me that either Ohio State wins or they get blown out. It's not going to be just a close game.
Yeah.
It's Ohio State sneaks away with one or they get blown out.
And Georgia's only close calls of the season, 4 points at Missouri, a 4-point win, 10 points at Kentucky. So 4 and 10, everything else they've handled.
Yep.
Handled.
To finish out college, I have Bama minus 6.5 in the Sugar Bowl against Kansas State. Now we go to the pros. Oh, I love the favorites in the pros. Starting off with the Lions, minus 6 against the Chicago Bears. The Lions at home.
Are you sure RJ didn't send in these picks?
No, I haven't talked to him.
Okay.
Lions have scored 32 points per game at home this season, the most in the NFL. Chicago averaging just 20 points on the road. I like Detroit minus 6.
Look at the research.
I love it. I'm very happy.
Look at
Chappie's
that,
getting
Peyton.
bumped.
Next up, we're going to Philadelphia. The race in the NFC East is over after this one.
Oh!
I have the Gardner Minshew's Eagles winning 6.5. I like the spread. Eagles favored by 6.5. I have them winning this one. Look, they're at home. They're in Philadelphia. The Saints defense isn't the Cowboys defense, which
Is
the
it
Eagles
better?
put up. No, I don't think so.
All right.
No.
So I have the Eagles winning this one pretty convincingly.
I don't understand how this is 6.5 either.
Minshew, that's it. It's just
Minshew was fantastic against the Cowboys.
I know he was, but it does
happening again.
It does force you to change your play style. Yeah, you do got to repeat it. So.
Yeah, I think no way he puts up the same numbers against the Saints. But come on, New Orleans, please come through for us.
49ers minus 9.5 in Vegas.
There we go.
Now, have you done the research on resting and implications and who's playing for what and who might not play for what?
Oh, well, I know Derek Carr is out for the Raiders, so that's why I went the 49ers here.
Oh.
It's gonna be a depressed Raiders team. I mean, this one, the scoring's not gonna look high.
They don't have their emotional leader.
No, they don't. I feel like this one's gonna be one of those 23-6 games or something, just ugly scoring all around.
All right.
And then to wrap up, Seahawks plus 1.5 at home against the Jets. The Geno Smith revenge game.
Where's that game?
In Seattle.
Man, Seattle's been bad at home. Very
home
bad.
Home dog
dogs,
to the Jets,
though. To the Jets.
And Mike White's return?
No way.
All right, we mark these down, and we're gonna.
I'm gonna tweet it out too. I have the tweet ready to go.
Okay, you tweet it. You tweet it out because we're not gonna follow this up on Monday when Sean and RJ aren't here. It will be a Tuesday follow up.
Yes, we are gonna follow up.
There you go.
At a hit. All right, here's what we're gonna do. This is gonna piss RJ off. I don't care. what percentage does he have to hit in order to do the degenerate the next week? If he hits a certain percentage, we're not going to let RJ
You made
do it.
7 picks?
8. 4 college, 4 pro.
You hit 6.
6.
Yeah, because you gotta
Really
put up
high
a high standard.
75%?
You gotta hit a high standard to unseat the Italian.
All right, so if you hit 6 of 8, you get to keep doing it. All right, 6 of 8, very high, probably unfair standard, but we're talking about replacing him. So 6 of 8 for the selections.
Alrighty.
Peyton Russell on the Fan Cam, Twitch and YouTube here on DFW Sports Station. All right. Do we need to worry at all? Bobby thinks we need to ask some questions about the Dak injury and what is this offensive line going to look like after Biotish got hurt as well. Nick Eatman back from Tennessee on a Cowboys Friday next. But first, let me go.
Injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Now Dobbs, 3rd and long, pressured, and you're in trouble, young man. Fumbled again at the 30-yard line. Who's got this? Cowboys are certain they've got this fumble. Fowler appeared to get the sack strip. And we await word formally on who owns the ball. Well, I mean, the league owns the ball, but it's Dallas.
Brad Sham, last night on your home of America's team. We'll crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40 here on Sean and Bobby. Nick Eatman back from Tennessee via DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Jerry Jones joining KNC at 10:30, and they can talk about why Jerry didn't pay Tio enough to rejoin America's team. Nick, the headline is the answer after this game is both. What does that mean with your column?
Well, I mean, I think that if the questions are, hey, did this team play well? Was this a good win? Is this an ugly win? Is this a bad win? I mean, it's not a bad win, but I mean, I think that just it's based off your perspective of the game. I mean, like it's okay to be both. That's why I wrote about glass half full, half empty. It is both, and so that's what this is. I think the Cowboys, it was not a clean game. It was, they struggled at times, but they also won the game, did what they needed to do. Won by 2 touchdowns on the road in a December game. I mean, I think, and moved on without major injury. So that's a big win. So I just think it's based off your perspective. I'm never going to sit here and call a game ugly, an ugly win. I mean, you shouldn't apologize for it. But I think everyone can see, even the veteran players and the coaches could see that, there's still a lot of work to be done.
Biotish is not a major injury?
I don't think that his injury is a major injury. I think that they feel like it's going to be. I mean, watching him walk around in the locker room a little bit, and I got a chance to talk to one of the trainers at the end, and he was just like, "We'll see today," but he didn't think yet. This is last night. I don't know if things have changed this morning, but I don't think that they're thinking it's going to be major injury.
Nick, everybody kind of collectively gasped when Dak rolled up his knee and immediately grabbed it, and then he was limping for the rest of that drive pretty much. It was weird though. They came out of halftime. Amazon didn't ask McCarthy about it at all. Post game, I was listening to McCarthy and Dak. Neither one of them were asked about it. Are we totally confident that there's nothing wrong with Dak's knee?
As far as I know, I mean, he gave a thumbs up to the sideline. And that's everyone was kind of looking at it like, what's going on? Are you okay? You okay? And he did not look good for a second. And then, he gave a thumbs up. And then, you talked about the rest of that drive. He had a run in there that was, he kind of burst through the line, with more bursts than we've seen in a while. So it was kind of like, I think once that play happened, it was like, I think he's okay. But you're right. I mean, it really wasn't mentioned again. I kind of had forgot about it until you brought it up 30 seconds ago.
Yeah. It's because you know what it reminded me of? The only reason why I thought about it is because you remember when Clay Matthews brought him down at late in the first quarter in 2019 against the Rams, and he dinged up his shoulder, and then he played the rest of the game. We didn't hear anything about it, but then the whole next week it's Dak can't throw. Dak may not play against Philly. So it just made me wonder, are we going to get back to practice and be like, oh, Dak saw the injury report because that knee, it's actually bugging him now?
Well, everyone in the world is going to be on the injury report this week too. So that's you're probably not wrong there. McCarthy will never say this. Jerry will never say it because obviously, you're trying to win the division and all that. But if the Eagles beat the Saints, there's going to be some people that is not going to be feeling too bad about that. Just because this team needs a break, they need some rest, and that scenario will allow them to do it. Certainly they want to win the division, but there's going to be a silver lining to it that's like, okay, we know where we are. We're the 5th seed. We know probably when we're going to play, and we can get a little bit of a break for some guys that really need it.
Nick Eatman on the Diamond Factory Hotline here on The Fan. How do you think Dak played last night?
I thought he's played most of the year. I honestly, I think he played pretty well. I haven't gone back and watched this game yet. It was kind of a long night, short morning here, but I think he had one bad throw, and it was bad. It was a bad throw. He forced it in there, to double coverage that was collapsing on the receiver. Other than that, I really...
You talking about the one to Schultz before half?
Yeah, the interception to Schultz there. I thought that one was, pressing and it was, again, most teams seem to have a little more success with the 2-minute drill, and it seems like a lot of the Cowboys' interceptions or Dak's interceptions have happened before halftime like that. So, it just doesn't seem like he's got I'm not going to say he has the best grasp of the offense. That's not it. It's just that it seems like before the half has been the issue for him and some of these picks. That and then his players trying out for the national volleyball team. That also is an issue that he needs to clean up. I mean, he can't do anything about that. These guys just love to set the ball up in the air and let other people pick it off. It's ridiculous. It's unbelievable.
Yes.
You should have heard the press box. When that happened, it was just like, are you freaking kidding me? Which was not what was said, but something like that.
What was the press? So the one I can't figure out is the fumble and who that was on. Did you get any feel for it after the game or in the press box, or what did you think yourself?
Well, it looked like, just watching the replay, it looked like Dak, pulled his hands out too early. That's what it looked like to me. But it's hard to say that when they do it 1,000 times. You know what I mean? There's got to be something wrong. I mean, that maybe I didn't see. And then Biotish wasn't really talking to the media. He was, obviously a little frustrated and upset. He's wearing a walking boot, and that's probably not what we were going to ask him if he did elect to talk there at the end of the game. So, again, I don't know, Bobby and Sean. I don't know. We weren't asking the questions about the knee and the.
Yeah, that's what happens when Bobby doesn't make the trip.
Get out of here.
No, yeah, and I mean, look, we got Jerry today at 10:30. We'll hit Jerry with the knee question. That was just the only thing that was a little interesting to me, just because it's like, man, that was a pretty significant scare to your quarterback, and then we all just kind of were like, I guess he's fine. But are you style pointing this victory at all, Nick, or do you just look at this and go, take a win when you can get it? It's back-to-back games on short rest. You're banged up. We're not going to worry about how you got it done. Just get it done.
Yeah, I think yes, that's it for me, and it's not been style points, and because if you look at it both sides, does the style point of this game, or the lack of style points of this game, or Houston, does that matter at all? Just like does it matter about getting style points for beating Minnesota 40-3? I mean, it doesn't matter because there's a good chance you might go back to Minnesota and play them again. And so, none of that will really matter when you go and you face them again. So, I keep hearing, hey, the Cowboys play to the level of their competition. Well, cool, because it's about to get pretty strong here when you get into the playoffs. And so, that should make for a fun playoffs. I mean, as much as you would love for these players to say, we're locked in, we're going to go and whip this team, it just doesn't work. Human nature, they know what the deal is. They know that Tennessee's calling it a preseason game. And it was a weird vibes from the start when you get there. Everybody had a weird feeling about it. The fans knew on both sides what the game was. It was really hard. That's why it was hard to write an article about it like that, because it's just hard to figure out, like, what is this? Like, what was this game?
Yeah.
And, I said this to a few people after the game, like, maybe I'm the wrong person for this, because I've been kind of conditioned over the years. I mean, when I started working for the Cowboys, I mean, I didn't get to 24 wins until, like, the fifth year that I covered the team.
Yeah.
And so, so winning in December on the road, I mean, there was, you'd have parades going on if you did that. So for this team to have 24 wins in 2 years and just home 14-point win on the road at Tennessee, I look at it like, you did what you needed to do, got the job done. A little rough second quarter.
I know this is saying a lot, and you've been with the fan base much longer than me, over double the time. This is the most unreasonable and ridiculous fan base reaction that I've had in 11 years in covering the team. The expectations and the margin for error that I hear from some of these Cowboy fans, really, I mean, it fits the national narrative of why some people can't stand America's team. It's ridiculous. It's unreasonable. And it's like obnoxious. It's arrogant. It's the worst I've seen it in 11 years after we all thought the season was over after game one, and Dak Prescott has been playing like this. And again, to me, it's politics. It's no different from arguing Trump-Biden with how psycho people start acting over this stuff. But agree or correct these two statements. Offense was better than the defense last night, and the offense will be better than the defense to finish out the year.
I don't think the offense was better than the defense last night. I don't believe that. I mean, I think they both had their moments and played well, but the defense, to me, I thought Tennessee drove the ball one time in the third quarter and scored. Other than that, some of these other plays that were going on, I think they had some short fields and they led to points. But I just never thought that defense was going to allow anything from that offense. So, and then moving forward, I believe in the phrase styles make fights, and I think they could get into a 10-6 game in the playoffs. Then they could also get into a 41-38 game. I believe that. I mean, I think that it's good that both these sides of the ball have won games for the Cowboys this year. mostly the defense, but they have won some games for them, and I think when you get in the playoffs, depending on the matchup, it's good to know that you can count on either side.
Is T.Y. Hilton doing everything we dreamed of Odell Beckham doing if he came here?
Yes, and doing it in a different way. I don't know what the sales of his jerseys are looking like in the pro shop, but I do believe that he really has been amazing, and he's not only been amazing, just on third down and stuff like that, but what it opens up for the other guys, and CD continues to play off the charts and had a big just another great game, and he's having a great season. 100 catches for the season, not for the game, not for a game. That's a record.
Yeah, the people love that tweet.
Yeah, well, you didn't help. You certainly didn't help the matters there with the popcorn there saying, "Oh, I'm ready for it." I do appreciate. I did get one really nice friend in the media that let me know that was going on as I'm in the locker room down there interviewing people, and said, "Hey, you might want to change that tweet." So yeah, I think Dak had one bad throw. Maybe I had one bad tweet.
Nick Eatman back from Tennessee. Very, very strong week of performances. Get some rest, and we'll talk on Monday.
Right. Sounds good. See you guys later.
Thank you, brother. Nick Eatman sounded like he's on fumes right there. DallasCowboys.com brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Let's celebrate this Cowboys win with Crosstalk, KNC Masterpiece, next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we are live from the
Control or Barricade Rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at BuyersBarricades.com.
Want to freak out your daughter again today?
No, I'm good. I do appreciate, by the way, how you started the 10 a.m. hour yesterday, also putting your phone right up to your face
That's right.
for the first several minutes.
That text exchange that you shared was magical.
I feel bad for the women in his family. I really do.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's rough.
Many different reasons.
It's a rough living. It's a rough living being able to be a stay-at-home wife and have everything provided for you.
Oh my gosh. Man. You had one segment to get out the door free and clear, and you're like, the hell with it.
Let's light this on fire right before New Year's.
Speaking of ladies, is JoJo running around with his girl in the halls?
He is.
Is that his girlfriend? Just bringing her
That
on
is
up
not
here?
Jennifer Aniston.
Indeed it is.
Whoa,
also,
insult. Bobby.
I'm just saying, he said Jennifer Aniston was his girl.
She made us cupcakes. So
Aww.
Let me see them.
She seems lovely.
Let me see their basic work. Whoa, look at this container.
Yeah, man.
Look at that.
Man, Sean's already impressed with the container.
Look at it's like a double deck container. Look at the frosting.
I know.
It's like multicolored frosting.
The cake is as well. It's like a
There's a
swirl of
cake?
sorts. Well, I mean,
The
it's a
cupcake itself.
Oh, the cupcake is too? Wow. She can cook? Very well done.
It's
Am I going to
actually
be the jerk?
baking,
Yeah, I was like,
Sean.
thank you, Bobby,
What?
for being
That's
the jerk.
actually baking.
Yeah.
But it's
I would,
good to
I would
see.
figure you would know that as the food connoisseur. here.
Oh, that's right.
Can she clean too?
Oh my good
Wow.
night,
All right.
Sean.
Are you insinuating that's a necessity?
requirement. Bobby's the one laying out that role for females. Not me.
Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and distance myself from this microphone for the time being.
Kevin, what's coming up?
Oh man,
Gender roles.
What I know, we're not going to do that.
Other kind of roles?
I really want to get. I really want to get the feed from y'all this morning. What's the split in terms of positivity or negativity?
I usually take Twitter. Bobby takes the Fantex, YouTube, and Twitch. So why don't you speak for those?
It's pretty split. It's pretty like half and half. You've got, which is, I mean, isn't that the way things normally go? Like half of everybody's angry at Dak, half of them like him, half of everybody's angry at the result, half of them are just like get a victory.
Here's what happens. I used to think that the Fantex was the ugliest place, and I always agree with Bassick about that, especially 337.
I love the Fantex.
But it's what happens is people run their mouths the craziest on Twitter during games.
Okay.
And then I send them DMs for the phone number for calls the next show.
Okay.
And those people on Twitter never show. Never show. All this Dak Prescott craziness, all this Al Bundy, I was a middle school assistant, I'm a know-it-all, I'm the next Joey Maguire. All those people disappear. They never show up, and they just want to type. And they want to bang away at the keyboard. Nice. And the calls that we get are all, I think, really good. Yeah. Reasonable. It's never those tough tolos on Twitter saying that Dak Prescott needs to be benched and that Dobbs is outplaying him. They don't show up.
Wow.
But I think while the show is taking place, it is so much more reasonable than Twitter during games.
We did get one person who was a Dak critic today and said, like, I don't trust that with the way he turns the ball over and the flukiness of that we're going to be able to go far in the playoffs. But also in that same description, he described them as fluky, which also means that in theory would not be sustainable because it's a fluke.
How do you all feel about?
Yeah, I think I was looking last night and it kind of felt like, that's why I was curious. It felt like the tide had turned in terms of more people being like, you're 12-4. Why don't you shut the hell up?
Like post game was fiery last night.
I do get that.
I would have gotten Wolchuk on the recap if he didn't wake up at 10 a.m. every day. Broadus was up, ready to go, studying tape. Wolchuk just texted me. I was trying to get the recap, but we'll have to just listen to it on the Odyssey app.
We have Jerry at 10:30. Definitely want to ask what happened, even if it's not a long-term concern, what happened with Dak's knee, because he was kind of, bounced down, hobbling around just a little bit. Just would love to know if they have any insight about that.
Dr. Bassick over here is worrying me a little bit. He's floating a theory, a little comparison to a past game, worrying me a tiny bit.
I have no, like I'm not saying it's anything. we didn't get any answers. Nobody asked Dak about it afterwards. Nobody asked McCarthy. Nobody asked McCarthy coming out of halftime, how's Dak's knee? That was the last thing that happened. I'm just surprised.
Why didn't you go to the game and ask?
He was scared. He was scared. I think we can go ahead and report that now.
Throw everyone else under the bus.
That's above my pay grade, which is a very nice pay grade that keeps my wife.
My God!
I'm just kidding.
She doesn't have to work or do anything.
No, my whole thing is just like we just saw a couple weeks ago. Like Jalen Hurts finishes out a game against Chicago, and then it's like, oh, but he's not going to be able to play this week, even though it happened and he continued to play the game. Dak against the Rams in 2019 gets the shoulder injury in the first quarter, an injury we didn't even know about.
Yeah.
And then he plays the rest of the game fine, and then he comes out. It's like Dak can't throw this week, and he may not play against Philly. And so it makes me wonder, okay, did everybody just forget about that because they saw him finish the game, and there may be something to it? I don't know. Is he waking up sore this morning? Is there some sort of a problem? I'm just curious if there is anything. If they say no, all right, no.
It's a fair question. I think it points to one of the ways in which like us sports fans can be kind of illogical is that once we see you back on the field, you are no longer hurt anymore.
Right.
Oh, for sure. I think that. Like when Sam Williams bounced back out there, I was like, we're good. You know? And so, okay, well, with that in mind then, because I've heard this narrative start more and more, would you like to see Philadelphia beat the Saints so you can just rest it up? Or are you like, well, that's pure foolishness. Let's still get a shot at this division title in a home game.
East.
Yeah, I mean, no. Like, I think you want an opportunity for the Giants to be able to beat the Eagles in Week 18. So, like, yeah, let the Saints handle it. And
like, I think Tampa's trash. They can't score. I'm just like, this matchup has not gone our way as of late. Like, is it a matchup thing with their defense that Cowboys can't score against? I'm not worried about Tom and turning it on in the playoffs magically.
You 100% that's who it's going to be?
The Bucks?
Yeah.
What, are you leaning on the Panthers?
No, I'm just asking because that whole division sucks.
Now, if you tell me it's going to be Carolina, maybe I'd change my opinion on a little bit of rest. But were we all outraged? I was outraged. It ended up being needed that Micah was out there last night with the club on his hand.
And I still think you win that game without Micah. Like, I mean, it certainly helped having him in there, but I still think they beat him without Micah. I would have preferred he got rest.
Well, Chuck said it's not 10 a.m. every day. You're right. He had post-game duties.
Yeah.
Post-game duties.
Man.
But I leave this game feeling that I'm trying to separate the games in my mind this year where I have an opinion on them one way or the other, and then the ones where I'm just, whatever. In this game, I leave with no strong opinion about its status quo. They're third best in the NFC. Things have to go right for them. We all know their issues and problems. Sure. They're not any different to me. And things have to go right, and Dak has to be on fire for them to make it to the Super Bowl.
If he had multiple throws like the one he threw to Schultz that got picked off, like that's something that I would have taken away from it, that it would have been like, okay, this is a firm takeaway you can have from this game is Dak made 4 terrible decisions. Like there are very few narrow things that I think you could have taken away from that game, and nothing that we saw last night I think you can make a grand takeaway about.
So much of the Cowboys fans' baggage plays into wins like this. Like, let's just say they had been to the
baggage is a good term.
Let's say they'd made it to the Super Bowl 3 years ago, or they've been to the Super Bowl twice in the last 5 years. I think people would be like, hey, you're 12-4. It's just the baggage of you never get past the divisional round, or last year you don't get past the first round of the playoffs. And I think that's what people dread is they don't look at 12-4. They look at first round exit, second round exit, because of all the baggage and the history that comes with it.
Yeah, I mean, it erodes the foundation of a good team when you see a good team go and lose in the first round, right? Then the value of having a good team is lessened for folks because they're like, what's the point of having a good team? You can still go and lose in the first round.
And the good news about this team, though, is they seem to struggle more against garbage teams than they do against the really good teams. Whereas last year, I felt like some people thought this was going to happen because they're like, you've struggled against good teams. I feel like they've been excellent against good teams.
7-1 above
and they beat
500.
3 11-win teams.
And that's always been the opposite for them.
They play down to worse competition. They play up to better competition.
Which makes me nervous for the wild card round when you will play a garbage team. But after that, who the hell knows?
And a quarterback you've never beaten who can turn the magic on at any time, Sean.
Sam Darnold?
No, that's not happening.
Desmond Ridder.
So are you going to be coming out positive or negative on the win?
I get the mixed bag, but I don't understand scorched earth on 12-4.
You think
I just don't get that.
Do you think Dak played well?
I thought he was solid, but that's about. I can't say well because that was a bad pick, but I thought he was solid.
What do you think, Reggie?
I think it was played pretty well. Now, Bobby, let me ask you something. On that interception that we all are willing to put on Dak's plate.
He should have hit him in stride.
Bobby.
Go ahead.
All right. Are you here? Are you here?
Yeah,
with me?
I'm here. Go ahead.
Bobby Cochran.
I've been really digging into trying to understand what they're trying to do on certain route combinations. On that interception, did you see any way in which or did you see where the play was intended to go? Because I didn't really see
on the one to Hendershot.
No, the one that
the
got
one to
picked
Schultz. That was his fault. No, because I didn't see the film view of it. That, I mean, it's one of those that you probably are just supposed to eat it, run, or I would guess they have something generally in the flat to dump off to, just as like here's a safety.
I think on the
valve, pick up
backside
2
you had
yards.
a couple of crossing types.
Yeah, I didn't see the whole play design on that one, but that was one where, it's like McCarthy said in the postgame. He said that was a minus decision. It was a decision that shouldn't have been made.
All right. I'm looking at Warren Sharp. Someone just sent me Kobe. With a C. Record versus opponents. I can see, I can sense Kevin Hagelin's head movement.
I wanted to see what
the
you were
angle
looking at.
of the turn. I can sense you now. Records versus opponents currently.
That's nice.
Over 500. The Cowboys lead the way 5-1. Philadelphia 3-1. San Fran 2-1.
And they beat 3 teams with 11 wins.
Bam! Happy New Year to everybody. Try to enjoy the win. You will do it with the KNC Masterpiece. Are you going to ask Jerry about T.O.?
No!
Come on!
No! Do you want to hear that question?
Bobby, do you want to hear it?
Kinda.
Okay. You know what? I changed my mind. Because of y'all, I'm back in on that question.
Jerry Jones with KNC. Happy New Year, everybody. It's coming up on the Fan.
Coming up at 10, continue. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan on a Cowboys victory Friday.
Sure.
What I want to know to start things out is, how's everybody feeling today? Are you fired up? Or are you frustrated that you had a tough time against a JV NFL team? Or you like a win's a win? We're 12-4. Also, it's a shout-out Friday if you want to get that going. 877-881-1053. I am going to shout out the people working this show today.
Who's that?
Besides me. It's you, Reginald Atatula.
It is.
And Joey Erickson, who he's bringing the heat today because he needs to justify his relationship. Now, I know why he's dating his girlfriend, but hold on, Carter, but she needs to decide if she's made a wise decision. And so how he does in the show today, I think could dictate the future of the relationship. And Carter Freeman doesn't need to justify anything to anybody because he's just badass at his job.
I mean, 30,000 YouTube subscribers. You see the content that pops up on YouTube and Instagram and all that.
We increased tenfold in the span of, I don't know, not that long is what I'm going to say. Is that a time frame?
I think
in the span of not that long, we went from 3,000 to 30,000 YouTube subscribers. So he doesn't need to prove anything to anyone.
Damn Skippy.
Joey, however, we'll see how it goes.
Got the pressure today.
Okay, that's right. So 877-881-1053. Here's how I phrased the first one. Cowboys win. So everybody's happy, right? Or probably not.
No, nobody can ever be happy. Happiness is not something that will be granted to us mortals at any point in our lives.
Oh my gosh.
Yep. We're just going to lean full nihilism today.
Oh my goodness.
My thought process, can we have a little aside real quick, Kevin?
Yes.
My thought process is if I go super negative, then folks will have no choice but to skew positive. You know?
Okay.
Can we try that?
All right.
Do you think that'll work?
I think that's not a bad idea because I'll just take whatever counter argument is available.
And then you win, right?
So, yeah, I'll just go after that. No, and that's why I asked Sean in the cross is I was seriously curious do you look at the flaws that come along with this game? And if you want to break it down just on Dak, like rock on, more power to you. I'm never going to change your mind. But more importantly, the turnovers as a whole, regardless of whose fault it is, you have turnovers on 3 consecutive possessions for the first time in the Dak era. That's troublesome. I don't care who you're playing. So I get the flaws that come along with that. On the flip side, you've won 12 games in back-to-back years for the first time in 27 years.
All right, so can I flip some of this on its head, or attempt to at least, right? You did have that string of turnovers, a lull in a game in which, in a one-game sample, that can be devastating. However, the couple of times that you've done that, you've managed to win those games still.
That's true.
In this instance, you managed to cover still.
Man, and you just missed the over-under. By the way, if this was a gambling craziness, you beat the spread by half a point. You missed over-under by half a point, unless you were the under, and then you're super stoked that the over-under was 40.5.
Yeah, so those things remain the case. Now, the counterpoint can be said, that was against the lowly Houston Texans and the Titans, who literally have not beat a team who have a winning record this season.
Right.
So, yeah, you can point to those things. But, I mean, when we start doing this, it really ends up being like a matter of framing.
Yeah.
How you view these things. And I think I exist kind of in the middle. Are you surprised to hear that?
I mean, from you, no, not at all.
Because I've been trying to juxtapose is the wrong word, but make these two things jive, which is I see the things from on the truckwreck.com text line. We had a texter who just said, guys, it's no different than last season. We're still winning games, but the back half of the season looked ugly. I see those things, but then I also
disagree.
I also see the fact that you look at all the numbers, you look at all the metrics, and this team is producing at a high level and winning football games. And I don't know that you can ask too much more of them in that instance.
Okay. And so the thing I disagree with, I understand their point about the second half of the season not looking as good as the first half of the season. But the second half of the season last year, you were losing to Kansas City. You were losing to Arizona. You were losing to, look, I know the Denver game is in there too, and I still can't exactly figure that out either.
Yeah.
But you were losing to teams that you were these are your playoff competitors, right? Okay, who are your playoff competitors in the second half, at least in terms of the NFC? Minnesota, you throttled them. The Giants, you beat them.
Yeah.
The Eagles, you beat them. And I get it, but. That's what everyone's going to say, right? Like,
I always say that.
But Minnesota's not good. Okay, great. Well, they have a lot of wins. Oh, but New York, it was an 8-point game. Yeah, because you had a weird missed field goal and a garbage touchdown at the end of it. Oh, but Philadelphia didn't have Jalen Hurts. Cool, he doesn't play defense. Like, I'm not saying those were all perfect wins by any means. I just think you're playing better against better teams. Does that mean that this team is problem-free? Hell,
absolutely not.
No, it doesn't. They always, does it feel like, I saw something from David Hellman last night that I thought was really savvy is, this team wins, and they win a lot of games. Like in the last 2 years, they won 24 regular season games.
That's a lot.
But they always do something, or they frequently do something in these games that you're like, what? Is this team that good? Because what is happening right now?
Yeah, they don't maximize what they have available to them, which makes me pose a question to you, Kevin Hagelin. Do you think people would be happier, as we're talking about happiness in this segment, do you think people would be happier with a team that is objectively less good but always plays to the height of their potential? Because I think that's some of what we're dealing with right now.
No.
Like, this is a team
that is a good question.
This is a better team than last season.
Yes,
agreed. But I think the similarity between this season and last season is that it feels like it's a team that does not always play to the maximum of their potential.
And so you're right. You're 1,000,000% right about that. My counter argument would be, but I think you are maximizing significantly more against the better teams, which is what you're going to care about in 2 weeks. Well, if you get past the wild card round, because that team's not going to be particularly good, but you have been playing better against the better teams. This is where, and we talked about it in the cross, I think a lot of baggage comes along with that. And I have seen, not surprisingly, people are all over the board. From the 918, I'm disappointed. The Cowboys should have put this game out of reach by halftime and rest the starters in the second half, which we did talk about going into the game. This game played out as my worst nightmare, except for the loss, of course. Is midway through the third quarter, it was still a competitive game, and I knew people were going to be mad. And then from the 469, F the never satisfied haters. 12-4, baby. Shout out to Mike McCarthy for keeping this boat straight when we thought the season was over. Back-to-back playoffs. And then from the 940, bros, a win may be a win, but let's be real. They don't get past round 2. And then another text comes in for the 817. They're 7-1 against playoff teams this year. So, not surprisingly, and I know I just read 4, that is a fairly accurate representation of what's coming through on the fan text.
That is a microcosm of the whole, I think. But yeah, I'm somewhere in between all those things, because I do see, I subscribe to the idea that you get in the playoffs and you shorten the sample down to one game.
Yes.
And anything can happen in one game. That's how this entire league is built. So you having a lapse in play for 3 drives could mean the difference in a game. You lighting first downs on fire could put you in situations where you make it tougher on your offense to, pick up the first downs and keep yourself on the field.
Hold on. You said lighting on fire. Do you not think getting 1.5 yards per first down on run is a good strategy?
That's objectively not a successful play.
Okay. Like, what if I told you it was more like 1.7? How?
That's better, technically better, but still not a successful. Like, we legitimately have something called success rate that can tell you whether a play is successful or not, and that does not fit in the category.
And for the person who says they're going to go out in the second round, I get it. They will be, assuming Philly wins a game, they will be an underdog in the second round. Sure. Whether there's an upset and they play San Francisco or they end up playing Philadelphia, which would be the logical matchup, they will be an underdog in the second round. But I also feel like, don't you think they can win that game? Not to say they would, but you match up with Philly, you match up with San Francisco, you match up with any team in the NFC. I think the Cowboys can win.
Any team in the NFL, like this team,
that's probably fair.
And I think that might be some of what we have to look at as a good to great team in this league. I understand we actually just got a text in on the truckwreck.com text line, 214. Cowboys are a good team, but not a great team. Great teams don't struggle against bad teams. Point me to all the great teams in the NFL. This league is...
Yeah, I don't know.
I think we have built, in some ways, in a vacuum, what we anticipate like a great team to do. I kind of liken it to in the NBA where we do these things where it's like, yo, the top 5 player, and then you actually start listing them. It's like, oh, there's not that many. There's not that many spots.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, since you mentioned the NBA, on a Dallas winning day last night, Cowboys win, Stars win, Mavs win. Let's talk about the Mavs. They extend their winning streak to 5, and is Christian Wood ready to ride shotgun with Luka? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com.
need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
This is a made three by Dinwiddie. No, he ends up giving it up. It's a give and go. Ntilikina, boy, the ball, hot potato right now. They got to do something with it. And how about that for something? At the end of the shot clock, an alley-oop to a wide-open Christian Wood for the hammer.
The Dallas Mavericks, part of the triumvirate of Metroplex victories last night.
Love to see it.
With the Stars and Cowboys. In case you were confused, Cowboys did, in fact, win that game.
What?
We'll get back to that later. Don't worry. We got Jerry Jones coming up at 10:30. But Mavericks beat the Rockets 129-114. Now, 5-game winning streak, the longest of the season. Now, much like the Tennessee Titans, the Rockets are not the best team to measure your success against. However, I will shout out, I know we're going to talk about them later, Minnesota Wild are a damn good team. So the Stars, we didn't go 3 for 3 against totally garbage teams. All right. So the Mavericks win 129-114. There is still buzz, obviously, about Luka, always about Luka, but there's still buzz in the circles that we know that maybe the Mavericks still aren't super keen on Christian Wood because of the overall defensive effort. So my first question for you is, the dynamic of Christian Wood's defense perplexes me to no end.
Oh, man, you're not alone.
He had 4 blocks in the first half yesterday. That is his 8th straight game with at least 2 blocks. So, like, from the rim protection kind of thought and aspect to it, that blocking aspect has been really good. But his general defense still feels like it's lacking. How do I balance those things in my brain?
Yeah, defense isn't really a thing that can very well be translated into stats, at least the counting stats that we're typically akin to seeing on a box sheet. You can block shots, but if teams aren't afraid of going at you and if you're not changing shots, then that's not going to do a ton. Also, if you got guys like Alperen Şengün running right past you and dunking at the rim, that's not effective. If you're going to stop 2 possessions, but you're going to allow easy buckets, that doesn't really balance out for you as a team. So that's the thing about Christian Wood is it's not even that the high level isn't there. It's something that people are complaining about with the Cowboys is that there's inconsistency, right? You can get up and down and you don't know which level of defensive aptitude you're going to get on any possession. So I think that is what they're trying to find is that dependability defensively. But the fact of the matter is, I don't know that you can get that out of him necessarily.
Okay, I guess that's my question then. When I asked if Christian Wood is ready to ride shotgun with Luka, I know that's probably a better question for the Mavericks, is can they put certain elements of that aside? Because small sample size, it's the sample size we have to work with.
Sure.
The last 8 games. So essentially when Christian Wood starting. Mavericks are 6-2. They've now won 5 straight games. Christian Wood is averaging 20.4 points, 9.2 rebounds, 2.6 blocks, and 1.8 assists in those games on 34 minutes a night. So, like, 20 a game, 9 rebounds, 2.5 blocks. That feels like what we all hoped would happen. Maybe one more board, but still, like, we're nitpicking that. That feels like what you would hope for from Christian Wood when we made this deal.
Yeah, I mean, you needed scoring alongside Luka Doncic, right? You let go of probably your second best scorer in the offseason by letting Jalen Brunson walk, and you needed to replace those points. Christian Wood can do that with the opportunity, and it feels like this team, whether by necessity or otherwise, has decided if you can't stop them on defense, if you can't do the defensive stuff that Jason Kidd would like, that Sean Sweeney would like, they will go to a place where they're like, let's just do this offense thing. And you know who will help that? Christian Wood, a big that can pick and roll, that can get to the rim, that can shoot threes. Yeah, that's great. So, yeah, I think in some ways he's prepared to ride shotgun with them if you are willing to accept that this is kind of the way that you have to play, at least for the time being. And maybe the decision on extension is not giving him the 4 years and maybe finding a mid-tier ground of giving him like a 2-year extension or an extension that does not cost nearly as much, where at a later date maybe you can flip it or maybe you can find a way for everything to gel better.
I see the team appeal in that.
Uh-huh.
Where does the player appeal for that lie, do you think?
The market.
Okay,
Because
sure.
look, Christian Wood, this is not the first time that Christian Wood has put up these types of numbers.
That's true.
It's one of the reasons why people got excited when you traded for Christian Wood.
If I can play devil's advocate a little bit,
Please do.
would this not go down as the first time he's put up these kind of numbers in a winning scenario? Like, how big of a difference do you think that makes? Because usually it's been for not so great teams.
I think NBA teams can see the type of player that you are on a bad team or a good team. And I understand that those factor in a little bit different, but I think also they see all of the aspects of the defensive liabilities and all the, how that works, the ways in which he was, the team was trying to bench him in certain situations in winning time, you might say. Teams see that, and they're only going to want to give up what they want to give up. And I don't know that necessarily that's going to be something that the Mavs are looking for. But also, I think agents understand. They have conversations around the league, and they'll understand about what his going rate is. And I don't think that that's as high as the max extension that he's available for.
Now, you were talking about just out-offensing teams, which... Since Christian Wood, sorry, I did not get the offensive and defensive ratings factored in from last night, but in the 5 games prior, again, in the run of Christian Wood starting alongside with Luka, they had a 119.1 offensive rating and a 112.2 defensive rating. So your net rating of 6.9 is obviously anytime you get a positive net rating, you're going to feel good about that. Good. But it kind of speaks to your point of let's just out-offense everyone. But if you find a way to win, I'll take it for now, even though the Mavericks might be like, hey, we still need to play better defense. Well, I mean, considering your best defensive player, one of your best 2 defensive players is out for the foreseeable future, that might not be particularly viable.
And Dorian's been out as well.
Yes!
You can't forget that as well. So, yeah. This is a little bit of what you have to do right now, but also I don't know what curveball you go to. I don't know what other options you have. And that's the thing that's scary for the larger prospect of the Mavs is going deep into the playoffs like they want to do. I don't know that you have the multiple ways to win. It is just the let us try and I would say track meet, but running is not necessarily their forte. Let's score points.
There was more pace last night, but I think you're right. And I did like this. I know they're joking. From the 4-6-9, Luka only got 35 points. What a bum. I will tell you this. Luka's 95 points in the span of 2 games is the most, I believe, since, darn it, I had it in the back of my head. It's not the most all time because obviously Wilt had 100, but it's the most since I think Kobe's follow-up performance off of the 81. And so that is an impressive string of 2 games right there with 95 points. And don't let it not be forgotten. He had another triple-double.
Yeah. Light work.
25 rebounds and assists combined. Don't let that be forgotten either. So
good at basketball.
I know we're talking about Christian Wood. I don't want to take it for granted that oh, hey, this just in, Luka's amazing. I also wonder, and this might be a topic for another day, is will the Mavericks benefit from what the Cowboys are, is how many great teams are in your conference? Because I think if you look at the East, some people, or maybe a lot of people will say Boston, Milwaukee, and now, quite frankly, maybe Brooklyn. I don't know if people put the Pelicans or the Grizzlies or the Nuggets in that category in the West. So
no, there's not standouts, but there's a whole mess of dudes that are teams that are pretty damn good.
And so I'm kind of curious about that same dynamic could the Mavericks benefit from maybe not a top-heavy conference, and that will benefit them going forward. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys are victorious over the Titans. Coming up next, let's talk with Cowboys owner and GM Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
Chevrolet and Grapevine is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP. Not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads, classic Chevrolet, relax, and enjoy the difference.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is the Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager, Jerry Jones. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning, Kevin, Reggie. Good to be on with you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know y'all have bigger aspirations, so I'm kind of curious, with the win, first back-to-back 12-win seasons in 27 years, does that feel like an accomplishment, or are you like, yeah, I got other stuff in mind?
No, it was like an accomplishment, and we do have other stuff in mind. So that's the difference. But we would certainly have taken this when we started the year. But we've got every opportunity opportunity because of the old ones to really do some things that we haven't done in years, and that is we not only are going to be in the playoffs, but we want to be playing well when we get there. We want to be as healthy as we can be when we get there, and we want to have anticipated what our competition is going to be bringing at the playoff level, and I think we've given ourselves a chance to do that.
Now, when you talk about the health of the team, I think we were all just a little bit nervous, held our breath. I'm sure you did as well, when it looked like Dak was hobbling around on his knee just a little bit. Do you have any idea what happened and what the status is there?
No, but he's in good shape. I don't know what happened. He may have hyperextended a little bit. I knew almost immediately. We were checking with the team and checking with the sideline, and we knew he was going to be good.
Now, Jerry, obviously, as we talk about health concerns, Tyler Biadasz was carted off in this game. Do we have any updates on him?
No, but I'm hopeful that I don't have that officially, but I'm hopeful that it may not be as bad as we think, but we'll see again how he responds. He's going to be in for a few days rest, but hopefully we will have a better of it than it might have looked.
And also, I mean, you were talking about trying to play your best football this time of year. I understand that you ultimately get the win here and you cover the spread, which I'm not sure how concerned you are personally about that. But there's a portion of this fan base that's still wary of this team's ability to win in the playoffs. What do you say to try and calm those fears?
Well, I think that we just need to go back to that 12-win year. At this juncture, we of course have got a few days here that we can spare to get some people healthy, and between now and the time we play those Washington team. But I think we ought to look at the fact that we've really got a chance to take everything that has happened to us. We've certainly had our challenges. But we've overcome them. I think that's a big thing about the playoffs, is having overcome them. And I think I've got a chance to have this ready to go. I look at the health, but more importantly, I look at the amount of play time that a lot of our players have as we've gone through the season. And I think that'll bode us well in the playoffs. The play time of the entire squad, our depth, I think that's going to be good for us in the playoffs.
Hey, Jerry, I know we want to get back to the game, but I was kind of curious. What did you think? We all saw the debut of the Arctic Cowboy white uniforms for this game. What were your thoughts on seeing those out on the field?
Snazzy. And I thought it was a good place to show them off there in the entertainment capital that Nashville is. And but I thought it worked good. We had it to ourselves there on Thursday night. And all of that was a positive, and I'll tell you, it was a hard game. It was we had to go draw down and ourselves as a team and win that game. They played outstanding for the circumstances. I'm talking the Titans, and gave us all we wanted. But it was great to come out there with a win.
I think a lot of us have been impressed, and I have to admit, I've been a little surprised at the contributions of T.Y. Hilton. I know it's only been a couple of games, but what have you thought about his addition and play thus far?
I think every time he goes out for a snap, you see that experience, and you see he's made big plays. He's made big plays in big games, and he hasn't lost anything. And he's a real addition, and he's not only, as has been stated, he's not only great for Dak and great for that particular series, he's great for the other receivers as well. He has a lot of respect, and that's going to really pay dividends because he will recognize that he's on the field, and they'll have to address him. And when they do, that'll leave it open for Lamb and Gallup and our other receivers, and it will also help us with some of the things we do with our running game. It'll help us out of the backfield with some of our pass to our running backs. Overall, it's quite an addition, and we're going to use it.
Now, speaking of other receivers, it seemed absurd to a lot of us, but I would love to get your thoughts when T.O. and his agent said they had reached out to you. Did you hear from Terrell Owens, and do you have any thoughts about all of that?
I've never talked to him or his agent, and will not seriously consider it.
But
I've never talked to him.
We're talking to Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones right here on 105 through the Fan. Now, Jerry, I mean, your team has seen quite an uptick in turnovers over the last few weeks, and of course, you mentioned how you've been able to win despite that. But do you have concerns about the way this team has turned the ball over of late?
Well, the ones that are frankly caused by some pretty different type play balls that hit our receivers and flip up for the interception. Those don't concern me. Now, a concentration by the players and focusing on focusing on that issue, you always want that concentration. Those don't concern me, though, and that's been about half of them. The ones that just pop out that just if you might look at it and say for Dak, that's really not an interception on Dak. The ones that are more in his judgment range, we threw a lot of balls there last night, and I'm really confident that as we go forward or finish with Washington, then we get on into the playoffs, that Dak's judgment is the thing that will cause to win games, not limit us in winning the games. And so I feel good that we will be able to really compete in spite of this rash of turnovers we've had.
Hey, Jerry, I'm hoping you can bear with us and maybe we can call you right back or you can call us right back. We're getting a lot of breakup on that last answer. So I'm going to see if we can reconnect really quick.
Okay, well, let me get it, but you don't want to try to call me back because we might not get back.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, great. We might not get back, so I'm sorry that we're having this problem. I'm a long way from you. But having said that, I feel like that the type of turnover that we should be concerned about, the one that looks like it might reoccur. Some of these turnovers are just really happenings that you really don't plan on dealing with time in, time out. Flipping the ball in the air once it's hit the receiver in the hands, those type of things. The kind of turnovers that you should be concerned about, judgment turnovers. The judgment turnovers, I feel great that we've got a quarterback that can look past those and execute without those turnovers. I don't think that will beat us in the playoffs. I do not think turnovers will beat us in the playoffs. If we have them, they will. But I don't think it's going to be that's going to be the issue in the playoffs.
Are the kind of flukier turnovers that you talked about, like the deflections or the drops or anything like that, do you think that's contributed to some of the slower first half starts then?
Well, any turnover is a setback, and they count just like the ones that aren't fluky. But I don't believe we have to set our sail and work around planning on having those kinds of turnovers. I got to believe, and I believe because of Dak and because of his experience and because of his judgment and because of skill set, I've got to believe those turnovers will not keep us from being and having winning games in the playoffs.
All right. I was curious, the decision right before we heard Mike McCarthy on the pregame that Tony Pollard wanted to play, but Mike McCarthy thought best long-term look was for him to go ahead and sit this game out. I'm kind of curious how that decision gets made for Pollard versus Micah Parsons, who we saw out there with the club fist, and obviously he ended up having a huge impact on the game.
Well, one was in the hand that we could basically work to cast up and protect, and the other one was with your legs, and Pollard at his position probably is more sensitive than in this particular case with Parsons on his hand. But I think most of the time, the player decides if I can go or not. And under the circumstances, we thought not tonight. We could very well have him for Washington, though, and I look too. But even then, I'm not as concerned about that injury.
How big of a Saints fan are you going to be this weekend to hopefully keep this division race going?
Well, put me in. We've always had quite a rivalry with the Saints because our East Texas fan base. And certainly when they're not playing, we have a lot of fans down in Louisiana. This is one time that I'm going to be rooting for my home team, Shreveport. Here we go.
Now, Jerry, I mean, obviously you finally got an interception for rookie Nashawn, or not rookie, but your cornerback Nashawn Wright. How gratifying was it to see him get that grab last night?
Well, I knew that, of course, it was an outstanding play that you can make with his skill set, and that's always been the thing for him. Once he gets his confidence, once he gets his technique that you get with more experience, then his skill set, his height, his length would make him a unique corner for us. I think that's coming, and I was proud to see him get it.
I was curious, during the broadcast last night, Kirk Herbstreit said that Dak and CD might have the best connection or chemistry going in the NFL right now. He passes 100 catches for the season. There was so much discussion before the year started about CD Lamb's ability as a number one. What have you thought about his play, I guess especially over the last 4 to 6 weeks or since Dak has come back?
Well, CD Lamb has always had such expectations from everyone, the fans, most of all himself. It's great to see him that come to fruition. He is a extremely hard worker. He's highly intelligent, and he does have unique after-catch skills. That should develop into the kind of receiver that he aspires to be. And boy, he couldn't be developing it with a coordinated quarterback passing combo of him as receiver and Dak as quarterback that you could ask for. I'm thrilled to death with that. And I was thrilled to see Gallup, and I'm not trying to get ahead of you, but Gallup had a top game last night. You had that T.Y. Hilton, and these guys are coming together at the right time as we're going into the playoffs.
Since the Cowboys did play last night and y'all don't have a game this weekend, since we were talking about local teams, you going to catch up on a little Fiesta Bowl, see TCU try to advance in the college football playoff?
Listen, I'm a great collegiate fan, as you could imagine, and I'm so excited about what the Frogs have done. And yes, I'm going to be right there burning a hole in it, looking at them to have the success they deserve.
And then the last thing I was curious about, we've talked about this on the show, New Year's is coming up. Are you a believer in the New Year's resolution, or do you just want to change something whatever day of the year it is?
Well, I've always got a lot of things that I want to do better or that I don't want to do as much of. And so I think that resolution has helped me be more determined, and I give my thoughts out loud to people close to me, and so at least they know I realize those flaws, that I'm well aware of them.
Well, we appreciate the time as always, good sir. Congratulations. Go Cowboys, go TCU, go Saints.
You bet, guys, and let's have a great football weekend coming up here. Great to be on with you.
There you go, Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. And yes, I also noticed the amazing power play of not going to hang up the phone because we might not be able to reconnect.
I still want to know what that means.
You know what? He might be drawn into something else. I don't know, but I wanted to keep the interview going, and he's like, you know what? We're going to fix this.
That's right.
And But I respect the power play. There are not a lot of people that I can think of that I would be talking to. And I was like, yeah, I can't hang up the phone or I won't be able to call you back. And they'd be like, the hell you can't. And I'd be like, okay, you're right. Hold on. I'll call you right back. But with Jerry Jones, I get that. And a couple people asked this, if he seemed frustrated this morning. I don't know if I necessarily took that away. I feel like he spoke to, if he was frustrated, what that frustration might be is, I prefer to focus on the 12 wins.
Yeah.
And we still have something to accomplish.
Yeah, absolutely. And I asked that question for a reason because, I mean, we've had so many conversations, both the morning show and already in this very short show thus far, about like the ways in which people view this team right now. And obviously there's the back-to-back 12-win seasons that you're pointing to, but there's also a lot of folks that have concerns about whether they can win in the playoffs. And so I wanted to take that to the man that everybody wants to ask about these things. And I think that frustration comes through because he's the one working, or I mean, as far at least, as the general manager and owner to try and win these games.
From the 817, I think he got mad about the TO question. I promised Bobby and Sean that we would ask that question.
I really wanted to ask that question because I was also going to throw in, like, well, if you can't get TO, are you going to get Michael Irvin back out here?
What's Jerry Rice up to? Surely he can go ahead and get something going. I didn't think he was frustrated, but that was a definitive answer on that. He was like, I did not talk to either one of those guys.
Or the turnovers. The turnovers was also something that he was fairly definitive on.
Okay, and that's interesting because I get his point is you're not planning on like the deflection or the drop passes. Like, how are you supposed to scheme that better?
Sure.
Hey, catch the ball. Like, sure, that's what I'm trying to do. But I thought his point was interesting about, hey, we did make a poor decision in this game. Or, hey, we did have the botched snap. And he's focusing on those kinds, which I think is a fair way to divide it up. Now, it's frustrating when you see all three of those happen rapid fire, but I thought it was an interesting point as he goes, those are the turnovers that will make you lose in the playoffs, not the other ones. Which is a fascinating way to look at that.
Right, and the fact that he said definitively, turnovers will not beat us in the playoffs. I find that fascinating because I think if you ask fans what could be the demise of this Cowboys team in the playoffs, turnovers will come up very quickly.
And that's the part where, and I know we had moved on to something else, I think that's the part where I disagreed with him at first, but then he brought up that turnovers are always a setback, is because I wonder how much give this team has in terms of how much they can absorb a turnover. Like if you have 3 turnovers in a playoff game, sure. I also understand that you're probably cooked. But I wonder if you go up against 49ers, Philadelphia Eagles, whatever the case might be, how many of those turnovers, like intentional or forced or unforced, you're going to be able to absorb. But the other thing that we did bring up was New Year's resolutions. And where do you guys fall on the New Year's resolution? 877-881-1053. Do you need January 1st to make it happen? Do you just decide I'm making a change on a Tuesday? Where do y'all fall on this?
I'm somebody that I appreciate how endpoints offer an opportunity for reflection.
Sure.
So I like that, but I'm not somebody who's tied to the idea that I need to make a change at this point. If I decide that I need to make a change on a Tuesday, then that's when we're doing it. So New Year's resolutions don't end up being a thing for me in particular.
Now, Joey, I want to get your answer, but I also almost got distracted because I saw a commercial for Yellowstone, and I thought, should we do a segment where we make New Year's resolutions for other people?
Ooh,
because
mine
would absolutely be get Taylor Sheridan a competent editor. Like, get him somebody, he's like, hey, we don't need 18 country music concerts in every episode. Let's figure this out.
Everybody loves it.
I don't know if you can say everybody.
Yeah,
I'm sure there are people that love it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just when I see that episode that's an hour and 21 minutes, I'm like, here we go. And of course,
we got country music and a beautiful landscape.
Yeah.
That's all we need.
It's like country, what is it? Big Little Lies? Is that the one?
Oh my God. Yeah, that's the same thing. There were elements of that show that were great. But there were also elements of like, look at this view off a cliff in California. I was like, I got it. I got it last time and the time before that.
You sure you don't want 45 seconds of beach?
I am sure about that.
All right.
So much so that in the last episode of Yellowstone, I went back, timed it out. There's 3.5 minutes where nothing happened except a 5-second conversation that was not particularly relevant to moving the story along. All right, Joey. Sorry for that diversion.
It's okay.
How do you feel about New Year's resolutions? Mine should be to chill out, but believe it or not, Joey,
That's not going to happen.
I'm way more chill than I used to be. I know that seems unlikely.
Fair enough. Never been big on the New Year's resolutions. I've always seen it as more of just like a trend that people just like to do, but they're never going to stick to it. I just feel like there's not a lot of self-accountability in the whole thing. So I guess I'm kind of on the same wavelength as Reggie, where it's like, if I'm going to make a change, I'll go ahead and do it.
Would you like to see some sort of punishment system instituted for people who do not hold by their resolutions?
I think we could work on something.
Do you think punishments actually make people do stuff?
Yeah, some people.
Oh, there's a story here. Please
no,
elaborate.
I'm just saying, I'm scared of my dad.
Okay. I thought,
especially when I was little, you got to be careful.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
See? Okay, thank you. At least one person for the 817. We don't need that 20-minute montage of a rodeo. And it'd be different if it was just in one episode. It's like every episode. So, sorry, I know that's not really what we're talking about. But yes, because I still like the show, but then there are times when I'm like, what are we even doing right now? Like, seriously, what are we doing? All right, so no changes lined up?
Nothing.
Okay.
Also, I think you know me, planning ahead, not really one of my fortes.
All right, so I'm not going to get on the Get Right the Attitula adjustment as a new segment?
We'll see.
Because that's the resolution I've been pushing for Reggie for a long time, and he said no. All right, Joey, no resolutions set up?
If there is one, I'll play into it. It would be to read more. I think I need to, read more books.
What kind of books
expand
you
the
trying to
vocab.
read? Yeah.
I like fictional books, correct? Is those the ones that are facts?
Right.
What?
That's
or
what.
No, or
have you never heard Mike's bizarre rant about this?
No.
Yeah, because he's like, well, if fiction, it starts with an F, like factual, and so that should be. And he said nonfiction makes it sound like it's not factual, and so he thinks they're flipped. True story.
It's a big deal, Reggie.
I know this is an audio medium, but I'm speechless.
Well, because we're doing NFL fact or fiction, and then he goes, well, which one is the true one? And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, don't you always think fiction means real? And I said, no, I don't. But that is what he.
Oh my goodness. I love Mike.
Because he's a treasure.
Who would expect that would come up? That anybody would say something like that?
There are sometimes people ask if the show's planned out. I was like, there's a run sheet. But in terms of what gets said in the segment, I'm frequently astonished as well.
Complete wild card.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Rally House in Fort Worth.
Coast, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Cowboys victorious, Stars victorious, Mavs victorious. Heck of a night last night for the DFW Metroplex. At least for me. I'll allow other people to crush me for that opinion. What is, you know how the fan bases go. Fair. Right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How's it going?
Well, I should ask you that because it was a late night. Did you get your Luca recovery beer? Are you good to go and ready to roll?
Is that what I should have done?
I mean, that's what he said. I've never put up a triple-double, so I have no idea how one recovers after a thing like that.
Well, apparently at least mine wasn't physical. It was just kind of tiring, right?
Sure. I'm a little concerned.
Yeah, we're good.
That you didn't say mental right after that.
Mental, not for me.
Okay.
I think it was a mental grind for those guys. That third game in 12 days and trying to combat injuries and things like that. And I think we all think, well, okay, this should be a cakewalk. Well, there's very few cakewalks in the NFL, right? Although, you sit there and go, oh, gosh, they should have just put this team away and got on with it, right? And
yes.
No,
I get it. Yes.
That's not the Cowboys, right? But when the bottom line is, how many points did they win by?
14.
14, and I think didn't the line jump to 14 after everybody found out that Joshua Dobbs was going to be the quarterback?
Mm-hmm. And in some spots it was 13.5, a key difference to determine if you pushed or won or lost.
And I think I told you guys, if I remember correctly, 31-16.
And
I had it 15.
Mickey, at one point, it was 24-13.
I know.
I remember that in my brain. I was like, we might actually hit on this if Tennessee got the field goal to cut it to a one-possession game and everything like that. But yeah, it shouldn't surprise you, and I'm sure you've already experienced this, is people are pretty split about this. I'm pumped that they won and they got 12 wins again, but a lot of people are like, this will never do this in the playoffs, this will never do that, and I get it. This is a flawed Cowboys team. I think all the teams in the NFL are flawed to a certain extent.
Yeah, and and then it comes down to, can you overcome your flaws?
Mm-hmm, sure.
And they did. We made a big deal about how many starters Tennessee was not going to have, and I understand when you don't have Tannehill and Derrick Henry, that's huge. But if you go back and look at it, when the Cowboys finished the game, they were missing 7 starters. And not just from that game, right? Over the total length of the season, there were 7 starters not out there, and I think the huge part of it is still trying to overcome the loss of 2 of your top 3 corners. I think they're starting. I get it. Nashawn Wright, that he played the most snaps he's ever played in an NFL game, and he got the interception, but he also got beat a couple times. The way I looked at it this morning, because last night, I think my response was the best thing I can say about all this is they got 12 wins, and then how they got it wasn't great.
Sure.
But, they're having to overcome injuries. You have 4 starters on defense missing, the 2 corners. Your leading tackler at the time,
yes,
your linebacker, and Jonathan Hankins, probably your best run stopper in the middle. I mean, that's significant, and we talk about it all week, and then we get to the game, and it's like, oh, what happened? But I was just looking at one thing. Had they had one more stop on 3 third downs on that touchdown drive, we're talking 27-6. And everybody's happy, right?
Yeah.
So that's how close, the shave was. And they even had a 4th down conversion on that drive. So one kind of really bad defensive possession for the Cowboys.
I think about that, too, from the perspective of the rarely dropped Trayvon Diggs interception that looked like it had pick 6.
Was there, it felt like there were 2 of those, were there not, Mickey?
Yes, but for Diggs, that one felt like it had pick 6 written all over it, and I wonder if that changes, the rest of the flow of the game or how people feel about it.
Exactly. And then on the touchdown pass, if he just covers his guy, right? And this is the second time it's happened in 2 weeks because he fell off his guy looking at somebody else that was going underneath to the other side to help out. And he left, Woods, right?
I believe.
Because he was wide open
Yeah.
in the end zone. And it's like, whoever got there late, it was like, I think it was Damone Clark tried to drop off and make the tackle, right? And it's like, he beat a linebacker. No, Diggs didn't cover his guy. And he's got to quit guessing like that. And if he had picked that one up for pick 6, you would have said, okay, that's fine. He made a play, right? Same thing with Nashawn Wright. He ended up making a play. I think the quarterback didn't realize he had a 6'5" corner out there. And, if he wasn't that tall, he doesn't pick off that pass. But he made a play.
Speaking of Nashawn Wright, I know you talked about, he definitely got beat on some plays as well, but have you seen in the last 2 weeks, you get the feeling that he's trending at least in the right direction or trending up?
Yeah, I think so, because you're seeing him make plays. He kind of missed. I mean, how weird was that? The tackle on the sideline, that the guy tiptoed down the sideline.
Yes.
I mean, just a weird thing like that, right? Again, you got to make the tackle, and he didn't make it clean. But I think he's proven. I think we forget this guy hasn't played that much, and they had a lot of guys in that situation. Jabril Cox played. Everybody asked, when Jabril Cox going to play? Well, he played the most snaps in a game he's played in his career last night, and I think it was like 14. And at one point in the game, and I think they were just trying to give the linebackers a break, it was Cox and Luke Gifford at linebacker. So they ended up playing a lot of different guys, a lot of different combinations, not to mention, and I don't know how much you guys have talked about it, having the offensive line shuffle.
Yeah, so I looked right at Reggie because we joked about this before the show, is when Biotish got hurt, obviously not what you want, and they said, the Cowboys are reshuffling their offensive line. I thought, they just plugged another person in, but then they walk through all of the changes that they made to legit shuffle the line, and I was like, oh, okay, that is a lot of changes.
Yeah, because it would have been an easy thing, but a hard thing because they elevated Hoffman off the practice squad, and he's kind of like the backup center guard. And so I was thinking, well, they're going to put this guy in for his first NFL snaps in this situation. And then they did the whole, change, moving Connor. And I always thought that's kind of what they would do, move Connor McGovern to center and Tyler Smith to left guard, and then, bring in Jason Peters. Now, I don't know if you want to go forward like that. And we'll see, they've got, 13 days to figure that out on how they want to have it. My understanding on Biotish's injury is it's a high ankle sprain, but it's not a significant one like we normally think, you're out 4 weeks or whatever. But anytime you see a big guy like that leaving the locker room in a boot, you're going, oh, gosh, that looks bad. But I was told it's not as bad as it looks. So I would imagine, he misses the next game, but he does have the 13 days. So we'll see what happens. And then maybe I think there's hope that he would be ready for the playoffs. So I think that's about as good a news as you can have after you saw the replay of that and how he got rolled up.
Oh my God. It was
both legs from behind, right? And we just kind of dismiss this stuff. Okay, so the next guy goes in, all that stuff is great. And I know you guys get tired of me saying it about next guy up, but there's a reason they're the next guy up, right?
Yeah, Mickey. I mean, we had some next guy up in this game with Tony Pollard, not
and even Pollard, right?
Yeah.
And Malik Davis played well.
That's true.
He had some really nice runs, but again, Pollard's not in there. Right, and then Biotish is not in there, and it just and we forget because we've moved on, right? Tyron Smith's out there, but Terrence Steele is not out there either, and he was playing well. So, those injuries, they start to mount, and you got to overcome them.
I mean, we've come a long way over the season, Mickey. Though, we started this season with the offense, at least on the offensive side, thinking that it was going to be a run-heavy team. This was a team last night that threw the football a lot Are you having any concerns about the way that they're running the football of late down the stretch here?
Two things. Number one, and I know Tennessee had guys missing on defense. They were number 2 in the league against the run.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is they decided that they were going to play a 5-man front. So they had their 4 defensive linemen out there and a linebacker. So they had 5 almost per snap up front, and the Cowboys kept trying to run into it. And in a couple of those 3rd and shorts that they didn't pick up, not only did they have 5 up front, but they were blitzing the safety and the 2 linebackers. So it was almost like, okay, by golly, we want to run the ball when we want to run the ball. Well, sometimes that just doesn't pay off.
Oh.
And think about how hard it was when they were, was it 1st and goal at the 6?
Yes.
And Zeke gets 2, he gets 1, and he barely got the touchdown if he hadn't reached over the goal line after he got stopped. So it was tough sledding out there to run the football.
And I think that answers my question, but I was going to ask, are you surprised that given the scheme that the Titans were putting forward, that the Cowboys decided, the hell with that, we will continue to run the ball on 1st down?
Isn't that what everybody wants? You got to run the ball. You got to be balanced. No, you got to do what works.
Yes,
right?
I'm with you on that.
And I'm not into being stubborn. When calling plays. No, I am stubborn, by the way.
I wasn't going to say anything.
But I'm not calling the plays, right? So, yeah, it's you got to throw the ball. And, Dak made one bad decision. And other than that, they did score 27 points, by the way. And you can't score 30 or 40 every week. It's just not going to happen. And I don't care who you're playing.
Yeah, I mean, with that being the case, I mean, do you think that Kellen Moore has kind of found the nice balance of how to get this pass game going? Because CeeDee Lamb with 11 receptions, Dalton Schultz with 7 receptions, and the few sprinkled in for T.Y. and Michael Gallup, it felt right, at least for me.
Yeah, no, it did. And I bet that was another thing that got lost, the 2 touchdown catches by your tight end, right? Everybody's concentrating on CD. And on the second one, Schultz said that's exactly what happened. I was talking to him about, kind of take me through that play, the one he catches in the back of the end zone, goes up high. He said that they repped that in practice a couple times, and the ball never came to him. And he goes, and what happened on that play was they got the coverage they were hoping for, where the cornerback stayed with, and I'm not sure why it was this way, but they took CD. That ball was supposed to go to CD, and they took him out of the play and left the safety, 5'11", 200 pounds, on a 6'5", 250-pound tight end. And he gets to the back of the end zone. It's, that safety's not going to break up that pass. And Dak throws a perfect pass, and Schultz goes up and shows you why they franchised him to keep his rights, and makes a really great catch. And so that's how that play worked out. And they read it right. They both did what they were supposed to do, and Dak threw it where only Schultz can do. And it's a huge touchdown that kind of gave him some separation finally.
Were you sad to hear Jerry say that they didn't actually talk to T.O. and his agent?
I heard them guys challenge you, and I'm going, no, they're not going to ask him that question. But you did.
In your face.
You could tell that they really wanted that question. and
I said, oh, you're going to throw these guys under the bus.
Yeah.
Right?
And that was quickly dismissed.
Yeah, Kevin's built enough goodwill with Jerry that I think he.
I think he understands the humor in the thing. I believe, but he was pretty succinct, right?
Yeah.
Never talked to him.
And
Never talked to him.
I have to admit, I was a little surprised, because usually Jerry he'll opine on you just a little bit and be like, yeah, but I will tell you this, T.O. back in the day was a great receiver. Like, I thought we were going to get something like that. And he goes, no, we have not talked to them.
I totally dismissed that whole thing, that I never even looked into it. I mean, so did he say the Cowboys talked to him?
No, he said
never.
Cowboys did not talk to him.
No.
T.O.
How did he get started?
So T.O. said that he had reached out, and he used vague enough language where he was like, oh, yeah, we've been in contact with the Cowboys multiple times. That's like saying you called the White House and was like, I've been in contact with the president multiple times. And then I can't remember if it was him or his agent said, we couldn't agree on the money, which in my mind meant the Cowboys are like, not interested. We will offer you 0. And they were like, we would like more than 0. And that's why they said they couldn't come together on the money.
See, that's another indication of what agents do. Back in the day, through the 90s, when somebody would come available, the first thing we always heard was, well, the Cowboys are interested. Well, and sources said, well, you know who the source was? The player's agent. Right? And he's just throwing out there thinking, well, if everybody thinks the Cowboys want him, we better go make a play for him because we don't need the Cowboys to get any better, right? And it happened over and over and over again. So I finally learned a really good lesson about, the Cowboys are interested, and you talk to them and they go, well, we didn't talk to anybody. But that's what the agents were doing. And nothing against agents. They're doing their job, right? They're trying to get their guy a job and get paid, and maybe get paid more somewhere else. So, but it's a little thing to kind of keep in mind when this stuff like that happens.
Who do you think T.O. was trying to create a bidding war for?
Yeah. I just thought maybe he said he was thinking he was going to get a reality show or something.
Ooh, that.
I'll sign him for that.
Yeah, that is a good suggestion. All right. Man, what a way to go out. Appreciate it very much, good sir. We will catch up with you next week.
We'll know a little bit more by time Monday gets here, right?
Absolutely, we will. Thank you very much.
Okay, see you guys.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Kyle Shanahan, Texas Tech, or maybe Lane Kiffin. And this Panthers better. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Masterpiece is brought to you by Franklin Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Franklin Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Chuck gonna take it back from Brooks, throws it to the end zone. Jerron Bradley, touchdown Red Raiders.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and that clip will come into play in just 1 second as it's time for some Forgiveness Friday. 877-881-1053. Do you need to ask for forgiveness? Perhaps more importantly, does somebody need to ask you for forgiveness? And right now, we have a special guest on with us. Will you introduce yourself to the audience and tell us who you are?
Yeah, hi. My name is Parker. I'm Joey's girlfriend. I am real if you've heard about me before.
Yes, she is real.
Yeah.
So I
Real
think
girlfriends are great.
we're going to start this off by asking, does Joey need forgiveness for anything? He seems like a nice young man, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, you guys don't see what's behind the scenes. He does insult his girlfriend quite a few times on the daily.
And she makes lovely cupcakes.
I'm getting exposed right now.
He getting cooked.
No, he comes back with the compliments, though. He is very sweet.
Yes.
He is. I'll give
so
him
is
a few
it,
points.
does he do the compliment sandwich where it's like a compliment and then a criticism and then another compliment?
He will. He's got to boost the ego a little bit.
And I don't ever recall Joey making anything and bringing it up here, so...
I helped.
Did
mix.
you?
I whisked.
He did. He picked up the whisk.
Okay. So the whisk is the wire looking
Yes.
That would be
one,
correct.
right? Okay.
Oh, you do you not bake? Have you never baked?
No, look, my son loves to cook, as does my
Which
wife,
one?
and they both love. My older son, that's not a baby, loves to
What?
cook.
That was real aggressive. Wait a
Okay,
minute.
sorry.
Why are you saying that about Noah?
Stupid baby. Noah can't bake. He's 4 months old.
I'm not gonna assume what he can and can't do.
Okay, well, I'm
Unlike
here to
you.
tell you, he's a 4-month-old. He can't bake.
Have you tried?
Yes, because sometimes he can't even figure out which side of his pacifier goes in his mouth. So we still got a learning curve that we're working on.
Those are not similar skill sets. He might be able to do one and not the other.
Okay, well, that seems unlikely. But, all right, Joey, it's only fair. Mm-hmm. Now, I did not tell you this part was going to happen. Is there anything that she needs to ask for forgiveness for?
Okay. She's going to hate this. She has a squishmallow.
What does that mean?
You know those like it's like a pillow.
It's like a
but
stuffed animal,
yeah.
really soft,
Yeah.
like circular stuffed
Oh,
animal.
yeah.
Yeah, she has a Buzz squishmallow.
And who got it for me?
I did get it for you that she takes with her everywhere.
Everywhere?
Yeah.
Okay, what
Like on
what's
the
defined
airplane?
everywhere?
Well,
Yes.
Here's the thing.
Like, is it here right now? Is it with us in the room?
It is not in the studio. No,
Okay.
it is a distance relationship. I don't get to see Joey a lot. It reminds me of him. He was very sweet and gave it to me when he moved from college.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah, I was hoping that we could like
Yes.
have a little bit of conflict here, but it's just so nice.
It's too wholesome.
Yeah.
We're done with
Yeah.
you.
Get
No,
outta
I'm just
here.
kidding.
Don't like
Get
it.
off.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. In case you wanted some insight into the life of Joey.
That
making
really was
long
adorable,
distance
wasn't it?
relationship happen. It really was.
I want them to succeed in everything.
I know. And not just because they're both within really close proximity to us. I hope it all works
Oh yeah, if I
out.
wanted them to fail, I'd say it out loud.
That is very true. Okay,
He turned off
he
your
turned your mic off. So while
sweet can he be?
What she said was that you're very sweet, but you turned her mic off. I like it. That is the spirit right there. All right. So in the rest of Forgiveness Friday is...
Do I need forgiveness for basically leaving you out to dry in the jury interview?
No.
Okay.
I think it's fine.
Does Jerry need forgiveness?
Yeah, look.
For the power move.
And then this person needs forgiveness from the 817. Hold on, does that mean Joey's girlfriend is single now? No, I do not think that was what we discovered
What
from
is
that.
wrong with everybody hitting on the
Look,
people?
I should have.
significant
you know what?
others
I
that we
do.
bring up
Let me
here.
apologize to her because I did not point out that everyone's gonna be like, dude, she sounds hot. 'Cause that's
true.
that's what happens every time that a lady is on here. Is it doesn't matter. Everyone says that, but she is very pretty. But I should have warned her that like people
and
are
a
gonna
great sport, mind you.
Yes.
Not everybody just hops on the microphone.
I should have warned her that people are going to be like,
I don't know if I guys told you this, but the first time we actually met was on a podcast.
really?
I was on a podcast back in college. So it's called the Huskies Game Prep Podcast, but you can actually listen to an episode. It was the first time we ever talked.
Man.
So yeah.
promoting his outside projects more than the fan.
From
the 806, Kevin needs forgiveness for bashing his 4-month-old.
That's right.
Being an accomplice.
What? He's supposed to be a Michelin chef by 5 months?
Can you read?
Why can't you read?
He can't read yet either. I have concerns about where we'll be in 10 months. I think he's going to walk freakishly early because his legs are super strong. But no, he's the best. I love you, Noah. Sorry if that came across poorly. Does this bettor need to ask for forgiveness? So I went back and tracked this. This happened almost 2 months ago.
Okay.
Somebody bet $80,000 on the Carolina Panthers not to make the playoffs. That bet would net them $5,000.
Wait, how much did they put down again?
$80,000.
I don't understand these bets at all.
To win $5,000, and now you at least see the path that they could make the playoffs.
I guess I can kind of understand it because I don't know what other investment situations you put in and you get, what is that? Math is failing me as soon as I went.
1/16 of the amount you put in.
Thank you.
So what are we
for
talking
doing
about?
the maths.
6.3%.
Well, I guess there might be investment possibilities.
Okay,
that you get that
so
back,
you
but
think
I don't know that there are a
it
lot
was
of
like, I'll do better on this than my low yield bond or
Right,
whatever.
right,
you might be-
right.
Okay.
And then, I mean, I would bet against Sam Darnold, personally.
Look, I understand the logic, especially when they were 1-5, but I always think those bets make me want to root against you. And
you're just a hater.
I mean, sure, that can't be new news to you. You've felt that way for a long time, surely.
That's fair.
And you're telling me you're not rooting against the guy who's got $80,000 to gamble, so he wins $5,000?
But who am I rooting for at that point? The house?
That's a good point.
What are we doing?
See, I'm not actively rooting for the house. I'm rooting for the rich person to lose their money in this instance. So I guess
there's no non-rich person in the equation,
man.
Because then the casino wins, or the book.
That's a good point. I have now been humbled.
You're welcome.
I didn't really think about that part. So
no, I haven't heard of a 6% return. I am poor. How would you like that, 940?
What are you investing in? Cheez-Its. And then somebody asked, this isn't Forgiveness Friday, but somebody asked if they're the only one crushing on Reggie. I don't know. I have always said that I think you're a handsome man.
And I always appreciate those compliments. They're very near and dear to me.
But I don't know how the rest of the audience feels. If you are crushing on Reggie, feel free to text us 877-881-1053.
I more care about where I can get the 6% return.
Or
give me financial advice via text.
I'm trying to get you a 6% return to something else. Or you can go check out the Twitch, whatever, if you want to tell Reggie that you're crushing on him. Now, you ready for possible no joke zone and Forgiveness Friday?
Oh, goodness. Yeah, I guess so.
All right. I need to know if it's Texas Tech or Lane Kiffin that needs to ask for forgiveness, because Lane Kiffin came out and said in the Texas Bowl is that a Texas Tech player spit and then possibly used a racial slur. I don't know why you wouldn't have gotten corroboration on the racial slur part of it before you said that. And then multiple people from Texas Tech have come out and vehemently denied it. And so I don't know who needs to ask for forgiveness because somebody is not on the level.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with any of this here.
Sure.
Like, I would love to be able to give some insight or some, advanced thought. I don't know what to do with any of this because, again, I don't know how to corroborate it. Yeah. I know that earlier today, Bobby and Sean were talking about this, and Bobby brought up the point that, you can't just throw this out there if you don't feel like you have very much, especially because when Lane Kiffin brings this up, he says there was a racial slur involved. That's not the point of what we're talking about. It's about the spitting part. That's a weird hierarchy perspective there. So I'm just like, I don't know what to do with any of this because clearly if somebody was spit on, look, man, I know places where if you spit on somebody, that's grounds for them to put in their hands and feet on you.
Oh,
right?
For sure.
So like, that's one thing. Racial slur, that's another thing. But also at the same time, like, I don't know that those things were done. And if they weren't caught on video, even if they were caught on video, I don't even know what to do with it then. Right? Do I take, what authorities do I, entrust to handle this? And what is the punishment or whatever for this? I'm honestly have no idea to do with any of this.
Yeah, no, it's an intriguing question. I'm a bit perplexed about it as well, but I'm probably inclined to agree with you that, like, if you thought one of your players got spit on, bring that up and then maybe double check before you said probably about the other
Well,
part.
he did say that he consulted with that player, right? So,
yeah.
Hey,
so you're gonna take her. I mean,
you're gonna
take
defend your
your
player,
player's
right.
word for it. I do agree with that. Do the head coaches? I'm projecting right here. Do the head coaches of Maryland and North Carolina State need forgiveness for probably actively hoping their team loses the game, so they don't get a giant tub of mayonnaise dumped on their head?
Duke's Mayo Bowl.
That's right. Would you want your team to lose?
No, it's a bowl game.
So you want to get mayonnaise poured on your head?
No, but I feel like you got to. I feel like you got to for your players. You still trying to build a program? Yeah, you got to say it like that.
How long is that going to take to wash out? Now, for me, I'll be fine.
Oh, the mayo.
I'll be like, whatever, I'll be good. But like for people who are not follically challenged, how long does it take to not only get the mayonnaise out of your hair and your face, but to like get away from that general mayonnaise smell?
2 showers, 3 showers, Joey? What do you think?
Yeah, probably 2 or 3. I'm a fan of mayonnaise, though. I'll be honest.
Okay, but
What does that
eating it,
mean?
not dumping it on your head, right?
Also, when you
I
say you're a fan
guess.
of mayonnaise, like, I don't know why I said it like that. That was awkward. When you're a fan of mayonnaise, like just a scoop of mayonnaise, lots of mayonnaise on a sandwich? What
Yeah,
are we
it's got to
talking
be
about?
on a sandwich.
A lot or just kind of enough?
Just enough to cover the. But I think every great sandwich has to have mayo and pickles at least.
That's a weird stance to take, but okay.
Man, we might need a reboot.
Okay.
This forgiveness.
Every
need
rate,
forgiveness.
your
For my sandwich
PB&J,
dates.
put a little bit of mayo and pickles on there. It'll be good.
Now, we asked the question about Reggie, and I've gotten a lot of responses here. And by the way, there are also multiple people saying that they think Lane Kiffin just needs to ask for forgiveness for throwing around those accusations, perhaps unfoundedly. I don't know if that was the right word. From the 214,
Sounded right to me.
I love you, Reggie. If I had a hot sister, I'd hook you up.
I appreciate that. That's very nice.
From another 817, Reggie rhymes with sexy.
Don't think that's true, but also appreciate the sentiment.
And from the 682, I forgive myself for saying that out loud through text about Reggie. And
It's your opinion.
from the 817, hello, the fan. All right. First of all, I'm a really big fan of like our broadcasting monolith. Hello, the fan.
Should we have a mascot called the Fan?
Yes.
And if we did, what would it look like? What would it be?
That is a good question.
Joey, work on this, please.
I'm thinking square. Something square.
Okay. Well,
just like a square with like, but it has to have like the hamburger helper mittens. You know what I
you
mean?
don't have to say all your ideas out loud straight away. You can think them through.
No, but I like it
more
when you
if
do. This has
want.
been fun. Yeah, keep doing that.
From the 817, hello, the fan. They said they are crushing on Reggie. Hope you like older women. They will be 63 in the next few days. You are very charming and handsome.
Thank you.
From a big fan. You're 30?
I'm 30. I almost said thank you, ma'am, but I feel like that's not. I feel like that's, I don't think that's the right thing to do.
What is the oldest person that you would date? I don't know.
Halle Berry.
Okay,
Is that the question?
Or Nia Long. Oh, I don't know.
Oh, no. Is Nia Long younger or older?
She's probably younger than Halle Berry, right? But still a good 14, 15 years.
Nia Long is 52 years old.
Shut up. She is?
Right.
Holy crap. I thought she was like 45.
Halle Berry is 56.
Man, they both look fantastic.
Yeah, but that's Hollywood for you. You have enough money. You can keep this thing.
That is an interesting point. And then finally, does Kyle Shanahan need forgiveness? He said this about Nick Bosa. I feel like we could sit him these next 2 weeks, and in my mind, I would still be blown away if he wasn't defensive MVP.
All right, that's reckless. That's reckless.
I mean, and look, the betting odds, it's still a two-person race because the next closest person I think is like 100-1. So it's Nick Bosa or Micah Parsons. I will admit that the odds have shifted heavily in Bosa's favor. He was a minus 1,200, whereas Micah Parsons was plus 650. But like, just to say, I could sit him in the next 2 games. We're still winning Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, I think look, I can understand you propping up your player and saying that he's had a great season. That's disrespectful now to the many great defensive players that have had a great season, but particularly to Micah Parsons.
From the, sorry, I got distracted, Reggie, because now I'm trying to figure this out in my head. From the 817, but Reginald does rhyme with Sexinold.
Still don't think that's true.
Do
not believe it.
I do kind of get that. So congratulations to you.
Is that an accomplishment, an achievement of sorts?
Yeah. If you're sexy or Sexinold, that's a compliment.
Sure. You know what?
It is
easier to not fight it. I'm with
Just
you
take
now.
it, Reggie.
Don't like the way you said that. Nope.
Let's go ahead and mark that.
Yeah, please do that.
And from the 469, so y'all are just going to overlook that dude saying, if I had a hot sister?
Correct.
I don't know if he has a sister. That's rude. Like, if he doesn't have a sister, that's fine. If he has a sister and he's just like, she's not attractive.
Oh, yeah. See, I wouldn't want you to do that. You don't need to tear her down.
I did
You don't
not
need to do that.
That's a good point. You make a good point from the 469. I did not interpret it like that, but I understand your logic. We're the KNC
Be nice to
masterpiece.
people, please.
Right here. Is that your New Year's resolution?
Oh, I'm always nice to people, except for certain folks.
Are you?
Maybe.
Are you?
Okay, no. Why? Why'd you have to point? You should have just let me go. All right. It's fine.
I pulled a Reggie. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Do you share the same fears as Joe Burrow? We'll do it next right here in the Fan.
Men's Tea Clinic.
It all comes down to this. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is leading the way to finish the year #1 in America. They never charge more than MSRP. Not now, not ever. Plus, they'll pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads. Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
Burrow wants to throw. Throws to Higgins. Catches it at the 1. Fights for the goal line. Touchdown! Bengals as Cincinnati marches right down the field and scores a touchdown.
Whoa! Look at Joe Burrow go. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
British biscuits.
You're better at the other part than you were at that part just then.
I just turning on your microphone is
now Joey's taking over.
That's fine.
You'll be shocked how quickly you just fall into the pattern of expecting somebody to turn your microphone on.
It's incredible.
It is ridiculously pompous, but I found that too, and I'm like I can't just push the button, but I don't. So thank you very much, Joey. For that is all right.
You're very good at your job, Joey. I appreciate you.
You are excellent. Not quite as handsome as Reggie, but I think you're a fine-looking person as well.
I feel like Parker would say different.
Who's to say? She's just now meeting you. All right, so I don't know.
I think I know what she would say.
Okay, well, if we're not going to set you up, then Carter, you're next up on the list. I don't know if you're seeking that out or not, though. All right. So a couple of things here. We're going to go across the entire NFL, obviously, but also we need to get our shout-out Fridays going. I've not done a good job with that. 877-881-1053. If you want to send in your shout-outs, we'll get back to hitting those pretty hard. But there's a lot of things going on. Mike Vrabel, you can tell me if you believe this or don't believe this. He said, we'll decide next week whether Josh Dobbs or Malik Willis will start versus the Jags. The TV crew sure as hell sounded like they thought it was a done deal that Dobbs was going to start.
No, I think Dobbs did admirably. I do understand that sentiment, though, right? Like Malik Willis has been more solid running the football.
Yes.
Now, I don't know what aspect of the game that they want to utilize in that game against the Jags. So maybe that is something that they will consider. And, I mean, again, Josh Dobbs kind of came out of nowhere in this game. There was not really an opportunity to prepare for him, and I wonder how that goes elsewhere otherwise. But he did seem to execute the game plan pretty well. He seemed to find his receivers decently, but it's not like he put up an incredible game. And not saying that you need an incredible game to beat the Jags, but I think you want to put
you might with the way Lawrence is playing.
That's fair, but I do think that you just need to put forward your best foot. So I think giving yourself these 10 days, right, to figure that out is not a bad one from a coaching perspective.
Now, Nick Sirianni this morning at his presser talked about Jalen Hurts. And he said he thought he looked good and threw well in his first practice back yesterday, but they're waiting to see how his shoulder responds to yesterday's practice and then decide if they want to increase the workload. My guess would still be he's not going to play this week.
Yeah, I think I lean with you as well.
God, what if the Saints win and you actually go into the last week? You know what I really love? If the Saints won and then like the Vikings and or the 49ers lost, and so like you see a potential path to not just a division title, but the #1 seed for the Cowboys.
Look, I will be very forthright in this. It makes our jobs easier if that opportunity arises, right? We could have these discussions about the possibilities and the potentials and have fun with that, because that's part of what makes sports radio good.
Absolutely. Now, hopefully this is part of what makes sports radio good as well, because I want to talk. We played the highlight. I want to talk about Joe Burrow. Did you see the Christmas gift that Joe Burrow got for his offensive line?
No, I actually didn't.
All right, so he went out of his way and got his offensive line, each one of them a cruise with a +1 for Christmas.
Nice.
I think that's an excellent gift right there.
Yeah, but what if they got like kids and stuff?
Well, look, man, your kids have to stay at home or you can purchase those tickets for them.
Okay.
He's done a lot of work. Hold on. Are you saying if you don't buy me the present for my entire family that I'm out?
I feel like once you get to the trip area, it gets a little dicey. You know?
All right.
And I guess they do have the income to be able to add the additional tickets.
Exactly. So, but Burrow said he's not going to be joining them out there.
Huh.
Do you know why?
No.
He said, quote, "I don't like boats." When asked why, he said, "What if you get stuck out there?" Do you share Joe Burrow's concerns about getting stuck out in the ocean.
Well, I think everybody has the concerns about getting stuck out in the ocean. I just feel like you should very quickly overcome that. Like, dog, you be getting in planes all the time.
What if he had like a relative who she was dating this one guy, looking for a necklace, and then like he was holding her hand, and then she had to let him go into the freezing cold water.
Yep.
What if he carried that baggage with him?
I get it, and I understand what you're doing here. And can I take a slight detour for a moment?
I was very focused right there.
How the hell? That was who directed Titanic again?
James Cameron.
All right, I just want to make sure before I said something stupid. How the hell does James Cameron get away with putting out a whole separate like documentary series about whether or not that door was actually buoyant enough to carry both of them? How the hell have we made it to where that is content that gets greenlit?
I'll tell you why. Because we're still debating that 25 years after the fact. If Kate Winslet just let him die or whatever. And so that feels exactly like the kind of content we're looking for. You telling me if they put out a docu-series or a couple of little clips and stuff strung together with the director of Die Hard and Bruce Willis and all of that people wouldn't be like, is it a Christmas movie? Of course they would.
I mean, they would, but like, I guess.
You just kind of let the song wash over you?
Yes. It's very sedating. I don't like what you're doing right now, though. It's very uncomfortable.
Oh, is it because I said you're attractive too? That's a good
no.
point.
It's just
don't worry, Jess. I'm still coming home. Don't worry about that. All right.
To who?
You know what? To the audience is. What? Oh, I'm still coming home to them. I thought you said who was I singing to? My bad. I'm still coming home to you,
coming home
Brandon,
to the audience.
and Noah. Not that. Joey, do you have any Titanic-esque fears or general fears about being trapped out in the ocean?
No, I'm pretty good on the ocean. I do like cruises, as I mentioned to you off air. I'm big on the cruises, so that's never occurred to me. Planes would be more of a fear of mine than on a boat.
Oh, interesting. Do you have to hold Parker's hand when you're on the plane and stuff?
We've actually never flown together.
Oh.
Yeah.
So y'all fly separate?
Wow.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy. I didn't know things were
just going downhill.
In a rough patch. I apologize for bringing that up. All right.
You know what? I didn't say James Cameron, but now I'm going to start saying that. Because it's a scam that he put on that damn documentary series.
Okay. Is it also a scam that Yair Alexander said that Justin Jefferson is one of the top 3 receivers in the league, but said his 9 catch for 184 yards and 2 touchdowns in week 1 was a fluke?
Yeah, what is he doing?
Has he seen the rest of Justin Jefferson's season?
I mean, he has to have by saying that he's a top 3 receiver.
That's a good point.
I don't like. Is Jair Alexander just gotten addicted to being in front of the camera or in front of a microphone? Is that what we're doing?
I think maybe. And he's like, I'm a great player. I agree. He is a great player, but still, I don't know if you're using that word correctly. But at least he got his name right, because that is not always the case. So I take you to Seattle Seahawks defensive coordinator Clint Hurt. He was talking about Sauce Gardner and Tariq Woolen. And people are like, hey, what about this matchup? What about this? And he was like, look, he's not going to line up across from Sauce one single time. He's got to cover, wait for it, Chris Garrett, Corey Davis, and the rest of these guys in the wide receiving corps. Now, you might be thinking, who the hell is Chris Garrett? Fair enough. He meant Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, I was like,
he meant Garrett Wilson.
How did we get there?
But said Chris Garrett. And he did not notice or fix his mistakes.
Is that like how yesterday Corey said Chris Gardner Johnson?
Yes. Yes. It happens sometimes.
Okay.
Actually, I mean, look, you talk long enough, you're going to say something
It's
idiotic.
so true. I don't think people appreciate that, because yesterday I think I ended up saying like the Lions have a well-built defense, and somebody called me out on it, and they're right. Like, that's not right. It's something I said. But look, you get on air enough, you will say something stupid. It happens.
Yes,
that's
sure.
The whole basis of Masterpiece of the Week.
Oh, no. Yeah, we got Masterpiece of the Week coming up at 1:30, and I think it might be girlfriend approved. I'm very concerned about how this turns out. All right, would you like to hear about a big Tom Brady milestone?
No, but I feel like you're going to tell me anyway.
I can pivot to a different story. The Texans are going to ask for fan input for their next jersey. How do you think that's going to go?
Poorly.
What do you mean?
I mean,
you don't trust the fans?
One, no.
You love the city of Houston.
Sure. I don't mean that. I think they're all fashion designers. But two, I also don't know that they're working from a great base here.
Sure.
Like the color combination is what it is. You know, red and blue, kind of average. But then also like the organization's like visual style is not one that's all that appealing. So like building off of that is tough. And so you take a whole bunch of average Joes who think that they want to have some level of input on fashion design. I don't know how that goes.
Oh man, I tried to take the survey and give my feedback. The second question is, are you a season ticket holder? And I thought by saying yes, that would help me get through the process. And then they asked for my season ticket ID.
Oh, that's really in-depth.
And I was like, oh man.
They're like, prove it. And I'm like, look, man, you're the Texans. I don't think you should be going this hard on this.
I'm not.
How many season ticket holders could there be?
Let's go ahead and mark that last part of what he just said. Now,
all right.
For Tom Brady, today is a milestone. He has now spent more time in NFL football than he has in non-NFL football. Yesterday was his football equinox, where he had spent the exact same number of days not playing NFL football as he had in NFL football. So now, advantage NFL. And Tom Brady yesterday said, wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Third time. There's stats and data everywhere. It's a data-driven world, but that's crazy. It's hard for me to imagine.
Is it?
Anything to stay away from the family.
Well, my thing about it is, I don't know if I said this with Corey. I've reached a point where I pivoted to being sad for Tom Brady.
Sure.
He clearly just like he needs football so much. And I'm like, I want you to have some level of identity outside of this, man.
Yeah.
Because it seems like he's afraid to go engage with the world otherwise.
Yeah. So you think he's going to keep playing next year? I guess for a new team?
He might. I wouldn't necessarily want to undertake that, but hey. He clearly is built different.
Couple of notes potentially for the playoffs for the 49ers. Deebo Samuel did return to practice yesterday, and the New York Giants can clinch a playoff berth for the first time in 5 years. This weekend, they host the Indianapolis Colts. If they win, they're in. Don't have to worry about it. So I don't know if from a Cowboys perspective, you would want them to lose and they need to beat the Eagles potentially.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, you want to leave that carrot in front of them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you still have your outside shot.
So we're fighting for we're rooting for the Jeff Saturdays?
I guess so.
Fighting Jeff Saturdays. Let's go.
That's right. And by the way, Cowboys are halfway there. You needed 6 things to happen. 3 Cowboys wins, 3 Eagles losses. You've gotten 3 of those 6 so far.
Fantastic.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Cowboys Victory Friday. We'll get your shout-outs at 877-881-1053 plus Cowboys thank you notes. Who deserves a tip of your cap after a closer-than-hoped-for Thursday night football game? Next, right here on the Fan.
Blasting out. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're getting some shout-outs for Shout Out Friday. We will get into some of those, but also your Cowboys thank you notes. You know what? I'm going to go do a shout-out first from the 682. Shout out to my wife, Nikki. She watches me watch sports almost every day of every week with minimal to no interest and listens when I explain how awesome or messed up something was or is.
That's awesome. Do you reciprocate by like listening to her stories from work or whatever? I can't believe she stole your stapler. What else happened?
He did shout out one of the other important things, carrying their first child as well.
Oh, incredible.
Shout out to you guys. That is fantastic. Also, shout out to all the good people in Fort Worth. Or, you know what? You can drive as far as you want. I would drive a long way to go see the G-Bag Nation. They're going to be at the Hewlin location of Rally House today if you want to go see the show and sing back the Rally House commercial.
Rally House.
Rally House. And then they're like, come cheer for the Cowboys, Mavs, and Stars, and FC Dallas, and Texas A&M, and Texas TCU, SMU. Rally House. Rally House.
Nailed it.
Yeah, I love how supportive of a partner they are. I just would like to talk about the time management of that commercial, because it's a solid commercial, and at the end, it feels like they're like, oh my God, we only have like 3 seconds left. And he's like, just say as many teams as you can. But if you want to talk about the commercial or other sports-based things, or probably, quite frankly, other non-sports-based things, go ahead and do that. Cowboys thank you notes, 877-881-1053. Reginald, would you like to start?
I would like to start.
Okay, good.
I would like to thank Nashawn Wright.
Ooh.
For giving the cornerback room a little bit of hope. Obviously, you lost 2 starters in Jordan Lewis, Anthony Brown. I mean, one of those widely beloved by the fan base. The other one is Anthony Brown.
He's widely beloved by you.
I
listen to the Get Right.
I feel like I got to show up for the other corner. I feel like the other corner is always going to get bombed on.
Yeah.
And so sometimes I'm just like, look here, we got to understand what it is. However, when the other corner became other people, like a certain person who wears number 1, it was problematic. And I did the thing where, I believed in the organization and the people that work in football. And I was like, look, man, if Kelvin Joseph looked like this, there's a reason why he's ahead of Nashawn Wright. And now I'm starting to question that, because Nashawn Wright looks like he's been better than Kelvin Joseph the whole time.
No question about that. Do you feel like at all that the injuries have kind of made us feel better about depth? Like,
yes, but the Cowboys have been talking about this depth for the whole time, haven't they?
Yeah, and it made me feel better about their depth at offensive line and cornerback. Now, I realize it might not feel that way because some of those people are not magically coming back. Like, it would be different if Terrence Steele was coming back. It would be different if Jordan Lewis and Anthony Brown were coming back. I'm just saying, like, if you look at it and you're like, man, so we would have had Deron Bland, now Nashawn Wright. Obviously, you have Diggs. You would have had Lewis. You would have had Brown. Like, that's a heck of a 5 cornerbacks in a league where, like, it is hard to find quality spots.
Absolutely.
And it's the same thing there as, like, we've talked about this many times. It's not just getting to 12-4. But if I would have told you that Tyron Smith would have missed most of the season, you'd have been like, oh my gosh, I bet our offensive line is in shambles. And then you're like, you know what? Spot here and there. Jason Peters can get the job done. Terrence Steele, he can get the job done. Tyler Smith, he can get the job done. Tyler Biadasz. Like, who would have thought at the beginning of the year that Tyler Biadasz getting hurt would have been like a, oh crap, situation?
So we love Tyler.
I think you have learned along the way that this team has some depth at some key positions, at least in this season. I know there's contracts that come into play and everything like that after that.
Yeah, and I think Nashawn Wright is in some ways evidence of that. I know someone said we like Bland. He's still on the field. He ain't going nowhere. Like he's
your second. Yeah.
He's held that, what is that, nickel corner?
Yes.
Is that what we're talking about? He's held that.
They've shifted him around.
Yeah, he's held that spot down since the moment that Jordan Lewis left the field. Like, he has been interior. The problem was that you had to move. And also, I guess we should shout out Mackenzie Alexander as well, who stepped into that nickel spot when you had Deron Bland outside.
Yes. No, I think you're right. By the way, I really appreciate that people jumping in and like, yes, I have similar commercial thoughts to you. And they didn't hate our singing as much. I'm going to shout out Donovan Wilson.
Donovan
Wilson has 5 sacks this season, tied with Bill Bates for the most sacks by a Cowboys safety since they started keeping the individual statistics in 1982.
Is that good?
Yes! Okay. That is very good. And sticking with the realm of the defense, shout out to Micah Parsons for playing with a club hand and still recovering a fumble.
Yeah, I thought that was fascinating.
Were you more impressed by that? Or the play
where he just ran off
when
it
didn't look like he was going to be on the play, and they're like, "Oh yeah, there's Micah Parsons on the sideline." And the next thing you know, Micah Parsons with the tackle.
Yeah, that was insane. I found that I was like, was that intentional, or did he just not know that he was supposed to be on the field? Because as someone who played in middle school and high school, I get that sometimes that's not high praise. Please don't. Nope, that's not what I was trying to do. Just pointing to the fact that I've been on a football field before. Especially at those levels, you call, hey man, kickoff, get on the field. There, you'll very often find a time where one of them folks is supposed to be on the field, did not realize, and then very late, it's like, aren't you on the kickoff team? It's like, oh man, my bad, and I have to run on the field.
Yes.
Micah Parsons should never be in that situation because I feel like of all the people that know, your first team defense, Micah's one of those. So I'm like, was that intentional? Was that kind of a play to get like a different view of them being like, all right, this is the defensive line. Oh wait, where did Micah Parsons come from? Why is he here now? Like, was that the attempt there?
Yeah.
No? Okay.
I'm not sure, but I thought it was terribly impressive either way.
512 here is right, man, on the text line. Let's thank Money Maher for giving my bathroom break back before the commercial. I don't understand what you mean there, but
I think great. I do.
What?
I think they're just saying, you can leave the room because it's good. Hence, Money Maher. I believe that was my interpretation of that.
Leading point scorer in the league.
Yes. All right. I'm glad that you brought that up.
That's why I did it.
It is also a franchise record at 137 points. So most points ever scored in Cowboys history, and right now leads the league. So he's been fantastic.
And what
this
makes
year.
it more amazing is that 2 years ago you had him on your team and they wanted to tar and feather that man.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. No, I'm definitely with you on there. On that. And so if we're talking about expectations versus performance, I feel like Brett Maher is way high up on that list. And I also want to say thank you to the Cowboys defense in a more general sense. Is Tennessee had scored a first half touchdown in a team record 17 straight games. But not yesterday. I realize for some people this might not have been the game they wanted because there are some people who are like, do you know how many shutouts there's been? And they're like, when's the last time there was a shutout? How many shutouts? And so I know there was a lot of people who are hoping and maybe even anticipating a shutout, and you did not get that. But I did want to shout out the Cowboys defense for ending the team record streak of first half touchdowns for the Tennessee Titans.
Should we shout out CeeDee Lamb for making us feel great about the wide receiver one? He's there
for sure.
And when we were talking to Mickey earlier and he was breaking down one of those touchdown plays to Dalton Schultz, the play in which Dalton Schultz said that the intended receiver was CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
But they doubled him. And I thought, that's wide receiver one situations, right? The thing that I've talked about a lot this year on the Get Right with KG, that's not the name. Well, I guess that could be the name of the show. The Get Right with KG.
I'd listen to that.
I would too. In fact, I do often. But I was talking to KG, and it's like, with the wide receiver one, the way that I view it is that is a player that bends the defense, that makes the defense, account for certain things. And that is exactly what you have there. You have them accounting so much for CeeDee Lamb that they put a smaller safety on Dalton Schultz and give him an advantage that allows him to score a touchdown. That's the impact that you were hoping to see. And it's, happens towards the end of the season, but you've seen him exist in that space, and I'm very happy to see it. So thanks, CD.
So we're through 16 games, and so this would be, for the longest time, the logical stopping point to the season.
Mm-hmm.
How do we feel about this stat line? Let's say you could go all the way back. I tell you, CeeDee Lamb will have 102 catches for 1,300 yards and 8 touchdowns.
Love it. Sign me up.
If you want to bump up the touchdowns 2 more, sure. I get it.
For sure.
I get it. But that is that's a number one performance right there. He's the first Cowboys wide receiver. I know Jason Witten did it, so I'm not trying to leave him out, but obviously he was a tight end. First Cowboys wide receiver to have 100 catches in a season since Michael Irvin in 1995.
I think he was good.
Yeah. Yes.
I know it's controversial.
Michael
I know
Irvin
it took you by surprise, but I think he was good at football.
I have to admit, I was not surprised to hear. I was definitely surprised to hear you say, I think Michael Irvin was good at football.
Yep.
I just didn't anticipate that was going to be the route that we would go.
I don't know.
But
Sometimes you just got to say it.
I do want to shout out the Cowboys for this as well. Now, hear me out on this, okay? So I decided to look through the entirety of Dallas Cowboys football history.
Ooh, that took a long time.
It did. Here are the times that they've won 12 or more games in back-to-back seasons. 77, 78.
Okay.
80, 81, and 92 through 95.
Okay, there's some interesting dates in there, and
that's it.
Correlations.
Yes, there are some correlations. I'm going to get to that in just 1 second, but that's it. So depending on how you break up if you say it's 92, 93, then 93, 94 counts as well. But like, it hasn't happened a lot, and it's been 27 years since you've got to that point. But to the best of times, worst of times scenario, what are the timestamps that go along with that? All right. 77 and 78. The first time you did it, you won a Super Bowl and you lost a Super Bowl. All right. So you did it twice and made it to 2 Super Bowls.
Sounds good.
80 and 81. You made it to 2 NFC championship games.
I think those are both things that this
exactly
fan base loves. Yeah.
I realize they lost both of those. And then 92, 95 through 95, you won 3 Super Bowls and made it to an NFC championship game. My point being, all 3 of the other times it happened, those combined 8 seasons, every single time you made it to at least the NFC championship game.
Are you saying something here?
Well, it's hard to say that.
I'm hearing that Kevin Hagelin is predicting a Cowboys NFC championship berth. Fantastic. Thank you, Kevin.
I want to do that, but history cuts both ways,
Okay.
right? Because on the one hand, I'll say every time they've ever gone back-to-back, they've made it to the NFC championship game. But then on the flip side, wouldn't you point out that all the years they made it to at least the NFC championship game, and they didn't do that last year? So, but like, doesn't that speak to Cowboys fandom right there? It's been 27 years since they have accomplished this feat of back-to-back 12-win seasons. That should be celebrated. But every other time they've done it in succession, they've made it to at least the NFC Championship game. Every single time. All 8, except for now.
Well, I think some of that is also, like, if you win 12 games in multiple seasons, that means you've built a nice, good roster.
Sure.
It's not any level of fluke or whatever. You've built something substantial. There's a foundation there. And if you have something that substantial, usually you could take that and turn it into playoff success. But again, the 27 year and then last season, I think, are just really going to weigh on folks until they see it.
Okay, from the 2-1-4, I think a lot of people would accept this. Not like you would obviously rather win, but we will make it to the championship and we will lose to San Francisco. If you make it to the NFC Championship game and you lose, I think we can live with it in terms of a sign of progress. And this person is right from the 2-5-4, is they used to play less games. I'm not even talking 16, but like to the point where you had 14.
Right.
Everybody knows that the mid-60s through the Cowboys 70s, the 70s of the Cowboys, is one of the greatest runs of football in the history of football existing. I don't mean to diminish that whatsoever. I'm just saying how rare it is that they have done this, but I get all
this
the
doesn't have to
baggage.
be this accomplishment that has been made by the Cowboys doesn't have to be an exact equivalent to those 60s and 70s teams, but to be in a similar stratosphere, at least when it comes to winning games in the regular season. I think that matters, and I think that should give some level of hope that this team has built something nice. I mean, at the very least, I keep looking at this year's team and going, this was better than last year's team. This team is better than last year's team.
Yes, I believe that 100%. I do really like this text. I know it's taking a step back. Yeah, and they just gave Michael Irvin a random gold jacket because he had 100 catches. So, to your point, he was very good at football. From the 2-1-4, how about a thank you note for Zeke and his touchdown streak? Yes, I have some context about that I think makes it even more impressive. So Ezekiel Elliott has now scored a rushing touchdown, in 9 straight games. How many times since the year 2000 do you think somebody has had a streak that long? Like, do you think it's a frequent once-a-year occurrence? Do we think once a decade? 9 consecutive games with a rushing touchdown.
I'm going to say a couple years.
Okay. It's happened 5 times since 2000.
So that's once every 3-4 years?
Yeah, closer to like 4.
Okay.
But yeah. All right. Now we're going to take it one step further. How many of these 4 running backs can you name that have at least 9 straight games with a rushing touchdown since 2000?
I'm going to embarrass myself. Well, I can name one.
Okay.
Because he's Ezekiel Elliott.
Okay. Of the other 4,
that's not what you said.
As you've bested me once again.
Did it.
That is not Zeke. Zeke is the 5th. Of the other 4, how many can you name?
All right, so from the 214, they say Terrell Davis was one.
Would you like to stick with that?
I would like to stick with that.
That is incorrect. Okay. You should not have put your trust in that person.
Well, I don't trust me either. All right, so LaDainian Tomlinson has been
correct.
Good job, 214.
2004, he had 12 straight games with a rushing touchdown. That is the most this century.
He's so good at football.
He is so
and
good.
still the second best LT in NFL
wow.
history. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're not wrong.
All right, that's what I thought.
That's fair.
CJ2K, Chris Johnson.
That is incorrect.
Shout out to you.
Well, I think you're thinking in the right vein of running backs that if you weren't there for that stretch of time, you don't know how great they were for 3 to 4 years.
Let's see. Don't worry, 214. I'm just here to be a mouthpiece for the people because, again, I don't believe in myself. Let's see.
Ooh, I saw at least one correct answer on the fan text.
Jamal Lewis?
Jamal Lewis was not that correct answer.
Woo!
The correct answer
is wrong.
The correct answer I saw was Priest Holmes. In 2002,
I love
Priest Holmes. I'd see, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Like if you weren't there for that moment
guys
in time,
that you could very easily get lost to history, but we're absolutely like, oh man, Priest Holmes is going to be one of those dudes that I'm going to be the old guy that kids are going to be like, I'm sick of this old guy always talking about Priest Holmes.
There's another person on this list that I think fits that bill. But back in 2002, and remember, this isn't a single season. Back in 2002, Priest Holmes ran for a rushing touchdown, which makes sense, in 11 straight games.
Sean Alexander.
In 2005 did it 9 straight times. But you get my point, right, about Priest Holmes and Sean Alexander. I know LaDainian Tomlinson will carry on and on and on.
Absolutely.
And then the other one who did it, this was just last year, Jonathan Taylor. Did it in 11 straight games. But my point is, it's only happened 5 times in this century that someone has had a consecutive game streak of 9 or more for rushing touchdowns. So absolutely, thank you note to Ezekiel Elliott as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I got a couple of shout outs ready to go. We will do that next, but also we will jump into the Expressway inspired by Luca. In an argument on our Facebook page. Has leaving a game early ever come back to haunt you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
It's still loose. Luka got it back. He did it. An improbable comeback by Dallas to tie it with 1 second left. It's unbelievable. It is a miracle. It's overtime. Stranger things have happened.
Absolutely an incredible performance. We could talk about that more if you want, but what I really wanted to focus on is an argument that broke out on our Facebook page about leaving games early.
Do arguments typically break out on Facebook?
Yeah, social media is the place to get all of your things figured out. And the fan text sometimes is if you leave a game early, right? And so I guess somebody posted on our Facebook page, the KNC Masterpiece, that they had left the game early.
Yikes.
And it said, we left with 4 minutes left because they were missing everything. And the very first response was, I'm so sorry that you missed history. Not really, of course. The first response was, fake fans leave. And then, as you can probably guess, that devolved into a nonsensical argument was, no, fans that don't want to wait an hour to get out of a parking spot leave. And then somebody said, why don't you just catch the train? No excuses. And then it just devolved from there, kind of how you would expect. So my question for y'all at 877-881-1053, or if you just want to talk about how awesome Luka is, like I get that as well, is have you ever left a game early and did it come back to haunt you?
So me personally, Kevin,
you believe in quitting?
I do actually. I do believe that quitting is underrated and that sometimes it should be considered more. I haven't left a game early because I don't go to very many games in person. So if I do, I've usually blocked out the whole evening and I'm like, look, I understand other folks got places to be and they need to be out of here. I can hang around. Like I got nowhere to go all that quick. So I'll watch the game till its completion. I'll even hang around a little bit because, there's obviously the rush to get out of the building, to get to the parking lots or garages, then to get, through the roads that are usually, fairly narrow, right out to the larger, arteries of the city. And I don't need to do that immediately. I can wait. So I'll chill around, kind of look around a little bit, people watch maybe, and then make my way out later. So I usually won't get caught in the situation. I understand some folks got kids, some folks, have work in the morning or whatever the frameworks might be. And they're like, look, man, I got to get out of here before the ultimate completion of this game. And I got something out of being at the game. I appreciate that. But no, I have never left early, so it's never bit me in the keister.
There are some really sad moments happening here on the fan text. First of all, I really like these back and forth texts from the 214. If you shame someone for leaving a game early, go F yourself. And then the following text was, no, never leave a basketball game early. All right.
But other games are fine?
I guess so.
Okay.
These are some heartbreaking ones from the 206. I left the Cowboys and Falcons game last year.
Oh, no, watermelon cake? No, last year.
Or was it 2 years ago then, maybe? Yeah, 2 years ago. With about 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, I was devastated. And then these next two really hurt, and they both surround the Rangers. I left the Blue Jays game before Batista got punched in the face. That hurts. For the 682, that one hurts.
Well, but this is the thing. That was the type of thing that I think you could have missed even if you were in the building.
If you weren't paying attention right to that spot. Okay.
So, and that was also something that I think the excitement of it was more the social media aspect of it, where you could slow down the video and run it back like Zapruder film or something.
Okay. I wonder how many people get that reference. I mean, I know what you're talking about. Joey, do you know what the Zapruder film is?
Yes. That would be the film that caught the JFK assassination.
Okay, you know what? I should have known better than to ask you. I know you're pretty plugged into politics, but well done. I'm proud of you for that.
Yes.
At this one's sad, and there's a lot to this text from the 214. At no fault of my dad's.
Oh no!
Yeah, you can already feel the setup. At no fault of my dad's, we left Kenny Rogers' perfect game early because we had tickets to Six Flags in Hurricane Harbor. It was the 6th inning, and he was livid. Not coincidentally, my parents are no longer together.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Oh, okay, so this was mom like, look.
I feel really bad for that person. They missed a perfect game, and their parents broke up.
Yeah, that's tough.
Maybe not just because of that.
I mean, if you had to pick one or the other, Kevin.
Look, I would rather miss the game than my parents. Well, my parents are a bad example. I would rather my parents have broken up because it was best for my mom.
See?
But I might be a bad example. I don't know. If you think divorces frequently happen because those people should not have been together, I get it. If you think sometimes it's a heartbreaking experience that for whatever reason went wrong, that's a different deal. For my parents, it's probably for the best that they got a divorce.
How many divorces do you think are triggered by leaving a game early?
Well, now I think at least one.
Okay.
He said not coincidentally. Like, it makes me feel like he's like, I'm here to tell you.
That was
causality was absolutely a part of this from the 469. In 2009, my dad made us leave a Rangers game in the 7th inning. They were down by 9. They came back to win a game on a Josh Hamilton home run that landed right by our seats.
Ooh. So not only did you miss the moment, you could have made some money off of it.
See, that one stings. I see a lot of Rangers ones coming up.
I feel like that might be probability. There's a lot of Rangers games.
That is true. And do you think it lends itself, baseball more than other sports, lends itself to people walking around a lot? And like, I'm not saying like if you're at the basketball game, you actively, or a hockey game, that you actively judge someone for leaving, because I saw somebody who's like, mind your own business. Like, I get that. But at a baseball game, I don't ever think people who just get up and walk off are necessarily leaving. I was like, you got to go grab your lemon chill if they're not coming up to your section, or whatever the case might be. So I wonder if it's that, if it's, like you said, the amount of games. I think that is a very viable option as well. This happened to me one time, but I didn't leave the game. I made a timing error. This is when I was a kid. This shows you how old I am as well. Mm-hmm. I was at a Dallas Freeze game.
What is that? What is that? What is that?
That was our old like minor league hockey team.
Huh.
So
I should have guessed. I was like, I don't think there's any other sport that.
Yeah. It was our hoops league. And so I was at a Dallas Freeze game, and it was going to overtime. I thought I had enough time to go run and use the bathroom. I remember vividly standing at
the urinal.
And you can hear, and everyone's like, and so on one hand, I was like, son of a, and on the other hand, I was like, well, it sounds like we won. You know, so at least, or we had a whole lot of away fans for that game.
Yeah.
I mean, but yeah, so we won the game while I was in the bathroom because I don't understand how timing works. And so, yes, I missed an overtime goal at a Dallas Freeze game. I didn't leave, but you could have just held it, you know?
So you didn't even get any benefits besides the general relief of going to the restroom.
Yes, absolutely. And man, this is what I kind of thought would happen. While people give their stories, the argument continues. I told you somebody texted in and said, don't mind anybody else's, don't mind your own business. Don't mind my business. From the 903, if you leave a game early, you shouldn't go at all.
Which, look, I'm going to tell you who disagrees with that. The proprietors of that business, right? Like the teams want to be able to sell these tickets, and if you leave early, that don't matter. They still collected admission, right? Like, it's fine, man. It really is, because at that point, there's a difference to the experience in arena, and maybe you want to experience that even if you cannot afford to, you know, within the time that you have budgeted, stay the whole way.
Do you think most people then have that in mind at the beginning?
I think it's more common than we would like to give it credit for, because I mean, a lot of these end up being kind of family events that folks will go to, and the kids got to get home or whatever, right? Now, sometimes it's just I thought the game was over and I wanted to go home. And look, they missed out. that's for them to dislike. But I don't know that we should really come over the top and be like, that's why you never leave. You know what? Sometimes you make your decision.
But let's not pretend that small things aren't pushed out to be like broader problems. It's like when something happens, you're like, well, that's because of this. And you're
that
like,
is the failure of America.
Yeah, I don't
That's
totally
why this
know.
country's going down the toilet.
You know what? Yeah. Oh, this
How
one.
dare you?
This one stings, but I want to be fair and read it. I left some early, but does Texas A&M even count? I mean, this year we didn't.
Absolutely
except
not this
in
year.
the lost
This
column.
year, actually leaving the stadium early is called self-care. You know, like that's just taking care of your mental.
Much like my inability to give up on TV shows when I should.
Oh,
I
yeah, you
feel
should
like
absolutely quit those.
I'm the same at the game. I'll be there until the bitter end. And in the back of my mind, something magical could happen, like this one from the 817. I guess not magical for these people. I left a Rangers game in the top of the 9th. We were down by 5. It got tied, and then they walked it off. We heard and saw fireworks from the parking lot. Never left early again. Because I realize sometimes you have to park far away at a Rangers game. I think we all understand that.
Yeah.
But that's like the time that you can run in your head. You're like, oh my God, what was that? 15, 17, 20 minutes? We couldn't have stayed that much to see something amazing. Happy for the team or just mad at yourself because you lost? Because I felt conflicted with that hockey game.
I can't answer this question. Joey, have you had one of these situations? Because I absolutely can't answer this question.
Yeah, there's nothing that, rings a bell for me. I'm sure going to Ranger games over the years, there's been something. But yeah, I mean, these people saying that they don't like to leave the game, they must have never been involved in a blowout before or something.
Oh, so you will leave.
If there's a blowout, I'm gone. Like, I'm not going to stick around.
But I think that's...
Joey, also an advocate for quitting. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your service.
Everybody who rides in that chair feels like they advocate for that. From the... You knew it was going to happen. From the 757, to your point, to Joey's point, watch on TV if you want to leave early. And this is not like you. That's why I'm reading the area codes. This is not the same person who was like, I will be the arbiter of taste on this and respond to every person. These are all different people from the 817. Oh my God. The divorced person followed back up.
Oh, lovely.
And then since they followed back up, I definitely want to read. From
Of
the
course.
214. They divorced several years later, but the writing was on the wall.
Sure.
All right, so this seems like a
Just
scenario.
ever since that day.
Yeah, no, I don't know if it was just that
You
day.
wouldn't let me see Kenny Raj.
From the let's smart. I want that as a drop forever. Is much like my parents. Maybe it was just for the best. From the 817, back in November, I left the Stars Blackhawks game when they were down 4-1 in the third period. And what happened in that game? A scoring Colorado Avalanche as they scored 5 goals and they won. They said ha ha. So maybe they're not heartbroken, or maybe you have to laugh.
Yeah,
so
maybe
you
that.
don't
I feel like
cry.
that's one of those laughs to stop from crying. You know?
Yeah. No, I could see that. The one thing that we didn't factor in that somebody from the 214 just texted in when we talk about the Rangers games, how many people just left not because of the circumstances other than it was hot?
Yeah.
You're like, it's 2-2, but my God.
I've already exhausted my lemon chill money.
Yes.
You just got to get out of here.
I used to have a theory that if someone invited you to a 205 Sunday game, because that was one of their go-tos, it's like, you guys might not be as good of a friends as you think. Is they're like, you can go to a game with me, but you're going to suffer through it.
Well, that's a test of friendship then.
Oh, that's
How much
true.
do you want to spend time with me so much that you'll endure sometimes not the greatest baseball and incredible heat?
Yeah. And when the baseball's not that good, then
the heat is worse.
Then it is. I'm telling you, I know the temperature, but Dan Brunoff will not support this theory, but that 98 degrees, it hits different if you're playing contending baseball and you're like, I know we're losing. I'm going to ride this out. All right. Did you see what the Mariners did today versus I don't give a crap. We're 15 games under 500. It's hot as hell. Let's get the hell out of here. Now, speaking of athletic endeavors, since this is the Joey show, I heard that perhaps Joey, while everyone was in the midst of watching the Mavs, the Stars, and listening to the Cowboys right here on 105.3 The Fan, did you have a delayed start on these sports endeavors? And if so, why so?
Let's go inside the penalty box with Joey Erickson.
That was awesome.
We had talked about calling it the shorthand, and just leaving the room. And so you just had to do the whole thing by yourself, but we decided against that.
Fair enough. I had a high school alumni game last night for the Plano East Panthers. I performed okay in my time. It turns out I was very tired after about 15 minutes of being on the ice. Not what I used to be, but I still got the job done. So obviously my alumni game was at the same time as the Dallas Stars. So I made sure stay off the social media, stay off the Twitter and all that good stuff. Anybody around the rink, you got to get out of there so I don't hear it. Someone talking about it.
Sure.
And I went straight home, took a shower, of course, because I'm clean, and then put on the Stars.
All right, so I need more context on your performance in this game.
Yeah.
Not one of the 3 stars of the alumni game, right?
Yeah, no, I would grade myself probably a B+. I moved the puck well.
Wow, what a tough curve. You said you did fine, but got a B+.
I moved the puck well. I got a few shots on goal. I tested the netminder. I did not get a goal. I did have an assist, so that was exciting.
Oh, okay.
And the alumni team won. The old guys won, so shout out. Yeah,
so
shout out the old guys.
How old are you again?
I'm 23.
The old guys.
The old guy. Well, we had some 40-year-olds on there on the team. Yeah.
Could they still go?
Yeah, they still play. They're great.
Oh, I didn't realize that. I thought it was just like a class. It's like all the alumni.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah. So it was a good time.
Did you guys talk about where you fit in the hierarchy of Plano ISD-based schools?
We did not.
That's probably
Is that a
the
big deal?
best. No, I was just curious if that
He's
was
just trying to be a rabble-rouser.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Zach Wolchuk went to Plano Senior, so perhaps we can get some PISD talk right here. But you said you did not get a goal?
I did not.
All right, so his team won, but Joey did not score. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here in the goal, in the game. Okay. I don't know what you're talking about. In the game, for goodness sake.
Nothing in particular.
Actually, speaking of goals, let's go ahead and fire off cut number 15 if we can.
Slides it to Haskinen, a stutter step before feeding back for Lundqvist. Shot, score! Niels Lundqvist from the point through traffic. And the face-off win leads to the Stars' go-ahead goal.
Now, I got a couple of questions here, and we're going to talk Stars because we talked about the Cowboys' victory.
Sure.
Talked about the Mavericks' victory.
Correct.
We have made allusions to the Stars' victory, but I want to dive in a little further here and also know how your TV watching setup happened last night. I told you before the show I was locked into the Cowboys game and kind of live tweeting, by the way, at @OhThankKevin along the way. And then I followed along online what was happening in the Stars Mavericks game and Mavericks games and doubled back to kind of break down some of the more important moments. So I'm not going to say I watched the entirety of either one of those games, but I went back and felt like I got what I needed out of those games. But Reggie, you are fancier than me when it comes to the TV setup. What'd you do?
I put on the Project 3 TV. And I just went with 3 different games. However, because I'm a college football sicko, the third game was not the Stars match, or why did I call it a match? That's weird. Stars game. It was a college football game. It was, I think, the Alamo Bowl at that point, between Washington and Texas. So I had that on as well. So I did not see what happened in the Stars game.
Win that game?
No, they did not. Oh. No, they did not. The Big 12 has been reeling this playoff season. So shout out to the Texas Christian Horned Frogs who are playing tomorrow.
At least they made a bowl game. My mighty Texas A&M couldn't even.
I didn't even do that to you. You did it to yourself. That's fantastic.
Look, it's fair. I needed to say that is we could not get the job done. All right. So Joey, your primary focus then became the Stars game. Mm-hmm. You beat a quality opponent, and I have something to go along with this. My question is, and we could talk about this game as well, do you feel like the Stars are a top 5 team in the league?
I do, and I have a couple of reasons.
Okay.
I think part of it is because they are very consistent, and what is helping with that consistency is injuries. They've not been injured a lot. A lot of guys are playing in the lineup. They're getting good chemistry from lines like Marchment, Ben, and you have Delandria. Well, Delandria's playing with Sagan and Kivi Ranta, and those lines are getting a lot of good chemistry, and they're scoring goals. They're getting those depth scoring that they've needed for a lot of years. And I think
a lot of years.
Yeah, and I think they can be very consistent that way. They've won 12 games on the road, which is always a big thing too. You got to be able to win on the road. They won 19 all of last year And we're not even halfway through the year, and they've already won 12.
And I think that's tied for second most in the league.
Yeah, they're tied with Carolina in that aspect. So this team, if they can continue to get, off, hopefully this doesn't come back to bite us, but they can stay off the injuries, and Otter continues to be fantastic. He's been great in his last few starts, and the defense has been much better, and one thing that we've harped on them, they've been much better in 1-goal games as of late.
Yes. All right. And now what's interesting about that is, I know this is looking way down the line, but maybe that could be not an Achilles heel, but a potential weakness for Boston is they are just insane at home. Like 20 games.
Haven't lost one at home yet.
Actually. Yeah, not a regulation loss.
Yeah, not a regulation loss. They're still good on the road. Don't get me wrong. This is the best team in hockey. Like, I'm not here to dispute that. But if you're looking for potential, is like maybe you could pick up some steam since you have been playing well on the road. I saw NHL power rankings from Bleacher Report. Joey says the Dallas Stars are worthy of being in the top 5. Reggie, do you think the Dallas Stars are worthy of being in the top 5?
I go as Joey goes, honestly. So
okay,
I also say that.
Okay.
And if he's wrong, you know what? It's fine. We'll be wrong.
Falls
together.
on me.
Okay, let's find out. Tied for number 1. So first of all, that's stupid. Make a decision. The Boston Bruins, the Carolina Hurricanes.
When you said this is power rankings?
Power rankings.
No, it doesn't feel very powerful.
Yeah, you can't have a tie. All right, I'm picking Boston.
Okay, I'm with you.
So Boston is number 1. In my power rankings, combined with Bleacher Report's power ranking.
Sure.
Carolina, they can be second. The Dallas Cowboys of the NHL, the Toronto Maple Leafs are up at number 3. Dude, it's a fact. All right?
It is true.
I mean, they have maybe the most money. They have maybe the most fans. They get maybe the most attention, and they perpetually let you down in the playoffs.
They are a first-round exit waiting to happen.
Exactly. And so I know that Mike Myers someday is hoping that it's going to happen for them, and they have a whole gigantic market of fans who might be the most passionate fans in all of hockey, but they perpetually disappoint. Number 4, they have moved up 2 spots. Last week, they were number 6. It is your Dallas Stars.
Talk to the people.
Number 4 in the league, just ahead of New Jersey. Don't think I forgot about the 2000 Stanley Cup. Sure, I probably should have moved on with my life by now, but I haven't forgotten about that. And you brought up a whole bunch of great points. You're talking about a Stars team that still has the second most goals scored in the league. Now, I realize on a per game average, they're 4th because they've played a couple more games than some of these teams, but still. If I tell you you're going to have the 2nd or 4th most productive offense in the NHL at the beginning of the season, you'd be like, great, let's do that. You have a goaltender in Jake Ottinger who I'm going to regret talking about him more because sometimes we jinx that out. But
Corey's not here. It's fine.
We have had a bad run with the Stars when it comes to this. Is one of the things that I saw, and Joey, I'm hoping you can expand on this.
Is it because the Stars don't like to be perceived? So when we talk about them, they're like, please don't look at us.
Yeah.
It's true. They're very under the radar.
I mean, I agree. And they will remain under the radar. Like, I could see Carolina, but like Boston's doing things, everyone's going to talk about it. Toronto's doing things, everyone's going to talk about it. But the Stars, they don't have that same like national perception. Is at one point it was 4-2 and there's about 40 some odd seconds left. And then I got back and the final score was 4-1. So was it?
They did the crucial lose a goal play.
Yes.
Yeah. Was it an offsides that was the official call? It felt like it took forever to get that review done.
Yeah, there was an offside on the entry from the Wild. It was way after, too. I think the goal was scored like 30 seconds after the entry or whatnot. But so Sammy Walker, he got the second goal, but they took it away. So good for Otter. Keeps that goal against average down.
Kevin, would you like to make this a impromptu hockey power rank the power rankings? Because I have in front of me ESPN's power rankings per Kristen Shilton.
Okay, I have a question first.
Okay.
Do they have Boston number 1?
They do.
Okay, then I'm in.
And there's not a tie.
Okay, good. Then I'm in. Because you told me there was a tie. I was going to be like, what the hell is wrong with her? We tried to factor out the tie in hockey.
That's true. They really have. All right, Boston Bruins, number 1. The number 2 team is, in fact, the Carolina Hurricanes.
Okay, that makes sense.
Number 3 team, the Toronto Maple Leafs. Number 4, your Dallas Stars.
Woo!
So we're along these same lines. We're still in the same place.
So that is multiple power rankings that have these Stars at number 4.
And the note afterwards is just bear down on defense. You know, electric offensively and great goaltending. But, you know, if there's a weakness, it's, you know, blue line.
Okay, let me ask y'all something about that then. Do you ever get the sense, not like a defensive player is being lackadaisical, but do you think sometimes those defensive mistakes they have made have been covered up by Ottinger's play and thus don't get maybe as much scrutiny?
Absolutely, except for one player in Ryan Suter. he does not have a lot of fans in the Metroplex.
He doesn't.
So he is someone that has become somewhat of a liability. But that is the great thing about Otter, as you mentioned, is that he can bail you out a lot of the times he comes to rescue. A couple nights ago against Nashville when it was 2-2, he made a couple big stops. It was a rebound, and he made a beautiful stop on Ekholm, which pretty much sealed the deal, allowed the Stars to, you know, find themselves once again, and then they get the go-ahead goal. Those are the sort of situations where Otter can really thrive. But yeah, sometimes a great goalie can really, really hide the fact that you're poor defensively. And mainly the issues with the Stars defensively is in front of their own net, like right in front of the crease, you know, 5 to 10 feet. They have trouble boxing out. They don't have huge size on the back end.
How do you feel about their clear out ability this year then?
It's been better just because I think they like to play faster. So, like yesterday, dare I say, I think it was the best game they played on the year because it was 1 pass, 2 pass, and they're out of the zone. The Wild had a lot of trouble trying to get their cycle game going, and the only goal they had was off the earlobe of Jake Andrew from behind the goal line. So, I think when the Stars are able to, you know, make 1 or 2 passes to get out of their own zone, they're great. But that has been a struggle too. Sometimes they have trouble getting out of their own zone, and that's because they're tired and they're really hanging on. So it's something to improve on. But I think they're going to assess it at the deadline by getting some big guys on the back end to really help you out down the stretch.
I've just often said that the best defense is a strong offense and netminder. Always say it all the time, honestly.
Really? I don't know if I recall those frequent conversations.
All the time.
But I'm going to take your word for it. Now, did you guys see, because I have an update on the male athlete of the year, did you see, I believe it was 2 days ago, who was named the AP female athlete of the year?
No.
Was it Ledecky?
That is correct. Katie Ledecky, who also won the award in 2017, was the female athlete of the year. Now,
do we have world championships this year? Did she just dominate those again?
She dominates everything.
Watching her swim is incredible.
I remember, I don't think it was the Tokyo Olympics. I think it was the Olympics before that, where in one of the distance races, it looked like she was swimming by herself because she was already going the other direction
my favorite.
In the pool. And so none of the other people who were about to touch the wall were in the shot. And I was like, that is truly incredible.
Okay, so at least she set at least one world record this year and got a historic 20th world's medal at
World Championships.
Yeah.
Okay. And she beat out Sidney McLaughlin, the track and field star,
who is a
for
monster.
America. Who do you think is the male Associated Press athlete of the year?
Steve DeBerg.
It is not Steve well, okay, fine. What did he do this year?
He was mentioned a record number of times on the KNC Masterpiece.
Joey,
on 105 through the Fan.
You will become my favorite producer ever if you book us Steve DeBerg. I don't know how. I haven't really looked into it, but yeah, make it happen. All right, assuming it's not Steve DeBerg and it's a contemporary athlete, who would you pick?
I don't know any contemporary athletes.
That is an interesting career decision that you've made then.
Okay, let's see. Who would be the AP
male athlete of the year?
I'm throwing Lionel Messi in there.
Ooh. That's a good guess. I don't know.
Maybe recency bias.
Yeah.
helped him out.
I mean, like, it's a great year for him.
I think this is the American male athlete of the year. Yeah, because the 40 sports writers and editors are from across America. So I don't want to dismay you there. It is not Lionel Messi.
Let's go with, I'm just going to throw it out there because, again, I've been on the campaign that he's the most underrated player in the NFL, Patrick Mahomes.
Interesting that you said that because as soon as you said NFL, I knew that was wrong.
Of course it is.
Because the top 3, there is not an NFL player.
I hate football.
Steph Curry is 3rd.
Okay.
Shohei Ohtani is 2nd.
Incredible.
which should lead you to, who did Ohtani lose the MVP to? Aaron Judge.
Oh, yeah, he did get the 62
this year.
I was trying to think of what narrative thing would be there, and I just absolutely forgot that, because how could I mean, I just got tired of having everything broken into by 62, the 62 home run chase.
What happened here?
And I was just like, it's fine. I'm done with it.
So, wow. Aaron Judge.
You weren't done with it by the time we were over it?
I was done with
Thank
it
you.
when they first said that they might cut into the Cowboys game to play.
Yeah.
I was like, get the hell out of here. So Aaron Judge, the AP Male Athlete of the Year. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, are you more excited about the slate of NFL games this weekend or the college football playoff? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Rally House in Fort Worth. It's the place to be this
about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got a couple of shout outs for you from Tim. Shout out to my beautiful fiance for watching the extended version of Lord of the Rings with me. All right.
Oh, boy.
I want to talk about that a little bit more, but our bigger sports topic that I promise we will get to. Are you more excited about the slate of NFL games this weekend or the college football playoff, which is going tomorrow? And so while y'all ponder and potentially text in about that, is my wife is the best. Love you, Jess. And she wants to watch all of the movies that I own because, as we've established, I'm a very old person who still reads the newspaper and likes owning physical copies of movies.
It's not a bad thing, however. I think we're as much as we've gotten used to streaming.
Yeah.
What we're starting to learn is especially with like the HBO Max where things just go away and there's no other place to access them. Physical copies aren't the worst thing in the world.
And so we've hit a stopping point on some in particular. Like, we still haven't seen some for a variety of reasons, but one of them is I have the Lord of the Ring trilogy. She hated the first one. Hated it.
What?
And
of all the ones, the first one?
Well, because that's the only one we've watched.
Well, sure.
And so she's just not a big fantasy person. And
no, my point was, like, usually people can get down with the first one and then we get to the other things
and they're
we'll
like,
see.
I'm out.
Right.
No, yeah, she hated the first one. And so the prospect of getting her to watch like the other two has not been going super well. I cannot even fathom telling her, hey, then they have these other versions of them that are like 45 minutes longer. So shout out to your fiance for sure. I like the Lord of the Rings a lot, but I get how it's not for everyone. From the 469, shout out to my boys in federal prison. I met a lot of stand-up dudes in the 10 years I served. Keep your heads up. Your families miss you. All right. That is a very nice message right there. A little different than some of the shout outs that we get, but an excellent message nonetheless. All right. We can go through the slate of NFL games, but I get the sense that probably a lot more people, especially with the local aspect, are more jazzed up about the college football playoff. Do you think it is an accurate statement? Okay. All right. Let's just dive right in to the college football playoff. Again, because of the local tie, safe to assume you think that more people, at least from around here, will be invested in the first game than the second game. I get nationally it's the second game, hence why they put it at the time they did. But locally, people are way more in on Michigan TCU, right?
Yeah, and I don't think we can discount the portion of this where Michigan fans exist everywhere. Like that fan base is so wide reaching. True. But yeah, TCU fans around the Metroplex are going to be standing up, in part because this has been one of those seasons that makes you feel like this is a team of destiny. You know, like one of those types of things, because they have gone through all sorts of comebacks in order to make this thing work.
Well, and not only that, but also it felt like most of the season that TCU was going to get jobbed one way or another. Like for a while, people thought TCU was going to get left out even if they did go undefeated. And then
Alabama.
Yeah, like we were at our event and watching the TCU Kansas State game.
Weren't we?
Yes,
I know. How fun was that?
Didn't
you have a blast?
I had a blast. You had a blast because Kansas State won.
Sure did.
Most of the people in that place were not on your side. I'm not going to say none because I know you met some fellow K-Staters.
I mean, there was a lot of lovely people in there.
But once TCU lost, I cannot tell you how many people, right down to our boss's boss, was like, are they going to keep TCU out of this because of this? So I think most of the year TCU has not only felt disrespected, they felt like they were going to get screwed over even being in the playoff.
And of course, they were just so good, they couldn't be denied. The first Big 12 team in the college football, or not Big 12 team because Oklahoma made it, but first Texas team in the college football playoff.
But
how you like that?
I do like it a lot, and I'm hoping it's not this game, but traditionally one of these games in the semifinal round is not
to beat them down.
Yeah, it's not particularly competitive. And if you just look at the betting lines, they're pretty close. I believe TCU is 7.5 point dogs and Ohio State's a 6.5 point dog. So it's not like, didn't you feel like last year a lot of people just assumed Cincinnati would get run?
Yeah.
And so I don't necessarily think it's set up that same way, but if you had to pick a game that goes sideways for one of those teams, which would you pick?
I actually think it's the Georgia game.
Oh, and you think Ohio State's going to go down in flames?
I think that's possible. Like Ohio State, the way in which that they played poorly against Michigan, I think was somewhat telling.
By Michigan.
Like they do have that physicality thing. If you think you're just going to go out and play physical with a team like Michigan, that's going to be tough with you. Now take Georgia. Right, the big boys of Georgia, and I am firmly of the opinion that largely you get to a season in college football, and usually there are one or two teams that are actually the real cream of the crop, and everything else shakes out. Not to say that there aren't other good teams, but usually you can tell who the national champion type teams are. And this year it feels like there is one, and that is Georgia, and the way that they play is something else. And especially after that Big Ten championship, or not even the Big Ten championship game, in the game that Michigan-Ohio State game, I have real questions about Ohio State and the physicality that they can bring to this game.
Ooh, okay. I'm intrigued by that, but also, since you were talking about Georgia, that defense it's horrifying, and the potential high draft picks coming out of that defense are just tremendous. And so I kind of wonder, you have Jalen Carter on the defensive line. Some people think he might go 2 or 3 in the upcoming draft, in a draft that is dominated by a lot of quarterbacks. And then Kelee Ringo, the cornerback. Some people think best cornerback in the draft, another potential first rounder. And it's just, and it goes on and on and on. Even on the other side of the ball, still in the trenches, Broderick James on the offensive line. Just the talent in terms of NFL prospects is off the charts.
And it's just
Georgia.
It just seems to continue to be the case. It's kind of crazy that Georgia has flipped the script on the nation of being the team that constantly brings in a great class. Not to say that Georgia was bad at recruiting before. They've got incredible geography in their favor.
They do. So this is fascinating to me. I've always wondered how this rivalry works. From the 682, this person said that they bleed burnt orange, but also added they're excited as hell that TCU is in the playoffs and could go be the person that represents Texas. And I always remember this. This is obviously years ago, going back to the very famous Rose Bowl game between Texas and USC. Is somebody at A&M put out a shirt that said, January 4th, 2006 or whatever it was, the rivalry is off for one day only. There were so many A&M people who are like, the hell it is.
Yeah.
I hope USC wins by 50 points. And
how'd that work out?
It did not.
Okay.
And I think I was probably also one of those people who felt that way. But I'm fascinated by the idea that rivalry dissipates in moments like this. And then you get people from the 254. A&M should have been in the playoffs in 2020, and I'm still pissed about that. Pissed to the point that doesn't let you watch college football?
That's college football for you, though. If there is one thing that doesn't always go ahead and jive with the concept of college football fandom, logic, reason, it don't matter. I hate them folks.
Man, that's
we are from the same region or the same state. In fact, sometimes largely of the same type of ilk, except y'all from the opposite school. I don't like y'all.
I have to hate you. No, I can definitely see that. And then we're working a lot of different things in here. Shout out to all the Lord of the Ring haters. I hate you too.
Wow.
See, you thought
it's spicy.
You thought it was one way,
but it was the other way.
That's right.
That's right.
And then from the 972, shout out to their mother, Catherine, who turns 89 on January 1st. Happy New Year. And that's from a great Constable Scott, a great Tolo as well. And then I just don't understand until I saw the very end of the text. And then to your point about geography, it all clicks. From the 254, they said, God, I hate TCU. I hope Michigan S's on them. I loved every second of their Big 12 title game loss. TCU would not be the team that would jump to mind that would be hated in this group. If you don't like Michigan.
Well, mostly because they're kind of the, I didn't think about you at all type.
Yeah, exactly.
Not a lot.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, if you've now decided to hate Georgia because you think they're becoming Alabama, or you hate Ohio State because of all things Ohio State. Yes. Yeah, because of because of Urban Meyer, even though I know he's not there anymore. I get it. But then at the very end, it said #sick.
That's right. Shout out to all our Waco listeners. You can catch us out there.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And so that was the part that spoke to what you were talking about. I was like, and there it is.
There it is.
Like, why do you hate TCU?
Because they kicked him out of Waco.
Yes, because of that. Now, on the NFL front, although we can continue to talk about college football, are you intrigued by any particular games? I know there's one that stands out on the NFL docket this weekend.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the Sugar Bowl.
No, not. I mean, if you care about the New Year's Six Bowls, let me know. But do you get the sense now that outside of like specific rooting interest, that's not a thing anymore?
Absolutely.
Well, not like that's not as big of a thing.
No, absolutely. We have really kind of moved away from caring about all these bowl games. They are simple. Now, they're still going to do their job for these TV networks, which is a thing to be on. It is live sports to be on, and people will gravitate towards that. But other side, like outside of being some level of must watch, I don't think it's that. With this NFL slate, there's not anything that jumped out to me immediately. Oddly enough, I'm interested in this Jets-Seahawks game.
Okay, because you see two teams that might be reeling and only one of them will get a win to potentially right the ship.
There you go.
Now, for a lot of folks, the answer is going to be Bills and Bengals. The Monday Night Football game that
for sure. Which probably is the best Monday Night Football game we've gotten in a long time.
For sure. Joe Buck said it was the best Monday Night Football game in decades.
Yeah.
And before you think that's hyperbole, we brought it up yesterday, maybe the day. Yeah, I think it's yesterday. Is that this is the tied for the most combined wins in a Monday Night Football game ever, along with a Denver-San Francisco game from 1997. So even if you think that gets the nod, it's the most wins in 25 years. The 12-3 Bills versus the 11-4 Bengals. The Bengals host, however, the Bills are 1.5-point favorites. So that gives you an idea of how much cachet Buffalo still carries. But this is a huge game in terms of like potential seeding, momentum for the playoffs. If you believe in such a thing, Reggie, I know you're not a huge momentum person.
Correct.
But I put that on the list. Saints-Eagles, though.
There we go. I was about to say, like, that is the one that around these parts, people will be keeping their eye on.
And Philadelphia is a 6.5-point favorite. I think that gives you some insight, too, into Gardner Minshew playing as opposed to Jalen Hurts. Because that means if the game was in New Orleans, it would be a pick'em. My ass, that game would be a pick'em if Jalen Hurts was starting that game, even in New Orleans. And so I know Nick Sirianni's like, hey, we're still trying to figure it out and everything. I would be willing to bet they're leaning towards him not playing. But I'm very invested in that, as I bet a lot of Cowboys fans are, because I know you'd still have another week to go. But if they lost that game, what is the hype level for next week going to be like? Knowing a Cowboys win and an Eagles loss, what that would mean for changing the division champion?
I think it's going to matter a ton, because for the folks that are concerned about this team's capability of winning, taking away that one extra barrier of making it to the NFC Championship game, and like you predicted earlier in the show, Kevin.
Is that what happened?
That is that. Joey, can you back me up here? He definitely predicted an NFC Championship game run, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Wow. Go Cowboys.
That's right. So no, I mean, getting a bye. I mean, as much as you can say this team would be better than whoever they faced out of the NFC South if they did end up in that 5 seed, there is some level of non-0% chance that they would lose that game. There is a 0% chance you lose in the wild card round if you win that number 1 seed. So
yes.
Yeah, no, that would absolutely take the hype of Week 18 to another level if indeed the Philadelphia Eagles drop one to the Saints.
Not the Phillies, so I appreciate you there.
I mean, if the Phillies drop one too, cool.
That's
why not?
a good point. I think the other games that stood out to me is you're talking about the battles of damaged teams, right? Because that, by the way, that Monday Night Football game, that's the only game featuring 2 teams with a winning record.
Gross.
That is gross. What that leads me to, Dolphins Patriots jumps to mind.
Yeah.
Because the Dolphins have been spiraling just with their play in general. And then when you tack on all the Tua stuff that's been happening, that has been problematic.
But you know what's funny? outside of, when I was about to say a whole different statement, that was not what I wanted to go. Teddy Bridgewater, when he has come into this team, he's done admirably with what the Dolphins have wanted to do. He can execute what they're trying to do pretty easily. The Miami Dolphins have had issues when the guy that they have planned to start the game has not finished the game.
Yeah.
And they've had that happen a lot this season.
Yeah.
And I think as long as you have that happen, they should be able to take advantage of a Patriots team that, mind you, has a solid defense, right? I just don't trust what they're doing offensively. Neither should you.
And these are both teams that they need to win this game. A couple more just really quick. I was intrigued by the Panthers-Bucks and the Vikings-Packers.
I'm never going to be intrigued by a Buccaneers game this season.
Yeah,
they're just so boring.
But I get it. I do. But I'm also intrigued because this could be your mini scout game for the wild card round.
If you stay awake.
I'm not here to tell you it'll be a good game because those teams both stink.
Well, I can help you. You can watch one fewer down on each possession. Don't watch first down for the Bucks. They're going to run the football and waste it. Don't worry about it.
Oh, like the Cowboys?
Your words, not mine.
Okay. Well, I will say that. 19 carries on first down for 33 yards. Let's do better.
You wouldn't be wrong.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. Now, I gave you that negative thing, but I have good news, Cowboys fans. They struggle against bad teams, but are really good against the good teams. Plus, Masterpiece of the Week. It's all happening next. It's the fastest segment in all of radio right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All day.
reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in one should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Here comes 2nd down 7. Prescott back, looking left. Throwing it in the back of the end zone for Schultz. What a grab! Did he get it? Touchdown, Dalton Schultz!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Cowboys victorious over the Titans 27-13 to bump their record up to 12-4. We got Masterpiece of the Week coming up in just a minute.
I forgot to do that. My bad.
Joey got it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got you, Reg.
And
Thanks, man.
it sounded like his girlfriend thought it was funny this morning. Hopefully, well, I was going to say hopefully not at my expense.
Oh, absolutely. Well, you weren't here like most of the week.
Ooh, good point. Hopefully not at my expense then. And I've got some Cowboys stats that I think people are going to like to be positive, but you just brought up something off air that I think is really intriguing.
I don't think I said anything.
Is how often do you think that a low scoring game means good defense?
Oh, yeah, no. I think that those things are not exactly the same thing.
Because that kind of the genesis of that was from the Tampa
Duke's Mayo Bowl.
Yes.
Oh, never mind.
Well, that too. But we were talking about the Tampa Bay Carolina game coming up this weekend in the NFL, and that game's probably going to suck and it's going to be low scoring, but is that because of good defense? And then we're watching Maryland and North Carolina State in the game I'm convinced both coaches want to lose so they don't get mayonnaise dumped on their head. It's 10-9, it's low scoring, but does that mean that the defense is playing well, or is it just inept offense happening?
I can't really tell you because I haven't been watching intently on this game. However, I'm willing to gamble that it's probably just not great offense.
Okay, well, before you say that, I can give you quarterback stat lines. The Maryland quarterback, who is...
Is that Talia? Is he playing?
Yes, he is.
Talia Tungavaloa.
10 of 21 for 103 yards. So... that's not great.
Oh, okay, I was going to have to ask.
Ben Finley is 16 of 32 for North Carolina State for 199 yards. The two have combined for 1 touchdown and 2 interceptions. So does that mean incredible ball hawking defensive backs or poorly thrown passes?
I'm guessing the former. I mean, this is a 7-win and an 8-win team, and I don't mean to shade them because in college football, look, Maryland is a 7-8 win. Or 8-win, that might be nice. But yeah, they're right around that range. NC State, this is one of their good seasons. You get 8 or 9 wins.
Top 25.
We're doing what we do. So yeah, no, this is going well. But I think also one of the things that stinks about college football is we reached a place where everybody is flatly graded.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, we can't really do that. Some of these teams need to be put in the proper context.
And then brought us, and I know a lot of other people will point out, just making these bowl games gives you extra practice time, which is probably the real reward for a lot of this. It is also a shout out Friday from the 214. Hey, this is Dallas from Dallas. Can I get a shout out? I became a grandpa 3 weeks ago.
Nice.
Shout out to you, Dallas, and congratulations.
Hope you have a happy grandchild, healthy grandchild right now.
Absolutely. And then also from the 214, man, this is a heck of an accomplishment. Shout out to my daughter, Carly Ray, who made the 18U National Select softball team yesterday.
Love to see it. Love to see it. Man, high level play, high level competition.
That is very, very good. Now let's talk about the Cowboys. I know some people are not super stoked about how the game went yesterday. Do you think that's a fair assertion?
Fair. That is fair, yeah.
But the thing I've noticed about this year's team, and this is why I think, you can tell me if you are with me on this or not, I think this is why we've continually said that this year's Cowboys team is better than last year's Cowboys team, is I feel like they struggle against the bad teams, but have been really good against the good teams. Is that an accurate assertion, we feel like?
That feels fair. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and say that feels fair. And the tough thing about it is, it doesn't feel like there's been a lot of good teams this year, just in general.
Right.
I mean, even if we want to, hang our hat anecdotally on the game on Christmas Eve, it was a well-played game against the Eagles. Obviously you buried the Vikings, right? Those are the teams that I can immediately look to and go, yeah, those are good football teams.
Okay, now along those lines, I'm glad you brought that up. Is the Cowboys?
Dang, I just called the Vikings a good football team. That made me feel sick.
Record-wise, they look good.
Thank you.
The Cowboys have 3 wins over teams with 11 wins this year. The Vikings, Bengals, and the Eagles. More than any team in the NFL.
Really?
The Cowboys, and if you're like, that's an arbitrary point. All right, let's move down the scale. The Cowboys have 5 wins against teams with at least 8 wins. No other team in the NFL has more than 3. All right? So who has beat the most solid teams? The Cowboys. Who has beat the most really good teams? The Cowboys. The Cowboys have a 5-1 record, I believe, against teams with a winning record and a 7-1 record against current playoff teams.
I think that's good. Is that good?
Yes.
Okay.
That is very good.
Thank you.
Now, don't get me wrong. That does not mean that you can't point out the problems for this team. Like the continual turnovers, whether they're forced or unforced, depending on how you feel about if you feel like all turnovers are your fault one way or another, because that drop pass was clearly also on the Cowboys, but not on Dak, is the continued turnovers, the lack of ability to bury some of the inferior opponents. I know that drives people crazy, and the history to go along with it. I just think that this one is different than just last year. I'm just talking about last year when the Cowboys struggled against the Chiefs. They struggled against the 49ers, whereas this year they have played excellently against good competition.
Yeah, and if nothing else, right, the ways in which they have not executed up to their fullest potential, that lower execution is still a high level of play, right? It's one of those things that I'm going to dip into analytics. Go ahead and brace yourself. If you look at their efficiency in some of these games where they're playing, less than stellar for the viewer, for the Cowboys Nation, the turnovers obviously are issues, but then outside of that, they're playing relatively efficiently. Really good football. So I think that ends up being the difference here, is that you can still play fairly high football that will kind of counteract or cover for the fact that you have some of these lapses. Now, how does that work once you get into this, one game sample of the playoffs? That's something that will remain to be seen.
And the thing I like about that is 7-2 against playoff teams. I forgot Tampa is technically a playoff team, despite the fact that they don't have a winning record. So 7-2 until Carolina takes them down. But I think that's the positive right there, is you raise or lower your level. Now, is that agitating as a fan? Sure, but hopefully you won't see a lot of those bad teams, except for maybe the wild card round, and that you will continue to play at a high level against the higher level of teams. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now, Reggie is evilly rubbing his hands because it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Howdy, fellas.
Hey, Joey.
How are you guys?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm almost done with
fantastic.
my weekend. Or my week.
Yeah.
The weekend is just starting.
New Year's tomorrow. Any big plans, Reggie?
Not yet.
Okay.
We'll figure it out.
All right. Sounds good. Well, it's Masterpiece of the Week time. We're going to replay some of the fun moments from the show. Kevin, this will be at your expense, some of them. But we are going to start with Corey because, well, he is just a big fan of Dirk.
It's a lot of basketball, and he has the ball a lot. Dirk was able to. It's amazing. Dirk's body.
That's it?
He's just fascinated with Dirk's body.
Yeah.
I've often heard Corey say that Dirk's body is a wonderland.
The statue looks cool, too.
Yeah, okay. I think the statue looks awesome, and you got rid of, the beads. Don't tell me nobody brought that up.
Everybody.
But the complaint I've now seen from some people, because we're in a society where you got to have something to complain about, apparently.
Yep.
Some people think he's leaned back too far.
Oh, so I'm part of it.
Oh, no, you're part of the problem.
Yes, I am a part of the problem. I guess I only used one reference photo, but it did feel like they over-exaggerated the lean, which is fine.
Like it looks like he's legit maybe falling down.
It's like levitating.
Yeah,
which is, it's fine.
But wouldn't you rather have the over-angled Dirk than the bead Dirk?
Oh, absolutely. This is absolutely preferable.
I'm glad that they took that feedback when they showed the miniature and everyone's like, hey, dude, you could win a chess tournament with those things.
Oh,
you
right.
You remember that story?
Yes, I do.
All right. Back to you, Joey.
Let's go ahead and fire this one off. You can provide some more context on this one, Kevin.
I think that's a gamble. I think that's a fair statement. Don't do that without consent. That's not cool. I think I would be willing to take that protection off. So, son of a gun.
You knew it. You knew it.
Just feels better that way, right?
Oh my God.
What? It feels better to be able to utilize your draft picks and get better players for this Mavericks team. What's wrong with you?
Assets.
Because that is what we were talking about, is the top 10 protection that is on that pick right now. Not the other thing, but like...
I'm just ribbing you. Gotcha. We got him, coach.
Snap.
That was... Okay, now I hate both of you.
All right.
I hate both of you for that. But that was very well done, and I regret all of this. Did I ever tell you, just as an aside note, you can decide, is my editor-in-chief at the newspaper, I was really disappointed, is in the last 2 years, Allen and Euless Trinity had played twice. And Allen won one, Euless Trinity had won one. And so they were about to play in the playoffs again. And so the headline I wanted to put was Eagles Trojans set for rubber match. And he vetoed that. I thought that was 100% a fair headline.
I think that's fair.
Creative.
Yeah.
Very creative.
Back to you, Joey.
This one, Kevin, I don't know what this noise is really, but it was pretty funny.
Oh, I'll help you.
Who was I sad for in that instance? I definitely remember being sad for somebody or something. I have a high voice.
When you don't play that, I'll help you. We do move into some awkward territory. I can give you the answer here.
Okay, please.
Because I always know the answer to these. You were feeling bad or hypothetically, for Peyton.
I thought it might be about Peyton.
Yeah.
Because he's got a lot of money on the line tomorrow if he can kiss somebody. You think he'll get it done?
I think he can.
Okay.
He just has to position himself well, be in a place with a lot of people, give himself a high probability.
Okay.
What did you think?
No, I was just thinking when you said a lot of people, it felt like maybe you did not believe in him. You're like,
I
need a lot of people to be around.
I feel like if you're in one of those public spaces where people are, having the countdown.
Yeah.
When you get out of the house to be in that type of space, you are, kind of in your mind already in a place where you're like, this is part of the tradition and I will engage in that. Yeah.
Okay. I believe in Peyton. That's why I felt bad for him.
Okay.
It is one of those where you only get one shot, though, right? Like, it's not like if you mess up, maybe we can go and try something else. There's only one shot on this.
What if you flew to another time zone?
Ooh, that would cost. I feel like at that point, the bet isn't worth it. Yeah.
We're going to go to Jerry here. And I think we played this a couple of days ago. But I remember it specifically because of the way that Reggie and Corey looked at me.
And, of course, we were coming hard. That's, again, their offensive line had something to do with this conversation, but still.
That pass rush is good.
It's very enjoyable. I'm going to go and jot that down.
Is that why we've ended up in the place where Jerry has to take some tests?
Good night. I thought you were going to make reference to him not wanting to hang up the phone.
Why would that correlate?
I don't know.
Okay.
Okay, we'll move on.
Yep, thank you.
I wrote it down as Jerry offensive line. So that is how I made my note about that.
Or if you read it a different way, it could be Jerry's offensive line or offensive line.
Oh.
I screwed it up. I'm sorry. Back to you.
I think one question that many of us have is Mickey doing this on purpose?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you would like to see more than one sack in the last 3 games and getting shut out in 2 of the 3 games.
That is, I think sometimes he does. I do not think that one was on purpose. That felt like much like the protection one. That felt like a reasonable sports statement.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
We'll give it to him.
Mickey is absolutely in on the bit. He absolutely is.
Y'all convinced me with, a while back he played a clip that I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, I see what you're
doing. Speaking of sex, Kevin had to get in on the fun too.
Terrible sex.
You're telling me nobody in that smoky office was like,
Now, hear me out, fellas. We're going to count the sacks. I'm going to regret that. Do you regret
Why is the room smoky?
Because there's a bunch of old NFL people. Like, I actually know what this is about. This was like in the 60s, they started counting.
Sure. We just had different. It was a different time.
NFL sacks as a statistic for the team. But nobody in the room thought, hey, would you want to assign them to individual players? It took them 20 years to figure that out. And nobody was like, okay, this time I heard it in my head before I said it and I stopped.
Yep.
But yeah, no, they're at the Gentleman's Club, but the leather
still not the same.
It's the leather chair Gentleman's Club.
I don't
not
know
the
that you should
naked.
be counting those at the Gentleman's Club.
No, it's the cigar and brandy Gentleman's Club, not the naked Gentleman's Club.
They can't be the same thing?
They can. Okay. Man, it would be interesting to be at one of those fancy clubs where you sit in the leather chair and you've got your brandy and there's a naked person there. Like, that'd be crazy.
Thank you. Go ahead and write that one down. Appreciate you.
Gun.
We actually have one from Sean. I think this was during crosstalk.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and we know what Bobby was doing the other day.
How awkward is it at midnight when you don't have the
I'm listening.
Put your tongue away.
At midnight.
Because it wasn't midnight yet?
Ooh,
I guess so.
Yeah.
Man, Bobby's follow-up with the text from his wife and one of his children about how they needed him and wanted him to stop.
And it's very clear, right? It's not like they were like, I'm surprised that you're doing this. It was just, again, like, it feels like they are perpetually embarrassed by Robert, but it's great because...
in a loving fashion?
Yes.
He kind of called his wife out this morning.
He sure did.
Didn't he?
I don't know why she puts up with him.
From the 972, I love y'all. We love you back.
I'm still thinking about it.
I got one more for you guys.
Okay.
Kevin was super, super stoked yesterday, and he really wanted to see it.
That was awesome.
It was enough to skip around and do a high five lap, whatever the poll was right there. If you want to show us, we definitely want to see it.
What? What? I do appreciate you asking, but
What a poll.
I was seeking consent.
Yes.
So that's at least good.
Very pro-consent on this show.
Can I tell you one...
Before taking off protection, of course.
Oh, my
That's
God.
right.
Can I tell
That's
you
right.
one more newspaper story that is relevant to this?
See, you guys were like reporting on the side of trying to get jokes on them.
Hey, I didn't know this was going to happen, or else I would have been the person in the smoke-filled room and be like, don't run that. They put a poll on the front of the newspaper, on the front page. It was a question about smoking. So the headline for it was smoking, and then, it was a poll. That was the headline that they combined together on the front page of the newspaper. And as soon as we saw that, the sports people were like,
that's not going to work.
How the hell did this make it through? No, but it did. It made it out into the world, onto newsstands and everything like that. It was something. I'm going to vote for Jerry's thoughts on what I can only assume are just the offensive line.
I will as well, Reggie, so it's 2-0.
Right. I'm going to have to be a lot nicer to Mike because I've forgotten all the things. And I'm always like, how do you not remember that? And I see. It's very easy to remember. But I'm going to vote for Sean telling Bobby to stop doing that.
Okay. That's great. That's your masterpiece of the week, everybody.
Thanks, man.
I'm listening.
Put your tongue away.
No, I want to hear the winner again.
You want to hear the winner
Yes!
again? But I like that one too. But shut up, Bobby.
And, of course, we were coming hard. That's, again, their offensive line had something to do with this conversation, but still.
That O-line, man.
I'm proud of them for that.
Get you every time.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation as they are at Rally House, the Hewlin location. Let's talk with them next right here on the Fan.
Babe Laufenberg here. Classic Chevrolet is racing to finish the year.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, when we're talking about making news, Jerry this morning flat out said no interest, no contact with Terrell Owens and his agent. And then Terrell Owens also came out and he's like, well, I don't even know where this story came from or why the agent said this or any of that. I'm not sure either.
Yeah, I think that was on his Instagram all of 23 hours ago. So there you go.
Probably for the best, as they're not interested one way or another. Right now, something you will be interested in, brought to you by D&M Leasing. It's time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
We're amazing, Hagee. We're hanging out here at Rally House in Hewlin at their Fort Worth location, and this place is already popping. We've had a ton of Tolos already popping by. Now, we've been told they have brought literally all of their TCU gear to this location.
Oh.
And they're almost already out. So get on out here, and one, you can fellowship with us. We're going to have about roughly 30 or so Rally House gift cards that Rally House is giving away. And we're going to have to find a way to give this to just the most loyal of Tolos. So we're workshopping ways in which, and maybe you guys can help us during this crosstalk to where we can narrow it down to make sure that just the best Tolos, the best Turn It On, Leave It On listeners get these Rally House gift cards. But this is the biggest Rally House I've ever been in, guys.
It's huge. It's huge, and it's awesome, and all the gear up in here is insane. And the Tolos that have already made an appearance to say hello and grab some TCU Horned Frog gear has been off the charts. We've been taking pictures. Unfortunate for me, because I'm donning a face today that is not a face that I would like to be carried
Yeah, I had
forever.
questions. Jersey looks good, though.
Thank you. Yeah, the jersey, shout out to Rachel Ring. Talk about great legendary Tolos. Shout out to her for this Mike Napoli festive jersey here. But, yes, it is bet payoff day for myself here at Rally House in Hewlin. So we got pictures of my half face or my two face, however you want to describe it, already have been taken, and I imagine we'll get plenty more going for the next 5 hours.
Well, why don't you describe it for us a little bit more and go ahead and prop that camera back up so we can see your pretty face all the better.
Let me make sure I got my face in there. But
you look good. I could see it from here.
I appreciate that, and
Yeah.
I can hear the facetiousness in your voice there, Brian.
No, you looked good when you walked in.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it was such a great look for you. And if anybody will bring a razor over to him for after the show when he can kind of clean those things up, we'll be all right, right?
Yeah. So bet payoff for the Survivor G-Bag Nation. I have had to put this off for a couple of weeks with being in and out of the show a little bit, but no better occasion to bust it out on a football Friday at Rally House in Fort Worth at the Hewlin location. It is I chose the two-face, which means I had to don half my face as a beard, and then the other half of my face is just full-on shaven to the bone baby face. Mustache included and flavor saver included as well. Just got half of one of those going on right now.
Now, when you say flavor saver,
we're talking about the Soul Patch, right? We going Soul Patch?
No, but what flavor are you savoring?
Just all the flavors. Hagee, right now I am looking forward to hopefully getting some level. Did Broadus mention food being?
No, he misunderstood.
He misunderstood.
Oh,
Yeah,
did
he
I?
misunderstood. That's
food's coming. No.
Food's coming.
Yeah,
Food's coming.
I know what's going on here.
You know what's going on.
Way ahead of the game, you know.
I guess so, but we
settled in.
It looks like we've got some Hooters Bucks and all kinds of stuff here that we're also giving away. I mean, this is going to be a crazy day here. From
be a lot of fun,
But right now, Hagee, the flavor that is still there is the matzo ball soup from Walchuk's mom's house.
Ooh, okay.
Matzo ball Monday.
The new house or the old house?
The new one, believe it or not.
Woo, what are y'all optimistic, since we're talking about all the cool TCU gear out Rally House and they might sell out? You need to hustle out there and go see G-Bag and pick up some TCU stuff. How optimistic are you about their chances tomorrow, 7.5-point dogs?
I'm optimistic. I think TCU can hang with Michigan tomorrow. I've been talking with some of the TCU fans that have been rolling in here. I think Max Duggan's ability to run is going to cause Michigan some problems in this football game. They haven't played a lot of mobile quarterbacks. Like C.J. Stroud, to me, is not a mobile quarterback. You know, when we went and watched him, Brian, I think that's something that is lacking in his game is mobility. He's actually I think he has a lack of mobility, and they've played some really good receivers. Marvin Harrison Jr., Quentin Johnston is one of the premier receivers that are going to be in this draft. I think the big question will be, how does TCU defensively go up against a really good offensive line and run game for Michigan? If TCU defensively can hang on against Michigan in that physical run style, they're going to be able to play in this football game. I think it's going to be close and come down to that fourth quarter because both teams are fantastic in the second half.
Yeah, the offensive line for Michigan is for real. Mm-hmm. And the Joe Moore Award is given to the best offensive line in the country. Michigan has won that the last 2 years. You're right about TCU. They're going to have to weather the storm. It is going to be, with Harbaugh and that crew, they are going to try and hammer the ball on TCU, wear them down. But the great thing about TCU is their ability to throw the football. And and watching that game, the Big 12, the Big 10 game of the championship, Purdue was able to throw the football a little bit on them. And TCU has a pretty dynamic passing attack with the quarterbacks and the wide receivers. So that's where I think that they can make some hay in this game.
I know y'all will have plenty of time to talk about the Cowboys out there at Rally House. Was I the only one who hated how long the third down guy, the announcer, kept saying third down for?
He drags it. He sure does. I mean, and yeah, it was, and there's all kinds of crazy little chants and stuff that they do in that stadium too. Did they do the one from 300? Did I hear that one? It was they're like after a first down they yell something, and I think it was from 300.
The movie. This is Sparta.
It was some
tonight we dine in hell.
Or, yeah, I don't know. It's something that they do. But anyway, they took the L, so good luck against Jacksonville. I hope you take another one next week.
Wow. Tell everybody where you are again and what you got coming up on the program, please.
Rally House in Fort Worth. The Hewlett location will be partying here until 7 o'clock. We've got Rally House gift cards that Rally House is giving away that we will be handing out to loyal Tolos throughout the show. Come out, get your TCU gear, but they also have outstanding gear for whatever team you might be rooting for. We've got Stephen Jones right off the top of the show at 2 o'clock. We're also going to have Brian Estridge, play-by-play voice of the Horned Frogs, as well at 4:20 in Berry Church at 4 o'clock. Oh, my gosh. Look, Scott Long is bringing over
Hypnotoads?
Some TCU shirts right now.
Oh, yes. Fear the frog. You fear that frog.
So it sounds like it's going to be a good show.
It's going to be pure gold as always.
Woo! Nice. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation or go see the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fan.
See you next year, Kevin.
No.
Say Happy New Year, Kevin.
I will say Happy New Year. Cut everybody else who says see you next year out of your life right now.
the Classic Chevrolet Studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number one of the G-Bag Nation on a Cowboys Victory Friday, and we kick things off with Cowboys COO Stephen Jones joining us on the Diamond Factory Hotline. And Stephen, how about that 27-13 victory last night? How you feeling after that win in Tennessee?
Well, anytime you get a win in the NFL, it's a big deal. Go on the road. I can tell you that team's well coached. Coach Vrabel's a good friend of mine. We serve on the competition committee together. And I know, everybody wants to point to the fact he was missing a lot of his guys. But, all these guys get paid, and they're all NFL players. And Mike had them ready to go. And, they played really, aggressive on defense. They did a good job against the run. But overall, to come away with a big win like that is a big deal. We got some things we have to continue to work to clean up on, especially the turnovers, but do seem to be taking the ball away good. And like I said, overall, we like where we're headed.
Stephen, we've been talking to you really all season about your offensive line depth, and you're one of those guys. I remember, like I say, working with you. It was about continuity, but this year it was about playing a lot of different guys. Is the fact that you've played so many of those guys, is it made it even better for you guys to make adjustments, like when you have an injury to Biotish like you did last night?
Well, I just think, as you know, Brian, depth is important. You do love continuity, which we had a lot of that early. And, for the first, 60% of the season, we had our same group out there game in and game out, which is, what you look to. But, at the end of the day, we all know this is attrition in the NFL. All 32 deal with it. You have injuries, and you make it work. Obviously, we were, so fortunate to get a Hall of Famer back in Tyron Smith about the time we have our first injury, and he stepped in and, just looked like as comfortable as an old shoe last night playing our right tackle for us. And then we have the injury to Biotish and a guy like Connor McGovern, who's been, great for us in terms of being versatile, playing right guard, left guard, then, of course, doing a great job at center last night. But we also believe you got to get your best five on the field. And, of course, that required everybody to scooch over a notch and move Jason Peters, who's had a Hall of Fame career and played left tackle. That's just part of it. Hopefully we dodged a bullet and we can get Tyler back for the playoffs and get everybody back in their spots. But I do think you want your best five out there, and certainly, that's a really solid group when you look across the line out there to Zach Martin and, a Tyron Smith and a Jason Peters. All those guys are probably Hall of Fame players and, a first rounder and Tyler Smith. So we're fortunate to have it, but we also agree with you, Brian, that you love to have continuity as well, but you don't always get that in the NFL.
Stephen, if I could circle back, you were talking about Biotish for the playoffs. Is there something from your MRI already? Are you still waiting those results?
No, we've gotten it back, and feel like he's got a real chance to make it back for our first playoff game. So we'll see how that comes along. Obviously, everybody saw the injury on TV. It's a rough looking deal, but he's had that high ankle before on the same ankle, and believe it or not, when it's the second time around, those guys tend to recover a little faster, a little quicker than they did the time before. So we'll just have to see. Tyler's a tough guy who's competitive as hell and wants to be out there.
Stephen Jones with us here on 105 The Fan. You mentioned the turnovers, and I know we've asked you about this the last couple of weeks, but, with this becoming a trend, how much of a concern are the turnovers?
I think, it's at the end of the day, I think we got one of the best in the business, and Dak Prescott, he knows what he needs to do. Some of these turnovers, as we all know, are not always the quarterback's fault. I mean, you get tip balls, you get drop balls that go into the defender's hands, but he also can do some things better, which he knows better than anybody. And certainly we're in a great position here as we head into the last week to just continue to sharpen up what our game's all about. It's hard to win in this league. We had, obviously a different schedule the last couple of weeks. playing on a Saturday night on Christmas Eve, and then a quick turnaround on a Thursday. You just you don't ever take for granted these big W's, and we've won now 12 games again, 2 years in a row. It's a great accomplishment, but we all know we got bigger goals for this team, and I think we'll continue to work to refine our game and do what we need to do to have success in the playoffs.
Hey, Steven, I was going to ask, can you remember a game as weird in terms of the circumstances where it is a off emotional victory on Christmas Eve and then quick turnaround on the road versus a team that's really not trying? It's late in the year, so these quick turnaround games are even that much more difficult when it comes to the attrition and whatnot. And then the game certainly matters for you, but then that Sunday things can change with the Eagles. So it just felt like last night was one of the weirder circumstances surrounding the games.
Well, you always dealt challenges during the course of a season. All 32 are as to when you play your games, what the circumstances are when you play them. As I said, Coach Vrabel's one of the best in the business at getting his team ready to go. You could see they came out there from the opening whistle and got after us. And it was a battle out there. It didn't come easy, and everybody wants to point to they were missing a handful of starters and, quite a few players. Well, we were missing some players as well. That's part of the NFL. And, if you come away with a big win in the NFL, you take it every time. We all know how hard it is to win in this league. And, people have to do what we're doing at times, which is make do and next man up type mentality. And Coach Vrabel's one of the best at that. So we're real pleased with the big win, and we know we got work to do. Hopefully the guys will get off their feet here for, the next 3 days and get their feet up under them and get ready to play a really good Washington football team that's trying to get in the playoffs and continue to get our game right as we start to point toward the playoffs after we play Washington.
Stephen, before we let you go out of here, with T.Y. Hilton, was when you were looking or hunting for a receiver, all the stuff with Odell Beckham, and then now you get T.Y. Hilton, was this what you were looking for or what you had in mind for that type of player, the one that makes those loose plays, gets you the first downs, makes some tough catches? Is this really what you envisioned and for that position when you went out and got this type of player?
Absolutely. I think you look at guys like Jason Peters and T.Y. Hilton, their resumes, just outstanding. What they bring to the room, their presence in the room. I know Jason's all year been a great leader for a guy like Tyler Smith. Certainly T.Y. Hilton comes in here. I'm sure we all saw the comment CD made about him. He's a pro's pro. On top of that, he still plays the game at a real high level, and is certainly bringing something to the dance here in terms of making us a better football team. We're very fortunate to get him, and as you can see, he's ready. He's ready to play right away and help us right away. And, that chemistry is only going to get better, and certainly his leadership in that wide receiver room, which was a young room to start with, for him to come in there and be able to, lead these guys and really be a mentor. I think it's a huge plus. But because of that, he's also, as we saw last night, really make plays for us.
Stephen, we're at the Rally House in Fort Worth right now, so if you need to slide by and pick up a Saints jersey for Sunday, we'll go ahead and help you out with that.
Appreciate it, guys. I hope y'all have a happy New Year's and a great weekend.
Have a happy New Year as well, Stephen. Appreciate the time, sir. There he goes, Stephen Jones with us here on 105.3 The Fan, courtesy of the Diamond Factory Hotline. Cowboys got that win last night, 27-13. I know a lot of Cowboy fans, Brian, and we had the post-game show, frustrated a little bit with how the team played, and certainly some self-inflicted wounds.
Sure.
The Cowboys kept the Titans in the game with turnovers, but they still end up winning that game by 2 touchdowns, and I don't think the game was really ever in doubt. I don't think either of us were watching that game and thought, okay, the Cowboys are really in danger of losing.
Yeah.
It just might not have been, the blowout that some might have expected. But all of us had the score. You picked the score exactly right, 27-13. I had it 30-13. If you listen to G-Bag, and that's why you turn it on, leave it on, leading into the pregame show, that was kind of about the game that we expected to see.
Yeah, the thing that when you go back, and I had a chance to watch the all-22, and then we'll catch it in Krusty's Corner, but one of the observations, and Steven was talking about cleaning up some things, in the running game, as an offensive line coming off the ball, there were times where they physically got beat up a little bit. Tyler Smith got buckled a couple of times. We talked about what McGovern, they just did not get that hat-on-hat and then control and then get push to be able to get to the second level. So there were times where even with Zeke running the ball or Davis running the ball, you see the cut or you see the lane, and it closed off pretty quickly there. I think the Titans did a really good job of making it a physical game up front when it came to dealing with the Cowboys' run and trying to get the ball to run downhill. But, the Titans have they're like their coach with Mike Vrabel, tough-minded. They want to play run defense. They want to run the football. You didn't see their half of running the football last night. But going into this game, I knew it was going to be tough. But the Cowboys made it tough on themselves with some of the blocking that they had where they just weren't able to sustain or get the leverage and the push that they've had when they've been able to run the ball against some of these other teams.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it for me comes down to it's the turnovers, and then on the flip side of that, defensively, and we've talked about it over the last few weeks, you're giving up more explosive plays than you had throughout the year, and it's a screen that to the running back that goes for 30-plus yards. It's Nashawn Wright getting lost and Malik Hooker not getting over as the single high safety, and there's a 30-plus yard chunk play, and then there's a couple of third downs. Hey, it's 3rd and 9, and you're going to surrender it. Thank God Traylon Burks loves to drop the football.
Yes.
Because things would have got a little bit more hazy on you. But overall, we know it was a weird circumstance kind of game, but a lot of it was the self-inflicted stuff. And some of it was the fluky Hendershot and fluky, I would say, when it comes to the fumbled snap there.
Yeah.
The Dak interception there right before the half, that was an inexcusable one.
Right, the one to Schultz, he throws it behind him, and personally, I didn't think that was there. I didn't think that was.
Well, there was nobody open on that play.
But he didn't look at anybody
else.
No,
but that's what I'm saying though. If it to me, and again, I'm not trying to wash my hands with the thing with Dak. He probably, if he'd have made that throw to any one of the other receivers, it probably would have been intercepted.
Gotcha.
It was that type of coverage. He just happened to pick to try and throw it to his side where you got an all-pro safety standing there.
Right.
A guy that's a ball hawk, with Beinert and what he's been able to do throughout his career.
You throw the ball away, right?
That's you throw it away, or you sit there and you just run it and eat it and just go forward. But this is the thing that we live with now with Dak. You to watch him play is that never die. I'm not going to give up on a play. I'm going to keep fighting. I'm going to spin out of a tackle. I'm going to throw the ball to Noah Brown. I'm going to throw the ball to Gallup for 8 yards. I'm going to throw the ball on 51 yards down the field on a 3rd down play to see if I can maybe get a completion or a pass interference.
Which he did to Michael Gallup, which was a huge play late in the game.
That's what this quarterback is. The interceptions are going to be because of his willingness to try and keep fighting. And if you're a fan of him making those kind of plays, whether it's turning over, well, then you better be a fan then of the guy who is making the play.
Right.
That's what you're living with right now.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be the moments where you're sitting there and you're thinking, oh my gosh, what are you doing? And then it's hooray, right? And you're jumping up and down, and it results in a touchdown.
Hey, for every bad ball you see a throw to to Dalton Schultz in the corner of the end zone.
What a gorgeous throw and catch that was! Absolutely, we're breaking down Cowboys Titans all day long as we hang out at the Rally House in Fort Worth, their Hewlin location. We've got Rally House gift cards that they're giving away. We're going to give them to the most loyal of Tolos. All right, we got to workshop a way of how to do this, and maybe we do a little bit of a trivia game. to some of our loyal Tolo listeners during the break. So come on out, say what's up to us. We also have some Happy Holiday Hooters Bucks. Wild Pitch has also given us some free app cards that we're going to give away as well. But Rally House, the premier destination to shop TCU gear in DFW, from jerseys to hats and sweatshirts to socks, everything in between. This place is absolutely fantastic. Get all your gear, and even if it's not TCU stuff, seriously, they've got a great mean green section. Brian's already eyeing some LSU gear. I'm surrounded by amazing Cowboy stuff. This is incredible. We love anytime we get to come out to Rally House. We'd love to see you out here as well. Big win for the Mavs last night we got to talk about. Big win for the Stars as well. Great night for DFW Sports. But coming up on the other side, not only do we have the G-Bag of the day, Eric is already doing a bet payoff as he has half a face. And by that I mean he shaved half of his face, and he's got hair on the other half. But we got some G-Bag Survivor picks to do as well. That's coming up next on 105.3 The Fan.
To his right, throws on the run, intercepted. Deshaun Wright on the right sideline at the 40-yard line.
I'll tell you what, it really doesn't get much better than this. Are you kidding me? Rally House, Fort Worth, Hewlin. We got all the Tolos hanging out with us right now. We got Cowboys representing all the TCU Horned Frog gear you can imagine. And you got the TCU fans coming in here, repping the TCU gear, flexing with confidence, and then they're also going to circle back and get a little bit more. But this is fun right now. A lot of pictures being taken with the two-face situation that I got going on. But big salute to Rally House, always bringing it strong. And it's, of course, the premier destination to shop TCU gear in the DFW area, from jerseys to hats, sweatshirts, socks, and everything in between. Rally House has Horned Frog fans covered from head to toe. Big game tomorrow, of course. Brian Estridge, voice of the Frogs, joining us in the 4 o'clock hour today, so it's going to be fantastic. It's a football Friday in the G-Bag Nation, no place we'd rather be right now. We got G-Bag of the Day coming up here in just a few minutes, but it is Survivor time, ladies and gentlemen. If you're wondering why I'm wearing half a face right now on the Twitch, all these people coming in here and they're double taking here at Rally House, it's because we do our Survivor picks each and every week during the football season right here in the G-Bag Nation.
Well, it's rude because, I mean, you just have a condition, and they shouldn't be double taking at you like that.
Well, see that there is some of that, Walchuk, that I think that initially it's a double take. I understand the double take, but then when it's what's wrong with your face, and that's the leading question, like by way of hello, it's what's wrong with your face.
What did you do to yourself?
It's like, what if this wasn't by choice?
What is wrong with you?
What if I woke up this morning and half of my beard was just laying there on my pillow?
It just fell right off,
and it wasn't my choice.
Oh no! Can I pick this hair back up and glue it back on?
I would have attempted it if it happened that way, but unfortunately, it did not. I lost in Survivor a few weeks back. Mooney the Mayor showing up in here with his Wolverine gear. Mooney, don't you dare, Mooney.
Mooney is walking in and he's yelling, "Go Blue," and I think we might have a fight that is about to start. TCU fans are looking at him. They are staring.
Oh, this is good.
Oh, this, and he's got the Cowboys hat or the helmet that he's had everybody sign when we were at Boomer Jacks.
That's beautiful. I got to put my John Hancock on that bad boy, Mooney. You know that. But he's got the back-to-back conference champs, a John Harbaugh shirt going on, 2022. My dear God, Mooney's about to get some people riled up.
Mooney, just out of respect, you've got to buy a TCU shirt, okay?
Yeah.
No way in hell. What did they do to you?
He's grabbing some Cowboys
just get
gear.
something to show love to Rally House.
Okay, so it is Survivor time, and I lost a few weeks back, so I'm wearing the half a face.
So are you going to pick first?
I don't want to pick first.
Right.
Actually, I will pick first for Dawson. He texted me this morning. He said, "Happy New Year, bud. Can't wait to see you on Monday, but I'm riding with the Eagles," is what he said. So
has he taken the Eagles?
He has not taken the Eagles.
Gosh,
I hope
he's so wrong on that.
Well, Dawson's
he's
taken
been
this
really,
thing
really
seriously.
good this year
has.
on this thing. He really has. I think he only had the loss like in week 2. When we started, well, it's actually like I think we started this thing in week 2. Might have been week 3 when he took the Chargers. Might have been his only loss, but he has been on an incredible run right now with this Survivor pool.
Well, and kudos to him, and he's taken it probably the most serious. He's been judicious about saving teams so that this time in the year he can lean on an Eagles team that's been dominant. And so kudos to you, Gavin Dawson. You've done it the proper way.
Well, I hope he's wrong then in this one.
He has to be wrong.
I hope this is the one where all of a sudden, the Saints rise up. I mean, I kind of thought this game was in New Orleans. It's in Philadelphia. So, Philadelphia at home is usually pretty good.
Yeah.
So he might be onto something pretty good himself.
I do wish this game was in New Orleans.
I do too.
But
I would feel much better about it if it was. But we'll see. We'll see if the quarterback plays or not.
I still believe in Taysom Hill.
Oh, Taysom Hill is who you believe in. I actually agree. I think he's going to have a 3-touchdown game.
Yes, all with his legs, huh?
All with his legs. I think
Yeah.
he might throw one.
Who are you taking in this thing?
I think Taysom Hill's going to channel.
Why do you have to ask me questions?
Here's what's going to happen. Taysom Hill is going to look across the line of scrimmage, and he's going to see the Eagles, but he's not going to see the Eagles. He's going to see the Texas Longhorns, and he's just going to run all bleeping over them for 60 minutes, come out with a W, and the Dallas Cowboys are going to have a shot at the 1 seed.
We just need Manny Diaz to come out and be the defensive coordinator for the Eagles tomorrow.
Yeah.
And that'll save the day.
Or like Doug D'Onofrio or Mark D'Onofrio.
Mark D'Onofrio.
I'm going to take the Giants to beat the Colts.
All right.
I haven't taken the Giants, have I?
You have not.
All right, so let's rock with the G-men, and I don't feel good about that at all.
Why
But
would you?
I'm going to take the Giants because it's Jeff Saturday and the Colts, and I don't even know who they're playing at quarterback. Is it Nick Foles again? Because if it is,
Yeah, it's Nick Foles.
then I feel fantastic. That guy looked like poo cheese on Monday night.
Who did you
Or
take?
whenever
Eric?
the hell he played.
I'm debating literally as we speak right now between the Jags going to Houston or the Chargers at home versus the Rams. I don't believe I've taken the Chargers yet this year. You might have to double check that for me.
Let's see here. You have not taken the Chargers this year.
Okay, so that's the tough one for me right now. But this is a meaningless game for the Jaguars, so I'm probably going to go – but isn't it meaningless kind of for the Chargers too? That's the problem this week.
Well, the Chargers have
already
clinched the spot, but like I said, it's a game where you want momentum. You want a little momentum going in. I don't think that, to me, going out there and losing to the Rams would give you any type of momentum if you're the Chargers. Rest your guys next week if you're going to rest guys, right?
Okay.
But I'm with you though. I'm taking the Chargers myself.
You are?
I'm going to take.
Okay,
now,
so rock with Broadus and take the Chargers.
I'll rock with
and
Broadus.
then you'll probably have to
You
make
guys
another.
have a twosome and
you could shave
you
the
shave
others.
each other's butts or something.
Oh, okay.
A little butt shaving.
Butt shaving, but no, I'm going to take the Chargers in this one. I think that they're going to go for a little momentum here, and try and win this one, and then we'll see what happens the following week. So,
All right, guys, this is what I'm thinking for these Rally House gift cards. So for the Tolos, the $50 gift cards, you have to name all of the current part-time and full-time fan staff.
I don't even know if you could do
part-time. Are you serious?
Yeah, board ops included. The True Tolos.
Are you trying to give these away, or are you trying to make it difficult on
There's
people?
there's only two.
Two $50
Yes,
bangers?
There's only two.
Oh, there's only two. Oh, these are for the big time cards.
These are for the $50 ones. That's
Okay.
why I'm making it hard for those.
Okay.
The other ones, just come up and tell me, I want your favorite memory of each of the hosts of the G-Bag Nation from this year.
Right.
All right?
Right.
Just something from the year, something specific. That way we know, hey, you listened to the show, you had a good memory from the show.
Right.
You're not just saying, yeah, I listen, I'm
Okay.
showing up here.
I see what
you
you're
like
doing.
that or no?
Let's workshop this a little more. Name it part-time guys, though. That's
We shout them out every show. A lot
right.
of them are hosting on KNC.
Okay.
They're filling in.
I'm with you, man.
Hey, Joey Erickson
Okay.
filled in today.
All right.
We had Larry Flores filling in on a Monday.
You trying to take these cards home with you?
Maybe.
I think
Maybe I'm trying to put these in my back pocket. Are you kidding me? This is Rally House gold right here, baby.
I'll tell you what, you're doing something over there.
I'm doing a lot of things.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, we'll workshop
Little
it
sleight of hand.
Yeah,
Little
workshop.
Fugazi.
We'll workshop it a little bit more
All
on
right.
that one. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Never satisfied, this Brian Broaddus.
That's well, I saw him eat that Jersey Mike sandwich last night, and he looked pretty damn satisfied
Did he?
myself.
I was very satisfied. The Jersey
True
Mike-
story, I had to drive all the way to a separate location because the one by us is closed right now for renovation.
Are you kidding me? Wow, so you had to go the extra mile for your friend.
Oh,
well,
you're
believe
damn
me,
right I
Broaddus
did.
enjoyed it.
I had nothing else to do.
He woofed that thing down so fast during the pregame show.
He deserved it.
Of course he deserved
And you should have seen
it.
him the last time he didn't eat. He got hangry as hell at 1 a.m.
Oh, I got
when he
mad.
off
I
air.
got mad last night a little bit though too.
I was a little
Oh,
bit
yeah,
frustrated
yeah.
as well.
I got a little mad last night.
Was it all the turnovers, or was it the big plays the defense
No, it
gave
was
up?
basically the fans.
It's the callers.
Oh, it's the callers.
Yeah.
All right. Live from Rally House here in Fort Worth, the Hewlin location. Come hang out with us. Get your TCU and DFW gear. But right now we throw it back to the studios. Into the Pin Cup we go with Lucius Alexander for a Football Friday G-Bag of the Day.
Happy Friday, people.
Yes, sir.
Holiday falls on the weekend again, so it might suck, but it's all gravy.
Yeah, there you go.
It's all gravy. Hey, thought about you today while I was shaving, Eric. Yeah, I did.
Were you shaving your face?
Yeah, I was shaving my face 100%. I got down to the one half of my face, and I said, hey, man, get my Eric on right now.
How do you think it looks, Lucius, from your vantage point? You think this is something I should stick with?
Yeah, it looks great, man. It's very becoming of you, if you will. You know what I mean? Yeah, I like it.
Thank you, Lucius.
Yeah, look like you lost the bet. Like a man that makes very bad decisions. Yeah.
You nailed it.
Okay. Let's see what I got here.
I've had enough of you.
Oh, hold on. That's my audio. Oh, here we go. There we go. All right. This may be the 5-time winner right here today. Eligible for G-Bag of the Year. The two neighbors that have a friendly conversation about their dogs. This might be it for him right here, bro.
I think this is.
Yeah, Aiden.
Shout out to Bubba.
Yeah, Bubba and Aiden.
Yeah,
and
the
lady,
loudmouth
yeah.
terrier.
Yeah,
Owned by
exactly.
Patty.
That's right.
And then Bubba's the big lovable pit bull.
She's got a great vet that gives suggestions to things. Yeah. He knows all the rules.
Yeah, I want to see that vet confirm that right there. Here's two neighbors have a friendly conversation about their dogs.
Get your dog away from mine.
This is my yard, you stupid bitch.
No, your dog has got to be on a leash.
Really? He's standing in my yard.
But he's supposed to be on a leash. Come on, Aiden, let's go.
Yeah, Aiden, take your barking bitch ass in the house.
You know what? Watch your way.
He started barking though.
You're barking.
I'm 41, Patty. I'm 41.
You get your dog away from mine.
Shut the up.
Your dog is not even on a leash.
You're right, because he ain't doing in my yard.
Oh, you know what? He has to be on a leash, according to my vet.
Look how my dog is being, you stupid bitch. Your dog is barking, acting a fool. My dog's wagging his tail. You're the one that needs a fenced yard. Your dog be attacking people.
People.
Bubba loves everybody except bitches like you.
Dog should have an owner like you.
According to my vet.
You got to move at some point, right? Like, you just can't go off on your neighbor like that and then have, like, you can't be, you just
Can't be neighbors.
You can't.
Yeah.
Well, the block party gets a little bit weird.
Yeah. I would worry about the food each one of them are bringing to each other
Oh,
for the
yeah.
for the potluck.
Bubba's leaving grumpers on that doorstep.
Yeah. She's going to tell on you when you're violating things. You know what I mean? She'll tell her
probably
HOA.
she probably runs the thing over there too.
Her voice sounds like a lady, and her name Patty. She's probably sitting in the window and just peeking through the blinds
Gladys
all
Kravis,
day,
yeah.
every day. Patty.
Yeah. But speaking of, I paid my HOA fee this morning.
Good for you, Lucius.
Yeah.
Like, did it hurt you to do?
Hell yeah, it hurts me to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got security that don't even like secure anything. They just wave at you when you pass by.
Hey, I've heard about the security over in your area. They let people do things in cars.
Yeah.
And they kind of put the flashlight on them a little bit.
My man got out butt naked. That was crazy.
Maybe I want to maybe get over in that neighborhood up there. Yeah.
That's a great memory. Eric saying, "Yeah, I can't wait to have an HOA," and everyone else on the show saying, "Nope, you don't.
You
want
don't.
one."
You don't. You don't.
Don't want
You
one.
don't. You think your mortgage is low, and all of a sudden you get an HOA fee, and you're like, wait a minute. It's comparable to everything in the market now.
Yeah.
Let's see. Coach. No, not Coach. Let's see. N. Fitzsimmons. You guys know who N. Fitzsimmons is?
Used to work with him, yeah.
Should we be concerned? Is he crying out for help right here? He was talking about Coach Lane Kiffin. He was giving it to the refs the other night.
Yeah.
And I think N. Fitzsimmons is crying out for help here.
Roy, Andre, Lane Kiffin called for our head referee to come over to the Ole Miss sideline. I'm watching him right now across the field. Look, I've had my wife yell at me at times, man, and it looks like right now that referee is me and Lane Kiffin is my wife. I mean, it is getting nasty right now on the Ole Miss sideline. I don't know what Lane Kiffin is upset about, but he is angrier than a disturbed hornet right now, guys.
Than a disturbed hornet. I'll tell you what, Lucius, Ian's wife, they go on these family trips every year. And
sound like he's forced to go.
Exactly. I think it's like load up the family truckster and drive across the country kind of trips. So he might be calling for some help here. He might be,
bro.
He might be.
Bulls announcer, we played this yesterday, but I wanted to get in for G-Bag of the Day. Bulls announcer says Grayson Allen needs to get two-pieced up.
Two-pieced? Yeah.
This is why people have a problem with Grayson Allen.
Let me tell you something. Somebody needs to give him a two-piece. I guarantee he'll stop doing that. Somebody popped upside his head a couple times. He'll stop doing that because he's getting away with this too much.
Constantly.
He does this all the time. And look at his teammates. They know what's going on.
They know, baby.
They know.
Dial up that two-piece. I still stand by the statement from yesterday. I think Grayson Allen deserves to. I think like our government in America needs to mandate that every morning for breakfast, Grayson Allen has to endure a two-piece combo. Just for that face and for his track record.
I think Jorge Masvidal should wake him up in the morning.
Oh, no. Well, he's going to put him right back to sleep.
You guys familiar with Evan Turner? Coach Evan Turner now.
He's a coach?
Yeah, he's a coach now. Well, he calls himself a coach.
I believe it. I know he's podcasting like a beast.
Yeah, he is podcasting like a beast. Voice sounds real funny, by the way. First time I've ever heard the voice. Hilarious voice. But he has no respect for Golden State's championships. And he told this to Iggy, by the way. Listen to his voice and listen to what he says.
y'all won a lot of championship, but it was lame as for 4 or 5 years. There was a media run, and there was a hype train of a franchise running through, which were the Warriors.
Yeah.
And that was KD doing that. You know what I mean? There's just certain points
It's
where
like there's a bubble in there, and I just wanted to pop. Just swallow it one time, bro. Please. Pause.
it seemed unfair. We're not knocking it, to each their own, but it was just like you had to wait until this narrative ended in a moment of history.
Man, we still don't get no calls though. So when they start,
I'm not knocking it, but at the same time, I'm still playing against Andre Iguodala, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and whoever else. Like, that's like playing versus MJ, fool. Like, it still don't make no sense. It doesn't justify anything. And y'all won a lot of championship, but it was lame as so, like, literally.
Steph just won one by itself. Steph just won one by itself.
And that's perfectly fine. I'm talking about when you lame ass did that for 2 or 3 straight years. That was lame as
Was that us? Or was that us following the trends of where the league was going? Had already been.
Word to mother, I would never go recruit no KD. I don't give a damn who was that.
Bro, that voice. It was just for the voice, wasn't it, Lucius?
Is he underwater?
That was incredible.
It sounded like Jim Hansen created this guy.
Bit of a pituitary problem. Does he have a little Andrew Luck in him?
Oh, I love to read.
Kevin Lee Fern here.
Look at these books.
That's it for me, folks. Let's get to this voting part.
Let's get to this voting part, ladies and gentlemen. I should have wrote these down as I usually do in studio. Broadus did it. Here we go. We got Bubba and Patty and Aiden.
Ian Fitzsimmons.
Ian Fitzsimmons got some marital issues.
Bulls announcer.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Evan Turner.
But she come beat us up.
I'm going with that Evan Turner pituitary problem, bro. That was legendary.
Pretty good.
Lucius?
I can't even do it. I got to listen to it for a while.
Keep workshopping.
What were you just doing down there? What was that?
Exactly. Yeah.
Throat goat.
Good. Yuck. 2 neighbors having a friendly conversation.
1-to-1, Broadus. Or, excuse me, 1-to-1, Walchuk.
I'm going Ian Fitzsimmons.
1-to-1-to-1, Brian Broadus.
These dog people, they've got it going.
It is.
They need to keep going.
5-time status. Congratulations to Bubba, Patty, Aiden, and the whole neighborhood. You are a G-Bag of the Day legend.
Oh, Mr. Rogers is so happy.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. All right, it's the G-Bag Nation live from Rally House here in Fort Worth, Hewlin location. We cannot wait to see you. The Tolos are here out and about having ourselves a dandy old time. Let's take some pics and let's kiss some babies, boys. But first, let's go to Krusty's Corner.
Yeah, I had a chance to take a look at that All-22. We'll talk about what we saw next.
Coming up Monday on Sean and RJ.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, it is an all-out sprint to finish number 1 in the country. Custom order your vehicle online and lock in today's pricing. Because they're number 1, they'll get it to you faster. Find new roads at Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is time now for Krusty's Corner, and here he is, King of the Krusties, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Thank you very much.
I'm doing my best over here.
You're doing your best. A lot of folks out here hanging out with us. It's kind of cool today.
It's amazing. It really is. It's so awesome getting to hang out with the Tolos. And if you're in the area, or even if you're not, I would encourage you to go out of your way. Come on out here, Rally House, Fort Worth, or Hewlin location. And as I mentioned, we do have Rally House gift cards that they have given us to give away, courtesy of Rally House. And we got $15 and $50. I only have two $50 ones. If you can mention the current staff that we have, full-time, and then our part-time producers, you can get the $50 ones. And nobody has done that yet. But just come by and let us know your favorite memories from the show, and you can get the $15 ones during a break. Just come over and say what's up to us.
Well, thank you. That'll be a lot of fun. That $50, man, you could do some damage.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. They've got some great stuff. I don't know how you would just spend $50 in here.
No,
because I've already gone back to the LSU section and I've pulled one aside there. I've kind of hidden it from. So I hope nobody goes walking up to the counter with them. I might have to tackle them if that's the case. Your football team last night. I mentioned the All-22. Can I talk about and I don't want to. It's a negative play, but I want to kind of explain what I saw on the tape with the fumbled snap.
Okay. Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, and folks, I'm just trying to educate you here. Not trying to defend Dak, not trying to blame Dak, not trying to do just what I saw on tape and my own personal experience of being an offensive lineman and a center. Usually when the ball, you could tell whose fault it is with a snap, a fumbled snap, if the ball goes straight down to the ground. Because that means the ball came up and hit the quarterback's top hand and then went straight down to the ground. So you can kind of say, oh, ball got up, it's on the ground, that's on the quarterback right there. What happened in last night, though, and I was in a discussion with some fans this morning, too, on Twitter about it, that Tart, the defensive tackle, nose tackle for the Titans, was playing really, really tight on the ball. People say, well, he's lined up in the neutral zone. It's just that.
I thought he might have been. I mean, he was right there on that ball.
He was right. I mean, he was. But the thing about it, what makes him look so tight is he is angled. He's angled like to where he's cocked a little bit to where he's not head up, but he's off to the side. So he's basically on Biadish's like right shoulder. So what Biadish is thinking right here and there is like, okay, he's lined up as what we would call a cocked or an angled nose, and as close as he was playing, Biadish is thinking, okay, I've got to find a way to get me some space. This guy's given me, to snap, step, and then engage. Tart had taken all that away from Biadish on that by his alignment. So all of a sudden now you're sitting there and you're Biadish, you're thinking, okay, he's at that cock nose, he's on my right shoulder, and he's going to try and go front side A gap on me.
How often is a guy going to line up cocked that way?
Well, the teams will play front side. With the old Pittsburgh Steelers back in the day with your mean green buddy, Joe Green.
Right.
Joe Green used to play when Pittsburgh, they were the first team that I ever saw play with a nose.
They invented the cock defense?
Yeah, well, it was the tilt. They called it a tilt nose, cock nose, whatever.
I like your spin on it.
But see, that's the thing about it is, though, you have to, you're as a center, you're sitting there thinking, he's going to shoot that gap the opposite of me, is what, our opposite to the opposite gap. And so what you have to do is you have to buy yourself space. I don't think that Dak was ready for the technique that Biadish was going to do to buy him the space. Because what happened, when he snaps the ball, he immediately shifts and throws his hips to the left. And now you see from the end zone copy, you could see Dak's hands away, like that separation from Biadish. You could see that. So that's why the ball kind of shoots a little to the right.
Got it.
Because there was there was that separation.
Because usually you want the quarterback's hands up on the rear end.
Yeah, and then the ball's going to hit the top hand, and then you operate. Dak, there was that separate. You could see several. His hands are now. Quarterbacks are taught to ride the center though too. they're taught to, like, if they know the center is going to reach, like when I mean reach, go front side, play side, you're taught to go with him. Like, his block is going to take
You're
him.
moving as they move.
You're moving as he's moving. And in this case, he was separated from Biotis because of Biotis' moves, the way he took his hips and just flung him to, moved him and to try and keep, because he was worried about Tart coming down inside on him. So that's one of those things where you go, man, that's one of those, these guys have played enough together, though. You kind of know that he's going to make a move like that when he's reaching or scooping. But with this, how tight that nose was to him, I don't think that Dak really thought that he was going to make that move. And
gotcha.
So that was one of the issues he had. Okay, offensive line. Why do you not run the football? Why you're not able to run the football? You got why you think why they didn't run the football.
Well, I mean, look, they got dominated at the point of attack and in the trenches. I mean, you could tell. Look, Terrell Basham, I thought, had a really good game.
Sure.
Former Cowboy for the Titans, but you could just tell. I thought McGovern was struggling. Tyler Biotish was struggling. Even Zach Martin. I mean, Tennessee was just winning at the line of scrimmage.
And they didn't have all their horses.
Well, Tennessee's not going to let you run the ball, and you watch their backups and the way that
That's their calling card. I mean, that's a Mike Vrabel defense.
That is what they hang their hat on. You physically got beat up front. You really, really did. When it came to the running, there were the opportunities where you saw Davis get that long run and stuff, hat on hat, second level blocks, everybody's secure. That's how we are accustomed to Dallas running the football. We're accustomed to seeing, okay, here we are, we're coming off the ball, we're getting in the blocks, now we're turning guys. That didn't happen in this game last night. Dallas lost those point of attack blocks, and it happened, like you mentioned, at center. It happened at guard. There was a couple of times where Tyler Smith got buckled, and Tyler Smith, when he came to play guard late in that football game to make up for the Biotish loss, that's a struggle. That was a struggle for him yesterday, and I felt like that Jason Peters did a really, really nice job of when he was in there. The touchdown pass they threw to Schultz, it was a really nice job of setting the edge by Jason Peters right there.
I was wondering what you thought when they had to shuffle the line once Biotish got out. And you had to kick McGovern inside the center. How that played out.
McGovern was fine. McGovern with the snaps, the engage, the blocks and stuff, he was just fine. Tyler Smith had a struggle playing guard.
Did he?
In this game? Yeah, he sure did. And again, that goes back to what we were talking about with this offensive line and having to deal with the run game. I thought our guy, I know player of the game last night was for us was Tank. Tank was incredible in this game, and we talk about with him his ability to run to the football, to disengage, play on the move. All those things were really they did a much better job too of getting pressure, but the pressure was coming from the slot blitzes and then also some safety blitz stuff. This might be something new that when we see with Dan Quinn is like, listen, if I can't get guys home on the twist or straight rush, slot blitz. Now maybe he was thinking though that Dobbs is not going to, without having a lot of practice or a lot of beat, maybe that he wouldn't understand protections.
Yeah.
But he was bringing that stuff from the backside and hoping, and it did. It got home a couple of different times. Bland, Wilson, those guys all got home and were able to do some good things there. I thought Nashawn Wright, he got picked on a little bit in this game, but I kind of felt like he battled. There was a couple of big plays that he gave up. The one big play that went down the sidelines that right before the half.
Oh, to Burks.
He's got to make the tackle.
Oh,
That's just, you make the tackle, the half is over. It's right there. Maybe it's over or it's going to be a long field goal, whatever. You make the tackle right there. By him missing that tackle and getting up the field or letting Burks get up the field, then it just allowed you to kick the field goal. They were also in a situation, too, where he gave up another big play. They tried to jump the route. Wilson tried to jump the route and come up, and what happened was I don't think that when he in coverage, he was thinking that Hooker was going to come quicker. So what happened was they were in that cover 2 look. These are some of these chunk plays they're giving up. So all of a sudden you got one safety that drives forward, and then Hooker's trying to get to the middle, but he can't get fast enough back. Wright's given like really too much. I mean, he needs to be a little bit tighter, because what happens when he widens, that makes the run even harder for Hooker to get to that spot right there. So there's some of those things technique-wise that you're going to have to deal with this team.
Look, he hasn't played a lot.
No.
So that's going to come with just the more reps and the more playing time he gets, and also playing alongside Hooker and Wilson.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think they need more of Sam Williams in these football games. Sam Williams needs to play more. I know last week he got, because of the car wreck that he was in, he couldn't play. This team needs to find a way to get more Sam Williams on the field. Him, Fowler, those two guys yesterday I thought did a really nice job. The defensive ends, Dorrance was standing up doing stuff, but Fowler, Williams, if me personally just watching this tape, I'm playing Sam Williams a lot more in these games. I think that he's a guy. Now,
he's a disruptor, man.
You have to deal with the potential of a roughing the pass or something like that. But he's too strong. He's too explosive, and he's getting a better feel for how he needs to rush, not just up the field, but play with some technique, the twist stuff, how to kind of dip the shoulder, get underneath. He is a really, really good player for this football team.
Yeah,
so,
you saw him coming on against Jacksonville.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're absolutely right. That rotation, he does deserve some more playing time.
Yeah.
Krusty's Corner, every day at 2:40. Thank you very much, Brian Broaddus.
No problem, man.
We're hanging out here at Rally House Fort Worth, right by the Hewlin Mall, their Hewlin location. Come on out, say what's up to us. We got some awesome things to give out to our Tolos. They've supplied us with some Hooters bonus bucks. We've also got some stuff from On the Border, from Main Event, Wild Pitch as well. Plus, we've got Rally House gift cards that Rally House has given us to hand out to some Tolos as well. Just come by, tell us your favorite 105.3 The Fan G-Bag Nation memories from the year. And if you can name me the 105.3 The Fan staff in its entirety, you can get the $50 gift cards that we have. We only have 2 of them. So come on by and give us some love for those. All right, coming up next, what are the New Year's resolutions for all 32 teams in the NFL? We're not going to go through all of them, but what do you think the one is for the Cowboys? What would your New Year's resolution be for the Cowboys? And some more takeaways from Cowboys-Titans from last night. That's next on The Fan.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
What is a New Year's resolution you would like to make for your Dallas Cowboys? And we've got some takeaways from last night's 27-13 win over the Titans here on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation as we are partying live from the Rally House in Fort Worth, their Hewlin location right by Hewlin Mall. Come on by, say what's up. And when it comes to the TCU Horned Frogs here, Rally House has an unbeatable assortment here at this location as they've got all the TCU apparel and the merchandise here at this very specific Rally House location. So come on by, get stocked up for the Fiesta Bowl tomorrow. You also can come on by and get some Rally House gift cards that we are giving away during the breaks to loyal Turn It On, Leave It On Tolos. So you just got to come on by, say, hey, this was my favorite G-Bag memory of the year. And you can get a $15 Rally House gift card. Or you can be a really smart Turn It On, Leave It On Tolo and name every single member of our fan staff, full-time and part-time, and have a chance to get the two $50 gift cards. In fact, the 325 is texted in via the truckwreck.com text line, and I think has nailed it. The problem is they're not here in person. I need you here, 325. I need you to get here to Rally House so you can get this $50 gift card as we party. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Giafalo, Brian Broaddus. We got Sean out here producing. Lucius Alexander back in studio along with Carter Freeman, who is running your video on Twitch and on YouTube. But gentlemen, CBS Sports put out this article earlier, and I'm gonna be honest. I think the premise is awesome. You know, the New Year's resolutions for all the NFL teams. I like the idea of it, but the New Year's resolution they gave the Cowboys, I think it's crap.
Oh no. We can't have that. We can't have crappy New Year's resolutions.
We needed to do a better job.
Okay, so what did they do that offended you personally?
Well, it's just it doesn't make sense to me. Do we think this is a very vocal team? This team's talking a lot? Because their New Year's resolution is keep quiet once the playoffs begin.
Maybe that's just a Lifetime Achievement Award. Maybe it's not specific to this team, but it's just the Cowboys are very out and about in terms of their presence. They're talking. They love the limelight. Hey, we're here. I mean, you know how it is from at least an outsider's perspective or a national perspective. That's probably the vibe they get. Hey, we're in the playoffs. We're dominant. We're the Cowboys, America's team. That kind of deal.
I think this is more about the fans than it is the team. You know, I really do. I mean, you know, again, here I am with my fan base stuff and all that, and I grew up a Cowboy fan. You know, I understand the ups and the downs of being a fan of this football team. I get it, but I don't see the Cowboys as a group of players. I don't see them talking or being out there. You know, I don't see anybody being really brash about what they're saying. You know, I think that Dak Prescott addresses the turnovers. You know, we talk about that. You know, when Tank Lawrence comes on with us, I think he does a nice job with the commentary. Never says too much about it. He's not like the guy up in Philadelphia. That's the guy that you want to kind of say, shut up.
Oh, Sirianni.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Ooh, I mean, hey, can we put Sirianni in the Grayson Allen category that might need a two-piece for breakfast every day?
I'm just saying. Punchable faces in sports.
I'm just saying, though, you watch.
Don't tell that to Jared Sandler, though. He loves Nick Sirianni.
You walk, after a game, you walk through the tunnel and he's yelling and screaming, and Mike McCarthy just kind of walks into the locker room and stuff. So I don't know where. I mean, maybe CBS thinks that our fan base is talking too much, or
well, I think that's a good point. But the article specifically writes, but if Mike McCarthy can do one thing besides stay out of his own way in situational decision making,
he can't.
It's convince the players to let the on-field work do the talking. So.
What are they talking about?
Insinuating that the players talk too much.
Micah Parsons talking about the Eagles kind of thing. Yeah, that's the only one that would even come to mind.
He was asked a question on Von Miller's podcast, and if you look at the situation, I mean, they do miss Jalen Hurts.
Yeah,
but that team almost beat you with a backup quarterback and all their talent. I don't think Micah's wrong there.
Right.
So I mean, to me, I don't see to me, the Cowboys don't talk like that.
I agree.
I don't, and
which is why I just don't think this makes sense, because it also talks about how, yes, there is the talent on the team.
Okay, can I say something real quick? Maybe Cowboys shut up. Are they talking about Jerry Jones? Are they talking about too much Jerry Jones?
Overhyping themselves?
After the game, on our station and all that. I mean, we love having him, but like Jerry always having comments. Is that what CBS? I'm just trying to figure out what they're even talking about over there. Because to me, there's like
I was confused by this.
There's like 10 other things you could probably go through, and that would not even come on my top 10 list.
Right, because for other teams like the Ravens, get Lamar Jackson a wide receiver. Makes sense, right?
They've been trying to do that for 5 years now. I mean, I think there's lazy journalism going on over there at CBS.
I think so.
Yeah.
So if you had to give the Cowboys a legit New Year's resolution, what would yours be?
It's got to be the turnovers, though, right?
Stop the turnovers?
See, because I remember complaining about the penalties. I said, it's not going to change. And what is it? It's changed. They don't get penalized. They're averaging, like, in the last 4 or 5 games, it's been like 2-3 penalties a game. It's amazing how this team offensively, that they do what they do and still turn over the ball like they do and still win games.
Yeah.
That in itself, the fact,
well, because their defense has forced a bunch of turnovers too.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that we focus more on Dak's turnovers than really how well he's played since he's come back it's mind numbing to me, because it's about turnovers. Everybody is asking questions about the turnovers. But then, they continue to win games. They continue to put up points. They continue to, 59% on third down conversions.
Great in the red zone.
Red zone. I mean, this offense is kind of humming along. If they didn't have the turnovers, it
would be insane.
It would be. It would be insane. So that the fact that if they want to say Dallas's New Year's resolution, eliminate the turnovers.
Yeah, I think now that's got to be number one.
That would be something to me. I think they also need to figure out what's going on at left corner, or have the pass rush come back. Those would be things. New Year's resolution: bring the pass rush back. I mean, they're trying.
Or get healthy.
Get healthy enough to play defense.
Yeah, I think defensively, I'm looking at 2 things. First and foremost, it's the explosive plays given up, because you when you look at how great they were at this, and Broadus, you talked about, we talk about turnovers dictating games all the time, but we've also come to seeing that how many explosive plays are you getting, how many explosive plays are you giving up, and that determines quite a bit as well. Cowboys, they were dominant through 13 games. They allowed 32 total explosive plays. In the past 3 games, they've now given up 16 explosive plays defensively, and last night, the Titans have 317 yards. 5 of those plays, 143 of those yards were on 5 plays.
That could also be a reflection of the injuries, right?
100%.
You don't have Leighton Vander Esch.
100%.
Hopefully, and it's not to say that's
60 yards of that was off the left corner.
And the corners.
Off the left corner.
No question. So, I mean, the health might be a big deal there, but you're absolutely right. I mean, that was a saving grace for this team, as they were limiting the big plays, and all of a sudden now the chunks that they're giving up is a massive issue.
And their third down defense has been a little bit problematic as well, and so that's something you got to get cleaned up. But fortunately for the Cowboys defense and their saving grace, and it kind of falls back to the way they were last year. They gave up a bunch of explosive plays, but they're creating a bunch of big plays as well, and that's what they've had to do. And if you're going to give up a bunch of explosive plays, you better create a bunch as well, so you better get some sacks. Thank you, Tank. You better, or Dante Fowler, thank you for strip sacking that and that kind of thing. You have to get that once you get in the playoffs. Can you depend on playing better quarterbacks and better offenses to give up the ball the way they are?
Because you're really going to need that pass rush too.
Yeah, you're going to want the pass rush.
The playoffs. I mean, that's what we were talking about last year this time, and I know it's a role reversal, and we've talked about this, where we were really excited about that defense, but we were nervous about the offense.
Okay. Which you can take one with you to the playoffs. You get to put this one thing in your back pocket. Cowboy pass rush or continuance of playing well on third down on offense?
I'll take the I'm not as concerned about the pass rush. When we looked at the pressure percentages, it looks like they're still getting a healthy amount of pressure. So just to give you my perspective on that,
I'll make it. I'll narrow it down even more for you. Chunk plays or third down offense.
That's really, really tough.
You could give up less chunk plays on defense, or keep your third down offense going into the playoffs as it currently sits.
I think you go third down offense just because they're still winning games. And that's how you continue to keep your offense on the field and sustain drives.
He's not going to do that.
It's a great question, Broadus, because both are so important and so vital.
Yeah.
So I think that with the lack of running game right now, and you go against better defenses, I don't know that you're going to be able to keep up your third down dominance offensively.
See,
we
we didn't think they were going to be able to keep up the turnovers or creating turnovers. That's all I heard going in the offseason. Well, these turnover things, it's 1 year you're leading and then the next year you're 28th. It just is one of those things that kind of goes, back-to-back years they've led the league in turnovers.
It's been the biggest surprise of the year.
They've created turnovers, leading sacks, one of the better sack teams in the league. If you were to give me one, I'm taking the third down defense. Excuse me, third down offense. Third down offense.
It is a little bit annoying how, why can't you have both? You had it at one point.
I asked you to carry one. If you could carry,
I get what you're asking.
You guys got something else that you would carry into the playoffs?
No, I think the more you think it through right now, and we've talked about how this team has evolved in a way that now the offense has to lead the charge. The defense is not going to do it. They're injured right now. And, of course, you get LVE back. Hopefully you get Hankins back. You get a little bit healthier. But it's not going to be the same Cowboy defense in 2 weeks as it was 6 weeks ago. So the offense is going to have to carry you. So I think
I've asked for the offense to carry.
And they're doing it right now.
They're doing a decent job of it, minus the turnovers. But the one saving grace is, and to your point, they're consistently getting these turnovers every week on the defensive side of the football. They're going to lead the league in turnovers forced again.
And they got a quarterback that's thrown
14
interceptions.
And they're still plus 12 in the turnover margin.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, which is pretty damn impressive right there. There's no question about it. Some other takeaways from yesterday's game when you look at it, I will say the running game, and you brought this up.
They did not win up front enough yesterday.
2 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
And you were playing against good fronts. So is that something where it's like, hey, some of it is based on the opponent, or is this a legitimate concern?
I think a lot of it has to do. You're gonna play a team next weekend in the Commanders that's really gonna test you.
And then you're probably gonna play a Tampa front that's gonna give you some problems, and then you'll play Philadelphia and they'll give you some problems.
Sure.
This is what it is now. So you can say it's the opponent. The opponent is what it's going to be all throughout the playoffs. You're not gonna run up against a Swiss cheese defense now for the rest of the season.
You got to figure out how to get Pollard, and even with Pollard playing yesterday, I don't know if that's even better. I don't know if that's better for them running the ball yesterday.
Right. Sure.
I mean, they tried to run the ball up inside, and that was a problem.
I mean, Zeke's 1.9 per carry.
That was
for the team. You're 2.7.
But they have to keep trying, and now it's about the quarterback's ability to run too.
Yeah,
well, that saved him against the Eagles.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you could find a way, it turned to Pollard and Zeke getting like 100 yards, and then Dak somehow throwing in between 25 and 40 yards on certain plays. That's going to make a difference in these games. As long as Dak keeps running for first downs when you can.
Yeah, I mean, that element to the offense is going to be huge. And then the onus goes back to Kellen Moore to disguise things in a way that can help your run game. And also, Broadus, it goes back to, hey, when the defense thinks you're going to run, don't run.
Pass.
You're just handing the ball off on 1st and 10 every time. We're in 2nd and 9 for 4 quarters because that's what you want to do. And it's like, okay, if that's your game plan, bro, so be it.
And they were 62% on third down conversions.
Right,
being behind the chains all night.
Well,
for the second week in a row,
they've done that since Dak's returned to the lineup.
Yeah.
I mean, Dak's been money.
This team might have to just become back to throwing the football again. That might mean seriously. They might have to. Run when you can, but keep throwing the football. Keep finding a way to protect.
I don't know that you need to adjust too much on the offensive side. Because, to your point, you were asking him to carry it, and you scored 40 points against the Eagles.
Sure.
You scored 34 points against Jacksonville. I don't know that the offense is necessarily broken to where you need to go ahead and just tweak the whole thing.
I would say, okay, going into the playoffs, if you can't run the ball, do you take the Tampa approach in what you did in week 1 of last year? just go ahead and throw the football. Now, I don't want Dak throwing the ball 45 times a game.
Yeah.
Because you're probably going to get a turnover or two. I really don't want to see that. But I think Kellen and them are going to try and keep running the ball. I don't think they're going to go away from
there's
this.
ways that you can be more creative in the run game.
I don't know if it's creative. Is it creative or just getting your ass kicked?
No,
Well, it's both.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So now, as a coach, do you just say we get our ass kicked? We get our ass
but
kicked,
instead
or
of just
can I do
lining
something
up- So how
about it?
creative can you be running plays off tackle?
Ask Sean McSex. Ask Kyle Shanahan.
Well,
they're figuring it out with a bunch of no-name running backs and Trent Williams out for the first
I think
half
the
of the
Rams
year.
have
And
been
crap doesn't
terrible
matter.
running offense this year.
Well, that's
But
true. They've also had the single most broken offensive line you've ever seen.
Right.
And
Well,
McVay.
yours is broken right now a little bit, right? With your center being out.
Okay, that's fine. You got 2 Hall of Famers on one side. You got another Hall of Famer on the other. And
It's not as
McGovern
bad.
didn't play. Yeah.
It's not nearly as bad. But that is a conversation that is interesting to have moving forward.
Running to me is about the ability to the will, your will to block, your will to be able to move people off the ball. And
There's
get
an
hats.
element of that. Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
But I mean, it's not everything. Not every running play is a reverse.
Oh, and I'm not
or
saying
a
reverse.
jet sweep.
But just the timing
Well, then
of
what's
it.
creativity do you guys think?
Don't run on 1st and 10 every time. Let's start there. That's pretty elementary, and then from there we'll graduate to what is Shanahan
creativity
doing
to
with
me-
his schemes?
creativity
Why is
to me-
every time a Shanahan is calling a run play, it doesn't matter who they're handing the ball off to, it works?
Or with what
are they doing something a little different, or are their guys just outwilling everybody?
No,
And the Shanahans find the guys with the most will in all of football history.
The Shanahans,
you can
the Shanahans have always had. You just go through the history of the Mike Shanahans. Go back to Denver and how he used to play, and how they used to chop
I've only
those
been
guys.
saying that for the last 3 years.
How they just chop those guys down in the running game, which you post guys, chop guys, post guys, chop guys. That's what the Shanahan offense was. It was one cut and go. That's all they did. You're not going to sit there and get the post guys and chop them in the NFL anymore.
Well, that's the fairest point you've made all segment. Gosh dang it, Broadus, you win again. I love you.
Oh, it's a blast. All right, we're hanging out at the Rally House in Fort Worth, and
I'd go back to it if they let me.
Alive and popping out here. And come on out, get your TCU gear, but they've got gear for literally every single team you are a fan of, and I still have some Rally House gift cards to give to you as well. 877-881-1053, the number to text in via the truckwreck.com text line. Love all the feedback we've been getting. All right, coming up on the other side, we have the best sports moments of the year. What was your favorite as we take a trip down memory lane from 2022? That's next on The Fan.
It has the entire sports world locked in.
Jerry Jones Show.
ourselves a pretty legendary World Cup situation go down as well. So is there any that stick out to you guys just off the top of your head that you're like, gosh, this dude, like for me, it's just watching Micah Parsons blossom into the super stud. And I guess, I don't know, is that technically last year or is it considered this year? I get calendars are weird for me. You know that, Wolchuk.
Well, this year, yeah, that would technically have been last year.
Well, Micah Parsons deserves the double
dip. And right now I'm a little bit upset with Micah because he didn't get any sacks last night. So now I'm just getting nothing but slander from Bobby Bell on my texts that I'm going to have to shave my face.
That is going to be a great moment for all of us, even though
– No, it's not. It's going to be a horrible moment. You guys are going to be like, what did you do to yourself?
Is it going to be more of a punishment for us to have to look at your face?
I think it's going to be a punishment for me and for you, absolutely.
That's how I feel right now.
Cholos.
That's how I feel right now for people that have to look at my face, half shaven, half not.
Are you worried that how badly it went for his back? That his face might have some issues there too.
I would love to up the ante.
I'm so scared.
And
are you really?
And have him. He has to wax his face instead of shave it.
No.
I
I'm
think
not
that
waxing
would be pretty
a damn
special.
thing ever again in my life. I will never go anywhere near wax.
What's the update on that, by the way? Is it all good, or are we
not good?
It's
Eric,
still
no.
not.
And I can't see it. But anytime that somebody looks at it, they just. It's shock and awe.
And with the way
what
Wolchuk,
did you do to yourself?
With the way Wolchuk's getting after it in these streets on the weekends, a lot of people are seeing that bare back of his.
Yeah, he's at La Bear dancing, and so everybody's kind of.
I'm at La Bear with my shirt on the stage, and they're saying, well, I can't tip you. I'm like, trust me, you don't want me to take this shirt off. Just keep the dollar bills flowing.
My God,
I don't want to see it. I really don't. But is it really that bad? Are you acting or is this serious?
No, I'm serious. Looks like I got a bunch of little mosquito bites on my back.
Where is the itching and burning still?
No, it's not that.
That's the hemorrhoids he's dealing with
that's
right
the hemorrhoids.
now. The itching and the burning.
Yeah.
No, that's somewhere else.
But seriously,
my favorite moment I think was Game 7, Mavs just obliterating the Phoenix Suns.
Okay, boom. I think that's a no-brainer. If you're going Mavs, I think it has to be that, or it has to be the other night what Luka did. Because dear God,
the 16-point triple-double was pretty unbelievable.
The history that was made at the AAC
just
this week alone, from the Dirk statue unveiling on Christmas Day to then just follow it up, how many 48 hours later for the legendary Luka night. I mean, dear God, right here at the end of the finish line of 2022, the Mavericks gave us two incredible sports moments.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that to me, when you start to talk about the Mavs and what they were able to do, and it was like, well, the whole thing with Luka and how things just came together. But that when they went through that series with Utah, Phoenix, I'll tell you what, that in itself was impressive to me because I was riding that train with them. I mean, I was acting like crotch first Mavs fan and all that. But man, it is to see that team come to, and they'd started off so poorly, and then all of a sudden playing how they did down the stretch and finishing those series, because there was some serious sports hate for those guys in Phoenix for me.
Oh yeah,
there was some serious
Devin Booker stuff.
Yeah, there was some serious sports hate to me.
Absolutely.
So, anytime you could take one of those teams down that you really sports hate, I think it's a good thing.
Yeah, I couldn't. Oh, excuse me, I couldn't agree more with that. Has my microphone been off?
No, it's been on the whole time.
Okay, thank you.
As far as I know.
Just for some reason you decided
you were going to hit the button there.
Yeah, that among other things.
Okay. Now I do want to note, because obviously when you talk about sports moments of the year, what Argentina just did at the World Cup. Insane, and I do want to note that Qatar University has confirmed it will turn the Lionel Messi's room, like the hotel room or whatever that he stayed in, at the 22 World Cup, into a mini museum. So any belongings and the state of the room will remain completely untouched for visitors.
This is where Messi slept.
Yeah.
This is where
I wonder if he was Messi.
Don't put a black light on those sheets, okay?
This is where Messi
the victory consummation at the end of that World Cup must have been one for the ages. But that's a pretty heady play by Qatar.
Hotels over there for sure. They really, really do.
You know that firsthand.
775 still doesn't know which one is me, Zach Wolchuk, and which one is Eric Chiafalo.
Well, I have mentioned this, okay, and this was going to be an L for me this week. I've mentioned this time and time again, where from top to bottom, people in the industry, friends and family, Tolos, Twolos, all alike, think I'm Walchuk.
Yeah.
I don't think they think he's me. They just think I'm Walchuk. Like maybe there's two of us
had a
roaming
few people
around.
say, "Hey, call me Eric when we're out."
And then the exclamation point on this disaster for me, Broadus, was on Christmas
it's a
Eve.
disaster. Thank you. For me, it's always a big win.
No, here's why it was a disaster for me is because Christmas Eve we're doing the pregame show in the Brad Sham radio booth at AT&T Stadium.
Oh.
The lovely Jane Slater comes and does a segment with us. She posts a picture about it. She puts it on her story, and who does she tag? Brian Broadus and Zach Wolchuk.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, see, that's
Well, that was just
definitive
because she
now.
called me Zaddy Zach the night before. I was just clearly on her mind.
Well, you guys have had a thing since
Jane and I are
Oxnard.
besties.
I know that.
She's my wing woman.
She is your wing
She
woman.
really is. Her and Bobby, we were out there just having a great time out in Oxnard.
Okay, Jane, yes. Bobby's no help.
No,
Bobby's
Jane really is good help, though.
Jane is
Jane
great.
Jane
help.
is a big time
Jane
wing
has
woman
got
out there.
game. She's got game.
Yeah.
She will talk game and help you. Bobby, he will get in your way, get in your face, and you're kind of like, get back.
Bobby will try and steal your girl.
No, he won't.
He all
Bobby
of a sudden
he won't do
he's
that.
now on a date with the girl.
No, he won't do that.
That's kind of what it was like.
While he's
He
not
won't do
wearing his
that.
wedding ring.
Bobby was my roommate. No, what are you guys
No,
talking about?
it's strictly platonic, Brian.
Yeah.
Don't get any wrong ideas here.
Yeah.
But that's the vibe that it feels like.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like a throuple date.
Let's see. We do have the
Some
is it
other sporting events you want to talk about?
Albert Pujols 700 says the 903. That was pretty cool. Obviously the Aaron Judge stuff.
Oh, the
this
Aaron
year.
Judge homer was cool.
Yeah.
I mean, because it happened in our own backyard.
100%.
We got some love for the UFC coming in on the text line as well, with Makachev winning his UFC belt. I will say I also did think that the Christmas Day Mavs win over the Lakers, but also just the Dirk statue was a pretty sweet, epic moment.
100%.
Like, that's
yeah.
one we'll always remember.
Yeah, right at the finish line of 2022, the Mavs gave us two epic sports moments that will live in history
I'll tell you
forever.
another one I really thought. I never believed that Alabama, in the Alabama-Georgia.
Georgia beating Bama.
Yeah,
Yes.
I never believed that you see Alabama in that situation that they would lose a national championship game like that. Georgia did a great job in that football game.
The 469 might have just done it, though.
Ooh, what is it?
Those 13 seconds that changed everything in the AFC playoffs, Arrowhead Stadium, Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes. Are you kidding me?
Money text.
It was alien quarterback versus alien quarterback. It was points. It was touchdowns. And it was like, okay, there's 1 second. No problem. We will figure it out, and we will extend this thing right up until overtime, believe Josh Allen and the Bills. But
Wasn't
that was amazing.
weekend just on drugs? Like, weren't all the playoff games just outstanding
They
that
were.
weekend?
They were. That's the one that sticks out to me. But
yeah, well, usually, like, I mean,
But yes, that was the best of
Yeah.
the bunch, no question. But
Yeah.
it was all just like one-upping each other that entire divisional round weekend.
And then the 2-1-4, St. Peter's, the March Madness run for the ages, right? St. Peter's did some serious
absolutely.
stuff.
I forgot all about that.
That was a really, really fun one. And they had a couple of guys, I don't remember the players. Doug Edert, maybe, was one of the legendary players.
What did he eat?
Dirt, I guess. Trash bag full of dirt. Doug Edert.
He did have that lower dumpster truck of a bottom.
Yeah, that's what he was. That was his calling card. Those are some really, really good ones. And then how about Serena Williams, 469?
Yeah,
Serena Williams, bittersweet last stand.
2-1-4, the Wisconsin volleyball team.
that's well played.
I think we remember that one.
No, that was well played.
I'll never forget coming into the studio and Walchuk being like, bro. I'm like, what's going on with Wisconsin?
I was in Columbus at the time, and everyone was sharing that.
I believe it.
That was Big Ten country, and everyone was getting a peek at the Wisconsin volleyball team.
How about old Roger Federer's emotional goodbye?
Oh, yes.
That was a heck of a – he was boo-hooing, straight up boo-hoo tears.
Several texts were in Fort Worth, TCU country, but that TCU Baylor finish.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Are you kidding me? Sonny Dykes running off the offense and running on the field goal team.
People are thinking, what in the world are they doing right now?
Yeah.
But
They did against West Virginia, too. Same darn thing. That TCU, that's why they got a chance in the sink. That's why they have it. They're well-coached, attention to detail. Their players get it. That's why, you'll say, oh, it's Michigan, it's TCU. No. TCU legitimately has a chance to beat these guys. Because they've played on the edge all year, but they know how to finish games. That's what you got to be able to do.
All right, 877-881-1053. Still some great texts rolling in, and we'll get some more on the other side as we broadcast live from Rally House here in Fort Worth, the Hewlin location. Come party with us until 7 o'clock. Pick up some TCU gear, some DFW sports gear, all the gift cards to give away as well, and some coupons to some great eating all throughout the Metroplex. We're giving you free of charge when you pop up in here and say what's up to the G-Bag Nation. Rally House, Fort Worth, Hewlin location. Biggest L, biggest dub on the other side. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? That's next right here on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881. That's at 9 on your home for the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan.
At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, it is an all-out sprint to finish #1 in the country. Custom order your vehicle online and lock in today's pricing. Because they're #1, they'll get it to you faster, y'all. Find new roads at Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We have awarded one of the $50 gift cards. We have had a Tolo come in, and they wrote down the names of all of our fan staff on a bag, and they nailed it. And I have rewarded them with the $50 Rally House gift card that Rally House has supplied us with. We've got one left. So come on out. We're at the Rally House in Fort Worth, right by Hewlin Mall. And come say what's up, fellowship with us. Get yourself some TCU gear ahead of the Fiesta Bowl college football playoff game against Michigan. But they've also got tremendous stuff here with Cowboys, Stars, Rangers, Mavs, other colleges. They've got a great North Texas Mean Green section that I've been eyeing since the moment we walked in. But we've got $15 gift cards as well if you just want to come by and say, hey, this was my favorite G-Bag Nation memory from the year, and you can get that as well. It's been awesome and a blast saying what's up to all the Tolos throughout the day. We got Barry Church, Cowboy safety, coming up on the other side, and at 4:20, we'll talk with Brian Eskridge, voice of the TCU Horned Frogs, to get you set for TCU and Michigan. But right now, 877-881-1053. Where did you take some personal victories, and where did you take some L's along the way? Because it's time for Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's Biggest L, Biggest Dub.
Shout out to the 314 Biggest L, my girlfriend left me.
Oh.
Biggest Dub, though, long time. Also single, already started making moves, says the 314. How about that? Is there anything more fun than the longtime crush being there and available, and now it's time for the strategy? How can we make this happen, and she can no longer be single, I can no longer be single. Let's take this party and make it a couple. That's an exciting time for you, 314. So way to bounce back. That's how you do it. You take the L and then you bounce back the way the 314 is doing it right now.
That's what it's all about.
Outstanding. 817 Biggest L. It's Rodeo Ron. Got the tonsils out this week. Or tonsillitis. He says tonsillitis. Tonsillitis. I don't even know. That sounds that sounds like you almost don't even want to tell anybody you have it, right?
Hey.
Who'd you get that from?
You know what? It's
Tonsillitis?
I don't know.
Do you guys have your tonsils removed?
Isn't that mono times 10?
No.
No, I
It's
have
strep throat times 10.
I got all my
something they
tonsils.
did in the 60s to kids. And
My sister had hers out.
Okay. And sometimes doctors do it, sometimes they don't. My brother had to have his out, and my dad just convinced the doctor, well, go ahead and take Brian's out, too, while you're at it.
No way.
2-for-1 sale. Down
BOGO.
at St. Paul
BOGO
Hospital.
tonsil.
Yeah, Dad's like, the pediatrician tells Dad, my mom and Dad, well, Bruce needs to have his tonsils out. And Dad goes, well, Brian probably needs his out, too, don't you think? And they did it, 2-for-1. Like 19... How old was I? Like 6, 7 years old? Like 1969.
Well, nice.
Yeah, they and you know what? I tell you what though, what happened is I went 5 years of like school where I didn't miss a day of school. Never got sick.
That's not surprising.
Yeah.
We discovered you are built different. Your innards are not the same as everybody
I
else's.
think it was the tonsils being out. I think my mom and dad did me a favor.
That allowed you to consume a beer through my salty, sweaty sauna sneaker earlier in the year and put it away like it was no problem.
You know
you
what?
actually circled back a few weeks later and said, hey, do you think we could do that again? I think you liked it.
You did.
I kind of enjoyed that. I did, yeah.
We can do it anytime
The
you
challenge.
want.
It was the challenge.
It's the challenge.
It's the challenge.
Now, shoes are fun.
Broadus was built for a challenge, man. He loves seeing a challenge, seeing a hill
David
to climb,
Hillman-
climbing it, and staking his G-bag flag.
David Hellman called it feats of strength. It's like he goes, you enjoy going to the national championship game in one day. You enjoy driving 7 hours, going to the game, then driving home after the game. 7 hours.
Right. It's like a video game, and
it's a challenge.
you level up. You level up.
It's the tale. You say you did it.
Yeah, you lived it. You lived to tell about it. But yeah, the tonsils, the whole thing. Dad just said, "Kick Brian in." We got it covered here.
Well, it's one of those things
That's
where
so
I've
good.
heard the older you are, the worse that is, the more painful.
Okay,
it is.
but I've never gotten chicken pox. I've never got any of those childhood disease things that kids.
I don't think I ever had chicken pox.
You do on your back. On your
Okay,
back.
yeah, that's fair.
You've
That's fair.
got you've got a version of it on your back.
That's true. I think it's smallpox.
Broadus said, I've never had any of these childhood disease things, and
I never did.
I like that.
I never did.
Good
I was
for
like
you, man.
whooping cough, all that stuff. I had shingles. No, never had any of that stuff. Knock on wood. I hope I never get it though. At being as old as I am, that might be the end of me right there.
That's true. Yeah, all the childhood diseases you
They'll
avoided,
come back.
they're going to hit you in your geriatric.
The children.
The ghost of Broadus' childhood past creeping up in a big monster L kind of a way.
That half beard looks hilarious on this camera.
Oh my gosh, yeah, dude. I keep forgetting that I have it, and then I shake Atolo's hand, and the look on their face is like I have.
Like they never met you.
Right,
You're like,
right.
Hey, American, and you're like, you're weird looking.
I find myself apologizing for my own face.
I'm so sorry for the way I look.
Yeah, please forgive me.
It's the opposite of you're going to love the way you look.
Well, when I walked into Rally House and all the lovely employees are here to help you, and they're looking at my face, and I'm like, listen, this is I'm sorry, genuinely.
Welcome to, and they stop at the rally. I usually say welcome to Rally House, and when they saw you, they welcome to.
Please leave,
Welcome
sir.
to get the hell out of here.
Get out.
Let me show you our parking lot. It is spectacular. One of a kind here at Rally House in Fort Worth. Hewlin location. Come hang out with us. Okay, we got the 682 Biggest L. The company I work for doesn't recognize New Year's as a holiday. Oh, that stings. How are you going to party, you know? Biggest dub, though, got a second sonogram after my wife's last doctor's appointment, and it looks like a defensive end.
Oh,
We
there you
them
go.
boys.
Let's go, baby.
Micah Parsons
hand size.
2.0.
We need one.
We can
Hand
use
size important.
Might need to use some pass rush help here. So
Yeah.
if you can get him out and then get him between the lines for us come playoff time.
Especially someone that can set that edge.
Yeah, dude.
Fly with your fingernails.
A real edge setter would do us right now. How about our guy Riff Dog 214 Biggest L just paid rent $1,800 for a small 2-bedroom crappy
Well,
apartment.
dang it, Coach. We could have roomed up together.
Oh, that's right. Walchuk was looking for a roomie for a while. He settled in to just do the solo thing.
Well, I was, and then my parents decided to take the place I was looking at. Really bleeped me. And not the good
How's
way.
that working out in the smaller house
Not
for you?
good, man. It's real. I can't wait to get the hell out of there.
Well, you only got like a month, and then you're out on your own.
The clock is ticking. Dude.
Yeah,
you can feel how small that place is now.
Walchuk's clock.
Are you bumping into your mom and dad more now?
I'm hearing their alarms go off. They can hear my alarm go off. My dad has now moved into my bathroom. I'm sharing a bathroom with my dad. It's horrible.
Isn't that where he does his solo heater sessions?
He does God knows what in there. He's decided he doesn't like the water pressure in the bathroom he should have with my mom, so he's moved into the bathroom that I'm supposed to have. So it's like, what the hell?
That is amazing. Hey, Big L, this was in the last 48 hours. I don't even know this guy's name, but Frank Gore is pursuing this boxing thing.
You didn't know who Frank Gore was?
No, I know Frank Gore, but the guy that he KO'd 48 hours ago, it took a genuine L. I mean, it was stiff leg.
Meg the Stallion got a dub today, by the way. Lucius might have to give us an update on that.
Well, Tory Lanez, we found out last week, right? Tory Lanez, he's the one. He's the man with the gun.
Oh, you guys broke that down.
Yeah, but I don't know if there's been some new developments.
I don't know. I might have seen.
I think
something,
we were
but
speculating.
It might be old news, but I think we got official. She won.
Well, Frank Gore won in his knockout.
Good for him.
He's doing some level of amateur or professional boxing, and what he did to this guy who's about 8 feet taller than him. I mean, the time it took for this guy to get knocked out standing up, and then he's 6'8".
Was it like a tree falling?
It was, yeah. Watching him slowly, his legs stiffen, and then the arms kind of flail, and then he just goes right there, nose first, into the mat. That's a big dub for you, Frank Gore.
Why would you want to fight Frank Gore?
Why would Frank Gore want to fight anybody?
Because that's what
do you
Frank
have left?
Gore's done all his life.
He's got a little broadus in him. He loves a challenge.
He likes to beat people up. That's what he does. He did it for
exactly what
18 years running the ball.
He beats people up.
That's exactly what he does.
3 yards at a time.
Yeah.
3.5. 817 biggest dub ever since graduating.
Ripping on Frank Gore.
Ever since graduating from college in 2020, this is the first full year that I've held down a big boy job. Man, congratulations, 817. And come April, I guess Chuck and I will be able to say the same thing.
What's the job he's holding down or she's holding down?
It doesn't mention. We just know it's a big boy job. Okay, so it's one of those big dogs. And 817, if you want to follow up with the specific gig, we'd love to know. But he does note that the biggest L had to get my appendix removed after rolling over one of my cars at the racetrack.
No.
So this is a real go-getter we got on our hands, boys.
I'd say.
Okay, 254. Biggest L had to attend outside for half an hour to get on the post game last night. So I don't know. Was it getting on the post game show?
That's my guy from Stephenville.
Your Stephenville.
I told him to call in, and then he ended up going back and forth with Brian. I wanted to have fun and go back and forth with him.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So he said he took a W or an L on that one?
He said he took an L for standing outside, but then took a dub because he got to talk with you.
Oh, okay. Appreciate that. Thank you.
I love it. I love it very much. Okay, and then finally, Samuel in Arlington, 817, big dub, met the Woolly Bully, and got to hang out earlier this year. Big L gave my roomie her January B-Day gifts for Christmas, a little bit late to the party. I know
you gave her the handcuffs finally.
My brother's a little bit late to the party too. He stopped by here at Rally House, and I said, "What do you got for the rest of the day?" He's like, "We got to go get mother-in-law a Christmas gift." I'm like, "You've seen her 3 times in the last 4 days, and you're now getting her the Christmas gift. Salute to you, bro. Maybe there's specials, maybe there's deals going on.
Are those
if you can
the
wait.
Dallas Cowboy Cups and stuff?
Well, he did get those Cowboy Cups, man. That was pretty special.
And you were right. He still is wearing that Cowboys jersey.
I told you he hasn't taken it off since we got it at the last Rally House a few weeks back.
And I told him out on it, and he just admitted. He's like, dude, yeah, I've worn it every day.
He's borderline proud of it.
I'll tell you what was so funny was the conversation that he and I had, because I thought he was you at that game.
Yeah, I know. I called in sick for the pregame, and Anthony shows up, my brother, looking just like me, stopping by the pregame table, and Broadus is going, "Wow, Chiafalo, you got some balls. You call in sick for pregame. You're playing hooky, except no, you're not, because you're hammered at the pregame table right now, 30 minutes before kickoff."
He looks right next to me, nudges me. He's like, "Is that
I go, what's Eric doing?"
That's phenomenal. All right, there it is. Biggest L, biggest dub, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Eric Chiafalo. Another edition of Biggest L, Biggest Dub in the books. Coming up next, let's talk with Barry Church, former Cowboy safety. Pick his brain on any concerns he has with this Cowboys team and his thoughts on yesterday's win over the Titans. Barry Church next here in the Nation.
Commercial-free fellowship. It's the G-Bag Nation's Expressway 35 straight minutes of sports. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
About to catch up with our guy Barry Mother Effin' Church, former Cowboy safety here. Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation, live from Rally House in Fort Worth, right by Hewlin Mall here in their Hewlin location. It is outstanding, all the fellowship that we've had with our Turn It On, Leave It On listeners. We even had the Twolos, some tubers come by as well. Come on out. We have one of our listeners is trying to guess all of our fan team, the on-air and our part-time personalities, to try and get our final $50 gift card from Rally House that they're giving away. But I still have several $15 gift cards. All you got to do is just come on by and give me your favorite G-Bag Nation memory during a break. You can get a $15 Rally House gift card. We've also got some other awesome stuff from some DFW restaurants that we're handing out as well. But without further ado, let's welcome in the man, the myth, the legend himself, the greatness that is number 42, Barry Bleeding Church.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls listening from all around the world, I present to you number 42, Barry Church.
Oh, yes, how sweet it is. Barry, it's been too long, my friend. How the heck you doing, sir?
Man, I'm doing amazing, man. About to be a new year here, man. Thanks for having me on the show. I done heard the intro now, man, so everything's golden, baby.
So, Barry, last night, Brian and I are hosting the postgame show, and I got to open with this, and you know, having played in the league, how difficult it is just to win games in the NFL. And I know your former teammate Anthony Hitchens went ahead and he commented on something that I put out there on Twitter as well. But it seems like this Cowboys fan base is just a little bit frustrated, where winning is just not enough anymore in the regular season. Are you getting and feeling that same sense with what you're doing at DallasCowboys.com, where even though what they've done now, back-to-back 12-win seasons, and that's pretty historic, they haven't done that since the 90s, but it's not enough. It's playoffs or bust now.
Yeah, I can understand, the frustration, from Cowboys fans out there, because it's frustrating. I mean, when you have a team as talented as the Dallas Cowboys is, you hate to see them sleepwalk into a game. And, I don't want to call it sleepwalking because, like you said, it's hard enough to go out there and win a game on any given Sunday. We've seen that the past couple weeks, but when you go out there and you're playing in December, we all know December football, you got to be hitting your best football in December because you're going towards the playoffs. You don't want to limp into the playoffs. And what we've seen so far from the Cowboys is this team is extremely talented. I think they have one of the best rosters in the National Football League, but it's just too inconsistent. You go from one game where you look like world beaters against the Minnesota Vikings, and then you come back, you follow that up with a game against, the Houston Texans, and they have this 2-quarterback system, and they take you all the way to the wire. Even this game last night, they won by, I think, 2 scores, but if you look at it, I mean, that Tennessee Titans team was without, I think, 4 or 5 of its defensive starters. You're out their 2 best players, which is Jeffrey Simmons and Derrick Henry. I mean, those are the type of games where you're saying, all right, if we're going to play our starters out there, we got to go in there and make sure this game is over by halftime. So, a win is a win, and you'll never see me complain about a win. But, I mean, you got to get more consistent because you're not going to be going against the Tennessee Titans of the world, the Houston Texans of the world. When you get to the playoffs, you're going to be going against teams that'll make you pay for turning the football over. So, to me, they got to get on the right direction. A win is a win. They're 12-4, back-to-back 12-win seasons, which is a heck of an accomplishment. But you don't want to limp into the playoffs. You want to be having your best foot forward when you're going into the playoffs, and I haven't seen that yet from the Cowboys.
So what would the talking point then be for you in that locker room, having been a former captain of that defense specifically after a game like that?
Well, from a defensive standpoint, you got to understand that, like I mentioned earlier, how we should not even be in a close game with this team. And I understand, defense, they were able to take the football away, and, they got a little bit of pass rush. They're still not, where they were at earlier in the season. But I feel like the defense, it played one of its better games these past couple weeks. But offensively, I mean, being an offensive captain, you got to look out there and you got to say, guys, we got to stop these turnovers. Whether it's, Dak's fault or not. I mean, I know that first interception was nowhere near his fault. Peyton Hendershot has got to come down with that. But
regardless, the turnovers happen. And they understand, Dak, he's been in this league long enough. He understands that turnovers aren't going to win you the football game. You got to be consistent in taking care of the football. And I think they got enough leadership on that team to understand that. So hopefully in this last game, if they play their starters, they'll be able to go out there and at least rectify that going into the playoffs. Because I'm telling you, you match up against, Tom Brady or maybe even a San Francisco or a Philadelphia team, they're going to make you pay for turning the football over. I mean, look, they went against Josh Dobbs last night. And this is a guy that was signed off the practice squad 8 days ago. And he went, he completed 20 passes. It should have been more with all the drops they had out there. So it's got to be a little concerning, but I got to trust in this coaching staff. They were able to get the most out of their players so far this season. So hopefully they got a solution to what's going on with this team.
Barry, when you look at this football team, and I'm talking about, you look at the Cowboys, say, offensively, because you were a former defensive player. What's the first thing that you would try and take away from this Cowboys offense? Because since Dak Prescott has come back, they've really been humming in the red zone. They've done a really nice job with their third down efficiency stuff. At times they've run the ball. What would you try and take away first if you were playing the Dallas Cowboys on defense?
Well, if it was, middle of the season, I would say, hey, man, we have got to lock down this run game. Tony Pollard, Ezekiel Elliott, the offense goes through those guys. So I would, if it was middle of the season or these last couple games, I'd say we got to stop the run. But, since about, week 11, I feel like 88 has been that guy. Whether they line him up on the outside, line him up in the slot, line him up in a bunch, this guy seems unguardable out there. So to me as a defender, I'm looking at that offense saying, hey, man, if we shut down 88, if we get a hold of 88, double team and whatever they got to do and make the other guys, Gallup, Noah Brown, T.Y. Hilton, those guys beat us, we'll be all right. Because I feel like, what they're doing with CeeDee Lamb right now, moving them around, having them all over the place, it's getting hard for defensive backs and defenses to game plan and get their hands on this guy because they have him in so many different spots and they're able to get him the ball in so many different spots. And once he has that ball in his hands, he's extremely dangerous. So if I'm going against, the Dallas Cowboys and Dak Prescott, I'm without a doubt making sure I got a hold of 88 out there before anything because he's been proven to be a game buster these past couple weeks.
Barry, how hard is it to double a receiver that plays on the move when they move him around? How do you go about? Is that going to be the Cowboys' answer going forward, is just keep him on the move, or are there ways or tricks of the trade that you could do in your secondary to kind of double him up?
Well, they're doing the right thing right now, keeping him on the move. You don't know where he's going to line up, outside, slot, all that good stuff. Because if he was just an outside receiver, like if he was just, A.J. Brown out there, it would be pretty easy to double team him because you would have a corner up top getting all up in his grill, and then you have safety help over top. But the way they move him around, it gets difficult because you got to double team him with different people. So if he's in the slot, you got your nickel there, and you might want to double team him with a safety over top. Or if he's on the inside, you might want to have a linebacker banging him and helping him with that nickel on third and short situations where they like to pass it and get him the ball. So the way they're moving him around, it's extremely hard to double team him, but there's definitely ways that you can do that, whether you're, double teaming him with the safety in the slot, a slot corner and the linebacker, or safety in the outside corner. There's ways to double team him, but Kellen Moore is doing a heck of a job of trying to hide CeeDee Lamb and getting the most out of his ability on the field.
It's Barry Church with us here in the G-Bag Nation on a Victory Friday for the Dallas Cowboys. Now, Barry, when it comes to this Cowboys secondary and all the moving parts and the injuries they've dealt with, how long does that take to get reacclimated or to acclimate if you're a corner stepping in and from a communication standpoint?
Well, it's extremely hard. And DeRon Bland, he's making it look extremely easy out there. Getting 5 interceptions as a rookie, playing inside. One of the hardest positions, in my opinion, is the nickelback. And he's been able to come in here as a rookie and play outstanding. So he kind of makes it look easy. But as you see, young guys coming into the game, Nashawn Wright, Kelvin Joseph out there, it's kind of hard to kind of hit the ground running as a corner at that position. You're going against some of the top athletes in the National Football League, and it's hard to cover those guys. So it's definitely tough as a safety to make sure everybody's on the same page because you like to have guys with experience out there to say, all right, I just got to give you a hand signal and you understand what's going on. But with these young rookies out there, you got to have a little bit more patience with them. Even though I liked what I seen from Wright last night, he got beat on that one big play. But other than that, I liked what I saw from him as far as his press technique and using those long arms to kind of keep the wide receivers at bay, and he was able to get his first career interception out there using, every inch of his length out there. But I've liked what I've seen so far, and he's definitely an upgrade from what we had over there previously.
Barry, are you concerned at all about the lack of pass rush that the Cowboys have had the last few games? Now, it came back a little bit last night, but it certainly is not the ferocious beast that it was the first half of the season.
Yeah, it's slightly concerning, only because, like we all mentioned, that secondary is young. And it makes the job a lot easier of a guy in the secondary if that defensive line can get home, rep after rep. But as you mentioned, these past couple weeks, they haven't really been able to get to the quarterback. I think it's been, maybe 3 sacks in the past 4 weeks, something like that. But they haven't been able to get home like they were earlier in the year. And I don't know what that could be attributed to. I mean, I don't know if the guys aren't winning their one-on-ones out there or whatever the case may be. But this defense needs that pass rush to get going again. It needs to get coming alive, especially with the injuries in the secondary. It'll make things a lot easier if that quarterback has to get rid of the ball extremely fast or before he's ready to, especially with the young secondary that they have.
Yeah, Barry, we had Tank on the other day, and I'm just watching the All-22, and they're getting into their twist game, and they're not getting home because the ball's already out. How do you? Okay, now is that a secondary adjustment to try and help? Because they need that extra, that extra half second or whatever to try and get that twist home. Is there something you could do in the secondary? Is it more press? How do you help your defensive line in that way?
Yeah, well, we all know, rush and cover works together, and I feel as though I'm not so sure, Dan Quinn has, the utmost confidence in these young guys because we've seen this defense play a lot more zone than it has earlier in the season. So I'm not sure if it's a confidence issue or whatever the case may be. But to get that quarterback to hold the ball a little bit longer, you got to go in there and you got to get in their face. You got to press these wide receivers out there. You got to throw that timing off between the wide receivers and the quarterback over there to give your defensive line an extra tick, an extra second to get home. So, I don't know if it's, the lack of confidence that he has or whatever the case may be, but they haven't been playing a lot of man-to-man as of recent, and I think that might be the woes because like you said, these quarterbacks are getting the ball out of their hand extremely fast, and it's hard for that defensive line to get home when the ball's out in, 2.5 seconds.
So, 42, you've played in your fair share of playoff games, made a conference championship run there in Jacksonville. With the Cowboys now, I mean, it all depends on what happens with the Eagles, but let's say the Eagles win over the Saints, and now they're NFC's champs, and the Cowboys know they're locked into the 5 seed. Where are you at with the rest versus, all right, let's play and make sure we're playing our best football? Because selfishly, I kind of need Micah Parsons to get 3 sacks against Washington. I got to shave my bleeping beard, Barry.
You got to have him get 3 sacks out there?
I need 3 sacks. I had an over-under at 15.5 with Bobby Bell. Loser has to shave their beard, and he's sitting at 13.
Oh, well, that's going to be tough. But to me, I've never been a fan of the resting your players. I just feel like it kind of throws momentum off. But, with the Cowboys dealing with the injuries that they've had, especially along that offensive line, I could definitely see them resting some guys if that last game really doesn't matter and Philly goes up there and wins and locks up the NFC East. So I can definitely see them resting them guys. But, me, I've never been a fan of it. I like, having that momentum going into the playoffs. I don't like limping into the playoffs. And the last time we saw the Cowboys, they got the dub. Like I said, they got the dub against Tennessee, but it really wasn't, it wasn't the dub that we all kind of anticipated. So to me, I'd like to see the starters play maybe a half. They don't got to play the whole game if it really doesn't mean anything. But with this injury situation that they have going on over there, I can see them sitting their starters.
Will Barry Church make it to midnight for New Year's?
Ooh, that's a tough one, man. The over-under right now is 11:50. I don't know if I'm going to make it, man. We'll see what the night comes.
We appreciate the time as always, Barry. Thank you. Happy New Year to you, and we'll catch up with you down the line.
Thanks for having me, man. Happy New Year for you guys as well.
Happy New Year. There he goes. He's the best. Barry Mother Effin' Church, the former Cowboys Pro Bowl safety and captain, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. All right, we're still partying here at the Rally House in Fort Worth, right by Hewlin Mall, their Hewlin location. Come on out. They're stocked with TCU gear as the Horned Frogs get ready to take on Michigan. And speaking of that, we've got play-by-play voice of the TCU Horned Frogs, the great Brian Estridge, to preview TCU and Michigan, joining us next right here on The Fan.
You can wait 20.
the shotgun, takes the snap, quarterback keeper, turns it up to the 5. Touchdown, the Magic Man! Max Duggan scores!
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's a college football party up in here, Rally House, Fort Worth, and we're getting ready to do all the college football. And with the voice of the TCU Horned Frogs, Brian Estridge, he is getting set to join us here on the Diamond Factory Fan Hotline. Make sure you stop by Rally House, Fort Worth location here, right by the Hewlin Mall, and come pick up some TCU gear. And let's get this party started because we got a kickoff to talk about tomorrow afternoon. It is going down, the college football playoff, the first Texas team to make it into the college football playoff. It is Fort Worth's own TCU taking on the number 2 squad in the country, the Michigan Wolverines, in the Fiesta Bowl. And it's time to break this thing down with the voice of the Horned Frogs, Brian Estridge. Brian, thank you so much for giving us some time, my friend. I can't imagine how busy you are right now. Is it just insane?
It is kind of crazy, fellas. We had a pep rally earlier. We've got an event we've got to do tonight. I'm trying to write a script for a pregame show. Brought us to know about this. I ran by the FedEx office and picked up the laminated chart, so I'm ready to call the game. So it is on, baby.
I knew you had it in it. Hey, Brian, is of all the TCU teams that you've been a part of, is this the most talented one?
That's a great question. Somebody asked me that the other day, Brian.
I thought I was going to be first today.
Yeah, right. The 2014 team that handled Ole Miss pretty soundly in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl was pretty talented. I mean, you look at the guys that have played in the league since then. You look at just how they accomplish things on the field. That was a pretty talented group from an athleticism group standpoint. I tell you what this group is, though. This is the most cohesive team that I've seen at TCU. And that's saying a lot when you think back to that Rose Bowl team with those guys that played in the league as well, and being led by Andy Dalton and Tank Carter and that group. So there's something about this group, and it started in the off season. Sonny Dykes brought in Kaz Kazadi, the strength coach, and he really built the confidence of this group from the summer on, to the point where, when we talked the last time, we talked a lot about how this group feels like they're going to win every game, that they're never worried about the clock, where they stand or anything like that. And so from that standpoint, it's the most confident and the most cohesive group that I've seen here at TCU.
Brian, as you've prepared for this matchup, is there an area that you think TCU has the advantage against Michigan?
I think there's a couple, I'll be honest with you, and this is not looking at it through purple-colored glasses. I mean, this is just looking at, watching games and then talking to folks who know a lot more about it than I do. And that the couple of areas that I think where TCU has an advantage, obviously, is team speed. Now, Michigan's more athletic and faster than people give them credit for. When these pundits say, "Oh, Michigan's got size and girth and TCU's got speed," it's not that simple, because that also shortchanges the rest of these guys. Because TCU's got an offensive line that can be physical and is as big as anybody in the country, and Michigan's got that speed that I mentioned that they've worked to improve on over the last couple of years. But I think from an overall standpoint, I think the speed for TCU can be a great equalizer for them. Now, is it enough to make up for when Michigan brings in an additional offensive lineman or two and just decide they're going to try to road grade TCU? I think that's to be determined. I think a couple of other areas where I think they have an advantage. Another one is the fact that Michigan has not played against a 3-3-5 for an entire game. Ohio State will show you a little bit of that, but this defense that TCU runs is varied from what Ohio State does, and I think they're going to see some looks that they haven't seen defensively with that third safety on the field. I think that's an advantage for them. I think the fact that TCU's still has some air raid principles in this offense is not something they see every week in the Big Ten. So you couple all those together. And I think that does give them something. The other area, if you want a real X factor for me, I'll give you one name. To me, the X factor in this game is Darius Davis. He's a returner for the Horned Frogs, both in the punt and kick return game. And he's been hurt the last couple of weeks of this regular season, wasn't really affected at all in the championship game, did have one decent return there. But this is a guy that is finally 100% healthy, and I don't think Michigan has seen anyone like him. And so I think if he can have a couple of bursts in special team, this could be a real difference maker for TCU.
Another area that I think maybe Michigan hasn't quite seen would be Max Duggan and his ability to run and create with his legs. And you certainly saw that towards the end of that Big 12 championship game against K-State. Am I overstating that, or do you think that's another area where Max Duggan can really hurt that Michigan defense?
Yeah, no, I don't think there's any question about it. I mean, they've seen some runners, but not really. I mean, in fact, they talked about the fact that their last couple of games of the season, those were drop back passers, in offenses that did try to throw it vertical some. So they don't see necessarily a guy who brings you both combinations. A team that will run 4 verticals, but also Max, leaving the pocket, or Max on the quarterback draw. So I do think that there is something that I tell you, the two quarterbacks are kind of similar. So I think you're going to see both of them run the football more in this game, maybe than we see. Max did a lot against Kansas State, but they had tried to protect him for the last 4 regular season games leading into the championship. I think you're going to see more of that from both of these quarterbacks than just sitting in the pocket and trying to throw the football.
Brian, everybody, when you think of Michigan, you think of that team coming out and they're all jumping and hitting the Michigan Club sports banner, and all that stuff like that coming out. And, is this TCU team, will they get intimidated by that helmet and the size and all that? Or is this a team that's just not going to bother them at all?
Yeah, I don't think the stage is too big, Brian. I mean, I really don't. And I think when because we live in the area, I think we sort of downplay the Big 12, and we shouldn't. I mean, you've been to these venues. You go play at Oklahoma. That's as hard as any place in the country to play. Yeah. You go beat the crap out of Texas in Austin when they had a defensive specialist who was doing all he could to beat you. That's as big of a stage as you're going to get. So I don't think it intimidates it. I'll be honest with you. I think TCU kind of is relishing the opportunity to say, listen, hey, we belong with these. Yeah, they get a lot of attention, but TCU belongs in that conversation. I think they also are playing with Texas pride. And I don't want non-TCU fans to lose sight of that TCU is into this thing going, hey, we got a bunch of boys from Texas here that can play football. And it's not necessarily just about TCU, but it's about the Lone Star State proving to the rest of the world that the best high school football players come from here.
Amen, Brian. Brian Estridge, voice of the Horned Frogs, joining us here in the G-Bag Nation. And we're getting you set for the Fiesta Bowl tomorrow, Michigan and TCU. Now, from a health standpoint, is TCU as healthy as they've been all season?
No question. In fact, we saw Max Duggan. He says he feels a lot better than he did toward the end of the year. You got Johnny Hodges, the linebacker, back at 100%. He didn't play in the championship game. Really missed him, quite honestly, just his leadership on the field. Quentin Johnston battled that ankle injury for the last 5 weeks of the season. He's at 100%. And we talked about Darius Davis and Tay Barber, the other 2 wideouts. Tay had been battling a toe. Darius had just been kind of banged up, and they're all good to go. And you didn't pick up any other injuries during this time period, which is huge. So, yeah, as health is concerned, TCU is going to be at full speed. I think you're going to see them running full speed, too, all the time. I think they're going to try to take advantage of that. I think you'll see the vertical game, Max running the football, and you're going to see a defense that's going to be aggressive. I don't think you're going to see them dropping 8 in coverage and just kind of letting Michigan have their way. I think this is going to be a group that's going to crowd the line, knowing Michigan's going to try to run the football, and they're going to try to shut that down.
I think a lot of people are wondering, how will TCU be able to handle that physical line of Michigan and their ability, and we saw it against Ohio State. They're so good up front now, even though they don't have Blake Corum, Donovan Edwards is awesome, right? So what's your take on that? In the trenches, do you think TCU has enough to be able to play with Michigan?
I think that's a huge question mark. I mean, obviously we talked about it. There is a word that Broadus uses all the time called leverage. Yeah. And I think if TCU can use their leverage against this, that you can make up for the fact that you're giving up 40 or 50 pounds to a man at times. I think the team speed. Yeah, exactly. I think the team speed. I think their strength. I think their quickness. And the fact that there's going to be some things that they're going to try to do to confuse Michigan with that third safety that we talked about, with some new packages on the blitz that Joe Gillespie's brought in. Yeah. Now can you say that those 3 defensive linemen for the Horned Frogs are going to be able to hold up against a Michigan team if they decide that they're going to go big and bring in the extra offensive lineman or 2? No, those 3 guys can't do it alone, and no one would think that. You know, your Frogs are starting a true freshman at nose tackle against the Outland and Remington Trophy winner at center for Michigan. But I think it's going to have to be a group effort. It's got to look like fire ants out there for TCU's defense.
You know, Brian, I think that TCU, I think they'll match up well against these guys. I really do. And I think where the difference might be is your coach will coach in a way that'll be unorthodox. And it might make the game different. He's not afraid to go for things. He's not afraid to try various things. I mean, Harbaugh, I could see maybe a little bit more conservative into his approach. I think you might make Michigan have to scramble a little bit in this game by the way that Sonny Dykes and his staff is going to coach this football game.
I think you might be on to something, Brian. And I think the other, and if that were to happen, let's be honest here, guys, just us talking, just the 4 of us talking here. Hey, Michigan's not built for comebacks.
No.
You know, this is not an offense. If you can find a way to get up a couple of scores on them, this is not a team that's built for that. And so I wouldn't be surprised if TCU's not aggressive early. Things like win the coin toss, take the football. That wouldn't shock me out of Sonny Dykes. Some 4th downs on your side of the 50. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes for it. Maybe a little wrinkle or 2 in special teams that you haven't seen out of this. I think it's, I think it's all, you're kind of playing with house money, are you not, if you're TCU? Sure, everybody in the world thinks Michigan's going to kick your ass. And so why not just say, you know what, let's see what we can do here. Let's let it all hang out. And let the chips fall, and then in the end, if we lose, okay, we gave it everything we had. Don't leave. There's no need to keep a few bullets in the holster. Shoot them all, right?
Yeah. You seen a lot of purple out there in Arizona so far?
It's interesting. I was talking to the Fiesta Bowl guys last night at one of the media events, and they pointed out there'll be more purple than blue in the stands. That there were more TCU tickets sold than there were Michigan. Michigan probably saving their money for Los Angeles in a week or so. But I think virtually all the suites were purchased by TCU folks. There's a waiting list of some 22 groups that wanted suites in Glendale at State Farm Stadium from TCU. So there's a nice contingent here. We had a huge pep rally at the Scottsdale Minor League Park, home of the Giants. Nice park, by the way. They redone and filled that today. So it's been fun to see all the folks kind of rallying around and getting here.
Hey, Brian, I got to ask you a favor, man, and this is going to be a huge ask if you don't mind.
I love big asks.
I need a 52 long Fiesta Bowl, one of those blazers that the bowl committee guys wear.
You like those yellow blazers?
The yellow blazers. Do we still wear the yellow blazers with the sun on the left pocket area? And it says Fiesta Bowl. Do we still wear those?
And Broadus, guess what, man? You're going to be tickled about this. It's your favorite brand still, Hager. It's still the Hager one.
It's the hey, Brian, the Hager Slacks Big Play Award. I give it every week.
Boy, he just lit up like a Christmas tree, Brian.
I did.
I told you, man.
52 long. See if you can
52 long.
Kind of chum up with one of those guys and just take his jacket and bring it home with you if you would for me.
Exactly. Let me just borrow that.
I've always wanted to be on a bowl committee. I've always wanted to be a Cotton Bowl guy wearing a green jacket, or I wanted to be one of those Orange Bowl wearing an orange jacket. And so, Brian, you can help me out. I know you can do it.
I'm working on that, fellas. It's been a good week. I tell you, these folks are terrific hosts down here. They love the fact that the TCU, and they just do it. I mean, it reminds me a lot of the Cotton Bowl and how first class the operation is, and nothing's overlooked. The buses are all wrapped in TCU colors. It's hauling the TCU team around everywhere you go in the hotel. It looks like it feels like you're in the TCU football complex. Or logos everywhere. It's just been it's been first class. It's a great operation. And now it's time to play some football. Sonny Dykes told us that yesterday. They got in here on Christmas Eve. Spent a little bit of time sort of enjoying the play, seeing some of the sights, but then they kind of locked in for the last 4.5 days. And as he said, hey, it's time to play somebody now. I think this group's ready to go.
Well, we can't wait. Thank you so much for giving us some time, Brian. Have a great call, and hopefully TCU pulls out the victory.
All right, my pleasure, fellas.
There he goes. Brian Estridge, the voice of the TCU Horned Frogs, with us here on the G-Bag Nation.
Yes, sir, and we are broadcasting live from Rally House in Fort Worth, the Hewlin location. Please stop by. Segment's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com. And coming up next, it is the Wooly Bully Top 10 list. In honor of our last show of the year, we have the Top 10s. What was the highest grossing film, the best shows, and most searched things? Find out next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Monday on Sean and RJ, it's myself, Bobby Belt, and Alec Med.
Chevrolet in Grapevine knows you like buying to be easy. That's why they created a Classic Chevrolet Easy Pass online buying tool. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com to get started. Chevrolet, find a new road, y'all.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We're about to get into the Wooly Bully Top 10, and we usually do it at 4:20, but we had to make room for Brian Estridge, who is brilliant, the voice of the TCU Horned Frogs. You can always hit that Odyssey rewind if you miss any part of the G-Bag Nation. And before we slide into the Wooly Bully, I do want to shout out Twin Peaks. They've just delivered some delicious grub, it looks like. I think Eric's already eaten about half of it.
Yeah, sorry about that, boys.
Dude, Eric, come on, that's so rude. All right, we're out in public. I know you've only got half a face, but you've got to try and chill out in public places. We've talked about this. Your wife has told me to try and get you to just be more respectful.
I forgot my
Don't
bib.
half-ass things like you've been doing all day.
I forgot my bib, but the wings are spectacular. And Walchuk, I was eating for two because you're doing the soda thing. I
That's
was trying
true.
to take some off your plate.
We'll see. We'll
trying
see
to be a friend.
We'll see what options we have there, but let's do it. Without further ado, let's slide into the Wooly Bully Top 10. Yeah, baby. Lucius, I miss you. I just want you to know that.
I'm chilling, man. Keep doing your thing. I'm listening. I'm always here.
I know you are.
All
Got
right.
that cigar hanging out of the corner of his mouth right now, just so grateful.
Oh.
He's still hungover from yesterday's half day and Cowboy game day, right?
All those,
Lucius?
the wings. How many wings did you have last night, Lucius?
15 Hooters wings.
There you go.
Yeah, and the shrimp on the side, too.
Dude, the
Yep.
buffalo shrimp.
Yep.
So dang.
Yep.
Oh, my gosh, it's fire. It's delicious. Okay, so in honor of 2022, I scoured the internet and I just put together a cluster of best of 2022 top 10s.
Ooh, I love a good cluster.
Yeah, it's a good cluster.
Well, this time of year.
Yeah. So I know you guys are, you watch certain things. You don't watch a lot of things. So
Movies.
I've got a various smorgasbord of things. So here were I've got the top 10 highest grossing films of 2022. You think you can name any of these?
Yes, 100%.
All
I feel
right,
confident.
Give it to me.
Tom Cruise had that old Top Gun situation go down, and that thing
Just
was
some of that pilot stuff.
yeah, jumping out of planes and whatnot.
Numero uno, highest grossing film of the year was Top Gun Maverick.
Okay, that was an easy one though, Broadus. Now we start getting into the challenge.
Hey, did y'all see that movie?
I haven't seen it.
You
yet.
haven't seen it?
I have. I saw it in Saudi Arabia.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah,
Did you
it's
like
good.
It, Lucius?
Man, so I'm going to confess, I cried at the end.
Oh.
When he landed back on the flight deck and everybody on the flight deck was running over to the plane and they were going crazy, I was like, oh, jeez, I want to be back in the Navy, dog.
Was it a full-on boohoo, or was it like a No Sean Moreno teardrop?
Okay, so it wanted to be a full-on boohoo, but there was like my girl was sitting next to me, so I kept like playing it off, like looking over outside, faking like I was yawning, so there'd be like tears coming out. But they were really actual emotional tears and not yawning tears. But she'll never know that.
No, she won't.
Yeah,
she'll never know that.
Yeah, so you will man cry during that movie if you have some type of soul.
Thank you for that heads up, Lucius.
Yeah,
Lucius,
for sure, bro.
Being a Navy man, could we land a foreign aircraft on an aircraft carrier?
No, absolutely not. I was like,
I was
man.
about to say, where's the tail hook?
Yeah.
Where's all this
No.
stuff?
Oh, it seemed completely far-fetched. Like, there's no way.
I think you have a better chance of just both injecting and flying into the sea and letting them pick you up that way.
Yeah, there was
Yeah,
no-
absolutely. I was like, man, you need to go ahead and call the ship and let them know that you're coming in there somehow because they about to shoot y'all fools out the sky.
Right. So here are the top 10 highest grossing films of the year. You had number 10, Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
Okay, I would not have guessed that one. The only other ones I want to throw out there, Walchuk.
give it to me.
Batman, probably crushed.
It's number 7.
And even though it just got released, Avatar
Number
is
2.
is
already.
a no-joke film.
That might have been the one
Avatar's
I guessed, yeah.
already number 2. Number 3 is Jurassic World Dominion.
Okay. Would you co-sign that?
It wasn't very good.
Wasn't very good.
Number 4 is Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness.
Hello.
Number 5, Minions, The Rise of Gru.
The Minions are cool.
They are. I love the Minions. Number 6 is Black Panther, Wakanda Forever.
Oh, there we go.
Number 7 was The Batman. Number 8 was Thor, Love and Thunder.
Saw that one.
Did you? Did you
Yeah,
like it?
I did like that.
Kind of funny.
It was kind of funny.
Number 9, Fantastic Beasts, The Secrets of Dumbledore. And number 10 was Sonic the Hedgehog. Now, these were the top 10 best shows in 2022, best TV shows.
Now, how is this voted? Is this like most streamed, or is this like just like people voting that this was our
from
favorite?
Uprocks. So
Okay,
this is just courtesy of some schmuck that just wrote the list.
Okay, beautiful.
So most of these are pretty popular that I think people have heard of, though.
Ozark.
Ozark should be on this. If it's not, then F them. but F them picks.
That's
but
a good one.
Ozark was really good. Number 10 is The Righteous Gemstones.
Oh,
great show. If you haven't
funny.
watched it, really good.
Funny.
Number 9 is House of the Dragon, Lucius. Pretty good stuff. Number 8 is Andor, new Star Wars show that's on Disney Plus.
Oh,
it's good. You should
I was
watch
about
it
to
if you
say,
haven't.
how is that?
It's good.
It's fire?
It's definitely worth watching. Number 7 is Atlanta. They had the final season this year.
Oh.
Oh, man. Atlanta, that's Donald Glover's baby. It's a great show if you haven't seen it.
I heard a lot of people say this last season was the best season of Atlanta.
I would agree.
Okay.
Yeah. Number 6 is What We Do in the Shadows, which I have mentioned to you guys. I know you haven't seen it, but you should watch it.
Is it a horror
it's
film?
on FX. No, it's hilarious. It's like 30 minutes comedy.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
Number 5 is The White Lotus, which I haven't seen.
Oh,
But
Lucius
people
has.
People are loving The White Lotus.
Yeah.
I need to
Mhm.
watch it. Number 4 is
I
Severance.
like the White Lotus, by the way. Yes,
Yeah.
I heard my
Wait,
name and I
season
heard
2
White
of that,
Lotus.
Lucius?
Yeah, huh? What?
Season 2, The White Lotus?
Season 2 is really, really good. A whole lot of spider webs in that one. Season 1 is kind of boring. It's off with the visuals, but it's still good. Still, cool plot line. But season 2 is crazy.
I heard the season 2 Mandingo was a prosthetic, for the record.
Okay.
Oh, was there? We had the Naked Man situation.
I haven't seen it, but it was headline news.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Number 4 was Severance.
CNN?
Yeah.
Which I haven't seen. Severance says Michael Scott or Adam Scott, not Michael Scott.
Michael Scott, I'm in.
I do love Michael Scott. Number 3 is Barry. Shout out to Barry.
Oh my gosh.
Dun,
man.
dun, dun, dun. Number 2 is The Bear, the Hulu show about a chef. If you haven't seen it, The Bear is fire.
Chicago Chef. That, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's in Chicago.
Yes.
And it's with one of the characters from the one of the Netflix shows that was Shameless.
Yes,
One of
it
the
is.
yeah, he's like the lead in it.
Yes. And number 1, best show of 2022, finale of Better Call Saul.
Oh, which I
yeah.
still haven't seen the
Yeah.
season, the final season.
You need to.
Well, the Better Call Saul is epically incredible. I don't even know where I can find it though. Like, where can I go to get Better Call Saul the final season? I don't know where that.
Eventually,
was.
it'll pop on Netflix.
Thank God. That's what I'm waiting for.
And finally, these were the most Googled things, the most searched things in 2022. In terms of names, you had Johnny Depp was the most searched name.
Probably that trial he was going through,
Yep.
right?
What
Because-
happened there? His girlfriend crapped on his pillow.
Yeah, Amber Heard pooped on the bed.
That's
there
right.
was a lot
She
of
owes
stuff.
him money. They just settled for like $1 million.
Yeah, Amber Heard actually was the 3rd most Googled name, I think, for the pooping of the bed
That's
situation.
an expensive grumper.
Yeah. Number 2 was Will Smith, and ironically, Chris Rock came in at number 5.
Slap in the face.
Yeah, and Vladimir Putin, for whatever reason, was number 4. So those were your top 5. You had Novak Djokovic at 6, Anna Sorkin, Andrew Tate, Rishi Sunak, and Simon Lviv.
Not familiar with any of those. The Andrew
Me either.
Tate guy, though, deserves the biggest L of the week, by the way.
Yeah, you
The
mentioned him
tennis
earlier?
player you mentioned, right? He's a guy that's non-vax. He gets in. He doesn't get to go to tournaments because of that.
Novak's
You say-
Djokovic.
yeah, Djokovic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
These were the top 10 most searched things in the United States. You had Jeffrey Dahmer.
Wisconsin. I was there at the time.
Yeah, I know you were. You love that.
Yeah.
That's the
I
story
think I might have
fascinates
drank at a bar with him somewhere.
I hope that's all you did.
Yeah.
Did you really?
We had hors d'oeuvres.
Here to party hard.
Finger food.
I don't think
Finger
Broadus
food, you know?
wasn't his type.
Finger food. You know what I'm talking about.
Dude, Brian, don't joke about that. There's something wrong with you. The iPhone 14, the Powerball numbers,
Whoa.
Mega Millions.
Megan Thee Stallion.
Yeah.
that had to be top 10.
She was actually number 6.
Oh, was she?
Bob Saget.
Sex or what?
Yep.
Okay.
Queen Elizabeth.
It was 6 with an I.
Hey, don't make fun of my queen.
I'm not. She was number 4, the most
Okay.
Googled thing of the year. Betty White was 3rd. Election results were 2, but the number 1 most Googled thing in the United States was Wordle.
Oh, that game is hard. Yeah.
That game took over the world for a
People
while,
were playing
didn't it?
for a while. Bobby was irritating the F out of me with that thing every day on Twitter.
Well, what else is new between Bobby and
that's
you?
where it started.
Yeah.
That's a
That's
great
where it all-
segue, Brian.
That's where it all started.
Because that's the Wooly Bully Top 10. And speaking of Bobby Belt, because we got What You Drinking and What You Thinking at 520, we got Bobby Belt, our Cowboys insider, coming up on the other side. How can we troll Bobby? Text in 877-881-1053. Bobby Belt joins us next on The Fan.
the Classic Chevrolet Studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Rolling into hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. About to catch up with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. What did he think about last night's Cowboys game? And we're getting closer and closer to the Expressway. We'll have What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Plus, we'll have some LA Live as we are broadcasting from Rally House in Fort Worth, the Hewlin location right by Hewlin Mall. We've still got some $15 Rally House gift cards. The Rally House has been kind enough to allow us to hand out to some loyal Tolos.
These folks that have shown up, it's so nice to meet everybody. But man, what a location!
Oh,
you know,
absolutely.
and what I mean, seriously, TCU stuff, anything you need. If you're a fan of any college team, Cowboys, Stars, Mavs, this place is amazing.
It's incredible.
I can't believe. I walked back again to the LSU section. They made sure that my thing that I hid.
It's still there. Oh,
I
you hit it?
I hit it.
Yeah, if you want to see
I hid it
Broadus'
in
vinegar stroke
Brian,
face, just get him in the LSU
I hid it.
I'm going to go
section.
take that.
I hid it in Oklahoma State is what I did.
Oh,
Yeah.
I moved it to North Texas.
You can't do that, bro.
I told you where it is.
Okay, I'm gonna go back and get it, but I did. Yeah, I'm gonna walk out with something here tonight.
Maybe I'll pop it over to the Red Raiders section.
There you go.
Well, hey, do not forget that once TCU wins the Fiesta Bowl tomorrow,
Yeah.
Rally House will have Fiesta Bowl champs
They will.
merchandise available for purchase
Hell
right
yeah,
after
they
the
will.
game. So that's going to be clutch.
That way, you can buy that stuff so you can get your tickets to go to the national championship game.
Hello.
They're all set, baby. And we will about to bring on Bobby Belt here.
Why?
It's Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus. We also have Lucius Alexander and Carter Freeman, who's coordinating our video back there as well, doing a great job. Love the Twolos and the Tubers. We have one $50 gift card left, although I think that one's about to get claimed because we have one loyal Tolo who's been standing by and workshopping his list, and he might be about to hit the winner.
He's going to nail it.
And name all of the members of our fan team. But without further ado,
For half of it, I'll give him another name he needs.
okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Via the Diamond Factory hotline, let's welcome in Bobby Belt. Bobby, how the heck are you, sir?
I'm wonderful. How are y'all? Y'all are hanging out at a cool spot, Rally House.
Bobby,
That's,
I've been better, dude. You know, I'm really upset with what you've done, and you and Micah Parsons are in cahoots on this. For whatever reason, he's just decided to stop sacking the quarterback, and I think you have everything to do with it.
Collusion.
Yeah, I mean, that's a reasonable take. I clearly have lots of financial incentives I can offer Micah Parsons that would attract a man of
16 different jobs.
Right, and it's all just to make sure that you shave your face. That's what I was doing. As soon as the season's over and you have to shave, I can finally cut back on some of this work and see my family.
Bobby, somebody in the 469 is alleging that you had a very special cinematic voice for that Prime Video thing going down. Are you familiar with this?
Yeah, they texted in about that this morning too. What that was that is the voice of I use when somebody's giving me scripted lines to say is what happens, and it's not my own natural thoughts. And so I'm like, okay, I guess I've got to deliver this a certain way. And then I think it also didn't help that there was like music playing in the background. That's partially why it sounded cinematic.
Okay, I mean, I hear excuses. I don't know about you guys.
Bobby, why did they not use any of your stuff? We hear voices, but we didn't see any content. As far as
I mean, you
couldn't risk putting his face
What?
on there.
I saw
and having people
everybody.
bail from
I
Prime
saw,
Video.
and I also saw Sean. By the way, those folks in NFL Films are not coming back with us ever again. After Sean just attacked them on Twitter last night.
Yeah, that's Sean. Sean, I don't think is losing any sleep over films not coming back. I thought they were perfectly nice, but yeah, look, I mean, it's it's faces for radio. The Nashville radio side is much prettier, so they got to be shown. But yeah, it's this is our cross to bear, right? Like we work in a voice industry, and people don't care to see our faces.
That's exactly what I said to Tim Collins last night, Brian. I was like, I think Bobby ruined this.
I did too. I blame.
No, do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? No, do you know what it is? Honestly, 100%. And I told Sean this on the air yesterday morning. I was like, I think we're going to get cut from this open tonight. And he's like, why? And I was like, because every single question they gave us that they wanted us to talk about for this little scripted thing was about Derrick Henry. Like, Talk about Micah Parsons and how he needs to stop Derrick Henry. Okay. Talk about the Cowboys running game and how it needs to match Derrick Henry. Talk about Derrick Henry. And it's like, okay, well, we just talked nothing except Derrick Henry, and now he's not going to play. So I don't really anticipate that any of that is going to make the cut. And they chose the most, vanilla quote they could use that didn't include Derrick Henry's name.
They knew who they were working with when they gave you guys that.
Well, they put me on the air. They didn't put Sean on the air.
Oh.
So, I mean.
Well, Bobby, was the 2 touchdown win satisfactory for you, or did you need more?
No, you just want to come out of the game with a victory, like however it may be. Now, I do understand, the frustration of there have been several years in the past where they start playing a little more sloppy December football, and then it usually, bleeds over into the playoffs. And so I get why people are frustrated because they've got this sort of innate fear that, okay, here we go again. This is going to be another team that disappoints just by the way that they're playing heading into the playoffs. So I understand all of that. But I mean, this is that's a tired football team. They're banged up. It was the second consecutive game on short rest. Actually, if you want to give them a ton of credit for something, they're 4-0 in games with short rest this year. They've been really good in that, and they've powered through with that. But man, I think you'll take the victory however you want. The biggest thing you wanted to come out of there with was a victory, obviously. But outside of that, it's just you didn't want any injuries, and you didn't want to see just Dak completely regressing and throwing 5 picks where he just doesn't see defenders. That would have been a concerning thing we could have taken out of it. But otherwise, I think you're just saying, let's get the victory, not worry about how it looked, and get home and hopefully have a chance to fight for the NFC East next Sunday.
It's our Cowboy Insider, Bobby Belt, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. We're broadcasting live from Rally House in Fort Worth, the Hewlin location, here till 7 o'clock. We'd love to see you. What's going on with this rushing attack here offensively, Bob?
It's just not very good, especially on early down situations. I mean, they love running the ball on first down right now, more than any team in the NFL. And it's not been very effective, and it's putting them in some bad spots. And, it's setting up these 3rd and longs and some of these issues. And so, I mean, Tennessee is not the team to try and, establish your dominance or establish some sort of physicality against. That's just not the team to do it against. And I mean, Kirk Herbstreit referenced it in the first quarter yesterday that, Kellen Moore is telling me they basically, said that Kellen Moore had essentially said this is a team they know they're not going to be able to probably run effectively against, but they got to, keep plugging away so that they can use the play action game and take advantage of a team in the middle of the field that's very vulnerable. And I don't understand the logic to thinking of let's really play into their strength so that then we can take care of their vulnerability. We'll be able to take advantage of that by showing them how ineffective we are against their strengths. But that was apparently the approach last night. And, I think we see 19 carries on first down yesterday for 33 yards, and that kind of is in sync with how ineffective they've been in recent weeks. I mean, it's frustrating. It makes you wonder why they just continue to run into that brick wall and not really change it up.
Bobby, with this offensive line, and I probably needed to do this before I asked this question, anything on Matt Farniak? Or is this a situation where was he kind of like in that James Washington mode where they were holding him, kind of waiting for an opportunity? And are we going to see him anytime soon, or are they just going to go ahead, for at least for this game, with McGovern being your starter at center?
I think they probably roll with McGovern for this game. That's obviously we're 10 days out. Things can all change, and they can look ahead. I think they're just happy to take a breather today. But I mean, they really like Farniak. That's a guy that really won them over at his pro day in Nebraska. They were fans of his tape, and then when they saw him test and work out and everything, I think they felt really sold that he was somebody who could provide flexibility. I think they believe he can play, if needed, all 5 positions on the offensive line. They think that's within him. And so they like his flexibility. They like his smarts. They like his athleticism. And so even if it's not, this week, or this upcoming week here in about 10 days, that's somebody who I think will be in that sort of rotation in the future when these sorts of things happen. I would just guess that for this week right here, you'd be looking at Connor McGovern playing center.
Bobby Belt with us here on 105.3 The Fan. Bobby, brought to you by the on-time experts here in the G-Bag Nation. Now, and as far as the injuries go, with Biotish and a couple other guys got banged up in the game. Anything you can share with us? I know we talked with Steven earlier, and he wasn't expecting that Biotish would be long-term. Hopefully he's coming back for the playoffs.
Yeah, it was funny last night when the Biotish question came up to Dak in his press conference. He answered it weird. Like it was almost like, he was indicating to everybody, y'all are overreacting to this, but I guess I better shut up if y'all think it's as bad as you do. And so there was already a sense that they may have dodged a bullet, I think, coming into today. And then, you hear the way Steven talks about it, Mike McCarthy. I do think that Biotish it's not nearly as bad as it could have been. Now we'll see how, sprained ankles respond. Those can always be a little tricky. The window there can, vary by about 2 to 3 weeks, depending on how bad it is and how guys respond to it. And so, but if he's ultimately, McCarthy said he'll start rehabbing it tomorrow. So that's good news. I would guess that he should be back for the playoffs, just as Steven kind of indicated. And so, a couple other guys got banged up in that game. Jaron Kearse, Nashawn Wright. Nashawn Wright played almost the entire game hurt. He got hurt in the first quarter. I think he went down in the second another time. Then he came off the field at one point in the third. And so he was pretty banged up. Kearse, it was, another week where he's kind of banged up. But it's that point of the season where everybody's just a little banged up. And I think you're going to see, this guy came off the field for a couple plays, and then he comes back, and he's, on the injury report is limited for, 3 straight weeks. And I think it's just the time of year that we're at. Biotish, I think, is just the most significant one. And then obviously, it sounds like everything's good, but obviously you see the, Dak kind of lock up and grab at his knee, and that's concerning in and of itself. But, looked like you dodged a bullet there.
Looks like this T.Y. Hilton signing couldn't have gone any better. Like, he's surpassing expectations, right?
Yeah, he's converted as many third down pass targets this year as Dalton Schultz has. They both have 4. And so T.Y. Hilton, coming in and just being a guy that clearly Dak already has a lot of trust in, and Kellen Moore already has a lot of trust in, and how they're willing to use him and how they're willing to lean on him in critical situations. I think that speaks to the trust they have in, his veteran presence, his veteran IQ, but also just the freshness in his legs and his ability, I think, to play more than you'd expect for somebody that just jumps into December. Brian talked about this with a few guys. Like, I know we were referencing this a couple weeks ago, that there are a lot of guys who just don't want to do training camp. Like, if they're unsigned, don't do training camp. I don't want to do the first 2 weeks of the season. I don't want to go through the whole grind. I'll catch on when I'm ready. And I think T.Y. Hilton was definitely part of that. And he looks fresh, and he's been telling us for a couple weeks now, like, I can run all day. Like, I can go as long as I need to. I can cram in as much as I need to in these next 6 to 8 weeks. And I think you're seeing the benefits of that. But obviously, I think if we would have gotten this kind of production out of Odell Beckham, if they had signed him, we would have all been thrilled. Like, this is exactly what you wanted from him. And the fact that you're getting out of T.Y. Hilton, I think, is really big for them.
Anything else before we let you boogie on out of here, Bob?
Just that I love you all.
Love you more. And any New Year's resolutions, or are you not a believer?
He's gone.
I don't do New Year's resolutions.
Me either.
New Year's resolutions do you.
Yep, exactly.
Did you have a favorite moment from the year?
Yeah, when you were somberly reading off an obituary and you said he was the epitome of a Hall of Famer.
That was a good one.
That's a great mic drop moment, Bob. Happy Friday, Happy New Year.
There he goes, the bleep hole himself, Bobby Bells, in true troll fashion. That actually was an epic moment, and one of my favorites as well. I wanted to crawl underneath the table.
Oh, I do not blame you, man. I want to climb on top of that Twin Peaks table right now and just bury my face in those wings.
Yeah, go ahead and do that, buddy. Go ahead and just motorboat the heck out of those wings. They do look absolutely delicious. We are partying until 7 o'clock out here. It's Rally House, baby. This place is amazing. Come get your TCU gear. They've also got amazing cowboy gear that we're surrounded by. There's a beautiful North Texas Mean Green section, but no matter what your favorite team is, they've got it for you. We're out here in Fort Worth, their Hewlin location, right by Hewlin Mall. I've got a couple of Rally House $15 gift cards left. Just come on by. Tell me your favorite G-Bag Nation memory from the year, just so I know you're a true and loyal Tolo, and that can be yours as well. And a big shout-out to Twin Peaks for supplying us with these delicious wings. And it looks like there's some fried pickles. Yeah. And I think, what are those, some mozzarella bites?
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I've had a couple of them.
You've had a couple of of them.
Let's not forget that when we did the top 10 appetizers very recently, where did I have the mozzarella balls?
You had them pretty high.
I had them like in the top 3.
Oh my gosh, I'm just gonna have to watch you consume these.
Yes, you are,
and it's gonna hurt myself.
It's gonna get freaky.
All right, what you drinking and what you thinking? Coming up on the other side, 877-881-1053 as we hit the Expressway Plus some LA Live next on the Fan.
Listen.
Thank you.